Wanyin never anticipated that her journey into another world would lead her to an apocalyptic realm. Upon opening her eyes, she was immediately besieged by zombies, with only two pitifully thin little ones by her side. Wanyin thought to herself, "This is the end of my life. System. Impossible, absolutely impossible." After binding herself to the most powerful hotel system of the apocalypse, Wanyin embarked on a delightful journey of nurturing children and managing a hotel. As the number of guests in her hotel steadily increased, so too did the rewards she received. However, who could explain to her why, in addition to unlocking a rice noodle shop, a hot pot restaurant, and a buffet, her hotel also boasted a KTV, a cinema, a library, an amusement park, a hot spring, a school, and a hospital, not to mention a zombie-killing simulation training camp? And that was just the beginning. It seemed that she was destined to transform the hotel into the sole paradise of the apocalypse. Chapter 1. The most powerful hotel system of the apocalypse. Woo, sister. Please wake up, sister. The zombies are coming. Hurry and wake up. We can't carry you. Wanyin opened her eyes, feeling an excruciating headache. However, the pain quickly dissipated, and when she looked up, she saw two ragged, emaciated children, one boy and one girl, both around 4 or 5 years old, crying like little kittens. They appeared to be in an abandoned factory. Not far from them, several grotesque, blood-soaked figures were staggering towards them, and oh, they were no longer human. They were zombies. Wanyin made a swift decision, grabbing one child and sprinting away. Although she had no idea what had transpired, running from zombies was the only sensible option, but after only a few paces, she realized with despair that she seemed to lack the strength. She could hardly escape for herself, let alone carry two children. Wanyin collapsed onto the ground. "Sister, we'll help you, hurry." The little boy attempted to support her arm, but as he stood up, he stumbled awkwardly. Watching the growing horde of zombies, now numbering over a dozen, surrounding them, Wanyin's face was a mask of hopelessness. Could it be that her laughter at a dark joke had cost her 20 years of good fortune, leading to this grim fate? Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've bound to the most powerful hotel system of the apocalypse. The teleportation portal is about to open to the system. The most powerful hotel of the apocalypse, the mechanical voice continued. 3, 2, 1. The portal is now open. Before Wanyin, a radiant portal suddenly materialized. She hesitated for merely 2 seconds before clutching one child and leaping into the light. In an instant, the scene before her transformed, and no longer was she in an abandoned factory besieged by terrifying zombies, but in a vast plaza with a solitary building standing proudly at its center. Wanyin scanned her surroundings. The portal had vanished, and there was no one else in sight. Only she and the 2 bewildered children remained. Sister, the girl clung tightly to her. Where are we? Are there no zombies here? Did we survive? The boy asked, his expression one of confusion. Wanyin rubbed her temples, arranging the 2 children in front of her, and inquired, Who are you 2? Why do you call me sister? What is the deal with the zombies? As soon as she finished her question, the expressions of the 2 children shifted from confusion to terror. Sister, what's wrong with you? I am Kale, sister. I am Hanbao. Don't you remember us? Kale, Hanbao. Wanyin was about to scoff at the casual names given by their parents when a sudden realization struck her. She had recently read a novel featuring 2 children named Kale and Hanbao. Most importantly, in the story, there was a character sharing her name. The Wanyin from the book had grown up in an orphanage and was now 19 years old. Just over a year ago, she had received her university acceptance letter and was working diligently during the summer to save tuition. Kale and Hanbao were also orphans from the same orphanage. Kale was a 6-year-old boy, and Hanbao was a 5-year-old girl. They adored Wanyin and regarded her as their elder sister. Wanyin cherished them in return, treating them as beloved siblings. However, over a year ago, the apocalypse had struck unexpectedly. Extreme cold, extreme heat, a zombie crisis, and earthquakes that could erupt at any moment and the chaos of fleeing. Wanyin became separated from the other children at the orphanage, leaving only Kale and Hanbao by her side. They had struggled to survive for over a year but ultimately met their end at the hands of zombies. Was she now traversing into the world of the novel, inhabiting the body of the character who share her name? The scene she had just witnessed must have been the moment when Wanyin and Kale and Hanbao were on the verge of being bitten. Yet, thanks to the most powerful hotel system, they had been transported here. Sister, please don't scare us. Hanbao looked at her pitifully, her big eyes filled with tears. Ji Yuanin sighed. She had always been an optimistic person, and now that she found herself in this predicament, she had no choice but to live on. The question was, what exactly was this most powerful hotel system? At that moment, the mechanical voice echoed in her mind once more. Please lead your family into the hotel and follow the instructions to complete the operations. Aim to open for business as soon as possible. All right, let's go inside first. With the threat of zombies gone, Guanyin felt a bit of strength returning. She guided Keilei and Hanbao toward the building. The entrance was a glass door, which Guanyin pushed open effortlessly. The first floor housed the hotel lobby, where she immediately spotted the front desk, which featured a machine whose purpose was unclear. There was also a lounge area with several sofas and a coffee table. Venturing further in, she discovered 3 elevators and 2 staircases. Sister, where's this place? Keilei asked curiously. Is there really no one here? No zombies? There's no one here. Don't worry, Guanyin reassured him. She had read enough novels to know that since this was her bound system, no outsiders or zombies could wander in at will. Welcome, host, to the hotel. A new task has been unlocked. Name the hotel. The mechanical voice chimed again. Ji Yuanin pondered for a moment and thought, let's call it the Peace Hotel. In this apocalyptic world, living in peace must be everyone's greatest wish. She hoped to ensure that Keilei and Hanbao could live safely as well. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. Unlocking 1 main room, room 201, with unlimited instant noodles. I can understand the guest room and the unlimited noodles, but what does main room mean? The main room is a space where the host and family can reside. It is located on the first floor. Just walk forward and turn left. Ji Yuanin led Keilei and Hanbao forward, then turned left, and indeed discovered a door. She raised her hand to push it open, and was instantly stunned. Keilei and Hanbao gaped in astonishment as well. The room was incredibly spacious, featuring a bed large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people, along with a floor-to-ceiling window, curtains, a soft carpet, a sofa, tables and chairs, a wardrobe, a computer, a television, and air conditioning. All the necessary furniture was present within. Moreover, this room is equipped with an independent bathroom and kitchen. As she entered with her 2 little ones, she beheld the wash basin, toilet, several pristine towels, toilet paper, 3 sets of toiletries, and even sanitary napkins within the bathroom. A delightful array of skincare and cosmetic products awaited her as well. The bathroom boasted a spacious bathtub, a shower head, a heating lamp, bath towels, and more. The kitchen was similarly well appointed, replete with pots, pans, dishes, a refrigerator, and all manner of utensils. The wardrobe was brimming with an abundance of clothing, suitable not only for her but also for cola and hamburger. In summary, everything that Guanyin could possibly conceive was present within this space. System. Is this room truly mine? Can I utilize all the items within? And can my younger siblings use them as well? Chapter 2. Welcome to the Peace Hotel. Indeed, esteemed host, this system has always extended preferential treatment to you and your family. Furthermore, the amenities within will be replenished automatically once depleted, so there is no need for concern. Guanyin was overjoyed, nearly beside herself with happiness. Even in this apocalyptic world, she found herself in such a miraculous place to reside. She had never experienced such opulence prior to her transmigration. Oh, how wonderful you are, dear system. The system, however, remained unresponsive, continuing in its mechanical tone. A new task has been unlocked. Recruit a hotel guest. There is no time limit, and guests may possess any identity. Task reward. Room 202, and unlimited bread. How shall I recruit them? The esteemed host may simply wait patiently. Guests will arrive automatically. Guanyin pondered this and agreed. In this desolate world, if someone were to pass by and see an intact building, they would undoubtedly wish to enter and explore. As for the hotel fees, guests may exchange any items they possess for points, simply placing the items on the machine at the front desk. The machine will automatically convert the item's value into corresponding points. The fee for room 201 is 10 points per day. The hotel comprises 10 floors, with 10 rooms on each floor starting from the second. Upon completing the corresponding tasks, you will unlock each room one by one. The second floor consists entirely of single rooms, permitting only solo occupancy, while subsequent floors will gradually unlock double rooms, family suites, and presidential suites. Guests may also change rooms as needed. Once the first hotel building reaches capacity, new hotel buildings will be unlocked. Additionally, this sanctuary allows one to evade all natural disasters, zombies, and the like, serving as an absolutely secure zone with everlasting internet and power. Instant noodles can be found in the kitchen cabinets. And the water from the kitchen faucet is safe for direct consumption. The host possesses absolute authority within the hotel, and none may oppose you. Even after departing the hotel, you will remain entirely safe, as the hotel's protective mechanisms will always be in place. Please manage the hotel with peace of mind. This system is devoted to serving you. After the system concluded, it fell silent. Wanyin, brimming with joy, felt an urge to jump in delight. Sister, whose home is this? Will we be safe here? Hamburger asked timidly. Just moments ago, Wanyin had been conversing with the system in her mind, a dialogue unheard by others, including Kayleigh and Hamburger. Foolish Hamburger. This will be our home from now on. We can live here. Wanyin affectionately ruffled her hair. At her words, both Kayleigh and Hamburger widened their eyes in astonishment. However, being merely 5 or 6 years old, their thoughts were not overly complex, and once they processed Wanyin's words, they immediately began to frolic about the room in joy. Yet, it was not long before they collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Sister, I'm hungry, Hamburger remarked. At this, Wanyin too felt the gnawing hunger in her own body. She promptly entered the kitchen and filled 3 cups with water, each of them taking a cup. The water flowing from the tap was crystal clear, with a hint of sweetness. Kayleigh and Hamburger felt tears welling up in their eyes. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had scarcely had a sip of clean water. Wanyin gently patted their heads and began to boil some instant noodles. Indeed, the cabinets housed some noodles, packaged in a manner she had never seen before, lacking any brand, only indicating the flavors such as spicy chicken, braised beef, and chicken soup. Wanyin, not pausing to examine them closely, grabbed 3 packets and placed them in the pot to cook. The aroma of the noodles soon wafted through the air, causing Kayleigh and Hamburger to sniff eagerly, swallowing repeatedly. Sister, we have something to eat. We won starve. Wanyin, while cooking, found herself swallowing in anticipation. These noodles were remarkably fragrant, unlike any she had tasted before. Moreover, there were indeed pieces of beef within, albeit not overly large. Once cooked, Wanyin served 3 generous bowls and, along with the 2 children, sat at the dining table to eat. She eagerly blew on her noodles and took a bite. Delicious. The noodles were exquisitely smooth and chewy, absorbing the flavorful broth while retaining their own delightful aroma. Taking a sip of the broth, she found it tangy and spicy, leaving a lingering taste. The beef was tender and flavorful, though not in large chunks. Each bite was immensely satisfying. As she savored the meal, she noticed Kayleigh and Hamburger sitting frozen at the table, gazing at their bowls of noodles, chopsticks in hand, yet unmoving. What is wrong with you two? Wanyin inquired, puzzled. Can you not use chopsticks? No, Kayleigh shook his head, his eyes glistening. We haven't had decent food in so long. I thought I would never have hot soup and rice again. Hamburger, overcome with emotion, began to sob softly, her heart brimming with joy. Seeing this, Wanyin felt a pang of sympathy. Although she had yet to recover the original owner's memories, she had read that ordinary people in the apocalypse struggled to survive, often going 2 or 3 days subsisting on a single pack of compressed biscuits or dry bread, with foraging for tree bark and roots being commonplace. These 2 young ones, having endured for over a year, had undoubtedly suffered greatly. Go on, eat up, Wanyin encouraged them. From now on, we shall never live like that again. Yes. The 2 children dried their tears and began to eat heartily. After they finished, Wanyin placed the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher and led the 2 children to the bathroom for a bath. Kayleigh, though merely 6 years old, felt a bit awkward bathing with the girls. Thus, after Wanyin and Hamburger finished, Kayleigh went in to wash. Fortunately, having grown up in an orphanage, Kayleigh was somewhat more independent than his peers. Wanyin explained to him how to adjust the hot and cold water in the bathroom, and he quickly grasped it. After their baths, the 3 lay on the large bed and swiftly fell into slumber. 3 days later, Wanyin, Kayleigh, and Hamburger welcomed the first guest to the Peace Hotel. During these 3 days, they had subsisted solely on instant noodles and clean water. For Kayleigh and Hamburger, after struggling for so long in the apocalypse, enjoying instant noodles was a tremendous delight, bringing them immense happiness. Wanyin found no issue with it. as the noodles came in various flavors and were particularly delicious. However, such a diet could not continue indefinitely. Therefore, when the first guest arrived, Wanyin felt a sense of relief. The more tasks completed, the greater the rewards. She hoped for meals as rewards in the future. The first guest was a girl of about 15 or 16 years. She stumbled in, pursued by several zombies. Zombies! The zombies are coming! She cried in a panic. Dear guest, please do not be afraid. Wanyin smiled reassuringly from the front desk. Once you enter a hotel, you are absolutely safe. Zombies cannot enter. How is that possible? Your door is glass, not a fortified wall. The girl shouted angrily.
Run.
Wanyin felt helpless, but managed to maintain her smile, saying, Dear guest, if you do not believe me, please turn and look. Perhaps her calm demeanor prompted the girl to hesitate before turning to glance back. To her astonishment, through the glass door, she witnessed the zombies stumbling away as if they could not see the building at all. What? What is happening? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, and in that moment, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, causing her to collapse onto the floor. I told you. At the Peace Hotel, you are absolutely safe. Wanyin smiled and said, Welcome to the Ping An Hotel, esteemed guest. Chapter 3. The first guest. The girl took a deep breath and stood up again. Approaching the front desk, she gazed at Wanyin and hesitantly inquired, Sister, I did see the sign for the Ping An Hotel outside, but is it truly open for business? In this post-apocalyptic world, where everyone struggles for survival, even life in the survivor bases is far from easy, how could this hotel possibly be operating normally? Moreover, the hotel owner, although slender, had a rosy complexion and donned clean clothing, entirely unlike someone battling for existence in such dire circumstances. Of course, Wanyin replied kindly, however, I have no money. In this apocalypse, currency had long become worthless, leaving no one to carry cash. With electricity in short supply, no one could even use their phones. There is no need for money, Wanyin reassured her. You can exchange any items you possess for points here. With just 10 points, you can stay for a night. Any item? The girl asked cautiously. Yes, but it must be something reasonable, Wanyin clarified. We can't accept anything repulsive. The girl pondered for a moment before pulling a pen from her pocket. It was the last pen her father had bought her before the world fell apart, and she had been reluctant to part with it. Yet, this hotel was so extraordinary, the zombies did not enter. Thus, she was willing to give it a try. Wanyin pushed a machine forward and said, Place it here. The girl licked her lips, reluctantly placing the pen on the machine. To her astonishment, the pen gradually vanished. Then, a card appeared on the machine. She picked it up and saw her name and other information inscribed on it. Name, Dongyu. Room number, 201. Room fee, 10 points per day. Current points, 11. Sister, look at this. Dongyu handed the card to her. All set, Wanyin said. Would you like to check in?
Yes.
Dongyu nodded eagerly. All right, it is currently 3:42 p.m. If you do not wish to extend your stay, please remember to check out by 3:42 p.m. tomorrow. What would happen if she did not check out on time? Dongyu did not voice her concern, but she felt a sense of foreboding regarding the consequences. After all, a hotel capable of operating amid such hardship and repelling zombies could not be run by an ordinary person. Sister, who is this? At that moment, Kaylai and Hanbao ran over hand in hand. They had just been watching television inside. In this apocalypse, there were no new shows, but they could still watch old dramas, movies, variety shows, and cartoons. Kaylai, Hanbao, you're just in time. This is our hotel's first guest. Wanyin winked at them. She had already informed the two little ones about their plans to run the hotel. Suddenly realizing, Hanbao approached Dongyu with a smile, saying, Welcome, esteemed guest. Hanbao was particularly adorable. Despite being thin from over a year of hardship, the past few days of proper meals and sleep had rejuvenated him, making him look quite lively. Dongyu was nearly melted by his cuteness and wanted to touch him but hesitated, feeling dirty and unworthy of such affection.
Come.
Let us take our first guest to her room, Wanyin announced. Okay. Together, she and the two little ones led Dongyu up the stairs to the second floor. Although there was an elevator, it was out of service, likely because she had not yet completed the necessary tasks to activate it. As they ascended the stairs, Wanyin heard the system's voice in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations. Host, task completed. Reward, room 202, unlimited bread. Wanyin felt a surge of joy. It seemed that from now on, she would be able to enjoy some bread with her instant noodles. Arriving at the door of room 201, she found it closed. Wanyin explained to Dongyu, "Only the card in your hand can unlock this door. Not even I have the ability to open it. Naturally, you must not engage in any deliberate damage to the room, or the hotel will promptly remove you. Furthermore, if you lose your card, it can be replaced, but all points will reset to 0, so please keep it safe." Yes, I understand, Dongyu nodded vigorously. She swiped the card at the door, which swung open immediately. The room was modestly furnished, featuring a small window, a bed, and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, nothing more. There was a bathroom and a kitchen, but the bathroom contained only a basic sink and toilet, while the kitchen had just a faucet and a sink. "I apologize. This is the current state of our hotel rooms," Wanyin said. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongyu's tears began to flow. Surprised, Wanyin thought, "It's a bit shabby, but there's no need to cry like this. This is wonderful. It's truly marvelous," Dongyu exclaimed through her tears. Wanyin replied, "You see, dear guest, you have no idea. Since the apocalypse began, I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep. Having a bed to rest in is a luxury." Dongyu wiped her tears, adding, "But now, I can have such a nice room to rest in without fearing zombies." "Not just zombies," Wanyin interjected. "As long as you are within the hotel, you need not fear any natural disasters. Here, you are absolutely safe." With tears still glistening on her cheeks, Dongyu stared at her, bewildered. What kind of hotel was this? Not only could it repel zombies, but it also disregarded natural calamities? "All right, you should rest now," Wanyin said with a smile. "If you need anything, just call for me." "Wait, sister," Dongyu called after her. "Is there food for sale in the hotel? I'm so hungry." "Indeed," Wanyin replied, "but currently, we only have instant noodles. 1 point per pack." "Oh, and we have bread too, 1 point per piece. Which would you prefer?" She had inquired of the system regarding the food rewards, which could be sold to guests. She set the prices herself, but the system advised her to keep them low at first to attract customers. To be on the safe side, she confirmed that both the noodles and bread could be priced at 1 point each, to which the system had no objections. As for the facilities in her main room, they were not permitted for guest use. "I'll have some bread," Dongyu quickly replied, noting that she still had 1 point left on her card. Although she preferred instant noodles, she realized there was no way to heat water here. She felt it would be better to eat bread than to gnaw on dry noodles. "All right, Keilei, Hanbao, please get the guests some bread. It should be in the kitchen cabinet." "Yes." Keilei and Hanbao, brimming with energy, dashed away. Wanyin then turned to Dongyu and said, "By the way, the faucet in your kitchen provides drinkable water. It's absolutely clean. However, neither the water nor any other items from the hotel may be taken outside for resale." Chapter 4. Room extension, really? Dongyu trembled with excitement. Before Wanyin could respond, she hurried into the kitchen and turned on the faucet. As she gazed within, clear water indeed flowed forth, and her eyes reddened once more. Clear water, what a rarity to find a sip of pure liquid in this apocalyptic world. Lacking a container to hold the water, she disregarded her reservations and leaned in, drinking deeply. Once satisfied, she turned off the tap, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, and returned to the entrance. Perhaps to spare her any embarrassment, Wanyin had turned her back. She smiled faintly, ready to speak, when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Keilei and Hanbao had returned. The two of them cradled several loaves of bread in their hands, each differing in type and flavor: terrible bread, croissants, coconut bread, along with varieties featuring raisins and strawberry jam, among others. "Sister guest, which one would you like?" Keilei inquired, her voice bright and cheerful. Dongyu, trembling slightly, selected a coconut bread. At that moment, her room card's points had dwindled to 0. Wanyin had already departed with Keilei and Hanbao, the latter waving goodbye to her as he left. Dongyu closed the door and took a moment to calm her racing heart before unwrapping the bread and taking generous bites. The bread was fluffy and soft, infused with a rich coconut aroma. It was utterly divine. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged deprivation of normal food, but she felt that even before the apocalypse, she had never tasted such exquisite bread. Nevertheless, her year-long habit of frugality guided her. She did not consume the entire loaf. restraining her hunger and cravings by saving half for the next day. Afterward, she returned to the kitchen for another sip of clear water before lying down on the bed. Though the bed and pillow were somewhat firm and the blanket merely a thin layer, in this desolate world, having such a small sanctuary for rest was a tremendous blessing. Dongyu felt a profound sense of contentment. In fact, she possessed 2 crystal cores, one of level 1 and one of level 2. Although she was not an ability user, her luck over the past year had been relatively favorable. Not only was she still alive, but she had also stumbled upon a level 2 crystal core. As for the level 1 core, she had acquired it after inadvertently killing a level 1 zombie during a skirmish between a group of people and the undead. She mused that a pen could be exchanged for 11 points. Surely the crystal cores would yield even more. Yet, she was in no rush to redeem them, opting to stay for a day first. As for natural disasters, they were a concern for another time, but she still found it hard to believe that this place could completely evade zombies. If a day passed without any zombies breaching the premises, she would undoubtedly choose to remain here. This was far superior to any survivor base. A new task was unlocked, to extend the stay of the guest in room 201, with no limit on the duration, and the task reward included access to room 203, unlimited milk, unlimited eggs, unlimited rice, and 2 dishes. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wanyin exclaimed in astonishment. Just extending her stay grants such bountiful rewards? Future tasks will yield even greater rewards, the system clarified. Additionally, regarding the unlimited eggs and the 2 dishes in this reward, I must mention that adjacent to the main room is a large dining hall, which the host can explore. Wanyin promptly ventured to the room beside the main one and was delighted to discover a spacious dining hall, complete with a cooking station, a sink, and several tables and chairs. However, there were no pots, pans, or utensils. Instead, a large machine stood against the wall, featuring a substantial screen and what appeared to be a food outlet. Approaching it, she saw a menu displayed on the screen, and as she scrolled down, numerous dishes came into view. Yet, they were all grayed out, indicating they had not yet been unlocked. Next to the machine was a cabinet filled with chopsticks, spoons, forks, and other dining utensils. Upon completing this task, the host would be able to select any egg-related dish, such as scrambled eggs, steamed eggs, fried eggs, soft-boiled eggs, and hard-boiled eggs, along with unlocking 2 additional random dishes, though these could not be chosen freely. So, they will be served cooked? Wanyin inquired. Indeed. And the dishes will remain fresh indefinitely, the system affirmed. However, regarding the unlimited eggs, I must clarify that while you can obtain eggs post-task completion, combining eggs with other dishes, such as scrambled eggs with chives or shrimp egg, is not an option for now. Rest assured, seasonings like green onions, ginger, garlic, and salt do not require unlocking. Any necessary seasonings will be included with the unlocked dishes. I understand. So, I can unlock the dishes one by one in the future? Yes, and you can also sell them to customers at prices you set, the system confirmed. Wanyin joyfully browsed the extensive menu displayed on the large screen. There were dishes like braised pork, spicy lamb chops, boiled fish, and a variety of soups, fried rice, scallion pancakes, and dumplings. Ah, how tempting, she thought. She was determined to actively complete her tasks to lead a life akin to that of a deity. As for the task of having the girl named Dongyu extend her stay, she felt confident. In this apocalypse, having experienced her hotel, how could Dongyu not wish to stay longer? Yet, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. System, what happens if this task fails? The next task will commence. But the rewards from this task will never be unlocked again. Wanyin thought to herself that this simply would not do. The nutrition from eggs and milk was essential, especially since she had 2 little ones to care for. She hoped Dongyu would extend her stay tomorrow. If not, she would persuade her further, assuring her that the Peace Hotel was indeed a sanctuary of safety. That evening, Wanyin prepared spicy and sour chicken-flavored instant noodles, which contained real shredded chicken and were particularly fragrant and appetizing. Having unlocked unlimited bread, she and Kailei and Hanbao each picked a loaf to accompany their meal. She enjoyed terrible bread, while Kailei savored a chocolate croissant, and Hanbao relished a caterpillar-shaped bread filled with applesauce. Alternating between bites of noodles and bread, the flavors were utterly delightful. After dinner, she spent some time watching cartoons with Kailei and Hanbao. These cartoons were entirely new to her, and although they were aimed at children and somewhat childish, They contained many amusing elements that captivated her interest. After finishing the show, they all took showers and then went to bed. Before drifting off, Wanyin pondered that while Kayleigh was still a young boy and sharing a room with them was fine for now, what would happen as he grew older? System. Will I be able to unlock new main rooms in the future? Yes, the system's mechanical voice responded. That's reassuring, Wanyin thought, allowing herself to relax as she gradually fell into a deep slumber. Dongyu experienced her first good night's sleep since the onset of the apocalypse. Logically, she should not have slept so soundly, as her worries had not entirely dissipated. Yet, astonishingly, she slumbered until dawn. Not a single nightmare plagued her dreams. Dongyu found this quite extraordinary. She glanced toward the sun, estimating it was still morning, likely around 10 o'clock. Feeling well-rested, she was also quite hungry. She finished the leftover bread from yesterday and then prepared to head downstairs to the lobby to investigate. Having encountered no issues throughout the night and enjoying such restful sleep, she decided to extend her stay. Chapter 5. Steaming Hot Dishes. She descended the stairs and arrived at the hotel lobby, where she found Wanyin seated at the front desk, engrossed in a tablet. The tablet is also kept in the main room, allowing Wanyin to casually watch dramas and variety shows. Dongyu gazed at it, filled with envy. In this post-apocalyptic world, electricity is scarce. To generate power, one can only rely on crystal cores, as the previous means of electricity generation have become obsolete. The sunlight in this new era seems different from what it once was, rendering solar power generation ineffective. A considerable amount of crystal cores is barely sufficient to sustain a small light bulb. Consequently, even the upper echelons of survivor bases seldom use electric lights, let alone phones and computers. Yet, the shopkeeper here can utilize a tablet. Moreover, the little light bulb in her room, which she just tested, is functional and quite bright. What a remarkable place this is. Dongyu snapped back to reality and noticed Wanyin had lifted her head, smiling and greeting her. Was it her imagination? Or did she perceive a particularly intense warmth in Wanyin's gaze? Did you sleep well last night? Wanyin inquired with a smile. Extremely well. Dongyu quickly replied. Shopkeeper, I would like to extend my stay. Wanyin was taken aback. She had just been deliberating on how to broach the subject of extending Dongyu's stay. And here the girl was, bringing it up herself. How wonderful. Do you have anything with you? Wanyin asked cheerfully. If so, place it on this machine, and let us see how many points you can exchange for it. Dongyu nodded and approached the front desk, carefully retrieving a level 1 crystal core from her pocket. The crystal core was small enough to fit comfortably in her hand and glowed a vibrant green. Wanyin recognized it as the crystal core frequently mentioned in books and cast a curious glance. Dongyu placed the crystal core on the machine, and it vanished swiftly. Though she felt a pang of regret, she quickly checked her room card. At that moment, her card displayed a total of 1,000 points. So many? She exclaimed in astonishment. A level 1 crystal core was worth 1,000 points. If only considering the room fee, that would suffice for 100 days at the hotel. I had no idea crystal cores were so valuable, she said to Wanyin. Wanyin was equally astonished. If a mere level 1 crystal core could yield 1,000 points, what about a level 2 core? 2,000 points? She was also curious whether these points, once deducted, would belong to the system. What would the system do with them? However, that wasn't her concern. She only needed to manage the hotel well, complete her tasks, and enjoy the resultant rewards. Now that you have 1,000 points, how long would you like to extend your stay? Wanyin asked. Dongyu pondered before asking. Can I extend my stay at any time? Will the room rate increase? You can extend your stay at any time, and the rates will not rise. Wanyin assured her. She had previously inquired with the system, which stated that each room's pricing remains constant. The initial rate is fixed. And even if the room is upgraded, the price does not change. Thus, Dongyu's room would forever be 10 points per day. In that case, I will extend my stay for 10 days. Alright, room 201, extending for 10 days. Is that confirmed? Confirmed. As soon as she spoke, Dongyu noticed her room card's points had decreased to 900. Yet she felt no regret, for she could safely spend the next 10 days here. Good. Please check out on the afternoon of the 10th day, at 3:42 p.m. if you do not wish to extend your stay. Then, the system's voice chimed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward, Room 203, unlimited milk, unlimited eggs, unlimited rice, and 2 unlimited dishes. A new task has been unlocked. Recruit 2 more hotel guests to receive a reward. Room 204, 3 unlimited dishes, 2 unlimited beverages, 2 unlimited fruits. And an upgrade for room 201. Just as Dongyu was about to say something more to Wanyin, she suddenly saw Wanyin's face light up with joy as she sprang up from the front desk and dashed in a particular direction. Dongyu hesitated, unsure whether to follow, and instead chose to wait patiently in place. She still wanted to use her points to buy 2 more breads from Wanyin. Wanyin hurried back to the main room to summon the Cola hamburger, who was watching television, and proceeded to the large dining hall adjacent to the main room. Standing before the food dispensing machine, she noticed that indeed, the icons for boiled eggs, scrambled eggs, and fried eggs were illuminated, as was the rice icon. Since both rice and eggs had been unlocked, the icon for fried rice was also lit up. Additionally, the icons for 2 dishes, twice cooked pork and spicy chicken, had brightened as well. Wanyin was elated. Finally, she would no longer have to subsist solely on instant noodles and bread. Her meals could be significantly improved. Sister, where is this place? What is that machine for? Cola inquired curiously. Cola, hamburger, do you want to eat eggs? And fried rice. Twice cooked pork, spicy chicken. Hamburger's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Huh. Can we eat those? Do we have any? Of course we do. Wanyin laughed, tapping a few selections on the screen. She ordered a plate of twice cooked pork, a plate of spicy chicken, 3 servings of fried rice, and 3 servings of fried eggs. Soon, all the food appeared at the dispensing outlet, neatly arranged on pristine white plates, steaming hot. The plates were of regular size, with portions neither too much nor too little. But Wanyin felt no concern about insufficient food. After all, it was unlimited. If it wasn't enough, she could simply get more. The enticing aroma of the eggs and meat wafted through the air. Cola and hamburger greedily inhaled the scent. Since the advent of the apocalypse, they had not tasted a proper meal. They thought that surviving on instant noodles and bread was already a supreme delight. Little did they know that they could enjoy such real meat dishes. And fried rice too. They gleefully carried all the food to a table and fetched chopsticks and spoons. Wanyin eagerly took a bite of the fried egg. It was golden and fragrant, and not greasy at all. The fried rice, merely a simple combination of eggs, rice, and scallions, was exceptionally delicious. The twice-cooked pork and spicy chicken were even more delightful, and Wanyin thought they tasted far better than any she had consumed before her transmigration. After a few bites, she suddenly remembered something and told Cola and Hamburger, "You all eat first." Then, she stood up and exited the dining hall. In her excitement, she had forgotten that there was another guest at the hotel who surely needed food as well. It was terribly inconsiderate. Wanyin chastised herself harshly. It was her excitement over not having to eat instant noodles and bread that had distracted her. But this was not the behavior one would expect from a diligent hotel owner. She returned to the hotel lobby and, as expected, found Dongyu still waiting there. "I'm so sorry." Wanyin hurried over and said, "Do you still want to buy something to eat?" "Yes," Dongyu nodded. "Are there any breads left?" "I would like to buy 2 more. We have bread, but there are now other food options available at the hotel," Wanyin replied with a smile. "Would you like to come and take a look with me?" Chapter 6. Borrowing her tablet? There are other food options now. Dongyu's eyes brightened with anticipation as she followed Wanyin. As Wanyin ambled along, she pondered inwardly, inquiring of the system. Are guests permitted to enter the dining hall, or must they remain outside? The system promptly replied, "Guests may enter the dining hall but are prohibited from accessing the main room or utilizing any items within." "Ah, I see," Wanyin acknowledged, guiding Dongyu into the dining hall. The moment Dongyu entered, she was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of the dishes. Her eyes widened as she beheld fried rice adorned with cola and hamburgers, alongside twice-cooked pork and spicy chicken. Heavens! What have I stumbled upon? Eggs, rice, and meat. In this post-apocalyptic world, where resources are scarce, who besides the elite of the survivor base and formidable high-level abilities can indulge in such fare? In this hotel, such delights existed. Had she not just consumed half a piece of bread, she would have likely succumbed to the urge to pounce upon the food. "Are those available for purchase?" Dongyu asked, swallowing hard. "Certainly," Wanyin replied with a smile. "Come, I have freshly prepared selections for you. Let us peruse this way." She led Dongyu to the large machine, displaying the menu. The unlocked dishes were prominently featured, eliminating the need to scroll down for options. These are the available items for sale. Oh, and we also have instant noodles, bread, and milk, Wanyin added. Milk too? Dongyu gasped in astonishment. Her eyes flitted across the screen before she inquired, Sister Store Manager, how many points for a boiled egg? 1 point each, came the response. And for the spicy chicken and fried rice? Fried rice is 3 points, while a plate of spicy chicken is 5 points. Although Wanyin felt the prices were somewhat low, they were not excessively so, and the system had indicated that attracting customers with lower prices would stimulate consumption. Indeed, the system remained silent in opposition. Dongyu glanced down at her card, which still held 900 points. Reflecting on the hardships of the past year, she gritted her teeth, resolved to indulge herself for once. Sister, I would like an order of fried rice, a plate of spicy chicken, and a serving of milk. Very well, Wanyin replied with a smile. She selected an order of fried rice and a plate of spicy chicken on the machine. Shortly, 2 steaming plates emerged from the serving hatch, adorned with fragrant spicy chicken. Before Wanyin could speak, Dongyu eagerly lifted the plates. Hastily finding a nearby chair to sit down, where she placed the plate on the table and dug in with her hands. Wanyin felt a pang of sympathy and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Dongyu accepted them with an embarrassed smile. The milk isn't here. Please wait a moment while I fetch it. What flavor would you like? Just the original flavor will suffice, dear store manager sister. I'm not in a hurry. Dongyu mumbled with a mouthful of chicken. Wanyin returned to the main room. The milk, like the bread and instant noodles, was likely stored in the kitchen cabinets. Indeed, she found an assortment of milk, boxed, bagged, and bottled. Opting for the convenience of bottled milk, she took 4 bottles of the original flavor and returned to the dining hall. Upon her return, she noticed that Dongyu had already consumed half of her fried rice and spicy chicken. Slow down, Wanyin urged, handing her the milk with a bemused reminder. Aren't you concerned about your stomach? Hee, Dongyu chuckled sheepishly. It's just been so long since I've had a proper meal. She then unscrewed the cap of the milk and took several hearty gulps. Wanyin chose not to interrupt her enjoyment of the meal, returning to sit beside Cola and Hamburger, offering each of them a bottle of milk and opening one for herself. She observed that despite the dishes remaining largely untouched, Cola and Hamburger were solely focused on their servings of fried rice and fried eggs. Why aren't you trying the other 2 dishes? She inquired, puzzled. Is it not to your liking? No, we want to save them for you, Cola replied. If we eat more, you'll have less. Wanyin felt a swell of emotion. These 2 little ones, though still so young, were truly thoughtful. I forgot to mention, the dishes and instant noodles, like the bread, are infinite. There's no need to ration them for me, Wanyin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Cola and Hamburger finally dug in with abandon, savoring each mouthful of rice and meat, utterly satisfied. The milk was also delightfully sweet and far superior to the milk of the pre-apocalyptic era. Dongyu had finished her meal long ago, suppressing the urge to lick her plate as she sat back, slowly sipping her milk. How long had it been since she experienced this sense of fullness and contentment? Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not truly felt satiated. After all, she was only 16, having been an ordinary high school freshman before the world fell into chaos. Since then, she had not awakened any powers, and merely surviving thus far had been a considerable feat. Wanyin, having also finished her meal, contemplated how to handle the plates. Should she wash them? Though the main room's kitchen was equipped with a dishwasher, it would become a considerable task with an influx of guests. No need, the system interjected. Simply place the plates in the sink over there. This system will automatically handle the cleaning. Additionally, all serving dishes are guaranteed to be impeccably clean, so please rest assured. Wanyin breathed a sigh of relief, placing the plates aside and advising Dongyu to do the same. After Dongyu set her plate down, she blushed and asked, Sister Store Manager, I have one more request.
Speak.
Could I borrow your tablet for just a moment? Dongyu's face was filled with longing. I'm afraid that's not possible, Wanyin immediately declined. The tablet belonged to the main room, and according to system regulations, she could not lend it to guests. Is it truly impossible? I can exchange points for it. Dongyu pleaded anxiously. Sister Store Manager, I don't wish to play. I merely want to try logging into social media to contact my parents. We have been separated for a year due to the zombie pursuit. though she understood the slim chances of success. After all, even if she could access social media, where would her parents log in? She was unwilling to relinquish even the faintest glimmer of hope. Wanyin regarded her with sympathy but reiterated, "I'm truly sorry, but it's not permissible." While she felt compassion, she could not violate system regulations. What if the system expelled her along with cola and hamburger? This was the apocalypse. She had to prioritize her own safety. Dongyu, feeling a tinge of regret, simply replied, "I understand. Thank you, Sister Store Manager." Eating well and residing comfortably here, free from the threat of zombies, was already a form of paradise. She could not afford to be overly greedy. Even if the store manager refused to lend her the tablet, it was ultimately their prerogative. Still, she missed her parents dearly. After Dongyu returned to rest, Wanyin suddenly heard the system's voice in her mind. "A new guest has arrived. Please proceed to the first floor lobby to check them in." Chapter 7. The Man Who Exchanges Memories for Points. A new guest. Wanyin took cola and hamburger to the lobby, where they indeed found a man standing and surveying the hotel. He appeared quite robust, yet his complexion was pale, and he bore a haggard expression, as if weighed down by an inescapable sorrow. Moreover, a large stain of blood marred his t-shirt. Fortunately, despite their youth, cola and hamburger had navigated the apocalypse for over a year and were not overly perturbed by the sight of blood. Without waiting for Wanyin to speak, they both chimed in unison, "Welcome to the Peace Hotel." This was a greeting they had rehearsed beforehand. They also wished to assist Wanyin in managing the hotel diligently. Upon hearing the commotion, the man turned his gaze towards them. He appeared somewhat astonished, but did not inquire further. Instead, he hoarsely asked, "Is this hotel still operational?" "Indeed." Wanyin stepped behind the front desk and assured him, "Dear guest, our Peace Hotel can withstand the zombie apocalypse and all natural disasters. Please feel free to check in." The man raised an eyebrow, uncertain of his belief, and inquired about the charges. Wanyin gestured towards the machine, explaining that guests could pay for their accommodation using points, which could be exchanged for any item placed upon it. "Any item?" The man murmured. "What about memories? Is that permissible?" Wanyin initially thought she misheard. Could memories be considered items? The man's thought process seemed rather peculiar and whimsical, but then again, given that she was in a world reminiscent of a novel she had read, it seemed somewhat reasonable. "I possess a painful memory that I wish to erase," he confessed, closing his eyes as a solitary tear trickled from the corner of his eye. "That is acceptable." The system's voice suddenly resonated in Wanyin's mind, instructing him to place his hand on the machine and concentrate on that memory. It cautioned him that once a memory was relinquished, it could not be reclaimed. Wanyin internally questioned whether this was truly feasible. Could he indeed exchange that particular memory? Nevertheless, since the system had affirmed it, she refrained from saying more and simply asked, "Are you certain you wish to exchange a memory for points?" "Yes," the man nodded almost without hesitation. "Then please step forward. Place your hand on the machine and focus on that memory." Although she considered memories to be precious, she realized she was unaware of the man's experiences. So, it was prudent to refrain from further comment. The man approached, placed his hand on the machine, and closed his eyes. Soon, a flicker of anguish crossed his face, his lips quivering as tears streamed down even more. However, he quickly opened his eyes again. Wanyin sensed a certain bewilderment in his gaze. "My heart feels strangely empty," he remarked as he withdrew his hand, and in that instant, a room key materialized from the machine. "Dear guest, here is your room key. Please keep it safe." He had exchanged a portion of his memory for points, retaining all else except for that particular memory. Thus, he remembered that he had just arrived at a peculiar hotel and had traded a memory for points. Yet the effect was profound. He truly could not recall what that memory entailed. The feelings of heartache, sorrow, and despair gradually ebbed away, leaving him with an eerie void. He took the room key and saw inscribed upon it, name, Fu Siheng. Room number, 202. Room rate, 10 points per day. Current points, 5,000. 10 points per day. I currently possess 5,000 points, which means I could stay for 500 days.
Fu Sieng inquired.
Indeed, however, our hotel also offers food for sale, which also requires points for purchase. Hence, I would advise against spending all your points at once, unless you have a plethora of items to exchange for points. Wanyin replied. "Very well, I shall stay for 1 month, he decided. Calculating 30 days. Shall I confirm 30 days? Confirmed, he affirmed. Just as he completed his statement, his points diminished from 5,000 to 4,007. Your room is on the second floor. Please ascend via the staircase to the right. The elevator is temporarily out of service. Please safeguard your room key. It can be replaced if lost, but your points will reset to 0. Understood. You mentioned the hotel sells food. What is available? We offer instant noodles, bread, rice, twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken, boiled eggs, fried eggs, steamed eggs, milk, and more. What would you like? Wanyin inquired with a cheerful smile. This man, after entering the hotel, had remained relatively composed, save for his earlier mention of that memory. Yet now, astonishment painted his features. Are you jesting? Instant noodles or bread is one thing, but rice, eggs, and meat? And they can be prepared as dishes? Dear guest, I am indeed operating a hotel, not a joke shop, Wanyin chuckled. We have all these items available. Which would you prefer? Fu Siheng took a moment to collect himself and ordered 1 bread, 1 bottle of milk, and 1 boiled egg. How many points does that cost? Each of these is 1 point per item, totaling 3 points. Very well, I shall have 1 of each. Uncle, what flavor of bread would you like? Asked Hamburger. Any will suffice. Upon hearing this, Cola and Hamburger dashed off to retrieve the items. Wanyin initially presumed Fu Siheng would inquire further about the hotel. Yet he remained silent, standing there lost in thought. She reflected that the memory he had exchanged for points, while painful, must hold significant importance. Before long, Cola and Hamburger returned with a bread, a bottle of milk, and a boiled egg. The bread and milk had been easily accessible from the cupboard, while Cola had quickly learned how to operate the food dispensing machine after observing Wanyin. Uncle, here you go. Thank you. Fu Siheng replied as another 3 points were deducted from his card. Additionally, your room is equipped with a kitchen, and the faucet in there dispenses drinkable water. Utilities are included in the room rate. Fu Siheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, utilities are unrestricted? Indeed. However, please note that no items from the hotel are permitted to be taken off the premises for resale. He glanced around the hotel lobby, once more, nodded, and proceeded to the staircase, ascending to the second floor. Upon arrival, he quickly located his room, swiped his card, and entered. Room 202 was furnished simply, much like room 201. The man surveyed the space, revealing little reaction, then closed the door behind him. He sat on the bed, tore open the bread packaging, and began to eat. In truth, he likely yearned for fried rice or one of the 2 dishes he had seen. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself lacking appetite. Thus, he settled for bread and milk to quell the gnawing hunger within. After his meal, he lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. This hotel was exceedingly strange. Not only was it free of zombies, but it also provided electricity and clean water, along with an abundance of supplies. However, since his arrival, he had encountered merely a girl who seemed barely 20 and 2 small children. Was this hotel theirs? In this apocalyptic world, how had they safeguarded so many resources? He had witnessed too many fights over supplies, where individuals would injure or even kill without a second thought. In short, both the hotel and the girl were shrouded in mystery. Yet if they could truly withstand zombies, residing here would be quite favorable. Yes. Tomorrow, he would also seek out his elder brother and sister-in-law. Their lives at the survivor base were far from ideal, and they would be better off here. And what about others? Why could he not recall them at all? Fu Siheng's expression was one of utter confusion. Chapter 8. He returned with 2 individuals. The following morning, Wanyin prepared bread, milk, and eggs for breakfast alongside the children. Hamburger, despite his aversion to boiled eggs, consumed his portion without complaint. They had endured the trials of the apocalypse for over a year, and the 2 children still appeared as slender as kittens. Supplementing their nutrition with chicken eggs was certainly no ill deed. Just as they finished their meal, a knock resounded from outside. Sister shopkeeper, are you there? It was Dongyu's voice. Yesterday, Wanyin had informed Dongyu that if she was not in the lobby, she could come to this room to find her, with the caveat that she should knock at the door and not enter uninvited. They have arrived, Wanyin announced. Upon opening the door, she found not only Dongyu, but also Fu Siheng standing there. Dongyu appeared somewhat bashful, smiling at Wanyin while stealing glances at Fu Siheng. Wanyin understood. After all, Fu Siheng was quite good-looking, and it was only natural for a girl of Dong Yu's age to react in such a manner. Sister shopkeeper. When I woke up, I wanted to come find you to buy some breakfast. I happened to see him coming out of the adjacent room, also looking for you. So, I brought him along, Dong Yu explained. Yes, he is a guest who checked in yesterday, residing in room 202 next to yours, Wanyin replied.
Oh.
Sister shopkeeper, I would like a bread roll and a bottle of strawberry milk, Dong Yu requested. The cola and hamburger, upon hearing this, immediately dashed off to fetch the items for her. What about Mr. Fu? Wanyin inquired. You mentioned yesterday that you had egg fried rice? Fu Siheng replied. Indeed. It's just next door. I'll take you to get it shortly. Wanyin contemplated for a moment, then decided to return to her room. She procured a sheet of paper and a pen, jotting down the pricing for the dishes. Meat dishes would be uniformly priced at 5 points per plate, egg fried rice at 3 points, boiled, fried, or steamed eggs at 1 point each, and rice at 1 point per bowl. She intended to affix this paper to the wall beside the cafeteria machine, allowing guests to retrieve their meals independently while checking the prices to select their desired food. Once they had taken their meals, the system would automatically deduct the corresponding points from their cards, eliminating the need for them to inquire about the required points each time. She added a prominent note at the bottom in red ink. Once a dish is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. After the cola and hamburger delivered the food to Dong Yu, Wanyin led Fu Siheng to the neighboring cafeteria. Dong Yu glanced into the main room and beheld the large bed, carpet, sofa, television, and computer. How splendid! She exclaimed, her mouth agape. To have such a room to reside in during the apocalypse is truly remarkable. The shopkeeper is awe-inspiring. Yet, despite her envy, she harbored no ulterior motives. After all, the shopkeeper deserved a better living condition since she had provided them with a stable refuge. Wanyin affixed the pricing paper to the wall beside the machine, then proceeded to instruct Fu Siheng on how to operate it. Look, if you wish to have egg fried rice, simply press here and select one. In no time, a steaming plate of egg fried rice appeared at the dispensing area. Even someone as composed as Fu Siheng exhibited a look of curiosity. Even before the apocalypse, he had never encountered such an impressive machine. However, do think carefully before making your purchase. Once a dish appears, the corresponding points will be deducted from your card. And once sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Understood. Thank you, Fu Siheng replied, taking the egg fried rice along with a pair of chopsticks. After finishing his meal, he could simply place the plate and chopsticks in the nearby sink. Fu Siheng nodded and then asked, Shopkeeper, you must have spare rooms available, right? I might be bringing 2 more people back shortly. Wanyin's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. Certainly. There is still room 203 available. If I recruit 1 more guest, I can unlock room 204. So, Fu Siheng returning with 2 individuals is perfect. After finishing breakfast, Fu Siheng departed from the hotel. Wanyin felt no concern about his return. After all, he was strong and robust, and her intuition hinted that he possessed extraordinary abilities, unlike Dong Yu, who relied solely on luck. Fu Siheng was indeed unafraid, but he remained cautious on his journey, only killing 2 level 1 zombies when absolutely necessary. Armed with a compass, he traversed for half the day until he arrived at a modest survivor base named Sunshine, which housed mostly low-level ability users and ordinary people, approximately 100 individuals. Consequently, resources were scarce, and the environment was poor. Conflicts and brawls were commonplace, and they had no means to resist if a larger horde of zombies approached. Upon entering the base, he quickly located his elder brother, Fu Sishu, and sister-in-law, Lin Ru. Both appeared gaunt and worn, with Fu Sishu bearing a sickly pallor. They were sharing a single biscuit, with Fu Sishu saving the majority for his wife. Elder brother, sister-in-law, Fu Siheng greeted them. Siheng, you finally returned. Fu Sishu sighed with relief. I waited several days without seeing you come back. Ahem, where is Xiaoya? Who? A flicker of confusion crossed Fu Siheng's face. Xiaoya. What happened? Didn't she return with you? Fu Sishu was taken aback. I don't know anyone named Xiaoya, Fu Siheng replied, frowning. Didn't Ti go out alone? Both Fu Sishu and Lin Ru were stunned, exchanging glances. What was going on? How could Fu Siheng forget his beloved wife? Furthermore, Zhao Yu was not with him. Could something have happened? They were well aware of the depth of Fu Siheng's feelings for Zhao Yu. Had something befallen her? prompting Fu Sihing to avoid mentioning her and feign forgetfulness. This was the only explanation that made sense. Reluctant to reopen old wounds, Fu Sishu and Lin Ru refrained from mentioning Xiaya again. Fu Siheng did not pursue the matter further, continuing, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, it's unsafe here. I've found a place with a better environment and abundant supplies. You should come with me." "Really?" Lin Ru exclaimed in delight. "Such a place exists?" However, Fu Sishu pondered more critically, frowning as he said, "Such a place must only be accessible to high-level ability users. They wouldn't accept us."
"No.
Ordinary people can enter there as well." Fu Sishu recalled the girl named Dong Yu he had encountered that morning. She was an ordinary person without abilities. Moreover, the shopkeeper had not stipulated that only high-level ability users were accepted.
How can that be?
Fu Sishu still found it hard to believe. "You'll see for yourself when you come with me." Regardless, Fu Sishu had a fair amount of trust in his younger brother. Thus, they quickly packed their belongings and departed from the Sunshine Base. After their departure, two individuals peeked around the corner. "Did you hear that? A wonderful environment and abundant supplies? And ordinary people can enter too? Where is such a place?" "But that S. Fu Siheng. Haven't you heard of him? It's said that his fire ability has reached level 4. That's impressive. Then shall we go take a look?" "Let us go." By the time they reached the hotel entrance, night had fallen. Along the way, Fu Siheng had slain 3 level 1 zombies and encountered several level 2 zombies, but fortunately, they had carefully maneuvered around them without being detected. Now, standing at the hotel entrance and gazing at the illuminated sign of the Peace Hotel, Fu Sishu and Lin Ru were left speechless. It's actually a hotel? And it has electricity? The sign is lit. Oh my goodness. How much crystal core energy has been wasted? This is utterly disgraceful. Lin Ruxin lamented. "This place is rather remarkable. You'll understand once you step inside," Fu Siheng explained. "Most importantly, zombies cannot enter." Fu Shishu and Lin Ruxin's eyes brightened. "To keep zombies at bay, without any defenses? Is that truly feasible?" Fu Siheng led the two of them inside. Wanyin was seated at the front desk, flanked by a cola and a hamburger on either side. Each of the three was sipping from a carton of milk, leaving Fu Shishu and Lin Ruxin utterly astonished. "That's milk. And they each have their own carton. How extravagant." The abundance of supplies Fu Siheng spoke of was evidently true, and even more plentiful than they had imagined. "Welcome back," Wanyin said with joy upon seeing Fu Siheng return with two companions. Owner, these are my elder brother and sister-in-law. Can they check in here?" "Of course. As long as you exchange items for points, it's perfectly fine. However, we currently only have single rooms available. Each room accommodates only one person. The rules are inflexible. If you're willing to accept this, we can proceed with the check-in." The brothers from the Fu family saw no issue with this, as safety and supplies were paramount in this post-apocalyptic world. However, Lin Ruxin was scanning the hotel in awe, her mind blank and completely oblivious to Wanyin's words. Chapter 9. The Troublemakers Appear. Wanyin pushed the machine forward and said, "Any items can be exchanged. The machine will automatically convert your items into corresponding points. By the way, crystal cores convert into a substantial number of points. One level 1 crystal core yields 1,000 points." "Really?" Fu Shushu's eyes lit up as he coughed softly, retrieving a level 1 crystal core from his pocket and placing it directly on the machine. Indeed, as Fu Shushu placed the crystal core on the device, it quickly vanished, and a room card appeared.
Name, Fu Shushu.
Room number, 203. Room fee, 10 points per day. Current points, 1,000. Indeed, that's a significant amount.
Fu Shushu exclaimed.
That means I can stay for 100 days. At the Sunshine Base, to stay for 10 days, one must pay at least 2 level 1 crystal cores, not including the cost of supplies. Moreover, the conditions at the base are filthy and chaotic, a stark contrast to this spacious and clean hotel. No wonder Fu Siheng brought us here. May I ask how many days the guest intends to stay? How long have you booked? Fu Shushu inquired. I've reserved a month. Food here also requires points for exchange, so I can't spend all my points at once, Fu Siheng replied. I still have 29 days remaining. Then I'll book for 29 days, Fu Shushu said to Wanyin. All right, 29 days. Is that confirmed? Confirmed. No sooner had he spoken than 290 points were deducted from Fu Shushu's card. Simultaneously, Gu Wanyin heard a voice from the system in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, room 204, unlimited dishes, 3 types, unlimited beverages, 2 types, unlimited fruits, 2 types, and an upgrade for room 201. Another 3 dishes. And fruits. Beverages. However, Gu Wanyin was no longer as excited as she was previously. Moreover, as a qualified hotel manager, she could not leave guests who had not yet checked in unattended. A new task has been unlocked. Recruit a hotel staff member to receive rewards. 1 staff dormitory, 2 staff uniforms, room 205, and upgrades for rooms 202 and 203, along with an unlimited rice noodle shop. She was astonished. We should go check out the rooms, Lin Ruxin said, filled with excitement. Fu Shushu nodded. But just as they were about to leave, Gu Wanyin quickly interjected, "Wait a moment. I previously mentioned that the hotel currently only has single rooms, accommodating 1 person each. The room card for room 203 bears this gentleman's name, and only he may enter. If you, madam, wish to stay at the hotel, you must obtain another room card." The system had informed her that the second floor consisted entirely of single rooms, with no allowance for double occupancy. Higher floors would have double rooms and other various types, but the points would also increase. If guests required it later, they could change rooms. What? Lin Ruxin's eyes widened. Are you saying that he and I cannot share a room? I also have to exchange items for points and then pay 10 points to book another room? Yes. Gu Wanyin replied, that is the hotel's regulation. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Lin Ruxin frowned, interrupting her. He and I are a couple. Why can't we stay in the same room? Are you doing this on purpose to extract more crystal cores from us? I won't let you succeed. Gu Wanyin's expression immediately turned cold. Fu Siheng sensed trouble and quickly called out, sister-in-law. Fu Shushu also quietly admonished Ruxin, don't speak recklessly. But I'm not wrong. Lin Ruxin muttered under her breath. Gu Wanyin scoffed, I have stated that this is the hotel's regulation, and it cannot be altered. Furthermore, this hotel does not welcome guests who do not comply with the rules. Madam, if you have objections to the hotel's policies, I kindly ask you to leave immediately. Each word was pronounced with a clear and stern tone. Lin Ruxin, frightened, leaned closer to Fu Shushu. Kola could not help but interject. Our hotel is so wonderful. Why are you causing trouble? How could you be like this? Exactly, if you don't want to stay, then just leave, Hamburger chimed in, equally displeased. Fu Siheng hurriedly said, Owner, I apologize. My sister-in-law was merely speaking out of turn, without any malice. Although he was a level 4 fire element ability user, his intuition warned him that this seemingly harmless owner was not to be trifled with. After all, running a hotel peacefully in a post-apocalyptic world with such abundant supplies and that peculiar machine was no ordinary feat. His foolish sister-in-law should think twice, regardless of her intentions. Gu Wanyin was clearly displeased. How dare she accuse me of trying to extract more crystal cores from them? She had priced the food as low as possible, not only to stimulate consumption for a promotional opening but also to benefit her guests, who were struggling to survive in this harsh world. What right did this woman have to slander her? Lin Ruxin was on the verge of tears, and just as Fu Shushu was about to intercede, the hotel door swung open. 2 men entered, one tall and stout, the other short and thin, with the latter possessing a shifty appearance, suggesting they were troublemakers. So there's a hotel here, the short man exclaimed, and it even has lights.
Milk.
The tall man exclaimed, this place is truly a gem.
No zombies.
And plenty of supplies. His gaze then fell upon Gu Wanyin's delicate features, and with a lewd grin, he leered, oh, and there's a little beauty here too. Gu Wanyin maintained a stoic expression but had already made up her mind. If possible, she would absolutely refuse these 2 ruffians entry into her hotel.
System.
Do I have the right to refuse guests? The host possesses this authority. Fu Siheng furrowed his brow upon hearing the man's words, while Fu Shushu whispered to him. I've seen these 2 at the Sunshine Base. They're quite nefarious. The tall one bullies others and snatches supplies, while the short one resorts to underhanded tactics. Fu Siheng let out a cold laugh and remarked, it appears they've been trailing us. He pondered, what shall we do now? Judging by their demeanor, if they harbor ill intentions towards the proprietor, will he be able to handle the situation? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Siheng concluded, Let us observe the unfolding events. He was genuinely curious how the proprietor would respond should someone attempt to seize the hotel and its resources. Of course, if the proprietor were truly unable to cope, he would undoubtedly intervene. I'm sorry, but there are no vacant rooms available. Please leave, Wanyin stated coldly. Leave?
Ha ha ha.
The diminutive man seemed to find her words exceedingly amusing. Little beauty, do you truly believe that having arrived here, we would simply depart? You would do well to surrender this place and all its resources to us. Otherwise, we might just decide to keep you around, haha. He then turned his gaze toward Fu Siheng and said, You must be Fu Siheng, right? I know of you. You're quite formidable. How about this? Why not refrain from meddling in our affairs this time? We could split the place and the resources in half for you. What do you say? Fu Siheng remained silent, merely looking at Wanyin. To his astonishment, she smiled, not in anger, but as if amused by some jest. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Wanyin spoke slowly. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Regrettably, the two men paid her threat no heed. For in their eyes, Wanyin was merely an ordinary girl, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Thus, they felt no trepidation and lewdly remarked, seeing such a beauty, how could we possibly leave? Wanyin's smile grew even brighter as she promptly communicated with the system. System, teach these two scoundrels a proper lesson. Understood, host? The system responded in its usual mechanical tone, though Wanyin sensed a peculiar hint of excitement within its voice. Oblivious to the impending consequence, the two men approached Wanyin, grinning lewdly. However, at that moment, they were suddenly lifted off the ground.
Ah!
Lin Ru gasped in surprise. Yet, it appeared they were not flying of their own accord. They could not control their bodies. What is happening? Let me down! The diminutive man screamed, while the taller man was too stunned to utter a sound, as they inexplicably began to fly erratically through the air at breakneck speed. The rapidity was such that Fu Siheng and the others could hardly keep up. Look at how fast they're flying. Wanyin chuckled. Be careful. There's a wall over there. TSK, did you see that? They've crashed into it. Oops, another collision. The onlookers, including the children, watched with delight, unable to contain their applause. Despite their youth, they discerned that these men were villains, and punishing wrongdoers was the most entertaining of all. After approximately 5 minutes, the two men fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Dazed and in pain from their incessant collisions with the walls, they struggled to recover. Suddenly, an intense pain coursed through their bodies, causing them to convulse uncontrollably. How excruciating must it have been?
Fu Siheng shuddered involuntarily.
He observed with clarity that the proprietor merely sat there, doing nothing, while these two men suffered immensely. After enduring another 5 minutes of torment, they abruptly vanished from the hotel, leaving no trace behind. Where did they go? Lin Ru exclaimed in terror. What happened to them? They instinctively looked toward Wanyin. With a serene smile, Wanyin replied, In this hotel, those who cause trouble and disregard the rules will meet a dire fate. Those two, I suspect, have been sent to a place where no one can find them. Lin Ru was so frightened that she burst into tears, desperately apologizing to Wanyin, proprietor. I'm so sorry. I was out of line earlier. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Please spare me. She had no extraordinary abilities. If she were to encounter zombies alone, she would surely meet her demise. The reason she and the ailing Fu Shushu had survived in this apocalyptic world for so long was entirely due to Fu Siheng. Even the crystal cores they possessed were given to them by Fu Siheng. Wanyin glanced at her, her heart unaffected. A person like Lin Ru, even if allowed to stay, would likely not adhere to the hotel's regulations. However, should Lin Ru breach the rules or upset her, the system would promptly eject her. In that case, why not earn some extra points for the system? Of course, if Lin Ru were to behave diligently and comply with the hotel's rules henceforth, allowing her to stay would not be an issue. As Fu Siheng prepared to plead on Lin Ru's behalf, he heard Wanyin say, Very well, you may stay. But you must exchange items for points. Thank you, proprietor. Lin Ru exclaimed eagerly, producing a crystal core and placing it on the machine. Soon, a room card appeared, granting her access to room 204. With a smile that was both amused and enigmatic, Wanyin advised Lin Ru, Let me remind you once more, upon checking into the hotel, you are obliged to follow the rules. You may access room 204 and the hotel's public areas, such as the lobby and dining room. However, you are not permitted to enter others' rooms. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion. Double rooms will be available in the future, at which point you may change rooms. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Ru nodded fervently. I would like to purchase some food, Fu Sihing interjected. Yes, bread, instant noodles, and milk are in the cabinet over there. If you desire meals, you must procure them from the cafeteria, Gu Wanyin instructed. Today, she had discussed with the system about relocating the cabinet to the lobby. After all, the cabinet merely served to store food, which could be sold externally. Thus, upon her suggestion, the system had readily agreed. Prices were affixed to the cabinet, indicating the cost of the items within, allowing guests to purchase them without knocking on her door. Furthermore, having completed another task, the cabinet was now stocked with additional items such as cola, orange juice, apples, and bananas. Very well, Fu Sihing nodded and led Fu Shushu and Lin Ru to procure food. Gu Wanyin overheard their exclamations of awe, but she was currently preoccupied discussing hotel regulations with the system. As the number of guests increases, it will be cumbersome to reiterate the rules each time. Why not create a sign displaying the regulations at the front desk so that everyone can see it upon arrival? Understood, the system promptly replied. In the blink of an eye, Gu Wanyin observed a sign standing beside the front desk. At the top were 6 prominent characters: Peace Hotel Regulations. Below, it detailed: 1. The hotel operates on a point system, where guests may exchange any items for corresponding points. Items exchanged for points are non-refundable. Each room card is for personal use only, and no items within the hotel may be exchanged for points. 2. Points will be deducted once the duration of stay is confirmed. No refunds will be issued regardless of room usage. 3. Guests may procure their own food, and corresponding points will be deducted upon acquisition. Once sold, food items are non-refundable and non-exchangeable. Any purchases made within the hotel, as well as items within the rooms, are strictly prohibited from being resold outside. Resources such as water and electricity within the rooms are to be utilized judiciously and not squandered. 4. Entry into other guests' rooms is strictly forbidden. 5. Access to the main room is prohibited. 6. Any form of violence is utterly impermissible. Should conflicts arise that cannot be resolved independently, assistance from the proprietor may be sought. 7. The proprietor possesses absolute authority within the hotel. Guests are expected to show respect towards the proprietor and their family. Note: violators will be immediately expelled from the hotel and placed on a blacklist, barring them from future stays. Host, how do you find these regulations? The system inquired. Gu Wanyin glanced over them, nodding in satisfaction. Quite agreeable. Should I think of anything further, I shall inform you to add it. Understood. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Gu Wanyin turned to see Dongyu rushing towards her, breathless. Sister Proprietor, my room has just undergone a sudden transformation, Dongyu exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight coloring her tone. Indeed, your room has been upgraded, Gu Wanyin replied. Curiously, Kaylai asked, what has changed? There are more items now. Dongyu joyfully responded. There are new curtains and a complete set of furniture. Oh, and the bathroom has a clean towel and toilet paper, plus a small electric cooker and a set of bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen. Quite splendid, Gu Wanyin remarked with a smile. Rest assured, further renovations will continue in your room. Thank you, Sister Proprietor. Dongyu beamed. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of items, she soon considered that this hotel's very existence, along with the impossibility of zombies breaching its walls, was already a marvel in itself. Thus, the addition of a few more items was comprehensible. As for the automatic renovations, while her curiosity was piqued, she felt it unnecessary to press the proprietor for answers, as it posed no detriment to her. The hotel had also stocked additional food. Come, let us explore together. Chapter 11. Violation of Hotel Regulations Leads to Expulsion. Gu Wanyin first retrieved a bottle of cola and 2 bottles of orange juice from the cabinet. The cola was reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic times, much to Kaylai's delight. The orange juice tasted as if freshly squeezed, exceptionally delightful, with a robust flavor that was sweet, yet not cloying. She priced the beverages and fruits at 1 point each, to which the system raised no objections. Dongyu, unable to resist, purchased a bottle of cola and an apple. Mindful of her points, she refrained from spending recklessly. opting instead for a pack of instant noodles. Fortunately, she could now utilize the electric cooker to prepare them. Upon entering the dining hall, Wanyin noticed 3 new dish icons illuminated on the machine: braised pork, boiled fish, and sweet and sour ribs. With delight, she selected one, along with 3 bowls of rice, and commenced her dinner alongside a hamburger and cola. Fu Siheng and the others were also indulging in their meals nearby. Once they had eaten their fill, Wanyin inquired of Fu Siheng, "Where did you all reside previously? Are there any bases nearby?" Her next task was to recruit a hotel attendant. Although she anticipated that someone would eventually come to her, she was uncertain when that might be. Since idleness was not appealing, she considered proactively seeking out potential candidates at a base, simultaneously promoting the hotel. "There is a sunshine base about half a day's journey from here," Fu Siheng replied. "My elder brother and sister-in-law resided there before." "I see," Wanyin nodded. The system had previously assured her that it would guide her to her desired destinations. Moreover, while she would lose her absolute authority once outside the hotel, she was confident that no one, be it zombies or natural disasters, could harm her, nor could anyone confine her, ensuring her safety regardless of where she ventured. However, she could not remain away from the hotel for more than 78 hours, thus she resolved to visit a closer base. After their meal, Wanyin prepared to return with Kale and the hamburger to rest. Noticing Lin Ru glancing at her furtively, she paid it no mind. After Wanyin departed, Fu Sishu sighed. "I never imagined the proprietor, appearing so petite, could possess such formidable abilities, nor that the hotel could be so extraordinary. Could she be a fusion of psychic and spatial powers?" Fu Siheng shook his head. "I have never heard of such powerful abilities. It seems far more complex than that. Regardless, it is not our concern as long as we can stay here. Indeed, we still have plenty of crystal cores, enough to last us for quite some time. I shall take a break, and then venture out to slay a few zombies to acquire more cores for points," Fu Sishu sighed. "If only Xiaoya were still here," Fu Siheng chuckled wryly. "Brother, who exactly is this Xiaoya? I keep hearing you mention her." Just as Lin Ru was about to speak, Fu Sishu stopped her, shaking his head. After finishing their meal, they returned to the second floor, each to their respective rooms for rest. Lin Ru felt quite satiated. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had never felt such contentment. Yet, the thought that she and Fu Sishu, though married, could not share a room left her feeling discontented. The room was not small at all. Standing at her room's entrance, she glanced around, noting the absence of surveillance cameras. With Wanyin absent, she thought, could she sneak into Fu Sishu's room without the proprietor noticing? Even if she were to violate the hotel rules, as long as the proprietor remained unaware, what harm could it bring? Fu Sishu lay on the bed for a while, preparing to head to the bathroom for a quick wash, when a knock sounded at the door. He rose and opened it to find Lin Ru standing there.
"Ruru?" Fu Sishu asked, puzzled.
"Is there an issue with your room?" "No, darling, I simply wish to sleep with you," Lin Ru pouted, playfully. "Since the apocalypse began, we have never been apart, and I feel uneasy without you by my side." "I'm afraid you've forgotten the hotel rules, Ruru," Fu Sishu replied resignedly. "You cannot enter my room, nor can I go into yours. Consider the fate of those 2 troublemakers." "But the proprietor isn't here," Lin Ru countered. "She is indeed formidable, but even if I enter your room, she cannot see it. What punishment could she impose on me?" Fu Sishu frowned. "I believe matters are not so simple. You see, your health is precarious, and I must take care of you. Just let me in." Before he could react further, Lin Ru had already stepped into his room. At that moment, a voice resonated from nowhere. "Warning, violation of hotel regulations, expulsion warranted." Lin Ru turned pale, and Fu Sishu was thrown into a panic. In the next instant, Lin Ru vanished before his eyes. "Ruru! Ruru!" Fu Sishu shouted in distress, coughing as he rushed out of his room, scanning the corridor and calling her name. Fu Siheng, hearing the commotion from the adjacent room, hurriedly emerged and asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" Fu Sishu trembled as he recounted the recent events. Fu Siheng was left in a state of disbelief, both absurd and amusing. "Have you not witnessed the proprietor's capabilities? She explicitly emphasized 1 person per room. Why did you not heed her?" Fu Siheng found the situation perplexing. Ruru is always so willful, alas. Fu Siheng felt a growing reluctance to intervene. It was true that he shared a close bond with his elder brother. Yet this sister-in-law had proven to be a considerable burden since the onset of the apocalypse, often causing more trouble than his ailing brother.
Xiang.
Should we implore the store owner to allow her return?
How could we?
She has already offended the store owner once. After much effort, she finally secured her place here, only to stir up chaos again. Moreover, the store owner has explicitly warned her. If we beseech them again, they might take offense and expel us all as well. Do you wish to return to the base, brother? Fu Xishu fell silent. Fu Xiheng, typically composed and taciturn, had never before expressed himself with such fervor. His arguments were not without merit. The two troublemakers from earlier had been sent into the horde of zombies per the store owner's orders. Would Ru also meet a similar fate? Fu Xishu's complexion drained of color, his hands trembling incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Xiheng remarked, perhaps, but she brought this upon herself. If you are truly concerned for her, I will accompany you to search tomorrow. However, it is likely we will find nothing. Reluctantly, Fu Xishu nodded and retreated to his room, tears cascading silently down his cheeks. He lamented that he should have been more resolute in dissuading Lin Ru. Wanyin only learned that morning from the system that Lin Ru had been expelled for violating the store rules. This was entirely anticipated, leaving her emotionally unruffled. She had already emphasized to Lin Ru the prohibition against entering others' rooms, with the rules prominently displayed at the front desk. Yet, Lin Ru chose to disregard them, leaving no room for blame on Wanyin's part. For breakfast, she prepared 3 simple sandwiches with toast and fried eggs, accompanied by bananas and a pouch of milk for each of the 2 children. They were thoroughly satisfied with their meal. Since the establishment of the hotel, their lives felt akin to residing in paradise. Though they occasionally dreamt of the harrowing struggles of survival during the apocalypse, haunted by the grotesque visage of zombies, the sight of their sister beside them upon waking brought them immense comfort. After breakfast, Wanyin resolved to set out for Sunshine Base. She instructed the 2 children to remain at the front desk and assist any guests with check-ins, as they had observed her do several times before. She had no concerns about disturbances, for the system would not permit it. Selecting a comfortable outfit from her wardrobe and donning suitable sneakers for walking, she ventured into the lobby with Keilei and Hanbao, only to find Fu Xishu and his brother devouring bread and drinking milk. Upon noticing her, Fu Xishu seemed poised to speak, but Fu Xiheng interjected, "Good morning, store owner." "Good morning," Wanyin replied with a smile. "Store owner, my wife, she." Fu Xishu began, only to falter in embarrassment. Wanyin responded coolly, "I am already aware. Ms. Lin violated the rules, and there is nothing I can do about it. Furthermore, she has been placed on the hotel's blacklist. Even if you were to retrieve her, it would be futile. The hotel will not permit her to return." Fu Xishu's pallor deepened, and after a moment of silence, he forced a bitter smile, saying, "As long as she is alive, it would be good to return her to the base." Regret washed over him as he pondered why he hadn't been more diligent in urging Lin Ru to adhere to the hotel's regulations. Wanyin chose not to engage further, taking 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of orange juice to pack as her lunch for the day, while reminding Keilei and Hanbao to watch over the store before setting out. With the system's map imprinted in her mind, she reached the vicinity of Sunshine Base with ease. The base welcomed all, hence there was no guard at the entrance, only a middle-aged man in his 40s seated precariously on a rickety chair, likely vigilant for approaching zombies. As Wanyin passed by, she noticed the man's expression of suspicion, likely due to her pristine clothing and pack, a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, especially for a solitary young woman. Upon entering Sunshine Base, she observed makeshift shelters scattered about, inhabited by both men and women, mostly young and middle-aged, with fewer elderly and children. Some were using blankets as makeshift seating, while others sat on straw, gaunt faces gnawing on compressed biscuits. Her presence as a cleanly dressed girl traversing the base drew considerable attention. "Who is that girl? Her clothes are immaculate, almost as if new. I don't recognize her. She must be new here. Look at her. Though thin, her complexion is rosy and her demeanor lively. She carries a clean bag. It seems to contain something. Could it be food?" The mention of food ignited a glint of greed in the onlooker's eyes. In this world of scarcity, even a few packs of compressed biscuits could provoke a frenzy. Though a few ability users maintained order within the base, skirmishes over resources were common.
Now,
A lone girl in possession of potential food was bound to attract attention, some eyeing her with intent while others felt a pang of concern for her safety. Wanyin remained unfazed by the scrutiny, her heart heavy as she surveyed the plight of those around her. In this desolation, the majority struggled, particularly ordinary folk and lower-tier ability users, living in constant fear of starvation or zombie attacks. Yet, sympathy alone would not suffice. She was powerless to intervene. The system had previously informed her that outside the hotel, she could promote it but could not interfere with others' affairs or provide assistance. Of course, unless someone sought to harm her, in which case, they would be courting their own demise. She understood the rationale. After all, the hotel itself was a significant anomaly. If she could act freely outside its confines, chaos would surely ensue. After gathering her thoughts, she began to search for potential candidates to serve in the hotel. At that moment, 2 burly men blocked her path. "Little girl, out here all alone?" One leered at her. "You don't seem like one who is starving. What's in that bag of yours? Food, perhaps?" Many eyes turned toward them, curiosity and greed mingling in their gazes. "What's it to you?" Wanyin retorted coldly. "From the looks of you, you don't appear to have gone hungry either. You've likely pilfered from others." The burly man burst into laughter. "Well, you know what's up. Be smart and hand over that backpack and you might suffer less. Otherwise, believe me, ha. Hey, bro, let me take the lead this time." Hearing his words made Wanyin feel nauseated. The apocalypse was already fraught with challenges, and now these brutes were only compounding her difficulties. Yet, they were large and strong, leaving her with little recourse. But today, their attempt to provoke her would mark the gravest error of their lives. "Did you hear? Hand over that backpack now. Get lost." Wanyin replied icily. 2 burly men erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard a particularly amusing joke. "You little girl, are you living in a dream? Let me tell you, I am a level 3 ability user. No one here possesses a higher level of power than I do. How dare you speak so boldly to me? It seems I must teach you a lesson." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of Wanyin. "You shall not bully her." Chapter 13. 2 beams of light descend from the heavens. Even Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze sharpening as she beheld a boy of around 15 or 16 years, sporting a buzz cut and a slender frame, yet standing with an upright posture.
"Susie."
"Why are you here again? Haven't you had enough of being beaten last time?" Scram. Su Sher pressed his lips together, his body trembling slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to step aside. One of the burly men slapped him to the ground with a single blow. Just as the man was about to burst into laughter, another figure rushed forward and landed a punch squarely on his face. Pain shot through him as his head snapped to the side. For a brief moment, he was stunned. How dare someone hit him? Even the ability users maintaining order in the Sunshine base scarcely dared to interfere with him. The other burly man looked at Wanyin in astonishment. The one who had just struck was none other than this seemingly frail girl. Wanyin smirked, shaking out her fist. Her current physique possessed considerable strength, resembling that of a formidable woman. It was precisely this strength that had enabled the original owner to survive in the apocalypse for over a year, subsisting on cola and hamburgers. Although she had been malnourished before, she had recently regained some vitality. Moreover, the punch she had just delivered was with all her might. Since it was these 2 men who sought her out, the system permitted her to retaliate. "You filthy bitch, you dare disrespect me? Today, I will make you suffer before I kill you." Enraged, the beaten burly man swung his fist toward Wanyin. Among the onlookers, some couldn't bear to watch and shut their eyes. However, after a prolonged silence, instead of the anticipated scream from the girl, those who had kept their eyes open gasped in astonishment. They blinked in disbelief, witnessing the burly man frozen mid-swing, his fist suspended in the air. Meanwhile, the girl remained unscathed, a mocking smile playing on her lips, as if ridiculing the man's impotence. "What are you doing?" The other burly man frowned and asked. "Hit her." "I can't move. My fist won't come down." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The other man, unconvinced, prepared to strike Wanyin himself, only to discover that he too was unable to move. "Why can't they move?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "I heard him say he couldn't move. What is going on?" "An ability user. That girl is an ability user. Is that even possible? She looks so unassuming." Besides, that man is already a level 3 ability user. How could she control him to such an extent? Do you really think a girl could survive in the apocalypse if she were an ordinary person? Yet, Wanyin paid no heed to the astonished or fearful murmurs around her. She simply gazed at the two burly men and coldly declared, "Die." No sooner had her words left her lips than two beams of light descended from the heavens, striking the two men directly. They appeared to be violently slammed, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. The crowd was horrified, retreating in panic. However, many looked at Wanyin with admiration. After all, these two men frequently bullied others in the base, and their actions had long been intolerable. Yet here stood this girl, exhibiting such formidable prowess. Wanyin looked at the two men lying on the ground and let out a cold laugh. Even if they survived, they would be left crippled. In this apocalypse, stripped of their robust bodies and having offended many, their future days would be far from easy. She then turned her attention to Su Shi, who had just shielded her. At that moment, Su Shi was staring wide-eyed, both astonished and in awe of her. He had just witnessed the fate of the two burly men and felt an exhilarating sense of justice. He had previously tried to intervene when they bullied others, but with his slender arms and legs, he had been no match for them and had received a thorough beating. Yet, upon seeing another girl in danger, he couldn't help but want to step in. He thought, even if it meant death, it was better than doing nothing in this apocalypse. But he never anticipated that this girl would be so powerful. How had those two beams of light come about? "Are you alright?" Wanyin asked him, hearing her voice. Su Shi snapped back to reality and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine." Wanyin actually wanted to advise him against taking risks in an unsafe situation, especially in an apocalypse. However, she reflected that in any era, there must be people like Su Shi, those who would not demand others to do anything for them nor seek to exploit others, but merely wish to contribute their share. Since she had encountered Su Shi today, she decided to ask if he would be willing to work as a server. If he agreed, she would instruct him on what to do. If he complied but violated hotel rules, the system would expel him. Yet, she had a strong intuition that she would not make a mistake in her choice. Thus, she simply said, "Your name is Su Shi, right? Do you live here alone?" Su Shi nodded, his expression somewhat forlorn. "All my family members didn't make it. I'm the only one left. Would you like to come with me? My hotel is currently hiring servers. Would you like to join?" Su Shi blinked, uncertainly asking, "Hotel? Is it the kind of hotel I'm thinking of?" "Yes." Wanyin replied with a smile. "In my place, you won't have to worry about zombie attacks or natural disasters, and there are ample supplies. However, you must abide by the rules. Would you like to give it a try?" Su Shi could hardly believe that such a place still existed. However, he had just witnessed Wanyin's might. Could those two beams of light even be rationally explained? Thus, it seemed quite plausible that this beautiful sister's words were indeed true. After all, continuing on as he was, he had no idea how much longer he could survive. He might as well take a gamble. Su Shi bit his lip, then resolutely nodded and declared, "I'm willing. Sister, I'll go with you." "All right. Then hurry up and get up. Let's go." Su Shi quickly scrambled to his feet. Wanyin noticed that many nearby were still watching her, whispering amongst themselves. After a moment's thought, she addressed the crowd, "Everyone, I have opened a hotel in the north. There, supplies are abundant and prices are reasonable. Plus you won't have to worry about zombie attacks. If you head north from the Sunshine Base, you should see it after a half-day's journey. My hotel is called Safe Haven Hotel, and you are all welcome to visit. Of course, there aren't many rooms available yet, but there should be plenty in a few days." Her words immediately stirred up a commotion. A hotel? At this time, someone can still open a hotel? She must be lying. How could a little girl have ample supplies? But did you not see how powerful she was just now? So what? She claims it's free from zombie invasions. Is that even possible? Even if she possesses remarkable skills, what if 100 zombies were to appear? Or 1,000? Could she possibly fend them off alone? Could it be that she has deceived Su Shi into following her merely because of his handsome appearance? Such a notion seems implausible to me. However, I believe it is worth a try. With that thought concluded, Wanyin saw no reason to linger any longer. After all, there would undoubtedly be individuals willing to believe her and venture to the hotel, thereby gradually establishing the hotel's reputation. Even those who doubted her would eventually come to realize the truth of her words. Fortuitously, the hotel currently had only a few vacant rooms. In due time, as more rooms became available, she could promote it further. Thus, Wanyin departed with Su Shi in a stylish manner. Chapter 14. Encounter with Zombies after leaving the base. It wasn't long before Wanyin heard the voice of the system.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards acquired. 1 employee dormitory. 2 sets of employee uniforms. Room 205. Upgrades for rooms 202 and 203. 1 rice noodle shop. Unlimited rice noodles. They hadn't even returned to the hotel yet, and the task was already accomplished? But then again, Su Shi, the waiter, had been successfully recruited. Soon, they would have rice noodles to enjoy along with the rice noodle shop. The thought of the spicy and tangy rice noodles made Wanyin's mouth water. New task unlocked. Recruit another hotel guest. This guest must be female. No time limit. Task rewards. Rooms 206, 207, and 208. Upgrades for rooms 204 and 205. 5 unlimited dishes, 5 unlimited fruits, and 5 unlimited beverages. Wanyin was nearly overwhelmed by the richness of the rewards. She could already envision a beautiful future. However, it seemed that this time there were identity restrictions on the guests. Only females? Are you alright, sister? Su Shi asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly stop?
Oh.
It's nothing. I just feel a bit hungry, Wanyin replied as she retrieved her backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out 2 loaves of bread. Su Shi's eyes widened in disbelief.
Bread.
And it was well packaged, looking utterly delectable. Although he had never seen such packaging before, he could tell at a glance that it was delicious. He was increasingly convinced that Wanyin's hotel was indeed real. Now that you're a hotel waiter, you can have this bread. We have apple jam flavor and chocolate croissant flavor. Which one would you like? Wanyin inquired.
I
can have either. Su Shi stammered, swallowing hard. How could he be given a choice? He felt immensely grateful just to have something to eat. He couldn't afford to be picky. All right, I'll give you the coconut bread. I prefer the croissant, hee. With that, Wanyin handed the coconut bread to Su Shi. Can I really eat this bread? Su Shi asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Of course. Enjoy it freely. Once we return to the hotel, you can eat as much bread as you want, Wanyin reassured him. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Shi tore open the packaging and began devouring it eagerly. It was fluffy, soft, fragrant, and sweet. He was finally free from hunger. No more scavenging for crumbs left by others, mixed with dirt. Su Shi resolved to cling tightly to this sister's leg. If she told him to go east, he would never go west. Unlike Su Shi, who was devouring his bread, Wanyin took the opportunity to explain the hotel's operations while eating. You shouldn't be too busy at the hotel. Just check in the guests when they arrive and explain the food purchasing machines to them. Once we return, I will teach you how to operate them. Su Shi nodded vigorously, his mouth full of bread. By the way, the hotel provides food and accommodation for waiters, but there are no wages, Wanyin mentioned.
Sushi sa mai wili.
Sister, you've already given me a place to stay and food to eat. I am immensely grateful. I don't need any wages. Wanyin smiled back and continued. Also, it's crucial that you ensure guests see the regulations displayed next to the front desk. Inform them not to violate any rules. Oh, and remember, you must fulfill your duties as a waiter. Your kindness should not lead you to assist guests in breaking the rules. Otherwise, both you and the guests will be expelled from the hotel. One of the reasons she was willing to hire Su Shi as a waiter was his kind-hearted nature. Wanyin wished to provide a stable place for those who are good-hearted. However, if kindness were taken advantage of, it would not bode well. Don't worry, sister. Su Shi assured, thumping his chest. I will heed all your instructions. I won't touch anything you advise against. While he was kind, he was also aware that the hotel was not his. He could not use others' belongings for charitable acts. As they finished their bread and continued towards the hotel, they encountered several zombies. Level 2 zombies. Su Shi's face turned pale. Sister, what do we do? Don't worry, Wanyin replied nonchalantly. They can't see us. And even if they do, they cannot harm us. Since Su Shi was now a hotel waiter, he was naturally entitled to the same protective mechanisms as Wanyin.
Indeed.
The zombies seemed oblivious to their presence, stumbling past them without a care. However, the grotesque faces were truly terrifying. Wanyin couldn't help but shiver. Susher stared in awe as the zombies drifted away, a surge of joy filling his heart.
Truly.
The zombies could no longer harm them. It appeared that the hotel his sister spoke of could indeed withstand the zombies. By the time Wanyin returned to the hotel with Susher, night had fallen. The hotel sign illuminated the surroundings. Susher gazed in astonishment. I can't remember the last time I saw lights, he murmured. At the Sunshine Base. There are few ability users, not many crystal cores, and most importantly, there are no devices to generate power from crystal cores. Rest assured, the power here will never be cut off. Come inside, Wanyin reassured him. Upon entering the hotel, Cola and Hamburger, the two little ones, rushed over. Sister, you're back. Sister, we took good care of the store today. Wanyin patted the two children's heads, praising Cola and Hamburger. You both did wonderfully. At that moment, Hamburger noticed Susher standing behind Wanyin and asked, Hey, sister, who is this brother? Is he a new guest? No, he's my newly hired hotel waiter, Susher. From now on, you should call him Brother Susher, Wanyin introduced. Hello, Brother Susher. Cola greeted sweetly. Brother Susher, you are very handsome, Hamburger said candidly. Though she was merely a little girl of a few years, Susher couldn't help but blush at her words. Ha ha ha, Hamburger, you have good taste. Wanyin laughed. She then took Susher on a tour of the hotel, showing him the cabinets filled with various foods, the machine that dispenses meals in the cafeteria, and teaching him how to operate it. Susher nodded eagerly, listening attentively to Wanyin's instructions. Next, Wanyin led him to the front desk, explaining the room card-issuing machine and how to check guests in. Susher was quite clever. He understood everything after just one explanation from Wanyin. However, he could not help but marvel at the wonders of this hotel. The proprietor, Wanyin, only deepened his admiration. All right, now that you comprehend this, let me lead you to your staff dormitory. The system has already informed Wanyin that the staff accommodation is located next to the staircase to the right of the front desk.
Indeed.
A new door had appeared there. Wanyin gestured for Susher to step forward and push it open. Although she was not permitted to enter the guest rooms, she had access to the staff dormitory. The room was neither too large nor too small, while its furnishings could not compare to Wanyin's main suite. They were superior to the current guest rooms. It featured a single bed, a chandelier, curtains, a set of table and chairs, a small wardrobe, and a kitchen equipped with a faucet, an electric cooker, and cutlery. The bathroom contained a wash basin, a toilet, a shower, towels, and toiletries, among other amenities. From now on, this will be your dormitory. You should find 2 sets of staff uniforms hanging in the wardrobe, Wanyin informed Susher. Sister, I never expected to reside in such a room during my lifetime. Susher's eyes glistened with emotion. Can I truly live here indefinitely? As long as you fulfill your duties as a server, you may indeed reside here as long as you wish, Wanyin reassured her. Yes.
Sushi not that we got to sin.
I will not disappoint your expectations, sister. Very well, take some time to rest. If you become hungry, feel free to dine in the cafeteria or retrieve food from the cupboard, but please do not waste any food. Moreover, any food you take is for your consumption alone, Wanyin instructed. After leaving the staff dormitory, Wanyin felt a pang of hunger. Conveniently, the rice noodle shop had opened, as the system had informed her it was situated next to room 2010 on the 2nd floor. Wanyin made her way to the 2nd floor with her cola and hamburger, and indeed, she discovered a new establishment beside room 2010. Through the glass wall, she could see a dozen or so tables, including single, double, and 4-person arrangements, with a pleasantly spacious aisle. Sister, can people stay in room 2010 now? Why do you always let guests check in according to the room numbers? Kayleigh curiously inquired. The dialogue between the system and Wanyin was only audible to her, leaving Kayleigh and Hamburger oblivious to the system's presence. The rooms opened sequentially. Currently, room 2010 has not yet been made available, so although we can see the door, guests cannot check in there, Wanyin patiently explained.
Oh.
While Kayleigh did not fully grasp the criteria for room availability, he trusted his sister's words and refrained from asking further questions. The 3 of them entered the rice noodle shop and chose a 4-person table. As soon as they settled, a touchscreen appeared in the center of the table, displaying the menu and prices. Indeed, the pricing for the rice noodles was predetermined by the system. Wanyin noted that the vegetarian rice noodle bowl cost 3 points, while those with beef, lamb, and other meats were 5 points per bowl. Fish tofu, fish balls, and shrimp balls were priced at 4 points per bowl. This pricing seemed quite reasonable, comparable to what she had set for the cafeteria, and not exorbitant at all. Wanyin genuinely felt that the system was benevolent towards both her and the guests. Each table was equipped with sesame oil, chili oil, and vinegar for guests to add as they pleased, without incurring any point deductions. Additionally, after selecting their noodles, they could request additional ingredients. Meats were 2 points per serving, while balls were 1 point per serving, and vegetables could be added for free, provided there was no waste. Various flavors of noodles were available, including non-spicy, mildly spicy, medium spicy, spicy, tomato, and pickled cabbage. Wanyin ordered a spicy beef rice noodle bowl. Kayleigh opted for a mildly spicy fish tofu noodle bowl, while Hamburger chose a tomato-flavored shrimp ball noodle bowl. Naturally, none of them needed to spend points. Once their selections were made, a hole appeared in front of each person, and a steaming bowl of rice noodles rose up, perfectly matching their orders.
Wow.
Even though Hamburger had already witnessed the hotel's magic, he could not suppress his astonishment. Kayleigh, however, was more composed. He picked up his chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of noodles. Delicious. After adding a generous amount of sesame oil and vinegar, Wanyin eagerly began to eat. The spicy and tangy flavors melded beautifully. The noodles were smooth and chewy, while the beef was tender and flavorful, truly exquisite. She had always relished rice noodles before her journey through time, and now she devoured an entire bowl, savoring every last drop of the broth. Having finished her meal, she pondered with the system. Shouldn't we hang a sign outside the rice noodle shop? Just peaceful rice noodle shop would suffice. Otherwise, guests won't know what it is. Understood, host. The system promptly responded. Kayleigh and Hamburger, having endured more than a year in the apocalypse, were particularly enthusiastic about food. Consequently, they polished off their bowls as well. After eating, they simply left their bowls and chopsticks on the table, as the system would handle the cleaning automatically. Upon exiting the rice noodle shop, Wanyin glanced back and saw that indeed, a sign had been hung outside, emblazoned with the words, "Peaceful Rice Noodle Shop." She couldn't help but wonder what other establishments might emerge in the future. As they descended the stairs, preparing to return to the main house, she asked Kayleigh and Hamburger, "Will there be guests arriving today?" After Linru was removed from the hotel, she had been placed on the blacklist, making it impossible for her to return, thus leaving room 204 available for new guests. Yes, Kayleigh perked up, but they couldn't check in. Why not? Wanyin inquired, perplexed. Did they lack crystal cores? Surely, any item could be exchanged for points. If all else fails, they could pick up a few stones outside and likely earn enough points for a night's stay. Because they were naughty, Hamburger replied in a childish tone. They tried to steal bread and milk. I wouldn't allow it, and they insulted me. Exactly. Kayleigh chimed in. They called me and Hamburger little punks. Humph. Through Kayleigh and Hamburger's animated recounting, Wanyin grasped the situation. It turned out that after she left that day, a man and a woman had entered, presumably a couple. They were momentarily awestruck by the hotel's charm and, upon noticing the display cabinets filled with food in the lobby, rushed to seize some. Kayleigh and Hamburger had quickly called out to them, insisting they refer to the hotel rules and check in first. However, the couple merely glanced at the rules and dismissed them, hurling insults at the two before charging toward the cabinets to grab bread and milk. Then, the system had unceremoniously expelled them. As for whether they ended up being transported to a horde of zombies or a desolate, uninhabited place, that remained unknown. Wanyin sighed and shook her head. Why can't they heed Kayleigh and Hamburger's words? The rules are clearly stated. Why can't they take a moment to read? Though resources are scarce in this apocalypse, one should exercise caution and prudence. As they reached the lower level, they noticed Susher sitting upright at the front desk, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance, as if fearing she might miss any arriving guests. Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor and promptly said, "You needn't be so vigilant. It's already evening. You may return to rest and have something to eat." "It's all right, sister, no, boss," Susher replied. "I'll stay until midnight. However, what if guests arrive at that hour?" "Don't worry, I will handle it," Wanyin assured him. Although there had yet to be an incident of guests arriving in the middle of the night, should it occur, the system would rouse her from sleep. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent for her to establish a working schedule for Susher, otherwise the little pup would be overly tense. She was not a heartless employer. She would not exploit her employees. Chapter 16. Save my life in her mind. Wanyin inquired of the system. Am I permitted to set the working hours for the hotel staff? Yes, the host may decide as they see fit. After some contemplation, Wanyin said to Sure, let us set your working hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with a 2-hour break from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. As for the remaining time, you are free to manage it as you wish. However, during your working hours, you must fulfill your responsibilities diligently and avoid any laziness. Understood? Yes, I understand. Sure nodded earnestly. I promise I won't be lazy. Well, it's already past 8. You can clock out now. Go grab something to eat. Wanyin smiled. You are welcome to take any food, but remember to eat it all. Wastage is not permitted. So, it's best not to take too much at once to avoid penalties. Okay. Sure immediately sprang up and dashed toward the cafeteria, not forgetting to grab a bottle of cola as he passed by the cupboard. His eagerness suggested a hearty feast awaited him. At that moment, Hamburger suddenly tugged at Wanyin's hand, pointing outside the hotel. Sister, look. So many stars in the sky. Through the glass door, Wanyin also beheld a dazzling display of stars. How beautiful! Cola exclaimed. Having never witnessed such a stunning night sky, Wanyin could not resist taking Cola and Hamburger outside to gaze at the stars. Outside the hotel, she felt utterly secure, allowing her to stand at the entrance without concern. As for Cola and Hamburger, along with other guests, they too were safe as long as they remained within a 200-meter radius of the hotel. After admiring the stars for a while, Cola suddenly pointed ahead. Sister, look. There's someone over there. Following his gaze, Wanyin indeed spotted a figure sprinting towards them, closely pursued by several wobbling shadows, likely zombies. The figure drew nearer, and it appeared to be a woman. Wanyin's heart leaped with joy. The task required a female guest, and here she was. At that moment, the woman noticed them and began to shout while running. Beautiful lady.
Save my life.
Wanyin was taken aback. Is it really appropriate to self-deprecate like that at such a moment? Hurry over. Come to us. Hamburger echoed. Run over here, and you'll be safe. The woman dashed towards them as if grasping at a lifeline. Once she crossed into the hotel's safe zone, the zombies halted their pursuit, staggering away. Unbeknownst to her, the woman tumbled to Wanyin's feet, collapsing in a heap. Cola exclaimed, Wow. Hamburger added, so very polite. Wanyin quickly helped the woman to her feet. Zombies. Zombies. The woman trembled. There are no zombies anymore. They've all left. Just take a look behind you, Wanyin reassured her. The woman turned to see that indeed, the zombies had departed. Oh my goodness, you nearly scared me to death, sister, she exclaimed, still shaken. But what kind of magical place is this? The zombies stopped chasing here? Yes, welcome to the Peace Hotel, Wanyin smiled. The woman, standing at least 175 meters tall with a sharply cut bob, looked astonished. This is a hotel?
You own it?
She gasped. Sister, how impressive. You're running a hotel in this apocalypse? You can fend off zombies too.
Oh.
And you have 2 adorable little ones. Cola and Hamburger beamed at her with charming smiles. Dear guest, let us discuss this inside. I'll assist you with your check-in, Wanyin said, guiding the woman into the hotel and approaching the front desk. Once inside, the woman's jaw dropped at the sight of the array of food and drinks displayed in the cupboard. Sister, can I have something to eat first?
Am starvin',
she pleaded, eyes wide with desire. Patience, please. According to hotel policy, you must first check in, Wanyin explained. You can place any item on this machine to exchange for points. Those points will allow you to check into the hotel. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly removed a bracelet from her wrist. This was a gift from my first love. After more than a year in this apocalypse, I couldn't bear to part with it, but it's time for it to serve its purpose, she murmured, placing the bracelet on the machine. In no time, the bracelet vanished and a room card materialized. Let us see, she said, inspecting the card, which read, Name, Zhuang Xiaoxia. Room number, 204. Room rate, 10 points per day. Current points, 300. Perfect, Wanyin smiled. You now have 300 points, with 10 points covering a day's stay. You can also purchase food with points. How many days would you like to stay? Food also requires points? Then I'll stay for 20 days, saving some points for meals. Very well. The points on Zhuang Xiaoxia's card promptly adjusted to 100. Dear guest, Please pay attention to the hotel regulations, Hamburger chimed in. Zhuang Xiaoxia turned to the board listing the regulations, nodding after a moment. Got it. So now I can go buy food, right? Yes, over there in the cupboard. And there's also a cafeteria. By the way, there's a noodle shop on the second floor as well. Zhuang Xiaoxia was momentarily stunned. So much food in the cupboard, bread, milk, fruits, and a cafeteria and noodle shop? What kind of heavenly place is this? Am I speaking to a celestial being? Without waiting for Wanyin response, she rushed to the cupboard, snatching a piece of bread. As she munched, she glanced at the posted prices. The items in the cupboard were astonishingly affordable, only 1 point for a piece of bread. No way. She could die happily within this hotel. At that opportune moment, Su Shi, having just finished a satisfying meal, emerged from the cafeteria. Although it was no longer his working hours, he willingly approached to introduce Zhuang Xiaoxia to the hotel. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiaoxia, still munching on her bread, found time to tease him. Where did this little handsome guy come from? I'm the hotel's attendant, Su Shi replied earnestly. Zhuang Xiaoxia promptly gave Wanyin a thumbs up. Sister, you have great taste. After Zhuang Xiaoxia finished her food, Su Shi led her upstairs to view her room.
Ding.
Congratulations. Host, task completed. Rewards, rooms 206, 207, 208. Upgrades for rooms 204 and 205. Unlimited dishes, 5 types. Unlimited fruits, 5 varieties. Unlimited drinks, 5 kinds. Just as the system's voice faded, Wanyin spotted Fu Shixu and Fu Xing returning. Fu Xing appeared to be in good spirits, while Fu Xixu seemed dejected.
His eyes slightly red.
Chapter 17. Requirement. Aesthetic appeal above 90. Wanyin knew that the two of them had undoubtedly sought out Linru today. And judging by their demeanor, they had returned empty-handed. In this apocalyptic world, devoid of any means of communication, locating a person whose whereabouts are unknown is akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, Wanyin did not intend to intervene, as this was not her concern. Linru had disregarded advice and broken the rules herself. Thus, she merely offered a faint smile, greeted the two brothers, informed them of a newly opened rice noodle shop on the second floor, and mentioned that their room had been upgraded. She then proceeded to indulge in the newly unlocked dishes, fruits, and beverages, accompanied by cola and hamburgers. The cabinet appeared to have expanded slightly, now filled with oranges, grapefruits, pears, and strawberries. Other fruits were singular, while strawberries were neatly packaged in plastic boxes, each containing 5. They looked exceptionally fresh and enticing. Unable to resist, Wanyin took 3 boxes along with the grapefruit, planning to enjoy them while watching television with the two children. Everything else was satisfactory, but the grapefruit was rather large. And Wanyin deemed the point value of 1 too low, thus indicating on the price list that grapefruits should be valued at 2 points each. As for the strawberries, given that there were only 5 in a box, they would remain at 1 point. The cabinet also boasted 5 new beverages: Sprite, ice black tea, green plum green tea, rock candy pear, and lychee-flavored soda. The pricing for these drinks matched that of cola and orange juice, each at 1 point per small bottle or can. Gazing at the well-stocked cabinet filled her with a sense of satisfaction. She then took her cola and hamburger to the dining hall, where she discovered 5 new dishes available from the machine: dumplings, garlic greens, stir-fried 3 delicacies, sweet and sour pork, and corn rib soup. Furthermore, the dumplings came with a variety of fillings, including pork and scallion, chive and egg, and mushroom and chicken. Wanyin updated the price list with the cost of vegetarian dishes, pricing them at 3 points each, while meat and vegetarian dumplings were assessed accordingly. Unfortunately, they were too full from the rice noodles to sample the new offerings at that moment. Upon returning to the main room, Wanyin went to the kitchen to slice open the grapefruit. The skin was thin, and the flesh was abundant. With a bite, the sweetness and juiciness were delightful. She relished the strawberries and grapefruit while watching a movie. This film was one not available in her previous world, featuring a stunning heroine with flowing hair, resembling a fairy. Unable to resist, Wanyin searched for her name, which was by Shuwen. Alas, such a beautiful star. One could only wonder if she still survived in this apocalyptic era. Wanyin sighed, wishing the hotel could serve as a sanctuary for more people. Of course, those troublemakers who disregarded the rules and bullied others could take their chances elsewhere. After the film, they took a shower and prepared for bed. Just as Gu Wanyin lay down, the system's voice resonated. A new task has been unlocked. Recruit 3 new tenants. Note: at least 2 of the tenants must possess an aesthetic appeal of 90 or above, with a perfect score being 100. The task is unlimited in time. Task rewards: unlock rooms 209 and 2010, upgrade rooms 206, 207, and 208 once. Unlock the hot pot restaurant, and unlock unlimited hot pot restaurant ingredients. Gu Wanyin, of course, she was thrilled about unlocking the hot pot restaurant. However, what was this requirement regarding looks? Was this truly a task based on appearances? Furthermore, requiring 2 individuals with scores above 90. How challenging would that be?
System.
How am I supposed to ascertain the aesthetic appeal of my guests? After all, beauty is rather subjective, is it not? The system's voice responded. Devoid of emotion, this system will judge. Intrigued, Gu Wanyin inquired, System, what score would you assign to my appearance? She looked the same as she did before her transmigration, though this body had been through over a year of hardship in the apocalypse, leaving her somewhat gaunt. The host is currently on the thinner side, and her face and figure have not fully recovered. Once restored, her aesthetic appeal could reach 85 points in the eyes of the system, qualifying her as a great beauty. Hearing this, Gu Wanyin felt elated. Who wouldn't he relish being told they were attractive? Although the system was not human, its assessments were undoubtedly more objective. System, rest assured, I shall strive to operate this hotel successfully and earn you plenty of points. The next morning, Gu Wanyin enjoyed dumplings for breakfast with the 2 children. The dumplings had thin skins and generous fillings, bursting with flavor with each bite, leaving an exquisite taste lingering on her palate, nearly too delightful to swallow. Additionally, purchasing dumplings came with vinegar and soy sauce, showcasing the system's thoughtfulness. Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia joined them for breakfast. Dong Yu was relatively introverted, while Zhuang Xiaoxia was exuberantly lively, occasionally sharing jokes that sent them into fits of laughter. Thanks to Su Shi, the waiter, Gu Wanyin no longer needed to sit at the front desk, allowing them to continue chatting and laughing after their meal. After a while, the Fu brothers arrived to buy breakfast. Upon seeing them, Zhuang Xiaoxia's eyes widened, and she whispered to Gu Wanyin, Shopkeeper, are you selecting tenants based on looks? These 2 are handsome. Gu Wanyin replied earnestly, No, it's purely coincidental, trust me. Zhuang Xiaoxia sighed, seeing them reminds me of my first love. He was quite the handsome fellow. We were high school classmates and dated for a year and a half. But he was discovered by a talent scout and signed with an entertainment company to become a star. Reminiscing, a wistful expression graced Zhuang Xiaoxia's face. Really? Which male star? Dong Yu inquired curiously. Wei Fenghua.
What?
It's him. Dong Yu exclaimed, I was a huge fan of his before the apocalypse. Huh, isn't he indeed handsome? Gu Wanyin thought the name sounded familiar, realizing he was the male lead in the film she watched last night. Indeed, both leads in that movie were stunning, a veritable paradise for beauty enthusiasts. She was astonished to discover that the male lead was Zhuang Xiaoxia's first love. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, task completed, rewards. Unlock rooms 209 and 2010, upgrade rooms 206, 207, and 208 once. Unlock the hot pot restaurant, and unlock unlimited hot pot restaurant ingredients. Gu Wanyin, how did the task get completed so quickly? This task had such high aesthetic requirements for guests. She had thought it would take a long time. To her surprise, it was only the second morning, and it was already done. 3 new guests had arrived at once. Among them, 2 were exceptionally handsome and beautiful individuals. Gu Wanyin found herself bewildered, pondering whether her luck was simply extraordinary or if the system had granted her a special favor. Suddenly, she rose, intent on approaching the front desk to catch a glimpse of these striking figures. Sister Boss, is something the matter? Dong Yu queried, perplexed. Just then, Su Shi entered the dining hall with 3 newcomers, addressing her. Boss, these 3 are our new guests. I've arranged their accommodations in rooms 205, 206, and 207. I'm bringing them here to purchase some food. Gu Wanyin's gaze fell upon the trio of new lodgers, and in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia were equally stunned into silence. Only the adorable hamburger exclaimed, Aren't they the uncle and aunt from last night's movie? Cola echoed in astonishment. Indeed. Gu Wanyin instinctively looked towards Zhuang Xiaoxia. It was undeniable. The newcomers were none other than the male and female leads from the film, Wei Fenghua and Bai Shuwen. Clearly, the system had rated their attractiveness at over 90 points. Even amidst the apocalypse, the two stood together as a strikingly handsome couple, a feast for the eyes. Moreover, their attire and appearances were relatively neat, lacking any significant signs of weariness. Perhaps they possessed supernatural abilities. The other guest was a petite woman whom Gu Wanyin recognized from her previous visit to the Sunshine Base. It seemed she had been persuaded by Gu Wanyin's promotion to come here.
Ayua?
Zhuang Xiaoxia's eyes turned red as she excitedly gazed at Wei Fenghua. You're alive. That's wonderful. Wei Fenghua, upon seeing her, was equally astonished. Zhuang Xiaoxia? Is that really you? How did you end up here? I just arrived at this hotel yesterday. Zhuang Xiaoxia sprang to her feet and approached him, marveling at the unexpected encounter. Ahua. Before she could reach Wei Fenghua, Bai Shuwen interjected, Ahua. Do you know her? Zhuang Xiaoxia halted abruptly, her gaze dimming slightly. She recalled that Wei Fenghua had once told her that the name Ahua belonged solely to her in this lifetime. But now, never mind. They had broken up so many years ago. Surely, he had long forgotten those words. She no longer had the right to demand anything from him. She was my high school classmate, Wei Fenghua said, scratching his nose. It's been many years since we last met. To encounter each other in this apocalypse is quite a stroke of fate. Bai Shuwen smiled and added, I've never run into old acquaintances before. I wonder if they're still alive. Wei Fenghua then turned to Zhuang Xiaoxia, saying, This lady, you should recognize, right? Before the apocalypse, we were both big stars. Bai Shuwen is also my girlfriend. His gaze seemed to warn Zhuang Xiaoxia not to speak out of turn. I remember now. Dong Yu exclaimed. Back in the day, there were rumors everywhere that the two of you fell in love while filming. Who would have thought it was true? Realizing her slip, she glanced at Zhuang Xiaoxia. Feeling a pang of regret, Zhuang Xiaoxia's expression clearly indicated lingering feelings for Wei Fenghua. Why was she so careless with her words? Bai Shuwen chuckled. We were about to make our relationship public, but then the apocalypse hit. Fortunately, shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, both she and Wei Fenghua awakened their abilities. She was now a level 4 water elementalist, while Wei Fenghua was a level 3 wood elementalist. With their powers, they managed to support each other through the trials of the apocalypse, living somewhat better than ordinary folks. They had been residing in a base slightly superior to the Sunshine Base, but had ventured out to slay some zombies for crystal cores to exchange for supplies, only to lose their compass and get lost, stumbling upon this extraordinary hotel by chance. If the hotel's magical attributes, as described by the staff, were genuine, they might decide to stay indefinitely, forsaking their base. I see. Zhuang Xiaoxia forced a smile. You two have been relying on each other through the apocalypse. Your bond must be quite strong, right? At her words, Bai Shuwen's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Wei Fenghua, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it's quite good. Haha, since you're here, make yourselves comfortable, Gu Wanyin interjected, shifting the topic. I am the proprietor of this hotel. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask Su Shi or myself. You wish to purchase food, correct? You can do so with this machine. Bai Shuwen greeted her before Su Shi began introducing the machine to them. The other female guest also greeted Gu Wanyin, introducing herself as Do Mei, who had come from the Sunshine Base and eagerly made her way to buy food. Gu Wanyin pulled Zhuang Xiaoxia back to their table, whispering, Are you alright? Dong Yu looked at her with concern. Oh, what could possibly be wrong? Don't worry about me, Zhuang Xiaoxia shrugged nonchalantly. That was all years ago, back in high school. I'm 25 now. Besides, in this apocalypse, who has the time to dwell on romantic entanglements? Gu Wanyin was well aware that Zhuang Xiaoxia was putting on a brave front. Nonetheless, she refrained from saying much and simply smiled. Exactly. We have food and drink now, why bother with men? By the way, we've just opened a hot pot restaurant in the hotel. How about we go there for lunch? There's nothing a hot pot can't solve. If there is, then we'll have two. You can even open a hot pot restaurant? Zhuang Xiaoxia immediately pushed aside thoughts of her ex-boyfriend. You're quite impressive. It's all for the benefit of our guests, Gu Wanyin replied with utmost sincerity. Thus, she earned looks of admiration from both Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu. Engaged in their lively conversation, They failed to notice Wei Fenghua casting a furtive glance at Zhuang Xiaoxia after selecting his desired dishes, his expression complex. The hot pot restaurant was located on the first floor, directly beneath rooms 201 and 202. The establishment was slightly larger than the noodle shop, with a few more tables and chairs. To the far left was a condiment station, adorned with an array of seasonings, sesame paste, fragrant oil, spicy oil, chopped scallions, coriander, fermented tofu, oyster sauce, vinegar, and more, all neatly priced with a sign indicating that each guest could use 1 point for self-service condiments. As guests were required to spend points, Wanyin, as the owner, was exempt. Hence, she seated herself at a table with cola and hamburger, while Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia occupied the adjacent table. Similar to the noodle shop, as soon as they were seated, a touch screen emerged in the center of their table, displaying the hot pot restaurant's menu. Chapter 19. Hot pot paired with cola, a delightful experience. The menu was incredibly extensive, featuring nearly every ingredient one could hope to find in a hot pot restaurant, such as fatty beef, high-calcium lamb, hand-cut beef, shrimp paste, enoki mushrooms, and much more. Guanyin scrolled down the menu for quite a while, without reaching the end. Additionally, the system thoughtfully included meat platters, meatball platters, and vegetable platters, allowing guests to sample a broader variety of items for fewer points. Although each dish's portion was modest, it was still quite impressive. There were also numerous broth options available, including spicy, tomato, 3-flavor, and mushroom soup, with choices for inyang pots and 4-compartment pots. The prices were predetermined by the system and were quite reasonable. Meat dishes cost 5 points per platter, meat platter 10 points, vegetable dishes 3 points per platter, vegetable platter 6 points, broth 8 points, and inyang pots and 4-compartment pots were priced the same. Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia gasped in amazement as they perused the menu. However, Guanyin noted the absence of cooked dishes, such as fried crispy meat and fried bread slices. She mused that perhaps the dishes would only be unlocked in the cafeteria's dish machine, allowing the hot pot restaurant to reveal its offerings. Without further ado, she promptly began to place her order. Given the presence of her 2 children, she refrained from ordering entirely spicy dishes, opting instead for a tomato dual-flavor pot. After a brief consultation with her children, she selected numerous dishes they favored. Naturally, she left several items unchosen, saving them for another occasion. After all, one must not waste food. Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu, mindful of their points, were careful with their selections. Aside from the pot base, they ordered a meat platter, a vegetable platter, and a serving of shrimp paste. Their points would be evenly split, with the system deducting half from each of their cards. Much like the rice noodle shop, once the dishes were ordered, the pot and various ingredients rose from below. The broth in the pot was automatically boiling, and there was no need to add water. As they dined, the broth would replenish itself. Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu were both astonished. After preparing their sauces, they eagerly began to feast. The spicy hot pot base was packed with flavor, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads, while the tomato base provided a particularly refreshing tang. The slices of fatty beef were exquisitely tender, the shrimp paste was remarkably fresh, and the tripe was fragrant and crisp. Everyone was enjoying themselves immensely, and prior to their meal, they had thoughtfully retrieved drinks from the cupboard. Now, hot pot paired with cola was pure bliss. After a hearty indulgence, Zhuang Xiaoxia exclaimed, "I never imagined that even in the apocalypse, I could savor such delicious hot pot. Indeed, in the past, I merely hoped to survive each day, living in fear of not seeing the morning sun." Dong Yu excitedly chimed in, "But now, it feels like a dream." Although Gu Wanyin was reluctant to dampen their spirits, she reminded them, "You must keep an eye on your points. Once they are depleted, you must exchange for other items to replenish them. Otherwise, I won't be able to allow you to stay here." Despite feeling a connection with Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia, she would never violate system regulations for anyone. Thus, all she could do was remind them not to get overly carried away and forget their priorities.
Oh.
Zhuang Xiaoxia suddenly recalled, "I don't have much on me either, just 2 level 1 crystal cores." She indeed possessed abilities, albeit at a low level, being only a level 1 Earth ability user. Previously, she had been fortunate to annihilate a horde of zombies alongside other ability users, earning some crystal cores. However, while residing in a base that required crystal cores for accommodation, she had surrendered all hers, leaving only 2 level 1s. That day, She had ventured out hoping for a stroke of luck, only to encounter several zombies, causing her to flee in terror, fortuitously arriving at this hotel. Staying here was undoubtedly more economical than the base, but she could not simply live off her reserves. Take this hot pot meal, for instance, though not exorbitantly priced. She had to muster the resolve to indulge. After this meal, she resolved to practice frugality for several days. How about we venture out together in a couple of days? Dong Yu suggested, her brow furrowed. But I lack abilities. Oh, I only have a level 1 as well, not much stronger than you, Zhuang Xiaoxia replied, chuckling. Let us give it a try. If luck is on our side, we might slay a zombie. If not, we can at least scavenge for other items.
Yet,
I suspect crystal cores yield the most points for exchange. The reason her previous bracelet could be exchanged for 300 points was that it had been quite valuable before the apocalypse, adorned with 3 diamonds.
Ah.
Thinking of the bracelet reminds me of Wei Fenghua.
Oh, dear.
He already has a girlfriend now. She mustn't dwell on such feelings. Zhuang Xiaoxia transformed her sorrow into appetite, taking another hearty bite of meat. Once they finished the hot pot, there was no need for them to clear the table. The system would automatically collect and clean up after they left. A sign for the Ping and Hot Pot restaurant hung at the entrance. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, Wanyin heard the system's voice once more.
Ding.
New task unlocked. Recruit a night shift server. Task rewards. Unlock rooms 301 and 302. Upgrade rooms 209 and 2010 once. Unlock 1 staff dormitory, 2 sets of staff uniforms, and unlock 5 types of unlimited medicine. Note: all rooms on the 3rd floor are double occupancy, with an increased room rate of 20 points. A new task again. This time, it requires recruiting a night shift server. Previously, she had set the working hours for Su Shi from 8 in the morning to 8 at night, meaning the night shift server would work from 8 at night to 8 in the morning, right? This way, if guests arrived in the middle of the night, the system wouldn't need to wake her up. The system truly is considerate. Moreover, this time, they could unlock 5 types of medicine. Although those who survived the apocalypse had significantly enhanced physiques, many others had deteriorated health, barely hanging on. Take Fu Shirshu, for instance. He often coughs without knowing what illness afflicts him. If she or any guests, like the one craving a burger and cola, fell ill, it would be quite troublesome without medicine. As they arrived at the hotel lobby, Zhuang Xiaoxia intended to turn towards the staircase to head to her room for some rest, only to see Wei Fenghua and Bai Shuwen purchasing items at the cupboard. The two appeared quite intimate, with Wei Fenghua's arm wrapped around Bai Shuwen's waist. Zhuang Xiaoxia lowered her gaze, forcing herself not to look in their direction. Truth be told, she felt a pang of guilt. Her breakup with Wei Fenghua had been amicable, and so many years had passed. Surely he was entitled to date someone? Why was she feeling this way? Yet controlling one's feelings is not an easy feat. Of course, even if she felt hurt, she would silently endure, never seeking to disrupt their relationship. After grabbing a bottle of orange juice, Bai Shuwen turned to Wei Fenghua and said, "I'm going back to my room to rest. How about you? You go ahead. I'll wander around the hotel a bit longer. I'm quite curious," Wei Fenghua replied with a smile.
All right.
Bai Shuwen trusted him completely. As she walked past, she even greeted Wanyin and the others with a smile. Seeing the stunning beauty up close, Wanyin felt her heart race. Bai Shuwen was not only beautiful, but possessed a remarkable aura. Indeed, she adored gorgeous sisters. However, just after Bai Shuwen ascended the stairs, Wei Fenghua approached Zhuang Xiaoxia and said, "Shall we have a chat?" Chapter 20. Night Shift Server. Zhuang Xiaoxia was taken aback. What could the two of them possibly discuss now? After all, they were each other's first love, and given that Wei Fenghua now had a girlfriend, he ought to maintain a distance from her, right? Thus, Zhuang Xiaoxia took a step back and replied coolly, "Maybe we should skip it. What is there for us to talk about?" Dongyu looked at Wei Fenghua with confusion as well. Wei Fenghua squinted, appearing somewhat displeased, then scoffed. "What are you afraid of?" Zhuang Xiaoxia instantly bristled. "What are you joking about? I have nothing to fear." "Fine, if we're going to talk, let us do it at the hot pot restaurant." Of course, Wanyin interjected, "but do not damage anything inside." "All right, you can rest assured." With that, Zhuang Xiaoxia glanced at Wei Fenghua once more before heading toward the hot pot restaurant, with Wei Fenghua promptly following her. Gu Wanyin could tell that Wei Fenghua had deliberately provoked Zhuang Xiaoxia with his earlier remark. Indeed, Zhuang Xiaoxia found herself ensnared in a web of circumstances.
Yet,
She harbored no desire to meddle, for she could not fathom the true sentiments that lay within Zhuang Xiaoxia's heart. After all, it was merely a conversation, nothing more. Should Wei Fenghua dare to take any action that might harm Zhuang Xiaoxia, it would be a breach of the establishment's regulations, and the system would not permit such behavior. Thus, she hummed a tune, carrying her cola and hamburger back to her room. Although Dong Yu was curious by nature, she refrained from eavesdropping on others, opting instead to return to her own quarters for rest. Zhuang Xiaoxia and Wei Fenghua entered the hot pot restaurant, casually selecting a seat. "What is it you wish to say?" Zhuang Xiaoxia attempted to calm her racing heart, striving to maintain an expression and tone of indifference. Were Wei Fenghua to find himself unattached at this moment, she would have felt elated. However, how have you fared these past years? How have you navigated the apocalypse? Wei Fenghua inquired with genuine concern. Before the apocalypse, life was quite pleasant. After its onset, I managed to get by, relying on those meager abilities I possess, Zhuang Xiaoxia replied. Wei Fenghua's eyes brightened instantly. Abilities? You possess abilities too? What level? Merely level 1 Earth-based, she stated. Wei Fenghua let out a slight sound of disappointment. Is that all you wish to ask? Zhuang Xiaoxia remarked. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. This hot pot restaurant has delightful flavors. You should try it, perhaps with your girlfriend. Just as she was about to rise, Wei Fenghua interjected. Xiaoxia, you still hold feelings for me, don't you? Zhuang Xiaoxia's expression froze before she retorted coldly. What nonsense is this? We had a history, but that was during our school days. Don't forget, we are in an apocalypse now. Who has the luxury to ponder such feelings? Furthermore, you are in a relationship. It is rather inappropriate to speak in such a manner. Xiaoxia, please. Do not be so agitated, Wei Fenghua said gently. My relationship with Xu Wen was merely a fleeting entanglement. I became aware of my true feelings and intended to break up with her, yet the apocalypse intervened. In these dire times, it is rare to find a trustworthy companion, which is why I have remained with her. In truth, I have never forgotten you over the years. Zhuang Xiaoxia scoffed. Did he take her for a fool? Bai Shuwen had clearly stated that they were preparing to announce their relationship before the apocalypse. She suddenly felt as if she had been blind all those years. Was Wei Fenghua truly hoping to enjoy the best of both worlds? How audacious. Are you not afraid I will relay this to Bai Shuwen? You would not do that. I know you still harbor feelings for me, Wei Fenghua asserted confidently. Besides, Shuwen trusts me implicitly. If you were to tell her, she would not believe it. Zhuang Xiaoxia was taken aback. How shameless could this man be? I do not harbor any feelings for you, nor do I wish to engage in further conversation. Please do not seek me out again. With that, she stormed off. Wei Fenghua watched her retreating figure, chuckling to himself. Zhuang Xiaoxia. It is impossible for you to be entirely indifferent to me. Soon enough, you shall find yourself in my embrace. How unexpected it is that such a place exists. Abundant in resources, allowing me to indulge in both companionship and affection. In the afternoon, another group arrived from the Sunshine Base, a trio consisting of 2 men and a woman. They were momentarily awestruck, and just as Su Shi was about to assist them with check-in, Gu Wanyin swiftly intervened. Wait, I am in need of night shift attendants. If they completed the check-in process, these individuals would become hotel guests and could not be recruited. She could not afford to miss any opportunity for task completion. What is it, boss? Su Shi asked, perplexed. I recognize you. You are the one who visited the Sunshine Base before, the woman remarked, retracting her neck. You even brought back 2 light pillars. Ah, that matter, Gu Wanyin smiled. Those 2 were merely responding to my invitation. I am generally quite approachable. Why can't he check us in? Can we not stay? The woman appeared somewhat anxious. That is not the case. You are welcome to stay. However, I am currently seeking attendance. Are any of you interested? Upon hearing this, Su Shi grew frantic. Why would the boss seek another attendant? Is there something I am lacking? I can improve. Boss, please don't abandon me. Within a second, Su Shi envisioned himself cast out from the hotel, left to suffer a grim fate at the hands of the undead. Yet Gu Wanyin added a clarification that made him feel rather theatrical, only for the night shift. Gu Wanyin continued, Work hours are from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning, with a break from 11 at night until 1 in the morning. Meals and accommodation are provided, with an employee dormitory available. Upon hearing the promise of meals and lodging, the eyes of the trio gleamed with excitement. To reside here long-term would require continuous exchanges of goods for points, but becoming an attendant would alleviate such concerns, even though it entailed night shifts. In comparison to the ever-present threat of zombies and natural disasters in the apocalypse, night shifts seemed trivial. I am also capable. Boss, choose me. For I was a server in a restaurant before the apocalypse. Moreover, I possess a level 1 ability. At this proclamation, Wanyin turned to the speaker. He appeared to be a man in his 20s, average-looking with slightly long hair, yet his demeanor seemed amiable. Wanyin was not overly concerned with abilities, after all. Even the mightiest power would serve no purpose in the hotel. However, someone with prior experience as a server? She would certainly consider him favorably. What is your name? Wanyin inquired. My name is Fong Yang. Wanyin nodded, then asked, Are you certain you wish to be an attendant? It is a night shift. And during the night, you must not sneak in any rest. However, other times are at your discretion. Yes, I am willing. Chapter 21. A larger survivor base. Very well.
It is settled then.
Su Shi, please guide him and explain all the regulations, Wanyin instructed. Understood, boss. Su Shi immediately replied. Leave it to me.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards. Unlocking rooms 301 and 302, upgrading rooms 209 and 2010 once, unlocking 1 staff dormitory, 2 sets of staff uniforms, and unlocking 5 types of unlimited medicines. The other 2 individuals gazed enviously at Fong Yang. Su Shi then ensured they understood the hotel regulations before assisting them with check-in, assigning them to rooms 208 and 209. These 2 were ordinary individuals, lacking crystal nuclei, and could only exchange some jewelry for a little over 100 points. At that moment, they were grateful they had not discarded their jewelry, believing it to be useless in the apocalypse. After completing the check-in, Su Shi instructed them on how to purchase food, also teaching Fong Yang in the process. Fong Yang's staff dormitory had already appeared, conveniently located adjacent to Su Shi's room. With identical furnishings and staff uniforms, white tops and black pants. Fong Yang was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears and sniffling while inadvertently staining Su Shi's clothes, prompting Su Shi to seek out Wanyin to complain. Wanyin took a glance and noted that beside the cafeteria, another room had emerged, containing several cabinets. One of these cabinets already held 5 types of medicines. The medicines provided by the system lacked the multitude of brands and varieties typically found in a pharmacy. The medications here are merely categorized into types: cold remedies, fever reducers, antidiarrheal drugs, stomach pain relievers, and cough suppressants, each box costing 6 points. Wanyin mused that if the system is so extraordinary, then surely the medicine must be equally remarkable, yielding potent effects. However, she was not particularly inclined to verify this. Regardless of how miraculous the medicine might be, falling ill is never a desirable circumstance. That evening, she indulged in a meal of cola and hamburgers at the cafeteria, while Dongyu, seeking to conserve points, opted for just a piece of bread to nibble on in her room. Wanyin, on the other hand, savored a generous feast, which included sweet and sour pork, boiled fish, garlic mustard greens, corn, and rib soup, accompanied by 3 servings of rice, all paired delightfully with her cola and hamburger. This soup is simply divine, exclaimed Cola. The hamburger was too engrossed in devouring the ribs to respond. Wanyin longed to express that every dish emerging from the kitchen was exquisitely delectable, surpassing any dining experience she had encountered prior to her transmigration. Although she had been impoverished before her arrival and had never dined at upscale restaurants, she firmly believed that the cuisine here was unparalleled. As she finished her meal, she noticed Zhuang Xiaoxia entering with a downcast demeanor. Xiaoxia, come join me for dinner, Wanyin greeted her. No, I'm here to find you, Zhuang Xiaoxia replied, taking a seat beside her. Cola and the hamburger, understanding the situation, cleared the empty dishes and placed them in the sink. What troubles you? Wanyin inquired, noticing her friend's troubled expression. Did Wei Fenghua say something to you today? That scoundrel. Zhuang Xiaoxia lamented. My first love has crumbled. She then recounted everything Wei Fenghua had said, pouring her heart out to Wanyin. Despite Wanyin being younger, she owned a shop, which made Zhuang Xiaoxia regard her as impressive and thus felt compelled to confide in her. Gu Wanyin listened, feeling at a loss. How could someone so handsome be such a cad? Forget about him, Gu Wanyin advised. He can't enter your room, and if he dares to violate the shop rules, just toss him into the volcano. I can't fathom how the first man I ever liked, whom I've thought about for so many years, could turn out like this. Zhuang Xiaoxia said weakly. It's normal. Who hasn't had a few scoundrels in their youth? Gu Wanyin replied. Shop owner sister, do you think I should inform Bai Shuwen? I don't want her to be deceived by Wei Fenghua again. Zhuang Xiaoxia hesitated. Gu Wanyin pondered for a moment before saying, I wouldn't recommend telling her, but ultimately, the decision is yours. She felt a connection with Zhuang Xiaoxia and was willing to chat more, but that didn't mean she intended to meddle in others' affairs. After all, they were unaware of the dynamics between Bai Shuwen and Wei Fenghua. What if it turned out to be a case of one willing to fight and the other willing to endure? If Zhuang Xiaoxia acted kindly and warned her, and Bai Shuwen resented her instead of appreciating it, that would certainly create trouble. But this was merely her conjecture, so the final decision rested with Zhuang Xiaoxia. She would not interfere. I'll think it over, Zhuang Xiaoxia sighed as she departed. As night fell, the temperature plummeted sharply. According to Fu Siheng, who had just returned from outside, it was likely below -20 to 30 degrees. The forecast suggested even colder weather was imminent. The extreme cold was returning once more. In this apocalyptic world, seasons had lost their distinction, with temperatures fluctuating unpredictably, sometimes plunging into frigid conditions, while at other times, sweltering heat prevailed, leaving people in a state of despair. Fortunately, within the hotel, a consistent and comfortable temperature was maintained, alleviating such concerns. As for the air conditioning in the main room, it was merely a decorative piece. If Gu Wanyin wished to enjoy the cool air while wrapped in a blanket, she could certainly do so.
Fu Sishu,
who was in poor health, returned from the cold, coughing violently. There are cough medicines available in the room next to the cafeteria. You might want to take a look, Gu Wanyin suggested. Upon hearing this, Fu Siheng promptly went to purchase medicine. With ample points and some crystal cores on hand, he decided to buy a box of each type of medicine, just in case. After taking the cough medicine, Fu Sishu indeed felt a significant relief, nearly free from the urge to cough. This medicine is remarkably effective, he murmured to himself in his room. Many of the medicines I've taken before were not nearly as potent as this. He then gazed out the window. Despite the comfortable temperature inside the hotel, he could faintly hear the howling wind outside, sending a shiver down his spine. I wonder how Ruru is faring in this bitter cold. In B City, at the Haikong Survivor Base, a relatively large refuge, all residents were advanced supernatural beings, with a small number being family members of these powers. The lowest-ranking supernatural beings here were at least level 4, while the highest was the current leader of the base, Yi Gaofei, a level 7 supernatural being. At this moment, he lounged in his villa, a glass of red wine in hand, music playing softly, and a steaming bowl of noodles before him. Strikingly, the room was equipped with air conditioning, which was currently operational, enveloping the space in a spring-like warmth. Even a small light bulb required numerous crystal cores to function. So the air conditioning was certainly a luxury. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, one of his subordinates rushed in. Mr. Yi, there are people outside requesting an audience.
Who?
Yi Gaofei grumbled, his enjoyment interrupted. He was on the brink of relishing his meal. It's a man and a woman. The man is a level 4 water-type supernatural being, while the woman lacks powers but claims to have crucial intelligence to share with you. Send them away.
Ye Gaofei replied impatiently.
What use do I have for their worthless information? Yes, sir. Just as Yi Gaofei was about to indulge in his noodles, the voice of his subordinate rang out again. Mr. Yi.
What now? Ye Gaofei bellovet, exasperated.
Can't you be quiet? Get lost. Mr. Yi, my subordinate insists that there is something important to report. The woman stated she knows of a place with boundless resources. Oh. Yi Gaofei's interest piqued at this revelation. Although he was living a comfortable life now, the prospect of endless resources was undeniably enticing, even outside the apocalypse. He cleared his throat and said, "Bring them in." Yes, sir. Shortly, his subordinate ushered the man and woman into the room. Their clothing was insufficient for the cold, wrapped instead in cardboard and old newspapers, shivering uncontrollably. Upon entering the warmth of the air-conditioned room, They began to regain their composure, though the woman nearly fainted from weakness, only to be caught in time by the man beside her.
Who are you two?
Yi Gaofei adopted a stern demeanor. I've been residing in this base. I am a level 4 water-type supernatural being, the man hastily explained. A few days ago, I ran out of crystal cores while hunting zombies and happened to find her being chased by zombies, so I rescued her and brought her back here. She mentioned she has vital information to share with you. As they neared the Haikong base, the temperature had dropped sharply. Fortunately, they had hastened their pace and returned just before it plunged to -20 to 30 degrees. Had they been any slower, they would have surely succumbed to the cold. Yi Gaofei nodded, turning his attention to the woman. Your information concerns the location of the resources? Indeed. The woman spoke. That is a family-run hotel, established by a young girl. Inside, there are numerous rooms as well as bread, instant noodles, milk, and beverages.
Oh.
And there's a cafeteria where various dishes can be savored. The resources there are seemingly infinite, never to be exhausted. Each room is equipped with a faucet that dispenses clean water. Even Yi Gaofei, who had seen much of the world, was momentarily taken aback by her words. Could such a place truly exist? Even the Haikong base lacked such ample supplies. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, appearing nonchalant, yet in truth, he could only afford to indulge in that single glass each day. As for bread and instant noodles, while he could consume them, he dared not indulge excessively. Even a bowl of noodles was a luxury for him. As for the variety of dishes, that was even more unattainable. He had instructed others to cultivate land at the base to grow some vegetables, but in this apocalypse, not only was the yield abysmal, the quality was equally dismal. There was a larger base, the Muro base, located in City C, which had somewhat better conditions, yet it likely did not reach such a standard. The mere notion of infinite resources was enough to instill envy in everyone. Are you certain? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Yi Gaofei asked skeptically. How could such a place exist? Especially run by a mere girl? Wouldn't she have been devoured long ago? What I say is the truth. The woman, her legs giving way, knelt down. The hotel is situated at the Xinghe Plaza in City A. I am a local, so I know that place well. It used to be a large shopping mall. But I don't know when it transformed into a hotel. Then, if such a place exists, why did you leave it and come here? Yi Gaofei inquired further. The woman gritted her teeth and replied, just because I made a small mistake. She expelled me. What's worse, she transported me directly to City B. Transported? Yi Gaofei scoffed. That sounds utterly preposterous. Mr. Yi, before the apocalypse, did you ever conceive that such a calamity would befall us? Did you ever imagine that zombies would emerge? Everything that is now, would it not have seemed absurd in your past perspective? Yi Gaofei reflected that the woman had a point. 2 years ago, no one could have foreseen that the world would descend into chaos. With the apocalypse upon them, and zombies and superhumans emerging, what else could possibly be deemed outrageous? Very well, I understand, Yi Gaofei said. You may leave now. The man who had accompanied the woman quickly interjected, Mr. Yi, look, we have brought you such vital intelligence. You seek a reward, do you not? Yi Gaofei smiled enigmatically. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked. Both the man and woman beamed with joy as they departed. Yi Gaofei waved his hand, summoning a subordinate to his side. Once the subordinate approached, he whispered something, and the subordinate appeared hesitant. Mr. Yi, is this appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Such a splendid place, of course, I wish to monopolize it. If we keep them around, what if they inform the leaders of other bases and others come to seize it from me? Follow my instructions.
Yes.
The woman who brought the information was Lin Ru. Previously, she had violated hotel regulations and was expelled, transported to City B. Upon opening her eyes, she was confronted by several zombies. Terrified, she nearly fainted, but fortunately, she encountered a man who was there to eradicate the zombies. Desperately begging for help, the man dispatched the zombies, and she was saved. As the zombies were only of the first level while the man was a 4th-level superhuman, this allowed her to retain her life. With her charm and ability to flatter, she managed to persuade the man to take her under his wing, returning to the Haikong base. From the man, she learned that the leader of the Haikong base was a formidable superhuman, prompting her to plot revenge against Wanyin and her hotel using Yi Gaofei.
Now,
seeing that Yi Gaofei believed her words, Lin Ru felt a surge of satisfaction. She knew Gu Wanyin was strong, but wasn't Yi Gaofei a 7th-level superhuman? Moreover, there were many high-level superhumans in this space. Surely, they could eliminate Gu Wanyin. Furthermore, she would also receive rewards from Yi Gaofei. However, just as she and the man believed they were being taken to a fine place to rest, suddenly, several high-level superhumans surrounded them. Chapter 23. The System's Critique. What are you doing? Lin Ru shrieked. We are esteemed guests of Mr. Yi. You have such audacity. Esteemed guests? One high-level superhuman scoffed, naive. Let me clarify, Mr. Yi sent us to eliminate you. What did you say? Lin Ru was taken aback. The man beside her quickly reacted, gritting his teeth. Yi Gaofei intends to dispose of us. I never expected him to be such a despicable and treacherous villain. Save your breath for the king of hell. With that, the high-level superhumans unleashed their powers, mercilessly attacking Lin Ru and the man. Though the man was a 4th-level superhuman, he stood no chance against so many high-level superhumans. Lin Ru never imagined that before she could exact her revenge on Gu Wanyin, she would meet her demise. Meanwhile, Gu Wanyin was oblivious to the happenings at the Haikong base. That morning, she was enjoying breakfast in the cafeteria with a burger and cola. Since completing the last mission, the system had not issued any new tasks, which puzzled her. She called out to the system, but there was no response. Could it be malfunctioning? Even such a powerful system could experience glitches? Nevertheless, her hotel continued to operate smoothly. Sister, what's wrong? Hamburger asked with concern. I'm fine, Gu Wanyin replied, patting her head. Are you unhappy? Hamburger grinned, extending her hand as if performing magic, revealing a piece of candy in her palm. Hamburger, where did you get that? Gu Wanyin asked in surprise. This morning, I found it under my pillow. I have one too, Cola chimed in, producing a piece of candy. I plan to give it to you after breakfast. After all, to children, candy is a treasured delight, and they wished to share the good things with Gu Wanyin. Gu Wanyin thought to herself that it must have been the system that gifted them the candy. After all, no one else could accomplish such a feat. Although the system was typically formal and bureaucratic, it still had a softer side, didn't it? So, where have you gone, dear system? After a while, Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu also arrived for breakfast. Coincidentally, just as they arrived, Bai Shuwen and Wei Fenghua entered as well. Upon seeing Wei Fenghua, Zhuang Xiaoxia's expression soured. Yet, Wei Fenghua acted as though nothing had occurred, greeting her and even holding hands with Bai Shuwen to select their dishes right in front of her. Once they had chosen their dishes, they sat down at the table next to Zhuang Xiaoxia. We plan to go out today and see if we can kill a few zombies for some crystal cores, Bai Shuwen informed them. Would you like to join us? Zhuang Xiaoxia remained silent, prompting Dong Yu to respond, no thanks, I lack powers, and her abilities aren't high either. We fear we might hold you back. It's all right. As long as the zombies are not too high in level and not too numerous, we can manage. Bai Shuwen gently remarked. You two young ladies are undoubtedly facing challenges in this post-apocalyptic world. If fate allows, I hope we can continue to reside in this hotel together. Zhuang Xiaoxia stared at her in astonishment, thinking how exceptionally kind this sister was. No, she must find an opportunity to clarify things with Bai Shuwen. She could not allow her to be deceived by a scoundrel again. Indeed, Wei Fenghua added, since we are destined to gather here, we are like family and naturally, we will not neglect you. Dong Yu instinctively glanced at Zhuang Xiaoxia, who coldly retorted, very well, then let us all go together today. Just as Gu Wanyin was savoring the gossip, suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in her mind. Host. System. You have finally returned. Gu Wanyin exclaimed excitedly. Where have you been? Yesterday was the Interstellar Monthly Ranking Day, the system explained. Interstellar? Gu Wanyin pondered. It makes sense. Something as remarkable as you could only be created in a technologically advanced interstellar setting. A sudden thought struck her, and she inquired, so, is the ranking based on points? Precisely, the system affirmed, and I secured the first place this time. Even the usually stoic system sounded a bit exhilarated. This is my first time achieving first place. Thanks to you, host. Really? Gu Wanyin felt a surge of joy for it, but I haven't done much. Rather, you allowed me to enjoy plenty of cola and hamburgers. Besides, I feel like the points I've earned recently aren't substantial. Other systems find it challenging to accumulate points. Compared to them, we've done quite well. The system reassured her. And you're not doing much is actually the best approach. I previously bound with a host in a post-apocalyptic scenario. where I provided her with a hotel and the finest treatment. However, she was overly compassionate and even assisted guests in violating hotel regulations. She distributed the food from the hotel to numerous outsiders. I couldn't earn any points at all. She thought I was oblivious, but truly, what can be concealed from me? This was the first time the system had shared so much beyond mere tasks. During that time, I consistently ranked last. Wanyin stifled a laugh, feeling it inappropriate to express amusement at that moment, so her face bore a semblance of a smile. Her gaze happened to rest on Wei Fenghua, who, noticing her lingering stare, felt a chill run down his spine, exacerbated by her ambiguous expression. The system continued. On another occasion, I bound with a time traveler. She ventured to ancient times. Had she diligently completed my tasks, I would have rewarded her handsomely. Yet, she was infatuated with a dashing young man, and in her fervor, she enacted a tragic love story, ultimately leading to her demise. I couldn't even save her. Wanyin struggled to contain her laughter, maintaining a serious demeanor. Rest assured, I will ensure such a situation never arises. I will manage the hotel well to earn points. After all, this was also essential for her own well-being. Host, I trust you. By the way, should I consider raising the prices of items in the hotel? Wanyin proposed. This way we could earn more points. And you would maintain your top position. No need. The room rates are fixed by the interstellar standards and cannot be altered. As for other items, increasing prices might deter buyers, resulting in no additional points. The current arrangement is satisfactory. Should a price increase be necessary, I will inform you in advance. Understood. Also, since I achieved first place this month, you will receive a reward. Chapter 24, Jurassic Park. Upon hearing of her reward, Wanyin's eyes lit up. What is the reward? Congratulations, host. You may unlock an elevator, a transport vehicle, Jurassic Park, and all rooms on the third floor. Wanyin was momentarily bewildered. I would like to inquire. What exactly is Jurassic Park? She asked timidly. Is it the Jurassic Park I am thinking of? It should be, host, the system confirmed. Wanyin was so astonished that she sprang from her seat. Ignoring the surprised gazes of others, she continued to ask in her mind, are you saying there is a park with dinosaurs? We can see dinosaurs? Indeed, and regardless of the type of dinosaur, they will pose no threat to you, the hotel guests, or innocent bystanders. They are solely for observation. Please rest assured. However, guests wishing to enter Jurassic Park will need to purchase tickets, priced at 5 points, for a 2-hour visit. Then, can we not use the dinosaurs to fight zombies? Of course not. This system cannot interfere with the external world's affairs unless zombies actively attack our dinosaurs. However, zombies are invisible, so this scenario is unlikely to occur. Wanyin took a moment to gather her thoughts and inquired, so, where will the dinosaurs be located? Jurassic Park is quite expansive and is currently in the preparation phase, which will take approximately 2 to 3 days to complete. The elevator, transport vehicle, and all rooms on the third floor have been unlocked. Alright, I understand. Furthermore, a new task has been unlocked. Defeat the approaching enemies and successfully persuade 3 of them. Rewards include upgrading rooms 401, 402, and 301, 305 once, unlocking 5 unlimited dishes, 5 unlimited fruits, and a barbecue restaurant with unlimited ingredients. Note that all rooms on the 4th floor are single occupancy, just like the 2nd floor. Where are the enemies? Wanyin was momentarily confused. They have not yet arrived. They are expected to reach the hotel in 2 to 3 days. The host may prepare in advance. While it was prudent to prepare, given the hotel's formidable defenses, defeating the enemies was hardly a challenge. Wanyin merely needed to contemplate how to persuade 3 adversaries. Moreover, she was further astonished to learn that the system possessed prophetic abilities. Her appreciation for the system deepened. Sister, what's the matter? Hamburger tugged at her sleeve, tilting her head in inquiry. Why are you just standing here in silence? Wanyin snapped back to reality. She cleared her throat and said, it's nothing. I just have something to announce to everyone. At that moment, the guests in the dining hall were enjoying breakfast. Hearing her words, they all turned to look at her. It is this. In 2 to 3 days, our hotel will be opening a new Jurassic Park. To enter the park, tickets must be purchased. Priced at 5 points for a 2-hour visit. As soon as she finished speaking, the dining hall erupted in excitement. Jurassic Park? The one with dinosaurs? We can see dinosaurs? Even in a post-apocalyptic world with zombies roaming, I don't see why dinosaurs should be surprising. Why not be surprised? They are dinosaurs. Haven't they gone extinct? Wait. I know of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Isn't it ferocious? It eats people, right? Wanyin waited for the guests to finish their chatter before continuing. Please rest assured. Once you enter Jurassic Park, you will face no danger. The dinosaurs will not exhibit any aggression towards you. The guests considered this, given how marvelous the hotel already was. It was only fitting that something even more extraordinary was on the horizon. Fei Siheng, typically reserved and composed, expressed interest. I hope the park opens soon. I will be the first to buy a ticket. I will notify everyone the moment the park opens. After she finished speaking, the guests eagerly resumed their animated discussions. Who could have imagined that in this apocalyptic world, they not only had a secure place to stay and food to eat, but could also witness dinosaurs? It felt like a dream. After having breakfast, Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu set out with Bai Shuwen and Wei Fenghua. The extreme cold of the previous night had subsided, and the weather was merely brisk, well within tolerable limits. If fortune favored them, they might even find a few crystal cores to bring back. If luck was not on their side, they would have to see if there were any other valuable items instead. Although any item would suffice, those of little worth would yield only a meager number of points. Before departing, Wei Fenghua seemingly casually engaged Zhuang Xiaoxia in conversation, yet she maintained a consistently frosty demeanor. Bai Shuwen sensed that something was amiss, yet she paid it little heed. With a server present, Wanyin did not need to man the front desk, allowing her to play on the computer in her room. However, she felt a pang of concern watching the two children, Keilei and Hanbao, still glued to the television. These young ones were still quite small, spending their days merely watching TV and indulging in food, while the hotel provided endless sustenance. She pondered whether it was wise for them to forego learning and reading entirely. After all, if they did not acquire knowledge, how could they even enjoy playtime later on? Wanyin had never raised children before, and she was uncertain. System. Will future rewards include books or similar items? At the very least, the children should learn to read. Rest assured, host, future rewards will not only include books but also schools. Upon hearing this, Wanyin felt relieved. In that case, she decided to let the children enjoy themselves to their heart's content for now. Once they were in school, well. In the afternoon, several more guests arrived, also from the Sunshine Base. Given that those who had come from the Sunshine Base had not returned, others in the base began to believe in the existence of the hotel and were eager to experience it for themselves. A single man took room 2010, a couple occupied room 301, and a pair of sisters settled into room 302. Su Shi efficiently and diligently handled their check-in. Fang Yang had just woken up, feeling idle, and sat beside Su Shi to watch the commotion. Observing the lively atmosphere, he remarked with a smile that it seemed the evening would be quiet, with most guests arriving during the day. Su Shi shot him a glance, too disinterested to engage. What's with your attitude? I'm older than you, so you should call me brother, got it? I arrived at the hotel before you. I am your senior.
Huffed.
I'll inform the boss. You're just going to tattle. The two immature boys bickered animatedly. With the influx of guests, the dining hall became even more vibrant during mealtime. After Wanyin and the children finished their meal, they planned to take a stroll outside the hotel to aid digestion, just as Zhuang Xiaoxia and the others returned. They were all smeared with some blood. However, judging by their demeanor, it was evident they were not the ones injured. Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu wore expressions of fury, while Wei Fenghua appeared innocent, and Bai Shuwen bore an indescribable look. What had transpired? Chapter 25. Dealing with the Scoundrel. The moment Dong Yu spotted Wanyin, she dashed over to complain. Sister shopkeeper, you won't believe the outrageous behavior of that scoundrel Wei. Wanyin was taken aback. Dong Yu had always been somewhat introverted and mild-mannered. She recalled the last time Dong Yu spoke with such fervor was when they were being chased by zombies upon their arrival at the hotel. Moreover, had she not claimed to be a devoted fan of Wei Fenghua before the apocalypse? How could she speak of him in such a derogatory manner? Curiously, she did not lower her voice at all, and neither Wei Fenghua nor Bai Shuwen seemed offended by her outburst. In fact, Wei Fenghua retreated upstairs, looking rather dejected. What happened? Wanyin inquired. We encountered zombies outside, Dong Yu explained. There were 4 level 1s and 1 level 2. Level 1 zombies were manageable for Bai Shuwen and Wei Fenghua. Furthermore, Zhuang Xiaoxia possessed a level 1 special ability. Although Zhuang Xiaoxia had previously been chased by zombies, it was because she had faced several alone. With others around now, she could maintain her composure. Though Dong Yu was an ordinary person, she had honed her skills during the apocalypse and, with company, felt emboldened to confront the zombies with her knife. The level 2 zombie, however, proved to be a more formidable challenge. In this world, zombies seemed to possess an inherent advantage. Even a level 2 zombie could fiercely battle against a level 4 ability user. Thus, they engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies. The level 2 zombie appeared particularly fixated on Wei Fenghua, relentlessly pursuing him. Wei Fenghua gradually found himself overwhelmed, while Bai Shuwen was entangled with several level 1 zombies. He could have unleashed his abilities and fled, but, driven by greed for crystal cores, he seized Zhuang Xiaoxia's hair while she was preoccupied with a level 1 zombie, thrusting her before the level 2 zombie. His intention was to divert the zombie's attention, allowing him to sneak in. Fortunately, Zhuang Xiaoxia reacted quickly and dodged. And just as Bai Shuwen managed to dispatch the level 1 zombies, he turned his focus to the level 2 zombie. Ultimately, the level 2 zombie was vanquished. However, the thought that Wei Fenghua could stoop so low incensed them. Upon learning the full story, Wanyin felt exasperated. While it was not uncommon in the apocalypse to sacrifice others for one's own survival, Wei Fenghua's motives were not rooted in self-preservation but in avarice for crystal cores. This implied that, in his eyes, Zhuang Xiaoxia's life was worth less than a mere crystal core. If Zhuang Xiaoxia were inconsequential to him, it would be one thing, but he had previously feigned deep affection before her. This man was truly despicable. I underestimated the depths of his depravity, Zhuang Xiaoxia murmured. At that moment, Bai Shuwen spoke up, her voice laced with guilt. I'm truly sorry. I had no idea Hua would act that way. I apologize on his behalf. I say, sister, you really don't need to apologize for him. Zhuang Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself. If it weren't for you, I might well be dead right now. And that scoundrel isn't worthy of your defense. Do you know what he said to me before? Bai Shuwen was taken aback. What did he say? Zhuang Xiaoxia recounted their past as first loves and all that Wei Fenghua had declared to her, spilling it all out in a torrent. As for whether Bai Shuwen believed her, she did not care. Regardless, if she did not voice this today, she would not find peace. Upon hearing her words, Bai Shuwen's face paled slightly. Though she managed to maintain her composure, her lips trembled ever so slightly. I've relied on him for over a year in this apocalypse. Dong Yu could not help but interject, Miss Bai, forgive my bluntness, but have you considered that his continued presence by your side may be due to your abilities? If you lacked those abilities, what would he do? Wanyin, listening from the side, felt an urge to applaud. Dong Yu was quite clever for her age. Bai Shuwen stood in stunned silence, and after a considerable pause, she finally replied, I understand now. I will find an opportunity to test him. If you wish, we can do it together, Zhuang Xiaoxia offered. Bai Shuwen nodded. Wanyin reminded them, regardless of the outcome of your probing, any acts of violence are strictly prohibited within the hotel. After saying this, she added with a smile, of course, if it happens outside the hotel, I can't intervene. The system, after all, is not a sentient being. While it possesses a softer side, it can also be quite rigid. For instance, the single rooms are off-limits to others, as the system believes that a single room should accommodate only one person. Similarly, although Wei Fenghua is a despicable scoundrel, the ban on violence in the hotel stands. If Bai Shuwen and her companions wished to confront him within the hotel, they too would be expelled. Thus, as long as they dealt with him outside the hotel, there would be no issue. Bai Shuwen and her companions quickly grasped Wanyin's implication. They conferred briefly before ascending the stairs, each retreating to their respective rooms. Wanyin continued her leisurely stroll with her cola and hamburger, eagerly anticipating the fate of that scoundrel Wei Fenghua. The following morning, Bai Shuwen left with Wei Fenghua. Not long after, Zhuang Xiaoxia also departed. While Wanyin was enjoying breakfast in the dining hall, Bai Shuwen and Zhuang Xiaoxia returned, though Wei Fenghua was conspicuously absent. Where is that scoundrel? Wanyin inquired with curiosity. Dealt with, Bai Shuwen replied calmly. Zhuang Xiaoxia, brimming with enthusiasm, had purchased a plate of vegetarian dumplings, which she brought over, eating while recounting to Gu Wanyin the events of the previous night. It turned out she had lured Wei Fenghua to a rice noodle shop, where, finding it empty and with her playful demeanor, he naively believed in his own charm. Under her subtle guidance, he divulged his innermost thoughts. Indeed, after the apocalypse, his relationship with Bai Shuwen was solely due to her special abilities. Zhuang Xiaoxia then asked, what if they rekindle their old flame? How would Bai Shuwen react? Wei Fenghua arrogantly dismissed her concerns, claiming Bai Shuwen was too trusting of him. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Shuwen was right outside, having overheard every word. Thus, this morning, she had deceived him out of the hotel and, alongside Zhuang Xiaoxia, dealt with him. Did you kill him?
Gu Wanyin asked.
Oh, not at all. Zhuang Xiaoxia replied as she swallowed a dumpling. I merely rendered his arms useless, while Miss Bai took care of his legs. Zhuang Xiaoxia sought revenge for the wrongs Wei Fenghua had inflicted upon her, while Bai Shuwen sought retribution for being deceived for over a year. Though Wei Fenghua possessed special abilities, having his arms and legs incapacitated would undoubtedly lead to a bleak future for him. Gu Wanyin nodded, savoring the juicy details. Chapter 26. The Grand Opening of Jurassic Park. The resolution of the Wei Fenghua situation was a relief, sparing future guests from his repulsive presence. The Peace Hotel should be a warm and harmonious place. A couple of days later, the system informed Gu Wanyin that Jurassic Park was ready for its grand opening. To prevent the dinosaurs from frightening passers-by outside the hotel, the system thoughtfully prepared an alternate space. On the third floor, beside room 301, there was a door. Entering this door would lead to a vast expanse filled with blue skies, white clouds, verdant mountains, and playful dinosaurs. Next to this door was a card swipe terminal. To enter Jurassic Park, one simply needed to swipe their room card, which would also deduct the corresponding points from their account. The system had also installed card swipe terminals in the dining hall, rice noodle shop, hot pot restaurant, and other locations. Although the system could automatically deduct points based on the food items guests selected, Gu Wanyin insisted that swiping cards would lend a sense of formality. The system promptly complied. Gu Wanyin also instructed the staff to inform the guests that Jurassic Park was now open. Indeed, Fu Siheng eagerly followed Gu Wanyin, along with his cola and hamburger. Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu joined them as well. After dealing with Wei Fenghua, they had managed to procure 2 level 1 crystal cores from him. Bai Shuwen had no interest. So, Zhuang Xiaoxia took them back and shared one with Dong Yu. Now, with a bit more resources at hand, they were keen to visit Jurassic Park, especially since it featured dinosaurs. Upon entering the door, they first traversed through darkness, followed by an onslaught of light. They instinctively shut their eyes. When they finally opened them, they were awestruck by the sight before them. Long-necked Brachiosaurus stretched its neck in search of food, fierce Tyrannosaurus roared towards the sky, and Ornithomimus soared freely in the azure expanse. Additionally, there were Triceratops, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, and more, creating a dazzling spectacle. Zhuang Xiaoxia, Dong Yu, and the cola hamburger combo gaped in astonishment, unable to close their mouths for quite some time. Fu Siheng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Dinosaurs. Real dinosaurs. I never imagined I would witness this in my lifetime. Prior to the apocalypse, Fu Siheng had been fascinated by dinosaurs, often visiting fossil exhibits.
Now,
he was seeing actual dinosaurs. Moreover, as they walked past a Tyrannosaurus, it paid them no mind, indicating that this place was utterly safe. The dinosaurs posed no threat to them. Emerging from the exhibit, Fu Siheng and the others excitedly shared their experience with other guests. Initially hesitant, upon hearing their thrilling accounts, the other guests eagerly made their way to Jurassic Park. The cost of 5 points for 2 hours was somewhat painful for the average person, as most struggled to acquire crystal cores unless fortune smiled upon them. However, who could resist the allure of dinosaurs? Meanwhile, outside, the temperature continued to rise.
Ye Golfei.
The leader of the Haikong base sat in a vehicle, panting from the heat. Crystal cores could be converted into energy for the vehicle, but a large quantity was required. Even he could not afford to run the air conditioning. Damn it, why is it so hot today? Yi Gaofei cursed. Although it had not yet reached the peak of unbearable heat, it was still quite intolerable. The driver in front was also sweating profusely, yet he dared not voice his discomfort, focusing intently on the road. Following behind his vehicle were several tanks and armored cars. The numbers were limited. not only to avoid wasting resources, but also because Yi Gaofei had brought numerous high-level abilities with him. He believed that a mere hotel, regardless of how formidable the girl running it was, would not stand against him and his cadre of powerful abilities. The prospect of soon seizing a resource-rich hotel lifted his spirits considerably. "How much longer until we arrive?" he inquired. "Mr. Yi, we have just entered City A. It will take approximately another hour to reach Xinghe Plaza."
All right.
Meanwhile, within the hotel, everyone gathered in the lobby, enjoying food and conversation. Although the system maintained a consistently comfortable temperature, it had thoughtfully activated the air conditioning in the lobby, providing a refreshing respite from the blazing sun outside. As they basked in the cool air, the drinks in the cabinet had also been chilled, half of them transformed into refreshing beverages. Certainly, cold beverages incur an additional point charge. There was little dissent among the crowd. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, merely having access to drinks was a luxury. What did it matter if cold drinks required an extra point? It was still quite a bargain. Wanyin, sipping on her icy cola while conversing with Su Shi, was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the system.
Ding.
"Please note, host, that in approximately 1 hour, the enemy will arrive at the hotel entrance. Would you like to select a method to thwart them? What methods are available?" Wanyin inquired with keen interest. "There are many options. For instance, we could choose to teleport them to any hazardous location, even into the oxygen-deprived void of space. Additionally, I could contact my colleagues from the horror realm and send them all there." "Haha, that is quite a trick." Wanyin chuckled heartily. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck her, and she asked, "System, do you think we could temporarily unleash the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park and let them roam at the hotel entrance? They should be quite menacing to our foes, wouldn't they?" "Absolutely," the system replied. "I understand you wish to employ the dinosaurs against them?" "Precisely." "Very well. Upon your command, I can release the dinosaurs immediately." "Splendid." Wanyin eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. After all, these were colossal creatures with formidable attacking prowess. Even the mightiest zombie king in this apocalyptic world would seem like a mere insect beneath their feet. Thus, regardless of the various superhumans among the enemies, they would surely be left paralyzed in fear before such titans. Of course, if those adversaries displayed a modicum of sense and chose to depart peacefully, it would not be necessary to resort to such measures. However, if they proved obstinate, well, then they should not blame her for her ruthlessness. She aimed to provide a sanctuary for the people in this desolate world, but not for those who dared to irk her. Moments later, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look outside. It seems a vehicle is approaching." "Oh my goodness, can anyone still drive in this apocalypse?" Zhuang Xiaxia's eyes widened, pondering how many crystal cores that must cost. Not just a vehicle. There are tanks and armored vehicles behind it. Good heavens, are they here to assault the hotel? What should we do? Boss Gu, what are we to do now? Chapter 27. Ruthless even to one's own. "Everyone remain calm," Wanyin said with a smile. "They cannot enter the hotel. This establishment guarantees the safety of all its guests." Upon reflection, the crowd concurred. This hotel need not fear zombies or natural disasters. Why fear attacking enemies?
Boss.
Shall we simply ignore them? Can they really get in?
Sushi貴啲.
I'll step outside and take a look. Wanyin was curious to see who possessed the audacity and nefarious intent to target her hotel. Moreover, she needed to sway 3 enemies to her side. As Wanyin exited the hotel, coincidentally, Yi Gaofei was also disembarking from the vehicle. He wore sunglasses and a hat, frequently wiping the sweat from his brow. In stark contrast, Wanyin, clad in a pristine dress and exuding calm composure, presented a striking image. The system's protection of Wanyin was thorough. Upon leaving the hotel, she had no fear of zombies or attacks from others, nor did she suffer from extreme cold or heat, her body only aware of a comfortable, constant temperature. Upon seeing her, Yi Gaofei's eyes widened in surprise. This was the young lady who ran the hotel? He had not anticipated that not only was the hotel real, but it was also managed by a beauty. A lascivious grin spread across his face as he leered at Wanyin and asked, "Little sister, is this hotel yours?" "Do not overstep your bounds," Wanyin retorted coldly. "However, it is indeed my hotel. Who are you, to arrive at my establishment with such a grand display? What business do you have here?" Yi Gaofei's smile grew increasingly lascivious as he replied, I heard that a miraculous hotel opened here, stocked with ample resources. Is that right? Little sister, heed my advice. This place is fraught with peril beyond your grasp. Allow me to handle it. Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle at his foolishness. This is my hotel. I shall not relinquish it to anyone. I advise you to turn back while you still can, or you shall not find me merciful. Upon hearing this, Yi Gaofei's irritation flared. That is something I should be saying. Surrender the hotel to me, or I shall show you no mercy. With that, Yi Gaofei attempted to conjure a fireball in his hand. He was a level 7 fire-type superhuman, capable of immense destruction. Yet, at that moment, he found his hands empty. Where was his fireball? Where was his power? Yi Gaofei tried again with all his might, but still, no fireball appeared, not even a flicker of flame. What on earth was happening? Had his powers vanished? How could this be? He had never heard of abilities simply disappearing. Despite the sweltering heat, he felt an icy chill. Meanwhile, Wanyin watched him with a mocking expression. Yi Gaofei felt humiliated, a wave of indignation washing over him. In a fit of rage, he turned sharply towards one of his subordinates. Mr. Yi? The subordinate, bewildered, looked back at him in confusion. Yi Gaofei attempted to unleash his powers once more, hurling a fireball in a fit of impatience. Unbeknownst to him, his subordinate was completely unprepared, and the fireball struck, sending him flying several meters before igniting him in flames. Accompanied by his agonizing screams, he was swiftly reduced to ashes. The other subordinates stood in shock, their faces pale as they looked at Yi Gaofei. Mr. Yi? What are you doing? Wanyin frowned. This man could turn against his own? Her displeasure grew. Yet, Yi Gaofei felt a sense of relief. Clearly, his powers were intact and had not vanished. But just moments ago, Yi Gaofei, not yet disheartened, turned back to Wanyin, attempting to gather a fireball once more. However, this time, his powers eluded him again. Now he finally understood. It seemed he could not unleash his abilities against Wanyin or this hotel. What's wrong? You seem a bit off, Wanyin taunted. I warned you to turn back, but you didn't listen. Now, you mustn't blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, she glanced at the subordinates behind Yi Gaofei and said, You must have witnessed how he treated that man just now. A person like him is ruthless and can turn against his own. Are you certain you wish to follow him? Do you not fear that the fate of that man could be yours tomorrow? At her words, Yi Gaofei's subordinates collectively paled. Although they had known from the outset that Yi Gaofei was not a good man, in this apocalypse, even as advanced superhumans, they needed to align themselves with someone formidable to survive. They had followed him, but never had they anticipated that he would turn so mercilessly on his own. The man who had just perished had always been loyal to Yi Gaofei. Wanyin continued with a voice dripping with allure, As for my hotel, it is absolutely safe, capable of withstanding any zombies, natural disasters, and attacks from others. Observing Yi Gaofei, one can easily discern that he harbors no extraordinary abilities towards me or my hotel. Therefore, if you wish to stay at my establishment, I am still willing to extend an opportunity, provided you possess sufficient points and adhere to the hotel regulations. You may reside here indefinitely. Yi Gaofei's expression darkened further. Damn it, this woman dares to incite my subordinates. Do not listen to her. Yi Gaofei bellowed, All of you,
Attack.
bring in the tanks and armored vehicles. Whoever manages to eliminate her will be promoted to the deputy commander of the base. Enjoy yourselves as you wish. It must be said, Yi Gaofei's words were indeed quite enticing. After all, none of these individuals had witnessed the true nature of the hotel. Meanwhile, at the Haikong base, they had seen the privileges Yi Gaofei enjoyed, which they had long envied. I can only offer you 3 spots, Wanyin replied nonchalantly. After this, it will be too late. She had no desire to recruit too many. Since the system's task was to incite 3, she would limit herself to just that. As soon as her words fell, one person swiftly approached her and stood behind her, fists clenched as if placing a bet. Following suit, 2 others joined him. Of course, many others wished to come forward, but with Wanyin stating she would only recruit 3, they were left without opportunity. Nevertheless, they did not harbor much regret. Thinking that if they could conquer this hotel alongside Yi Gaofei, they could eventually reside there as well. You, Yi Gaofei glared at them furiously. You dare to betray me. Apologies, Mr. Yi. One of them responded hoarsely. Your recent actions have truly disheartened us.
Ha!
You will regret this. Yi Gaofei roared. What are you all waiting for?
Attack now.
At his command, the others began to unleash their powers. Those controlling the tanks and armored vehicles also commenced their operations. However, to their horror, they discovered that neither their abilities nor the tanks and armored vehicles were operational. They seemed to have been reduced to mere mortals, and the tanks appeared as mere models. It became evident that the girl's previous words were indeed true. Regret flooded through them as they lamented not having rushed over sooner. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. Wanyin let out a cold laugh and silently communicated with the system, released the dinosaurs. In an instant, 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared before Yi Gaofei and his men. Their roars shook the ground and echoed through the skies.
Wow.
The guests in the hotel could not help but express their astonishment. Although they had witnessed such creatures in Jurassic Park before, this moment felt entirely different. After all, they were now tasked with annihilating the enemy. Charge, T-Rex. Yi Gaofei and his subordinates were left utterly dumbfounded, their bodies frozen in fear.
Terror.
It was a primal fear that enveloped them, rendering them immobile. What of tanks and armored vehicles? What of powers? Against such colossal dinosaurs, they became mere farces. Before Yi Gaofei could shake off his fear, a Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped down, instantly reducing him to a gruesome pulp. Witnessing this, his subordinates screamed in terror, instinctively fleeing in all directions. However, before the T-Rex, there was no escape. In less than a minute, they were either crushed underfoot or devoured, becoming mere sustenance. Even the hotel guests, though thrilled by the spectacle, were nonetheless shaken. They had experienced the apocalypse and witnessed zombies feasting on humans, but seeing dinosaurs devour humans was an entirely new ordeal. The 3 who had just defected to Guanyin's side trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having chosen to ally with Wanyin. Otherwise, they too would have become souls beneath the feet or jaws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once the 2 T-Rexes fulfilled their task, they became less menacing, swaying their heads as if seeking praise. Well done, Wanyin commended, then instructed the system in her mind. Reel them back. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus Rex vanished before everyone's eyes. The blood and remnants on the ground disappeared as well, and the entrance of the hotel returned to its pristine state. The 3 newly allied individuals cautiously wiped the sweat from their brows, hastily pledging their loyalty. Boss, we genuinely wish to align ourselves with you. Henceforth, we shall undoubtedly follow your lead. Indeed, indeed. Wanyin glanced at them and replied, there is no need for that. I am not seeking subordinates, merely guests. You may now enter to check in. As long as your points are sufficient and you abide by the hotel rules, you may stay here indefinitely. However, should you violate the rules? Absolutely not. We would never dare, one of them exclaimed, nearly in tears. After witnessing the dinosaurs devouring humans, who would dare to breach the hotel regulations? They would gladly prostrate themselves before Wanyin. Very well, then come with me. Wanyin led the 3 individuals into the hotel. Instantly, a crowd gathered around them. Owner, that was spectacular. Though somewhat frightening, it was exhilarating.
Ha!
I wonder who would dare to provoke our safe hotel again. Wow, I was so pumped up just now. I want to visit Jurassic Park again. Anyone want to join? But the T-Rex is a bit intimidating. Surely it won't eat us, right? Our owner said they pose no threat to us. Do you still doubt the owner's words? I've been there before. I even touched a T-Rex and came to no harm. Let us go. Wanyin brought the 3 newly recruited individuals to the front desk, instructing Su Shi to facilitate their check-in. Boss, the guest in room 206, Wei Fenghua, has yet to return. In 5 minutes, his room will expire. Can we allow new guests to occupy room 206, or shall we wait for him to return to extend his stay?
Su Shi inquired.
Wait for 10 minutes, Wanyin replied. Once the time is up, allow the new guest to check in. He will not be returning. Bai Shuwen had deliberately taken him far from the hotel to deal with him. He had been rendered incapacitated, and it was impossible for him to crawl back. By now, he had likely been devoured by zombies. Thus, 5 minutes later, Su Shi proceeded to check in the 3 individuals. One was assigned to room 206, while the other 2 shared room 303. The 2 sharing a double room had 1 room card between them. The fees were evenly deducted from their cards, and they could purchase items separately. Furthermore, due to the system's meticulous nature, the double room not only had an additional bed but also featured extra amenities. Essentially, it was akin to merging two single rooms into one, allowing the two to converse and socialize, unlike single rooms where one was confined to solitude.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. The task has been completed, and you have been rewarded with rooms 401 and 402, along with upgrades for rooms 301 and 305. You have also unlocked 5 unlimited dishes, 5 varieties of unlimited fruits, a barbecue restaurant, and all ingredients for the barbecue restaurant. Hooray! Another barbecue establishment has opened. Wanyin feels that her life is becoming increasingly delightful. She took a glance at the cafeteria, where the dish machine now featured braised beef, grilled eggplant, spicy sour shredded potatoes, oil-braised prawns, and yam and tripe pepper soup. In the cabinet, there were also durian, cherries, watermelon, mangosteen, and dragon fruit. These 5 fruits are either large in size or considered quite precious. Although these items are infinite within the system, Wanyin is still unable to price them as simply as 1 point per apple. Durian costs 4 points each, cherries 3 points per box, with 10 in a box. Watermelon, mangosteen, and dragon fruit are priced at 2 points each. Upon noticing the new items in the cabinet, several customers approached to make their selections. Bai Shuwen, being a level 4 ability user and not short on crystal cores to exchange for points, generously purchased a durian and 2 boxes of cherries. These were her favorite fruits before the apocalypse. Back then, she was a big star, not lacking in money, and could indulge to her heart's content. However, after the apocalypse, even as an ability user, she had not lacked in food, yet durian and cherries were fruits she hadn't seen again. Now, she could actually purchase them in a hotel. Bai Shuwen was ecstatic. Upon returning to her room, she eagerly opened a box of cherries and tasted one.
Sweet.
However, ordinary people naturally would not dare to spend points as extravagantly as she did. The couple residing in room 301 bought a watermelon, while the pair of sisters in room 302 purchased a dragon fruit to share. Given the sweltering heat outside the hotel today, the watermelon could even be served chilled. A bite of icy watermelon. So refreshing. In the evening, Wanyin went to the barbecue restaurant with cola and hamburgers. The menu offered everything from grilled lamb skewers, grilled beef skewers, grilled chicken wings, grilled meat on bone, grilled chicken feet, to grilled enoki mushrooms. Everything one would expect from a barbecue restaurant was available here. Moreover, there was beer. Chapter 29, Steadfastness of the Heart. A bite of skewers followed by a sip of cold beer was utterly delightful. Of course, cola and hamburgers were for the children, so Wanyin fetched them some drinks. At the adjacent table sat Bai Shuwen, who had come alone. Before her lay an abundant spread of skewers and 3 bottles of beer. Wanyin couldn't help but click her tongue. To note, the prices at the barbecue restaurant had also been predetermined by the system. Meat skewers cost 2 points each, vegetable skewers 1 point, and beer 2 points per bottle. The skewers were not particularly large, yet the meat was succulent and incredibly flavorful. Although they appeared inexpensive at first glance, an average person would dare only to buy a few skewers at a time, as points must be meticulously saved. However, the table in front of Bai Shuwen likely totaled at least 40 or 50 points. Indeed, a level 4 ability user could afford to be extravagant. The system must surely be pleased. Wanyin chose to ignore Bai Shuwen and focused on relishing her delicious skewers. Cola and hamburgers also enjoyed their meal, their faces smeared like little calico cats. After a while, as Wanyin savored the crispy and tender grilled chicken wings, she suddenly heard a faint sob. Instinctively, she turned her head to see Bai Shuwen in tears. Before her, there were already 6 or 7 empty beer bottles stacked on the table. It seemed she had quickly finished the 3 bottles and purchased more beer, and it appeared she was drinking rather swiftly. Bai Shuwen looked quite sorrowful. Initially, her sobs were soft, but soon tears flowed freely, as if a dam had burst. Wanyin seemed to understand. Although Bai Shuwen appeared calm and rational on the surface, decisively dealing with Wei Fenghua upon discovering he was a scoundrel, she was still hurting inside. She may have genuinely liked Wei Fenghua, and they had relied on each other during the apocalypse. Such a bond must be rare in Bai Shuwen's heart. It was a pity that Wei Fenghua was utterly unworthy. Nonetheless, Bai Shuwen was a clear-minded individual. Wanyin believed that after this bout of tears, she would completely forget that scoundrel. Wanyin chose not to disturb her. After finishing her meal, she took cola and hamburgers and prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, Bai Shuwen suddenly called out, "Boss Gu, wait a moment." Wanyin turned around and inquired, "Miss Bai, is there something you need?" Bai Shuwen wiped her tears and said, "The enemies that came today, if I'm not mistaken, should be from the Haikong base. Of course, I have witnessed how extraordinary this hotel is. I believe no matter what kind of enemies come, it will be fine." However, her voice grew somber as she added, "You should be cautious of those from the Mu-Ro base." Upon hearing the name Mu-Ro, Wanyin's eyes flickered. That was the base established by the protagonists of the novel. Because the heroine's name contained the character for soft, the hero named the base Mu-Ro. In the story, the heroine's abilities were not high, only at level 2, while the hero was quite formidable, possessing level 8 fire abilities and level 5 lightning abilities. It was rare for someone to awaken dual abilities. With the hero's protection, the heroine thrived during the apocalypse, and they enjoyed a joyful life in the base. However, since Wanyin had traversed here, she had never intended to intersect with the protagonists. It was best for them to lead their separate lives. With this hotel being so secure and stocked with endless resources, even housing creatures as formidable as dinosaurs, it's easy to attract the envy of others. Not only the Haikong base, but others would also covet it. However, it is the people from the Mu-Ro base that you must be particularly wary of. The female manager there, and Karu, is exceptionally clever. She will surely not attack directly, but will employ other methods, plotting gradually. As she spoke, Bai Shuwen gave a self-deprecating smile. Not long after the apocalypse began, I had dealings with her and was once tricked by her. Wanyin nodded, saying, "I understand. Thank you for your warning." The story indeed mentioned that the heroine and Karu was very intelligent. As for the hero, his intelligence was average. Yet he was strong and capable, embodying 5 words: wild, domineering, cool, dazzling, and charming. "It's nothing," Bai Shuwen chuckled. "I truly like it here and hope to stay for a long time. Moreover, I feel this hotel belongs to you. If someone were to steal it away, I would feel quite displeased." "Rest assured," Wanyin replied with a smile. "No one can take it away. Not even my system would allow it." Humph. After exiting the barbecue restaurant, the system's voice rang out once more.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Steadfastness of the heart. Task rewards. All rooms on the 4th floor will be unlocked. Rooms 306 and 3010 will be upgraded. A clothing store will be unlocked with unlimited clothing. A snail noodle shop will be unlocked with unlimited snail noodles, and 5 unlimited dishes and 5 unlimited beverages will be unlocked. Wanyin furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring within her mind, "System, what does steadfastness of the heart mean?" In the past, tasks were communicated to her in a straightforward manner, dictating precisely what she was to do. However, this time, the task was encapsulated in a mere 4 cryptic words, leaving her utterly perplexed. "I apologize, host, but there are regulations in the interstellar realm, and I cannot elaborate further," the system's voice conveyed with an emotionless tone. Wanyin sighed in resignation. Very well. The system had been so accommodating toward her. It would be unreasonable to compel it to contravene its rules, wouldn't it? She resolved to ponder the matter herself. Upholding her inner convictions, was she meant to persistently remember her mission of managing the hotel and strive tirelessly? Yet she had always done so. In fact, she intended to drive to a more distant base tomorrow to promote the hotel. She aimed to attract more guests, accumulate abundant points, and ensure her system secured the top rank each month. However, if the system had not indicated that her task was complete, could it be that she was not exerting sufficient effort? Or perhaps, the notion of upholding her inner convictions referred to something entirely different? Wanyin was thoroughly confounded. "Sister, why was that Aunt Bai crying just now?"
Hamburger inquired curiously.
Wanyin replied, "Because she was deceived by a wicked man, which made her very sad. When you grow up, you must keep your eyes wide open and never let a bad man trick you." Kola immediately clenched his tiny fists and declared, "I will protect Sister Hamburger. I'll see who dares to deceive her." Wanyin affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "Indeed, Kola is quite the little gentleman." Yet Hamburger furrowed her brow, her expression filled with concern. "Sister, you are so beautiful. Won't there be bad men trying to deceive you too?" "I will protect you," Kola quickly interjected. Just as Wanyin was about to assert that no man would dare approach her, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Upholding her inner convictions, could it mean not allowing herself to be deceived by men? Chapter 30. Chongning Base. If that were the case, it certainly would be intriguing. Which scoundrel dared to attempt to deceive her? Upon entering the lobby, she noticed new guests had arrived. It was already past 8 in the evening, and it was Fong Yong's shift. Dressed in his staff uniform, he appeared full of vigor. However, standing before him were 2 foreign patrons with golden hair and blue eyes, chattering away in a rapid stream of foreign language. Fong Yong thought to himself, by heaven's grace, my English is quite proficient. The issue was, they were not speaking English at all. He couldn't comprehend a word. The 2 foreign guests, noticing his confusion, grew anxious and began gesturing wildly, yet Fong Yong remained bewildered, ultimately seeking assistance from Wanyin. Don't look at me, I don't understand either, she replied. In her mind, she queried the system. Do you have a translation function? Indeed, host, came the response. Could you make it so that their words automatically translate into Chinese for us? And for future foreign guests, let our words translate into their language as well. Understood, host. Activating translation function now. Just as Fong Yong was fretting, the words from the 2 guests suddenly transformed into Chinese. Is it safe? Are there no zombies? Is there food? Startled, Fong Yong quickly composed himself, flashing a standard smile as he welcomed them. Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Peace Hotel, our establishment. He proceeded to enthusiastically introduce the hotel, even showing them the regulations, which were also automatically translated for the foreign guests. They were pleasantly surprised and soon had Fong Yong assist them with their check-in. Securing room 304. Curious, Wanyin asked the system, what language were those 2 speaking earlier? I couldn't understand it all. Oh, that was Bulgarian. Wanyin was taken aback. The next day, Wanyin prepared to drive to the Chongning base, situated further from the hotel. This base was smaller than Haikong base but significantly superior to Sunshine base, primarily housing 2nd and 3rd tier ability users, totaling around 200 individuals. Although it was a considerable distance, she now had a car and could return before nightfall. Before departing from the base, she took a portion of dumplings filled with cabbage and pork, thoughtfully packaged by the system in a takeout box, along with a bottle of Sprite for her lunch. The vehicle provided by the system was parked in the hotel's rear parking lot, a white sedan, resembling an ordinary car capable of seating 4 to 5 individuals comfortably. Wanyin settled into the car, instinctively fastening her seatbelt. Prior to her crossing over, she had possessed a driver's license and was quite adept at driving. The system assured her that she needn't worry about running out of fuel. She could drive freely. Thus, Wanyin drove away from the hotel. Su Shi stood at the hotel entrance, waving and smiling. Boss, good luck. Bring back more guests. By midday, Wanyin had arrived at the Chongning base. She parked the car a little further away and walked towards the entrance, where few individuals were lined up to enter, accompanied by 3 guards who were conversing with those attempting to gain entry. Upon inquiring, Wanyin learned that to enter the Chongning base, individuals with abilities rated 2 and above only needed to present a small amount of supplies, while those rated below 2nd tier had to either surrender 5 first-tier crystals or a substantial amount of supplies. This posed a dilemma for her, as she possessed no abilities, crystals, or significant supplies. At that moment, the system interjected, 5 first-tier crystals have been placed into the host's backpack. Really? Wanyin promptly removed her backpack and opened it, discovering 5 first-tier crystals inside. System, you can even provide me with crystals? But I haven't completed any tasks yet. Won't this be a violation of regulations? Wanyin regarded the system as an ally now, and certainly did not wish for it to face penalties. Indeed, host. Since your purpose for visiting the Chongning base is to recruit guests for the hotel business, providing you with crystals to facilitate your entry does not violate regulations. Understanding dawned on Wanyin. However, she soon had another thought and asked, wait, since you can conjure crystals, why not directly exchange them for points? The system seemed momentarily exasperated by her naivety and took a while to respond, I am a management system. Points must be earned through guest zone resources and subsequently spent within the hotel to count. Wanyin reflected on this and realized it made sense. Otherwise, with the abundance of food, drink, and entertainment available in the system, it could easily secure the top rank each month. I just had a silly thought, forget it. Wanyin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This system will not forget anything, it replied coldly. Wanyin was momentarily speechless. Clutching the first-tier crystals, she joined the queue. When it was her turn, the guard at the entrance scrutinized her and asked, "Did you come alone?" "Yes," Wanyin replied. "I am not an ability user. But I have 5 first-tier crystals. May I enter?" The guard appeared somewhat astonished, not expecting a seemingly fragile girl without abilities to have survived alone until now, let alone possessing crystals. Is she a lucky charm? How fortunate. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, "Of course you may enter. However, I must remind you that once you enter the Chongning base, acquiring supplies or a place to stay necessitates the possession of crystal cores. Otherwise, you will find yourself starving and sleeping outdoors." "Understood. Thank you," Wanyin replied as she handed over the crystal core and stepped into the Chongning base. She had no intention of dining or lodging here. Her aim was simply to promote her hotel before departing. Upon entering, she discovered that this place surpassed the Sunshine base by leaps and bounds. The roads were flanked by respectable-looking buildings, with occasional apartment complexes, and the streets were impeccably clean, even featuring vendors selling an unidentifiable type of pancake. Although the pancakes appeared unappetizing, a queue had formed. Wanyin had no interest in trying them, nor did she possess any surplus crystal cores to spend. She was solely focused on advertising her hotel, despite the numerous gazes fixed upon her. The orderliness of the Chongning base was markedly superior to that of the Sunshine base, with uniformed personnel patrolling regularly, dissuading any ill intentions towards her. Spotting a cluster of 7 or 8 individuals engaged in conversation, she approached them, ready to initiate her pitch. Chapter 31. Prioritizing one's own interests. "I barely have any crystal cores left. If this continues, I won't be allowed to stay here. Shall we venture out tomorrow? I'll accompany you." Another round of battling zombies, and who knows if we can even find crystal cores. It's truly vexing. All right, don't be so disheartened. Level 1 zombies are still relatively straightforward for us. We can split any crystal cores we obtain. As they were engrossed in their discussion, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out, "Hello, everyone. Do you have a moment to chat with me?" The group turned to her, surprised to see a beautiful young woman, impeccably clean and seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. After a moment of astonishment, they presumed she was a newcomer to the base seeking information, and one of them kindly inquired, "What would you like to discuss?" Wanyin smiled a perfectly polished smile. "The thing is, I own a hotel at Star River Square, which offers water, electricity, and supplies. If any of you are interested, feel free to come and check it out. You must have some crystal cores on you, right?" Crystal cores can be exchanged for quite a few points. Although this base was somewhat farther from the Sunshine base, it remained within City A, where most of the residents were from the same area, so they were familiar with Star River Square. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. "A hotel? You own it? It has supplies? Beautiful lady, are you sure you're not just making this up? Aren't you worried someone might take advantage of you? Star River Square? Isn't that just a shopping mall?" They chimed in, clamoring with questions. Just then, another person spoke up. "I remember someone came from the Sunshine base a couple of days ago and mentioned a hotel, but he didn't believe it, so he didn't go."
Yes.
"I also did some advertising at the Sunshine base," Wanyin replied with a smile. "Those who believed in me have already settled into my hotel. The conditions there are excellent, and I assure you that anyone who has stayed there will never wish to leave. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse." Such bold claims were rarely made. Yet, the confidence radiating from Wanyin's smile left no room for doubt. "But is it expensive?" One of them cautiously probed. "What supplies do you have? What are the accommodations like? You all must have some crystal cores, right?" A level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 1,000 points, and it costs 10 points for one night's stay. Of course, other supplies in the hotel also require points for purchase.
Besides crystal cores.
Other items can be exchanged for points, though the rates are comparatively lower. As for supplies, they are currently quite abundant, including hot dishes, rice noodles, hot pot, barbecue, beverages, and more. I want to list them all. Before she could finish, the group erupted in astonishment. "Really? You have hot pot and barbecue? I find this hard to believe. Are you certain this hotel is yours? How has it not been taken over by someone else?" Wanyin replied nonchalantly. "If I can open a hotel in this apocalyptic world, I must possess some skills. Wouldn't you agree?" To be precise, it was her system that had the capabilities. However, there was no need to disclose the existence of her binding system. Ultimately, as long as she could attract guests and earn points for her system, that was sufficient. Perhaps her calm demeanor convinced them that she was a mysterious figure of significance. A mysterious benefactor opening a hotel with supplies was not so far-fetched after all. There was a question I didn't address earlier. The hotel rooms, while certainly not comparable to pre-apocalypse suites, are impeccably clean and, most importantly, secure. Staying there offers protection against zombies, natural disasters, and more. The more she spoke, the more excited the crowd became. Soon, an increasing number of people approached to inquire about her claims. The initial group of 7 or 8, still buzzing with enthusiasm, eagerly volunteered to explain the details to others. Naturally, some believed her, while others remained skeptical. Sensing that her promotional efforts were bearing fruit, Wanyin raised her voice once more, emphasizing, "My hotel is located at Star River Square. Whether you are an ability user or an ordinary person, all are welcome. I look forward to your patronage." After patiently answering a few more questions, she took her leave, pleased with the apparent success of her campaign. She estimated that about half of them believed her. Upon returning, she could await her guests in anticipation. Wanyin exited the base and returned to her vehicle. By now, it was midday, long past the hour for lunch, and her stomach growled in protest. She retrieved a container of dumplings and opened it. The dumplings were still steaming hot, freshly cooked, and aromatic. After finishing her meal, she sipped a few gulps of Sprite. At that moment, she suddenly noticed an individual being pursued by zombies, frantically running towards her car. The person, unable to see whether anyone was inside, instinctively shouted, "Help me. Please, save me." Wanyin was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that she could not arbitrarily intervene in the affairs of others while outside. In other words, she was unable to save this person. Although her heart ached for them, she resolutely turned her head away. Should conditions permit, she might help others, but she would never jeopardize her own safety for the sake of another. Enjoying her privileges, she was also bound by the rules. Failing to adhere to them would surely carry severe consequences. There was no choice. Her own well-being would always take precedence. In this apocalypse, countless lives had been lost. All she could do was manage her hotel diligently, providing a sanctuary for more people. Beyond that, there was little else she could offer. Hearing the distant screams of the individual, Wanyin steadied herself and drove away. 3 days later, at the Muro base, "Brother Qingyu, my phone is out of battery again," and Kai Ro pouted, holding her darkened screen towards Qingyu. He took the phone, affectionately ruffled her hair, and said indulgently, "Don't worry, I'll have someone use crystal cores to charge it up right away. You're the best, Brother Qingyu." And Kai Ro exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. Just then, a voice from outside the room interrupted, "Boss, I have something very important to report to you." Qingyu wrapped his arm around Nkaru and casually remarked, "Come in." A subordinate stepped inside, casting a brief glance at Nkaru before saying, "Boss, I've heard that a hotel has opened in City A, and it's quite remarkable." "A hotel? Merely a new base, I presume?" Qingyu scoffed.
No.
"It's genuinely a hotel, a grand building, and I've heard it is stocked with an abundance of supplies." Upon hearing the mention of plentiful resources, both Qingyu and Nkaru's interest was piqued. Although they were not lacking in supplies, in this post-apocalyptic world, who would ever disdain an excess of provisions? "What kind of supplies? How much?" Nkaru inquired. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but it must be substantial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to establish that hotel. I've heard there are already quite a number of guests there." Qingyu exchanged glances with Nkaru. Ro, what do you think?" he asked. "Brother Qingyu, I believe we could negotiate with the hotel owner to bring supplies here. In return, you could offer her a position," Nkaru suggested with an innocent expression. This arrangement should benefit both parties, after all. Who wouldn't want the protection of the Muro base? Qingyu affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Ro, you are truly kind-hearted." The subordinate's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Qingyu noticed and prompted, "What do you want to say?" "I've heard that the hotel owner is formidable," the subordinate replied gravely. "A few days ago, Yi Gaofei from the Haikong base attempted to seize the hotel, and he never returned." Qingyu's brows furrowed immediately. He was acquainted with Yi Gaofei. Although not as powerful as himself, he possessed some skills. It was surprising that he had fallen short against that hotel. Moreover, observing the subordinate's hesitance, Gu Qingyu grew impatient. What else is there? Speak quickly. Rumor has it that someone has seen a dinosaur. Both Gu Qingyu and Enkaru were momentarily taken aback.
Ha ha ha.
Gu Qingyu burst into laughter. A dinosaur? How audacious of you to say. Do you believe this is some bygone era? Have you traveled through time, or has the dinosaur returned? Enkaru, however, gazed thoughtfully, her eyes glinting with intrigue. It's true, the subordinate insisted hastily. In any case, that hotel is extraordinary. I believe if we wish to acquire those supplies, we must devise a careful plan. Brother Qingyu, he makes a valid point, and Enkaru concurred. Upon hearing Enkaru's endorsement, Gu Qingyu straightened his posture. Row. I shall heed your counsel. Enkaru continued, while I find the dinosaur claim hard to fathom, such rumors do not simply arise out of nowhere. Moreover, have there not been sightings of mutated beasts recently? I surmise that within that hotel, there is either a mutated beast resembling a dinosaur or a potent high-level psychic ability user capable of creating illusions. Gu Qingyu nodded, then asked the subordinate. What do you know about the hotel owner? I've heard she is a young girl, the subordinate replied. Having encountered many formidable female warriors in this new world, Gu Qingyu was not particularly astonished by this news. Enkaru suddenly smiled. A girl? Brother Qingyu, I have a brilliant idea. My clever Ro, do share your idea. Gu Qingyu urged eagerly. Instead of responding immediately, Enkaru instructed the subordinate, go fetch Mingyu.
Yes.
Gu Qingyu seemed somewhat displeased. What do you need him for? You know very well how he feels about you, Brother Qingyu. Don't fret, you will understand shortly. After a brief interval, a handsome young man entered, bearing a resemblance to Gu Qingyu. This was Gu Mingyu, Gu Qingyu's brother. Mingyu, Enkaru greeted him with a smile. Gu Mingyu nodded, his expression neutral. Yet his gaze towards Enkaru was filled with deep affection. Listen to me, Enkaru began, since the hotel owner is a capable young girl. Why don't we send Mingyu to assess the situation? Sister Ro is referring to that hotel that has been generating much buzz lately? Gu Mingyu inquired. Yes, precisely. Enkaru affirmed. Mingyu is astute and a level 6 wind ability user. You will have no trouble gathering intelligence. Furthermore, she paused, glancing at the Gu brothers, who looked puzzled. Mingyu is quite handsome. If we can find a way for the hotel owner to develop feelings for you, it would undoubtedly simplify matters for us. Gu Qingyu suddenly grasped the idea. Indeed, that is an excellent plan. Gu Mingyu, however, felt a pang of disappointment. Was Sister Ro truly sending him to another woman? It seemed she harbored no feelings for him at all. Yet, it mattered not. As long as Sister Ro was happy, he would be content as well. Thus, he resolved to fulfill whatever task she assigned him. Mingyu, is that acceptable? Enkaru asked, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yes, Gu Mingyu nodded. I will go. I believe with Mingyu's looks and capabilities, success is assured. Not only will he bring back supplies, but perhaps even a sister-in-law. Gu Qingyu chuckled. Gu Mingyu merely smiled faintly, refraining from further comment. Due to Gu Wanyin's promotional efforts at the Chongning base, the hotel had seen an influx of guests in recent days. Currently, all rooms on the 3rd floor were occupied, including room 401, leaving only room 402 available. Gu Wanyin felt somewhat distressed. She appeared to be making no progress in completing her latest task of maintaining inner resolve. Failure to accomplish it would mean forfeiting her reward. If more guests arrived, there wouldn't be enough rooms to accommodate them. Wasn't this a waste of an opportunity to earn points? As Gu Wanyin paced the lobby, racking her brain on how to fulfill the task, new guests arrived. Fortunately, with Su Shi the waiter on hand, she need not worry. So she merely nodded slightly at the newcomers before continuing her contemplation. Although the new arrival was rather handsome, she had no inclination to admire good looks at the moment. Welcome to the Ping An Hotel, Su Shi greeted with a standard service smile. Would you like to check in? The person before him was none other than Gu Mingyu. He first glanced at Gu Wanyin, then surveyed the hotel lobby before approaching the front desk to inquire, what is the story with this hotel? Having become quite adept at explaining the hotel's details, Su Shi launched into an enthusiastic description. After listening, Gu Mingyu nodded and produced a level 1 crystal core, saying, Please assist me with the check-in. Absolutely. Please review the hotel regulations. Gu Mingyu scrutinized the regulations carefully, raising an eyebrow slightly. Since entering, he had not seen any security personnel, and the waiter before him appeared to be an ordinary person. As for the girl nearby, she seemed devoid of any abilities. What manner of person was the hotel owner? After receiving the room key, Gu Mingyu casually asked Su Shi, "Are you the hotel owner?" "I am not. I am merely a waiter. Our owner is right over there." Upon noticing Su Shi's gesture, Gu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze subsequently fell upon Gu Wanyin. He was aware that the proprietor of the hotel was a young girl, but he had not anticipated that it would be this seemingly delicate creature. Undeniably, she was exceptionally beautiful, yet she appeared to possess no extraordinary abilities. How, then, could she manage such a vast establishment, amass considerable resources, and enforce such stringent rules? Gu Wanyin sensed Gu Mingyu's persistent scrutiny and frowned slightly. She harbored a strong aversion to being watched without cause. Thus, she chose to ignore him and turned to head back to her room. At that moment, Gu Mingyu unexpectedly called out to her. "Boss, wait a moment," he said, approaching her with what he considered a charming smile. "I am new to this hotel and still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Would you be so kind as to show me around? I would greatly appreciate it." Gu Wanyin responded with a quizzical look. Was it so difficult to speak properly? What was with that foolish grin? She was disinclined to engage with him and shot Su Shi a glance. Su Shi promptly interjected, "Guest, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." With so many patrons, who isn't a bit bewildered upon arrival? Everyone knows to inquire with the staff. It was clear that Gu Mingyu was overlooking Su Shi's presence in favor of approaching the hotel owner. Was he looking down on him? Gu Mingyu attempted to protest, but Gu Wanyin had already brushed past him and left. His expression darkened, and dissatisfaction brewed within him. He prided himself on his handsome appearance, having been regarded as a heartthrob before the apocalypse. Countless girls had pursued him, and he was accustomed to making them blush and stammer during their interactions. Even Carrie, who had once been shy in his presence, would have been his if not for the presence of his elder brother. Yet now, this hotel owner had the audacity to disregard him entirely. Could it be that his allure had diminished in the wake of the apocalypse? Impossible. There were still numerous girls at the base who admired him. A cold smirk crept across his lips. This hotel proprietor was indeed intriguing. He was determined to uncover her secrets and win her heart, compelling her to willingly hand over the hotel and all its resources to him. At that point, Sister Ruru would surely hold him in high esteem. Later that evening, Gu Wanyin sat in the cafeteria, enjoying a burger and a cola. The meal was particularly delicious, and after days of recuperation, their faces had regained some flesh, no longer appearing as gaunt as before. Gu Wanyin herself felt she had put on a bit of weight, but under the circumstances, gaining weight was entirely reasonable. After all, when she had first arrived in this body, it had been excessively thin. Just then, a figure approached and placed 2 plates of food on the table before her. Gu Wanyin looked up to see the same man from earlier, the one with the foolish grin. "Boss," Gu Mingyu beamed to her again, "may I sit here?" After arriving, he had not been idle. He had inquired with other guests and learned that the owner was surnamed Gu, just like him, providing him with an excuse to get closer. Gu Wanyin glanced around. Although the number of guests had increased, the cafeteria was spacious, and not everyone chose to dine there, leaving many empty seats. Why, then, did he insist on sitting with her? Before she could voice her thoughts, Kayleigh piped up, "Uncle, there are so many seats available. Why do you want to sit here?" "Because I find you both quite adorable," Gu Mingyu replied with a smile. Kayleigh pondered for a moment before retorting, "Then I, the adorable one, do not want you sitting here. Can you please go sit elsewhere?" Gu Mingyu was taken aback, speechless. Unable to contain herself, Gu Wanyin burst into laughter. She had never realized before that Kayleigh possessed such a cunning streak. Just then, she spotted Zhuang Xiaoxia entering and quickly interjected, "This seat is taken." With her declaration, Gu Mingyu had no choice but to gather his food and depart, feeling even more frustrated. He was determined not to be thwarted. Zhuang Xiaoxia approached with a plate of fried rice, casting a glance at Gu Mingyu before turning to Gu Wanyin. "Sister, you need to be cautious of that man."
Why?
Gu Wanyin inquired. "This afternoon, I noticed him frequently inquiring about you," Zhuang Xiaoxia warned. "I suspect he harbors ulterior motives." "I was just thinking the same thing," Kayleigh added indignantly. "That's why I didn't want him at our table." Gu Wanyin stroked her chin. deep in thought. What's wrong? Zhuang Xiaoxia asked, concern etched on her face. You're not actually attracted to him, are you? He is indeed quite handsome, but you mustn't be easily deceived by looks. Just like Miss Bai, who was fooled for so long by that scoundrel Wei Fenghua. Snapping back to reality, Gu Wanyin chuckled. Rest assured, I have no intention of seeking a partner. Even if I were to consider it, I certainly wouldn't choose someone who grins so foolishly. Moreover, if Zhuang Xiaoxia's suspicions were correct, she too had doubts about his intentions. After pondering a moment longer, Gu Wanyin suddenly smiled. Regardless, she was in charge of the hotel. Should that man truly harbor nefarious intentions, she would simply have the system eject him. Until then, she could make him contribute more points to the system. Her precious system would surely be delighted. After a while, Fu Siheng arrived. He had merely glanced around the cafeteria, but upon spotting Gu Mingyu, he paused momentarily and frowned. In the dead of night, it was Fang Yang's turn to be on duty. Though the number of guests in the evening was sparse and the hotel had no vacant rooms, he remained diligent, seated at the front desk. What if a guest encountered trouble and sought his assistance? He had to be a competent server, lest Su sure outshine him. Just then he noticed someone approaching. Turning, he recognized Gu Mingyu, the newcomer. Is there something you need? Fang Yang inquired. Nothing much, just unable to sleep, so I thought I'd take a stroll. Gu Mingyu replied with a smile. You're still working so late? Fang Yang shrugged. I'm not on duty. I'm actually a night shift server. I see. Gu Mingyu nodded. I didn't expect anyone to be running a hotel in the apocalypse. I heard that Galaxy Plaza used to house a large shopping mall. How has it transformed into a hotel? How did your boss manage to establish it in such dire times? I wouldn't know, Fang Yang replied. This hotel was already in existence when I arrived. But why are you so curious? Just a matter of curiosity, Gu Mingyu shrugged. Fang Yang chuckled softly and cautioned. Just a word of advice. Curiosity killed the cat. It's best not to stir up trouble in this hotel, or you might find yourself in a predicament no one can rescue you from. How could that be? In such a fine hotel, I certainly intend to stay indefinitely. Gu Mingyu smiled. Fang Yang shot him a sidelong glance and said no more. Gu Mingyu harbored a silent resentment, wishing it were a female server. With his looks, he could easily extract information from her. The next morning, Gu Wanyin arrived at the cafeteria, yawning as she sought breakfast. Kaylai, however, was still in bed, not yet awake. She was pondering what to eat for breakfast when she heard Gu Mingyu's voice behind her. Boss Gu, you're up early. Rolling her eyes, she turned around, a smile already gracing her lips. Indeed, you're quite early as well, Mr. Gu. Gu Mingyu paused for a moment, then replied with a grin. So, Boss Gu is already aware of my name? Of course, Gu Wanyin replied, her smile teasing. Yesterday, she had taken note and inquired about the name of the new guest, which was Gu Mingyu. Wasn't he the brother of the male protagonist in the book? Gu Wanyin wasn't entirely certain if they shared the same name. But given Gu Mingyu's unusual demeanor upon his arrival, she had her suspicions. It was likely he had been sent by the Muro base. Besides attempting to uncover the hotel's secrets, it seemed he also harbored intentions of seducing her. Though this notion made Gu Wanyin feel nauseated, she couldn't dismiss its plausibility. Observing Gu Wanyin's enigmatic smile, Gu Mingyu felt a twinge of unease. After all, the Muro base was quite infamous. However, he had always maintained a low profile. Few were aware that Gu Qingyu had a brother. Thus, Gu Wanyin likely wouldn't know of his origins from the Muro base, right? Even if she did, it mattered little. He had his own means to dispel her suspicions. With this thought, Gu Mingyu smiled again, saying, We both share the surname Gu. It seems we are quite fated. What utter nonsense about fate, Gu Wanyin retorted internally, then asked the system. System, can we increase Gu Mingyu's spending prices individually? Let us give him a good run for his money and earn some points. That is, of course, impossible, the system replied. Such actions would violate interstellar regulations, and we would both face punishment. Gu Wanyin felt a pang of disappointment. Ignoring Gu Mingyu, she grabbed a plate of dumplings and a fried egg, turning to leave. Gu Mingyu's expression darkened significantly. Reluctantly grabbing some food, he was about to sit opposite Gu Wanyin when suddenly, someone else claimed the seat first. There's someone here, Fu Siheng said coldly. And who are you? Gu Mingyu questioned, irritated. You needn't know who I am, Fu Siheng retorted with a sneer. You should keep your tail hidden. Gu Mingyu was taken aback, sizing up Fu Siheng before turning to leave. Mr. Fu? Gu Wanyin asked, perplexed. That man is Gu Mingyu, from the Muro base. Brother of Gu Qingyu, the power holder there, Fu Siheng explained swiftly. I've seen him before, but he doesn't recognize me. Boss Gu, you should be cautious. He surely has ulterior motives. With that, he stood and departed. Gu Wanyin realized Fu Siheng was warning her.
Now.
She could ascertain that Gu Mingyu was indeed the brother of the male protagonist in the book, not just a namesake. Bai Shuwen had been right, and Kailu was astute, sending a handsome man to entice her rather than attacking her hotel directly. This was clearly a psychological tactic. The book had mentioned Gu Mingyu's affection for Kailu. Even as a rival to his brother, he had never left the Muro base and willingly assisted Kailu in any endeavor. Now, he had arrived at the hotel, eagerly trying to bond with her, and his intentions were all too clear. System, just throw him out, Gu Wanyin declared with disdain. Better yet, toss him into a volcano to let him enjoy himself. Understood, host, the system replied. Wait a moment. I just thought of a brilliant plan to trick him and earn you some points. After that, we can throw him out. Gu Wanyin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What brilliant plan! The system was immediately intrigued. Listen to me. Gu Mingyu paced back and forth in his room, visibly agitated. He could hardly believe his charm had diminished to this extent. Before arriving, he had been brimming with confidence, convinced that the hotel owner would soon be won over by his suave demeanor. Yet now. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Who is it? Gu Mingyu inquired. Hello, I'm Zhuang Xiaoxia from room 204. Today is my birthday and the hotel guests are gathering in the hot pot restaurant. Would you like to join us? Initially intending to decline, Gu Mingyu reconsidered, thinking it might be an opportunity to get closer to Gu Wanyin, and replied, Sure. I'll be right there.
Great.
Zhuang Xiaoxia said. We'll be waiting for you. Gu Mingyu felt something was off, but he couldn't quite place it. After a while, he arrived at the hot pot restaurant, where he found many guests gathered, likely all the patrons of the hotel, including the two servers, Su Shi and Fang Yang. Mr. Gu has arrived, Zhuang Xiaoxia exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat. As Gu Mingyu sat down, he asked, Where's Boss Gu? Has she not come yet? She'll be here shortly, Zhuang Xiaoxia responded. Now, shall we begin our hot pot feast? Absolutely. The guests cheered. How will we settle the bill? Dong Yu asked. Will we pay individually? Since I invited everyone here for dinner, I can't let you pay with points. However, alas, I don't have many points left. I'm afraid it won't be enough, Zhuang Xiaoxia lamented, casting a pitiful glance at Gu Mingyu. Gu Mingyu was taken aback, wondering what she meant. Our boss loves kind-hearted people. Su Shi chimed in. Moreover, she has a good relationship with Sister Xiaoxia. If she learns someone helped Sister Xiaoxia have a joyful birthday, she will surely view that person in a different light. Indeed, I once assisted someone, and Boss Gu praised me several times. Another guest added. Gu Mingyu's thoughts began to race. He smiled and said, In that case, I shall cover today's bill. Really? Zhuang Xiaoxia feigned surprise, her expression brightening. Mr. Gu, you're so kind. When Boss Gu arrives, we will surely sing your praises. Absolutely. The other guests echoed. Gu Mingyu felt a surge of joy. It was merely a matter of spending some extra points, and he still had several crystal cores left. If he could use these points to win Gu Wanyin's favor, it would be splendid. However, he had no idea that. Chapter 35. The Big Spender Delivered to the Volcano. This group of people could eat like there's no tomorrow. After all, having just endured the apocalypse and staying at the hotel for only a short while, they were not accustomed to enjoying hot pot due to their limited points. Now that someone was treating them, how could they not indulge? Almost everyone was ordering dish after dish, with the majority opting for meat. Vegetables hardly interested them. Not only that, but they relentlessly grabbed drinks and fruits, all of which Gu Mingyu had to charge to his card. So far, he could manage it. However, even after finishing the meal, Gu Wanyin had yet to arrive. Why hasn't Boss Gu shown up yet? He couldn't help but ask. Perhaps she's busy, Zhuang Xiaoxia replied, burping. Tonight, we're going to the barbecue restaurant. She'll definitely join us. Gu Mingyu, you're still eating tonight? Of course, Zhuang Xiaoxia said with a grin. Mr. Gu, you'll come tonight, right? Boss Gu loves a lively gathering. Dong Yu added. Gu Mingyu forced a smile. All right, I'll come back tonight. Hooray. Did everyone hear that? Mr. Gu said, he'll treat us again tonight. Gu Mingyu protested. When did I say that? However, before he could finish, the crowd erupted in cheers, leaving him with no choice but to laugh awkwardly. Later that evening, he returned to the barbecue restaurant, scanning the surroundings but finding no sign of Gu Wanyin. Yet, the eager gazes of those around him compelled him to sit down and continue swiping his card for their orders. With someone treating, the group ordered boldly, predominantly opting for meat skewers rather than vegetables. The skewers at the barbecue joint were not particularly large, and a grown adult, having endured the apocalypse, could easily consume 50 or 60 of them. Coupled with their numerous beer orders and requests for drinks and fruits, Gu Mingyu found himself depleting his card's points entirely in just one evening. Moreover, he even exchanged a crystal core for additional points during the course of the night. Truth be told, he didn't mind the expenses much. However, Gu Wanyin still hadn't shown up at the barbecue place. Gu Mingyu felt deceived. Yet, gazing at the enthusiastic smiles of the crowd, he hesitated to voice his discontent. Sigh, I feel like I haven't eaten enough, Zhuang Xiaoxia remarked, patting her full belly. You've just burped. How can you say you haven't eaten enough? Gu Mingyu retorted. Mr. Gu is so generous. Do Mei, who lived in room 207, chimed in. If only you could be this generous every day. Indeed. Bai Shuwen added, then Mr. Gu would surely be delighted, and you'd earn his respect. Gu Mingyu felt overwhelmed. Did he really think they were pulling his leg? But what motive would the other guests have to treat him this way? As he exited the barbecue restaurant, he finally spotted Gu Wanyin. A spark of joy ignited within him as he hurried over. Boss Gu. Mr. Gu, she smiled. I've heard you treated the hotel guests to quite a feast. You're really kind. After a pause, she continued. Seeing the guests so happy makes me feel pleased as well. Gu Mingyu felt a flicker of hope. She had never shown him such warmth before.
Now.
She was smiling at him. Could it be that she was beginning to have feelings for him? In that case, all the points he spent were worth it. He was certain he could accomplish the task assigned to him by Sister Ro Ro. After all, treating others was no issue as long as it meant winning Gu Wanyin over. Thus, in the following days, the hotel guests sparked a spending frenzy. Those like Bai Shuwen, who possessed special abilities, were accustomed to spending freely. However, many ordinary guests typically practice frugality. With someone treating, they seized the opportunity to indulge in everything they usually hesitated to enjoy. Whether at hot pot restaurants or barbecue joints, they ordered lavishly. Exotic fruits? They took them. Whatever icy beverages they desired, they indulged. As long as someone was treating, they sought out Gu Mingyu to swipe his card. In his pursuit of impressing Gu Wanyin, Gu Mingyu dutifully played the role of the generous benefactor. Within just a few days, his crystal cores dwindled to nearly nothing. Although Gu Wanyin continued to smile at him and commend him, he began to sense something amiss. Was he truly being taken advantage of? Why were the hotel guests treating him this way? Was Gu Wanyin behind it? Had she discovered his true identity and intentions? That seemed implausible. During meals with the guests, he had explicitly mentioned that he had a poor relationship with his brother, which was why he had left alone. Even if Gu Wanyin found out about his identity, she shouldn't suspect him. However, he could no longer afford to ponder too deeply. He had run out of crystal cores, and his card balance was nearly depleted. Unless he ventured out to procure something to exchange for points, he would soon find himself unable to stay at the hotel. Thus, one morning, Gu Mingyu departed the hotel, determined to hunt down a few zombies. Not long after he exited, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through. Despite being a high-level wind elemental ability user, he found himself powerless against this onslaught. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and shielded himself with his arms. After a moment, the wind subsided, and Gu Mingyu lowered his arms. Yet, as he opened his eyes, his mind buzzed, leaving him utterly bewildered. Where was he? A volcanic crater. Meanwhile, in the hotel, the system cheerfully informed Gu Wanyin, host. Thanks to you, I've earned a substantial amount of points these past few days. It seems I will undoubtedly be the top performer this month. Well-deserved, Gu Wanyin replied. You've made my life so comfortable, it's only right that I bring you joy in return. Furthermore, congratulations, host. Your task has been completed, and you have received the following rewards. All rooms on the 4th floor, are now unlocked. Rooms 306 and 3010 have been upgraded. The clothing store is unlocked with unlimited garments. The snail noodle shop is unlocked with unlimited servings. And 5 types of dishes and 5 types of beverages are unlocked for unlimited access. You mean I've completed the task of staying true to my heart? Wanyin inquired. Indeed, the system confirmed. It turned out that staying true to one's heart referred to not being seduced by Gu Mingyu. Wanyin chuckled. This task is too easy. Whoever wants to entice me will have to wait until their next life. With you acting this way, I can rest assured. Choosing to bind with you was indeed the right decision. Wait, you mean you can choose your own hosts?
Wanyin asked.
Yes, at that time. Many systems gathered to select hosts, and I immediately set my sights on you. In fact, several others had their eyes on you as well. But I was quick and claimed you. Really? Wanyin felt a surge of happiness. Am I really that popular among systems? Absolutely. Had I not been swift, you would have been bound by the system from the horror world. Thank goodness you were quick. By the way, did I become one of the chosen hosts because I traveled through time? Why did I travel, and what happened to the original owner of this body? Chapter 36, The Fortunate One. Well, host, you and the original owner of this body were both randomly selected lucky individuals by the interstellar system. According to your original fate, both of you were destined to die. Wanyin exclaimed. Oh, that's true. If she hadn't traveled here and bound with the system, the Wanyin in the book would have been bitten by a zombie right away. And her? She was perfectly fine in her original world. How would I die?
Wanyin asked.
In a car accident. Wanyin gasped. Because the interstellar system chose you, you gained the right to continue living, but you must pay a price. Your consciousness can no longer reside in your original body, so you traveled here, while the original owner of this body switched places with you.
Oh.
So it's like, we exchanged places. Yes, usually such exchanges don't happen perfectly. You two were merely fortunate. She is currently living quite well. She has bound herself to a Gonglird system. Were you not a university student? Her task is to conquer the 4 most handsome boys at your school. Wanyin sighed. Fortunately, I have traversed here. If I were to undertake the task of pursuing those handsome boys, I would surely falter. However, knowing that the original host is doing well brings her comfort. But what is the story behind the cola hamburger? According to the original timeline, the 2 of them were destined to perish. Now they survive, yet they have not traversed. Wanyin asked in confusion. That is an additional reward from the interstellar realm. Children under 10 can be included in such rewards. I see. In any case, as long as you manage the hotel well, there will be no issues. Last month's rankings had me in first place, while her system was in second. We both must strive diligently. We cannot afford to lose.
All right.
Wanyin went to inspect the newly unlocked rewards. The clothing store, located on the first floor, was vast, brimming with a variety of men's, women's, and children's apparel. Naturally, the prices of the garments varied significantly. Some were quite economical, while others were extravagantly priced. The cheaper items could be purchased for 8 points, albeit they were rather simple and made of mediocre fabric. The expensive pieces ranged from dozens to even hundreds of points, with some exceeding 1,000. Regardless, the styles, fabrics, and embellishments were exquisitely crafted. Wanyin mused that the clothing store would undoubtedly be a profitable venture for accumulating points. After all, individuals like Fu Siheng and Bai Shuwen, possessing extraordinary abilities, would find it easy to acquire crystal cores and are likely to care about their appearance, thus inclined to purchase more expensive clothing. Ordinary people, having endured the apocalypse in soiled garments for an extended period, would certainly desire to procure some new attire. Indeed, upon hearing that the clothing store had been unlocked, Bai Shuwen was the first to arrive. After a brief selection, she chose a dress priced at 300 points. Fu Siheng also made an appearance, picking out a casual outfit worth 200 points. Zhuang Xiaoxia settled for a simple t-shirt and pants, each costing just over 10 points. Dong Yu deliberated for a moment, then resolutely opted for something of the same price as Zhuang Xiaoxia's, unable to bear her own filthy clothes any longer. Numerous customers were browsing in the clothing store. Bai Shuwen, with eager anticipation, asked Wanyin, "Boss Gu, is there a shoe store? I also wish to buy shoes. And bags, cosmetics." After all, she had been a prominent star before the apocalypse and was particularly conscious of her image. Though she had to forego such luxuries during the apocalypse, Her current life in the hotel was quite pleasant, prompting her desire to adorn herself anew. Not yet, but they will be unlocked in due course. Wanyin replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Tomorrow, I'll venture out to slay zombies and gather more crystal cores for backup. Bai Shuwen cheerfully retreated to her room to try on her new dress. Wanyin had yet to wear all the clothes in her main wardrobe, so she wasn't particularly interested in the clothing store. She then checked the cupboard, which now contained ginseng, walnut milk, green tea, Powerade, Red Bull, and additional dishes in the cafeteria, including stir-fried bok choy, fish head pancake, sizzling beef, salted duck, and seaweed egg drop soup. The snail noodle shop was situated beside the rice noodle shop. Despite the pungent odor of the snail noodles, the aroma would not escape the establishment. The prices at the snail noodle shop were comparable to those at the rice noodle shop, offering various flavors of snail noodles, fried eggs, and assorted braised snacks. Wanyin, having not indulged in snail noodles for quite some time, entered to savor a bowl of extra stinky and spicy snail noodles, adding fried eggs and braised duck feet. She had expected her hair and clothes to reek of snail noodles afterward, but to her surprise, the odor seemed to vanish shortly after she left the shop.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Recruit 5 guests. Note: the 5 guests must have a specific identity, being teachers prior to the apocalypse. Task rewards: unlock rooms 501 and 505, upgrade rooms 401 and 405 once, unlock a second elevator, unlock a supermarket, unlock a hamburger and fried chicken shop. Unlock all menu items at the unlimited hamburger and fried chicken shop. Note: after unlocking the supermarket, items such as bread, milk, drinks, and instant noodles will be transferred from the cupboard to the supermarket, which will also have other products awaiting unlocking. Furthermore, all rooms on the 5th floor are family rooms, each accommodating up to 6 individuals. Wanyin contemplated that the sudden requirement to recruit new guests with teaching backgrounds might be a preparation for unlocking a school in the future. Other stores could be chosen by the guests at their discretion, allowing them to spend and swipe cards. After all, the system would not permit guests to dine and take items for free, nor would it necessitate hiring staff specifically. However, a school would require actual teachers. Would the system provide salaries if individuals became teachers at the school in the future?
Wait.
Wanyin suddenly noticed some differences in this task compared to previous ones. Previously, the system would instruct to recruit 5 new guests, but this time it specified to recruit 5 guests. Could it be that the system now counts any guests already residing there who were teachers before the apocalypse towards this task? Yes, host. Wanyin promptly instructed Su Shi to inquire if any guests had been teachers before the apocalypse. Indeed, Fu Xiheng's brother, Fu Shushu, and Do Mei, residing in room 207, were both teachers prior to the apocalypse. Fu Shushu taught high school mathematics, while Do Mei taught elementary school English. It appeared that as long as she could recruit 3 more guests who were teachers before the apocalypse, this task could be completed. At the Mu-Ro base, Gu Qingyu and Enkaru were having a meal. Enkaru was enjoying steak, cutting a piece to savor, which made the maid nearby salivate with envy. Alas, nothing compares to the flavors of the pre-apocalypse, Enkaru sighed. Gu Qingyu, feeling sympathetic, remarked, "There's nothing more that can be done, Ro. This is the best effort the chef can muster." "I understand, Qingyu brother. Perhaps it's because I'm feeling a bit down. I constantly worry about Mingyu and wonder how he is doing at the hotel." Chapter 37. You should be a bit kinder. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu felt a twinge of jealousy. Ro, do you still have feelings for him? What are you thinking? And Karu feigned anger. "I only care for him as family. Qingyu brother, he is your blood brother. Do you not worry about him?" "Of course I worry," Gu Qingyu quickly responded. "I just fear that you might leave me." "How could I?" And Kara gazed at him with affection. "Regardless of what happens, I will always be by your side." Rao. "Qingyu brother." The maid, observing the two, felt a chill run down her spine, but had to suppress it. After all, it was the apocalypse. To survive, she had no choice but to remain here.
Just then a subordinate rushed in.
"Boss, young Master Mingyu is back."
"What?"
And Karu and Gu Qingyu exchanged glances. Then she asked, "Did he return alone?" "Not only that, but he has sustained serious injuries. The base's doctor has already gone to examine him." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu and Enkaru's expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately stood up and headed outside. Gu Mingyu, upon discovering himself at the volcano's mouth, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Moreover, The volcano appeared to be on the verge of eruption. He could only muster all his strength to summon a whirlwind with his wind abilities, propelling himself away from the volcano's edge. He managed to evade the volcanic eruption, but even as a level 6 wind ability user, he could not fully control the whirlwind, resulting in a heavy fall upon landing. Had it not been for his extraordinary abilities and significantly enhanced physical condition, he might have succumbed to death long ago. The spot where he landed was still quite a distance from the base, and it took every ounce of his strength to crawl back. Although he had managed to preserve his life, he was now suffering from multiple severe fractures throughout his body. Most importantly, his spirit had endured a profound trauma. He could not fathom why, after merely stepping out of the hotel, he had suddenly found himself at the edge of a volcano. Could it be the hotel owner's machinations? But what could her motive possibly be? When Gu Mingyu awoke, he found himself lying in the hospital of the base, which brought him a sense of relief. At that moment, he was wrapped up like a dumpling, bandaged from head to toe. "Mingyu, you're awake," a gentle voice resonated. Turning his head, he saw Kailu seated beside him, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right?" "Jie ro ro," Gu Mingyu exclaimed with excitement. "I thought I would never see you again." He was abruptly interrupted by a fit of heavy coughing. Turning to his side, he realized Gu Qingyu was also present. Reluctantly, he called out, "Elder brother." "Yes," Gu Qingyu replied. "What on earth happened to you?" "I don't know." Gu Mingyu gritted his teeth. That hotel was exceedingly strange. He recounted the bizarre events that transpired in the hotel to Gu Qingyu and Kailu. Is there truly such a peculiar place? Gu Qingyu pondered, unable to comprehend. Meanwhile, Kayla's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. If such a magnificent and wondrous hotel could be mine, wouldn't my life be utterly blissful? Since the apocalypse began, my fortune has been remarkably good. I believe I am favored by the goddess of luck. Whatever I desire, I shall certainly obtain. Giyirao. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Gu Mingyu advised. Look at me now because you're inept. Gu Qingyu scoffed Mingyu. When did your charm diminish to such an extent that you cannot even handle a little girl? She is not an ordinary person. Gu Mingyu retorted defiantly. If you have the ability, then go yourself. Stop making snide remarks here. What did you say? Gu Qingyu's temper flared. All right. Kailu quickly interjected. Look at Mingyu's current state. Why are you still quarreling with him? Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyu felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, Jie truly cared for him. I propose we mobilize all our forces and weapons to assault that hotel. Gu Qingyu declared with unwavering confidence. I refuse to believe there is a place I cannot conquer. Have you forgotten the shocking mountain base? Everyone claimed it was impregnable, yet in the end, I was the one who took it down. Absolutely not. Gu Mingyu exclaimed. If you had witnessed how extraordinary that hotel is, you would not utter such words. Enough. Can you two please stop arguing? My head is spinning, and Kailu said, furrowing her brow. I will give this matter serious consideration. Qingyu, you may leave now. And you? Gu Qingyu asked hastily. And Kailu looked at him with an air of certainty. Given Mingyu's condition, I must stay here to take care of him. Qingyu, do you really feel jealous over this? Gu Qingyu wanted to say something, yet ultimately held his tongue, storming off in frustration. Yigirao. You are truly kind to me, Gu Mingyu expressed, touched. And Kailu smiled at him from her seat by the bed, holding his hand. Of course, I always consider you family. Mingyu, tell me more about the hotel, she urged. Now, the reputation of the Peace Hotel had spread, and although some remained skeptical, guests arrived daily. In the past few days, there had been no available rooms, leading disappointed patrons to depart, yet they returned every couple of days to inquire again. All rooms on the 4th floor had now been unlocked, including the one Gu Mingyu had previously occupied, which had just become vacant, welcoming several new guests who checked in joyfully. The previous occupant of room 402 was now a middle-aged woman. She exchanged a gold necklace for 80 points and, after a few days at the hotel, approached Gu Wanyin, claiming she had matters to discuss. At that moment, Gu Wanyin was enjoying a meal with cola and hamburger at a noodle shop. Upon seeing the woman approach, she said, What is it? Let me finish my meal first. No hurry. You eat, I'll talk, and you just listen. The woman waved her hand dismissively. I say, Gu boss, now that we are in the apocalypse, With such a splendid hotel and abundant resources, why can't you share a bit more with others? There are still many people outside who are starving and have no place to sleep. Wanyin replied. The woman continued, You are quite beautiful. You should be more benevolent. You are here enjoying the finest delicacies daily. Why not care for others? She added, Even if you don't want to distribute resources, you should at least treat those of us who have come to stay a bit better. How can you still demand we use points to purchase items? Wanyin responded. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 38. The Woman's Unreasonable Demands. Even Cola and Hamburger exchanged bewildered glances at the woman's audacity. What's wrong? Am I not correct? The woman remained oblivious to her faults. Wanyin set down her chopsticks, smiling enigmatically. This hotel seems to belong to me, not you. I know it's yours. Otherwise, how could I seek you out for a discussion? The woman asserted confidently. Wanyin was utterly perplexed. How had this woman survived for over a year in the apocalypse? Was it merely through moral coercion? Nevertheless, it mattered not, as long as she lacked morals. Others could not manipulate her. Since this is my hotel, I make the rules. If you disapprove of my methods, you are free to leave. Wanyin stated coldly. She had empathy for those struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but that did not mean she should sacrifice herself for others. Having enjoyed such privileges, she was naturally bound to adhere to the rules. Even hypothetically, if no rules existed, the distribution of resources remained her prerogative. It was not for others to dictate her actions. Currently, the hotel was in its promotional period, with food and beverages priced relatively low. The woman's complaints were simply overreaching. How can you be so heartless? Should I not be heartless? You could use your points to treat the staff here to something nice, Hamburger said with innocent enthusiasm. The woman she was precisely seeking out Wanyin because her points were running low. She was well aware of the hotel's quality and desired to stay indefinitely. However, lacking any abilities and unwilling to confront zombies as Dongyu did, she had accumulated too few points through other means. She thought if she could persuade Wanyin, she could enjoy the hotel's luxuries for free. What's wrong? Is my sister wrong? Cola imitated the woman's tone. The woman was left speechless and stormed off in anger. Sister, she's quite strange, Hamburger remarked to Wanyin. It's nothing, Wanyin replied, patting her head with a smile. Let us ignore her and continue our meal. Okay. After dinner, Wanyin, Cola, and Hamburger were in the room, enjoying fruit while watching television when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Kaylee hurriedly ran over to open the door and exclaimed, Brother Fong Yang. What brings you here? Upon hearing Fong Yang's name, Wanyin also approached and inquired, Is something the matter? The boss, there's someone at the cafeteria causing a ruckus. Fong Yang said, his face etched with distress. Su Shi has tried reasoning with her, but she refuses to listen. I'll have a look. Wanyin instructed Kaylee to keep the hamburgers inside the room and followed Fong Yang to the cafeteria. At that moment, several patrons were dining in the cafeteria, and she quickly spotted the elderly woman standing defiantly in front of the food dispenser, clutching a plate of spicy chicken and arguing animatedly with Su Shi. When another customer interjected, admonishing her behavior, she shot him a fierce glare. What's going on?
Wanyin approached and asked, Boss, sushi lamented?
Rubbing his face in frustration, this woman is being unreasonable. Who are you calling unreasonable? Youngster, how can you lack respect for your elders? The old woman glared back. I haven't even eaten this dish yet. Why can't I return it? At that moment, Wanyin understood. The woman had purchased a plate of spicy chicken but now wanted to return it for points. Unfortunately, Wanyin lacked the authority to grant such a request. Even if she did, she had no desire to allow this woman to disrupt the peace. The establishment's rules clearly stated that once food was sold, it could not be returned or exchanged. You were shown the rules when you checked in, Wanyin stated firmly. I was shown. Su Shi immediately interjected, and she said she would definitely abide by the rules. But your rules are utterly unreasonable, the old woman retorted. In what way are they unreasonable? Zhuang Xia, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. Do you even know what era it is? We're in the apocalypse. Just having a place to stay is a privilege. And you dare question the rules? Dongyu added, even before the apocalypse, many establishments had similar regulations. You all. The old woman, realizing she was losing the argument, plopped herself down on the floor, refusing to budge. I don't care. I bought this plate of spicy chicken by mistake. You must refund my points. This woman had a history of such antics even before the apocalypse. Since its onset, she had clung to her luck and moral coercion to survive. Of course, her moral coercion was only effective against the more sensitive high-level abilities users. Others, struggling to survive themselves, had no time to be manipulated by her. Previously, when she approached Wanyin about a similar matter, she was refused and scolded by Kaylee, which left her with a grudge. She thought that during her stay at the hotel, everyone praised the boss for being kind and patient. Given her age, what could Wanyin do to her? If they kicked her out, she intended to remain obstinately and accuse Wanyin of being disrespectful to her elders, causing others to point fingers at her. Wanyin would surely find it intolerable. In any case, she was determined to stay at the hotel, and she expected to do so without spending any points. Wanyin regarded her with a progressively colder gaze. Are you certain you want to continue this ruckus? What do you mean by ruckus? I'm a customer. Customers are kings. Do you intend to throw me out? I am an elder. System, take action, Wanyin said, no longer wanting to engage in her nonsensical chatter. Understood. Host, the system's cold, emotionless voice resonated, and in the next instant, the old woman appeared momentarily dazed before vanishing from the cafeteria. Some patrons witnessed this extraordinary occurrence for the first time and gasped in disbelief. Wanyin, however, remained expressionless. From the moment the old woman first attempted to morally coerce her, Wanyin had wished to expel her. However, considering the difficulties everyone faced in the apocalypse and the fact that the woman had not initially violated the rules, she refrained from taking action. Yet, the woman had become increasingly brazen, daring to flout the rules and create a scene in the cafeteria. That was beyond the pale. Even if Wanyin had chosen to remain silent, the system would have eventually sent her away. Why would one jeopardize the chance to have a secure place to stay in the apocalypse? Noticing the fearful expressions on some patrons' faces, Wanyin smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, as long as you adhere to the hotel regulations, you will not be teleported away. This will be your eternal paradise. With that, Wanyin recalled the drama she had just watched and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, the patrons in the cafeteria began to murmur amongst themselves. Chapter 39. Dongyu's Parents. That was terrifying. Did you see how that old woman just disappeared? I did. Boss Gu is amazing. She always seems so cheerful and kind, yet she doesn't hesitate to take action when necessary. It was that old woman who instigated the trouble. If it were me, I would have kicked her out too. What wrong did Boss Gu do? I never said Boss Gu was at fault. What I meant was, we should all adhere to the hotel rules and refrain from causing disturbances. Exactly. This place is so wonderful. Once we leave, we won't find such a haven again. Tomorrow, I'm going to try my hand at hunting zombies or scavenging for valuables. Does anyone want to join me? Count me in. My points are running low. The task of recruiting 5 teacher guests was still incomplete. Aside from Fu Shu and Do Mei, a new guest had arrived, a former middle school language teacher from the pre-apocalypse era. Now only 2 spots remained. Wanyin had originally intended to seek out potential teachers at a certain base. But on that very day, 2 new guests arrived. They were a middle-aged couple, looking rather disheveled, thin, and their clothes were tattered and dirty. The man limped as he walked. Upon entering the hotel, the couple stood in a daze for a while before Su Shi invited them to the front desk. Hello. Are you here to check in? Please take a moment to review our regulations. After scrutinizing the rules, the couple, still incredulous, asked, is it really possible to operate here? What if zombies come? What if there's an earthquake? Su Shi patiently explained the hotel to them once more. The couple remained in shock for a moment before eagerly expressing their desire to check in. They had no crystal nuclei on them, but fortunately, the woman wore a ring, and the man had an old wristwatch. Although the watch no longer worked, the man explained it was a birthday gift from their daughter, and he had never parted with it. Now that they had finally found such a safe place, they decided to exchange the watch for points. During their desperate escape, they had lost track of their daughter. Now, they needed to survive to await the day they could reunite with her. The woman's diamond ring, though sizable, was exchanged for 120 points, while the man's watch fetched 70 points. As they were completing their check-in, Wanyin emerged, intending to venture outside to seek former teachers. Unexpectedly, at that moment, The system's voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards granted. Unlocking rooms 501 and 505. Upgrading rooms 401 and 405 once. Unlocking a second elevator. Unlocking a supermarket. Unlocking a hamburger and fried chicken shop. And unlocking all menu items at the unlimited hamburger and fried chicken shop. Wanyin was taken aback. The task had been accomplished? Suddenly, she thought of something and addressed the couple. Greetings, I am the proprietor of this establishment. May I inquire about your professions prior to the apocalypse? The two exchanged glances, uncertain of the intent behind Wanyin's question, yet the woman replied, I was an elementary school teacher, and he was a middle school teacher. Ah, how enlightening. With this revelation, her task was accomplished. Wanyin felt a surge of joy. However, having resolved to venture outside, she decided to take a stroll and further promote the hotel. Upon exiting the hotel and getting into her vehicle, Wanyin suddenly recalled something and asked, System, even though there are already 5 guests who were teachers before the end of the world residing in the hotel, what will happen if they choose to check out in the future? You can recruit new guests as the need arises, the system responded. The task merely requires you to enlist guests. There is no stipulation for them to extend their stay, so do not worry. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, she mused, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, a hotel such as this would surely entice anyone who had stayed here to remain, as they would undoubtedly seek ways to exchange items for points to prolong their stay. At least for now, there were no guests expressing a desire to check out. Thus, Wanyin drove away, humming a cheerful tune. The newly arrived couple, named Dong Qingyi and Wanyin, occupied rooms 408 and 409, respectively. Unlike the previous guest, Lin Ru, although they were married, they each had their own room and felt no discomfort with the arrangement. After inspecting their accommodations, they recalled Su Shi's mention of purchasing food and made their way to the dining hall. Being cautious with their points, they each ordered a plate of fried rice. As they dined, Wanyin suddenly burst into tears. What troubles you? Dong Qingyi inquired. If only our daughter could find a place like this and enjoy a warm meal. Wanyin lamented. It has been a year since we were separated. I wonder how she is, if she is even alive. Over the past year, they had faced innumerable adversities, yet they persevered, always clutching onto hope of reuniting with their daughter. At the mention of this, Dong Qingyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiaoya must still be alive, he asserted, his voice trembling. Though she is not extroverted, she is clever. She will survive. Perhaps she will even come to this hotel one day. Wanyin wiped her tears and smiled wryly. What a coincidence that would be. At that moment, they overheard the voices of 2 young girls. It was Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia, who had come to dine. I heard them mention that there is a company not far from the hotel, and it has many items. Zhuang Xiaoxia exclaimed. Books, clocks, computer mice, keyboards, and more. We can salvage some to exchange for points. Although the points may not be substantial, it is better than having none. After the apocalypse, the items and companies had become relics, abandoned by all. No one had anticipated the emergence of a hotel where possessions could be exchanged for points. That sounds promising. However, I recall that we experienced an earthquake here previously. How did that company remain standing? Dong Yu queried. The last earthquake was minor. Many structures remained intact, Zhuang Xiaoxia replied. Oh, is that so? What are you having for dinner today? Let me see. As one of the girls spoke, Dong Qingyi momentarily froze, instinctively turning to look. In that instant he was struck dumb. Among the 2 girls entering, one was none other than their long-lost daughter, Dong Yu. A wave of immense joy surged through him, and he doubted his own eyes, rubbing them to confirm the sight before him. Just then, his wife, overwhelmed with excitement, called out, Xiaoya, Dong Yu. Engrossed in conversation with Zhuang Xiaoxia, had not been paying attention to the other diners, but upon hearing someone call her name, she instinctively turned. To her astonishment, it was her mother, whom she had been searching for all year. And her father was there too. Dong Yu stood frozen in disbelief, questioning whether she was dreaming. Only when Wanyin cried out her name again did she snap back to reality. Tears streamed down her face as she ran into her mother's embrace. Mom, is it really you? Dad, I'm not dreaming, am I? No, it is not a dream. Xiaoya, I have finally found you, Wanyin exclaimed, enveloping her daughter in a tight hug. Dong Qingyi joined them, and the 3 of them wept together. overwhelmed with emotion. Zhuang Xiaoxia, initially bewildered by the scene, quickly understood upon hearing Dong Yu call them mom and dad. The poignant reunion of the family brought tears to her eyes as well. In a world like this, reuniting with loved ones was a rare and precious occurrence. Dong Yu was truly fortunate, and Zhuang Xiaoxia felt joy for her friend. Later that evening, when Gu Wanyin returned, she learned that the new couple was indeed Dong Yu's parents. She extended her heartfelt congratulations to them while dutifully recommending the newly unlocked family room on the 5th floor for their stay. The family room resembled an apartment, with the unlocked rooms 501 and 505 featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom for 40 points per day. The yet-to-be-unlocked rooms 506 and 5010 offered 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms for 60 points per day. Naturally, Dong Yu and her parents would need to complete their stay in the rooms they had already paid for before moving, as points were non-refundable. After deliberation, Dong Yu and her parents decided to hold off on the family room for now. After all, their points were limited, and as an ordinary individual, she could only accumulate so many. Staying in the family room would cost them an additional 10 points per day compared to their current arrangement. They needed to be prudent with their resources. Although they could not enter each other's rooms, they could still converse in the lobby or various shops. Ultimately, the important thing was that the family was reunited. Though Gu Wanyin felt a pang of regret at not successfully promoting the family room, she respected their choice. She had also promoted the hotel at another base that day and anticipated more guests in the coming days. Now, she awaited the system to issue her new tasks. Remembering the recently unlocked fried chicken and burger shop, she ordered a meal of cola and a burger for dinner. The shop offered a variety of burgers, such as spicy chicken leg burgers, cheeseburgers, cod burgers, and crispy shrimp burgers. The fried chicken selection was equally diverse, including chicken fillets, popcorn chicken, chicken nuggets, and wings. Each burger and a serving of fried chicken cost 5 points, and the portions were quite generous. Most importantly, they were delectably crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Gu Wanyin mused that she had never tasted such delicious fried chicken and burgers before her transmigration. However, as she gazed at the burger in her hand and sipped her cola, she fell into deep contemplation. Coke and hamburger are destined to grow up, and once they unlock the school in the future, both will have to attend classes. It seems that the time has come to bestow upon them proper names. However, Gu Wanyin struggles with naming. After pondering throughout the night, she still couldn't conjure a suitable name, leaving her feeling quite frustrated. Upon waking in the morning, she heard the system's voice. Ding. A new task has been unlocked. Host a Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at the hotel, with no limit on the number of participants. Task rewards include unlocking rooms 506 and 5010, upgrading rooms 406 and 4010 once, unlocking a buffet restaurant, unlocking all dishes in the unlimited buffet restaurant, unlocking 5 new products in the supermarket, and unlocking a fruit shop. Note: after unlocking the fruit shop, the fruits in the cabinet will be transferred there, and other fruits remain to be unlocked. Gu Wanyin was taken aback. Is the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching? She picked up her tablet and checked the calendar. Indeed, in just 5 days, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, after more than a year in the apocalypse, people's sense of time had become blurred, and they likely hadn't even remembered the impending festival. After some contemplation, Gu Wanyin inquired, System, do we still have a buffet restaurant in our hotel? What if unlocking it means our guests won't dine elsewhere? The system replied that not everything would be available at the buffet, and its prices wouldn't be particularly low. Even if guests opted for the buffet, she would still earn a considerable number of points. That seemed acceptable. It was true that before the apocalypse, there had been numerous buffets, yet many still chose to eat at other establishments. Now, she needed to devise a plan for the gala. Since it would be held in the hotel, why not gather the guests' ideas? Upon hearing about the gala, the guests were quite pleased. After all, since the beginning of the apocalypse, no one had the energy to organize a gathering for some lively fun. With zombies and natural disasters outside, conditions were hardly conducive. Some guests raised a pressing concern. Boss Gu, will there be discounts on items sold at the hotel during the Mid-Autumn Festival?
No discounts. Heu Banjin replied.
The guests felt somewhat disheartened. However, reflecting on it, the hotel's prices were already reasonable, and expecting discounts would hardly leave room for profit. Thus, they didn't dwell on it and cheerfully discussed how to proceed with the gala. Ultimately, They decided to host the event in the lobby, which was spacious enough to accommodate everyone with ample room to spare. Those wishing to perform could take the stage at the front. The system had informed Wanyin that since hosting the gala was a task issued by it, all props needed for guest performances would be provided by the system, albeit limited to the event. With the venue established, it was time for guests who wished to perform to sign up. Wanyin assigned Su Shi to handle the registrations. To her surprise, a considerable number of guests signed up, perhaps due to the pent-up energy from living in the apocalypse. Even Coke and Hamburger registered, planning to sing a nursery rhyme together. Bai Shuwen also signed up, expressing her passion for acting prior to the apocalypse, lamenting the lack of opportunities to perform since then. Thus, she aimed to stage a play. Wanyin was bemused by how Bai Shuwen managed to rope in Dongyu and Zhuang Xiaoxia for the play, and even more so by how Fu Siheng ended up in their performance group. Chapter 41. And Xiru's scheming. Meanwhile, in the Mura base, and Xiru stood by her window, her gaze deeply contemplative as she stared outside, lost in thought. After a while, Gu Qingyu entered the room. He had just returned from another base with a substantial amount of supplies and several high-level abilities, leaving him in high spirits. He embraced Xiru from behind and gently asked, "What are you thinking about?" Before Xiru could respond, he remarked, "You're not still thinking about Mingyu, are you? Brother Qingyu, must you be so petty?" And Xiru replied helplessly, "I merely regard Mingyu as a younger brother, and I've learned quite a bit about that hotel from him over the past few days. Do you have any ideas?" Gu Qingyu inquired eagerly. He was equally intrigued by the mysterious hotel. "I suspect that the hotel owner might have discovered Mingyu's true identity," and Xiru said. "Mingyu told me he initially intended to register under a pseudonym, yet after he exchanged crystal cores for points, his real name appeared automatically on the room card. Although Mingyu typically keeps a low profile, not many know about his connection to you, but he is not invisible. Some do recognize the relationship." "Are you suggesting that the hotel owner knows he came from our base, hence the vigilance?" "Precisely, and I must admit it was a lapse in my judgment." And Xiru sighed. "I never expected that with Mingyu's charm, he would struggle to win over a girl. What should we do now?" "Send someone utterly unrecognizable to outsiders." And Xiru instructed. "Have them summon the maid who has been by my side." Gu Qingyu nodded, understood. Soon, the maid approached Xiru, her heart filled with unease, fearing she might have failed in some aspect and would be dismissed from the Mura base. Her name was Ning Jie, an ordinary person. Had Xiru not needed a maid, she and her sister would never have gained entry into the Mura base. "Ning Jie, you've been working for me for nearly a year, haven't you?" And Xiru smiled at her. "Yes, Miss N," Ning Jie replied, her voice trembling. "You should know how I treat you." Ning Jie remained silent, offering a dry smile. To be fair, she and her sister had always served Xiru diligently. But not only had Xiru failed to compensate them, but the food they received was merely the remnants left by her. Nevertheless, in such dire circumstances, having a place to sleep and food to eat was already a blessing, so they bore no complaints. Yet, Xiru's words suggested she had been exceptionally kind to them. And Xiru, oblivious to the maid's discomfort, continued, "Now, it's time for you to repay my kindness." A wave of anxiety washed over Ning Jie. "What? What do you want me to do?" "You must have heard about the hotel," and Xiru stated. "I need you to go there and act as my informant." Being an ordinary person, Ning Jie had never ventured beyond her home even after arriving at the Mura base. Even if someone recognized her, they wouldn't care or remember her name. Thus, sending her to the hotel would ensure that even if the hotel owner learned her name, he wouldn't connect her to the Mura base.
I
can't do it," Ning Jie protested urgently. Even young Master Mingyu failed. "I'm just an ordinary person without any powers." "Is that so? Yet I see great potential in you," and Xiru said with a smile. "Rest assured, once you're there, your sister will be well taken care of under my watch." Ning Jie could hardly fail to discern that Cairo was leveraging her sister as a means of coercion. In the wake of the apocalypse, their family had succumbed to the relentless onslaught of zombies, leaving only her and her sister to rely on one another. Her sister was her sole remaining kin. Ning Jie gritted her teeth and replied, "Very well, I understand. I am willing to go to that hotel. However, what am I to do once I arrive?" "I have already devised a plan for you," and Cairo responded confidently. "Mingyu mentioned that the hotel proprietor has a younger brother and sister. You shall use them to gain leverage over him. If the hotel owner proves unmanageable, surely the children will be more amenable. Although Ning Jia was not conventionally beautiful, her gentle demeanor and affable nature would surely endear her to the children. With their assistance, they could potentially manipulate the hotel owner. If circumstances permit, she could even escort the children out of the hotel and bring them to the Muro base. No matter how remarkable the hotel may be, could it still offer protection once the children departed? Faced with this predicament, Ning Jia could only bitterly concede. All right, I understand. I trust that Missin will take good care of my sister. Rest assured, as long as you assist me diligently, I will keep my promises. And Cairo assured with a smile. Tomorrow, I will dispatch 2 advanced ability users to escort you to the hotel. When I need to contact you, I will send someone to find you. Remember to take a stroll around the hotel each day. Understood, Ning Jia replied. I shall prepare accordingly. After her departure, Gu Qingyu exclaimed with delight, Ro, you are truly remarkable. You always come up with the most ingenious plans. I hope this endeavor proves successful. And Kai Ro's eyes gleamed with ambition as she thought, Ning Jia, do not disappoint me. Otherwise, your sister may. Gu Qingyu, unable to contain his eagerness, closed the door and pulled her down onto the sofa. Ro, I have brought back a wealth of supplies today. Surely you must express your gratitude. Brother Qingyu, you are incorrigible, she replied with playful annoyance. Accompanied by several advanced ability users, Ning Jia arrived near the Ping'an Hotel. Their arrival coincided with the midnight hour. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback by the hotel building, exclaiming in astonishment, such a bright sign. The hotel owner certainly spares no expense on electricity. It appears that resources here are indeed abundant. No wonder Cairo has been so fixated on acquiring it. Upon entering the hotel, she noticed the lobby was also illuminated and a young man was seated at the front desk. Upon seeing her, he smiled and greeted. Welcome to the Ping'an Hotel. Chapter 42. A bit cheesy, yet I adore it. Nighttime was naturally the working hours for Fang Yang. Rarely did guests arrive at such a late hour, yet tonight he observed a woman entering the hotel, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. This expression was common among newly arrived guests, prompting him to offer a warm smile. Welcome to the Ping'an Hotel. Are you checking in? Here are the hotel regulations for your perusal. Feeling somewhat flustered, as it was her first time acting as an undercover agent, Ning Jia glanced at the regulations. Following Cairo's instructions, she said, I heard about your hotel a couple of days ago. I understand you have an abundance of supplies and can defend against zombies? Indeed. Fang Yang replied with a smile. You can check in by exchanging items for points. I recommend using crystal cores, as they yield a higher point value. If you lack crystal cores, any ordinary items will suffice. Anything at all? Ning Jia inquired. What about this bracelet? The bracelet was also a gift from Cairo. For she was just an ordinary person, possessing a crystal core might raise suspicions. However, jewelry was different, although the apocalypse had rendered most adornments useless. Many individuals would not have discarded wearable items. And Cairo was particularly cautious, fearing that Ning Jia might end up expelled from the hotel like Gu Mingyu. Certainly. Place the bracelet on the machine, Fang Yang replied. The bracelet, being pure gold and exquisitely crafted, exchanged for 90 points. Since room 4010 was available, Fang Yang facilitated her check-in, and Ning Jia paid for 5 days' worth of accommodation, reserving the remaining points for food. After completing her check-in and providing a detailed explanation of the hotel and its amenities, Fang Yang asked, Would you like me to show you around? No, thank you. I would prefer to return to my room to rest. Ning Jia quickly shook her head. Very well. Make yourself comfortable. Once in the elevator, as she pressed the button for the 4th floor, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She had been exceedingly anxious, but thankfully, she had managed to maintain her composure before the hotel staff. Upon entering her room, she surveyed her surroundings. Room 4010 had yet to be upgraded, leaving its furnishings quite simple, reminiscent of her accommodations at the Muro base. However, during her time there, she had to remain on standby, ready to serve in Cairo. Now, however, her task was far more daunting. With a bitter smile, Ning Jia lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Regardless of the situation, she resolved to get a good night's sleep. The following morning, Ning Jia emerged from her room, invigorated. Despite the weight of her concerns, She had surprisingly dreamt not at all, enjoying an unprecedentedly restful night since the onset of the apocalypse. As she exited her room and descended to the first floor, she was startled by a booming, furious voice. "How dare you deceive me?" Ningjie trembled in fear, cautiously peering around the corner. She beheld a strikingly beautiful woman confronting a man with palpable rage. "I trusted you so completely. How could you betray me? I never anticipated you could conceal your true nature so thoroughly." The man coldly retorted, "You chose to trust me. That is your own doing." "You." Just then, another woman rushed over, clinging to the man's arm and imploring, "Sister, do not blame him. I forced him into this. If you must assign blame, let it fall on me. How dare you come back? Wretched woman, being a mistress will lead to no good end." The beautiful woman seethed with fury. "We are truly in love," the second woman whimpered. As Ningjie contemplated the unfolding drama of unfaithfulness, another young girl suddenly dashed forward, clasping the beautiful woman's arm. "It's all right, sister. They do not cherish you, but I will cherish you with all my heart." Ningjie was left bewildered. What on earth was happening? What sort of individuals inhabited this hotel? Then she heard applause. To her astonishment, it was the front desk staff applauding. Bai Shuwen and the others had just concluded a performance and were eagerly seeking feedback from the front desk attendant, Su Shi. "What did you think of our act?" "A bit cheesy," Su Shi replied candidly, "but I must admit, I enjoyed it." "Cheesy is no matter." Bai Shuwen waved dismissively. "After all, the audience loves a good melodrama." Fu Siheng rubbed his temples in exasperation, clearly perplexed as to why he had agreed to participate in this theatrical endeavor. Nonetheless, since he had committed, he felt obligated to see it through. "Shall we seek out Boss Gu for her feedback?" Bai Shuwen proposed. "I think that's a splendid idea." Zhuang Xiaoxia exclaimed enthusiastically, "This is my first time acting, and I find it quite enjoyable. Let us go and see if Boss Gu can provide us with some guidance." At this moment, Ningjie finally comprehended that they were merely putting on a performance. In a post-apocalyptic world, could they still possess such frivolous thoughts? It seemed that residing in this hotel truly offered a sense of comfort. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Ningjie's mind. If she and her sister could live here, would it not be 100-fold better than toiling daily to serve in Kailu? Although she lacked supernatural abilities, the prospect of living in such an establishment made her willing to venture out each day to procure items in exchange for points, and she could even learn to combat zombies. Unfortunately, her sister remained in Kayla's grasp, rendering any attempt to rescue her impossible. With a heavy heart, Ningjie sighed. After watching Bai Shuwen and the others' performance, Wanyin pinched her thigh with great force to stifle her laughter. "Your acting is quite commendable," she objectively assessed. "However, should we not consider revising this plot?" It was evident that Bai Shuwen was a talented actor, yet not a skilled playwright. "Really?" Bai Shuwen replied, visibly distressed. "But this is the best I could manage." The others exchanged glances, as they were equally incapable of writing scripts. "You should consult Teacher Wu," Wanyin suggested. Before the apocalypse, he taught language arts. Perhaps he can offer some guidance. Teacher Wu, known as Wu Hong, resided in room 407. "That's a splendid idea." Bai Shuwen's eyes lit up. "Let us go find Teacher Wu for assistance. I'll treat him to a meal." With that, the group cheerfully set off to seek Wu Hong's help. After their departure, Wanyin found herself somewhat bored in the room and decided to take a stroll. As she stepped outside, she encountered a woman she had never seen before, seemingly about to enter the dining hall. Upon noticing Wanyin, the woman paused momentarily before hastily smiling. Wanyin returned the gesture politely, though her mind was filled with suspicion. This woman was likely a new guest at the hotel, which was not unusual, yet something about her seemed amiss. Chapter 43. Wanyin could no longer tolerate the situation. The woman appeared visibly anxious, as if concealing some secret, and her earlier smile seemed forced. However, it was also conceivable that after enduring the apocalypse for so long, she was still adjusting to a safe environment. Just then, another guest entered the dining hall and greeted her. "Good day, Boss Gu." Wanyin smiled and nodded, only to observe that the woman's expression grew even more peculiar. The woman cautiously glanced at her before hurriedly entering the dining hall. Wanyin's suspicions about the woman deepened. She approached the front desk and inquired with Su Shi. "When did the new female guest arrive? What is her name?" "She should have arrived last night, attended to by Fang Yang." Let me check. The front desk featured a screen displaying a table with information on each guest in the rooms. Su Shi scrolled to the bottom and informed Gu Wanyin. She came in at midnight yesterday, named Ning Jia. Gu Wanyin's thoughts raced. Another person from the Mu Rou base. And Kailu likely viewed Ning Jia as an inconspicuous, ordinary individual, hence sending her here. The crucial detail was that she was a character who had traversed into the narrative. She had read the book. In it, and Kayla's maid was named Ning Jia. Considering the previous incident with Gu Mingyu and the woman's strange demeanor, Gu Wanyin surmised it was unlikely to be a mere coincidence. This Ning Jia was indeed Kailu's maid. Gu Wanyin felt exasperated. How long would Kailu continue this charade? During her reading, she had sensed a certain awkwardness. The protagonists in the story had complex characterizations, but the narrative was presented from their perspectives, rendering their actions seemingly justified. However, Kayla's repeated attempts to involve her were intolerable. She had never provoked the Mu Rou base, nor had she even promoted her hotel there. Gu Wanyin recalled the book's portrayal of Ning Jia. After all, she was merely a maid in the female protagonist's employ, and thus her character received scant attention. It merely noted that she was an ordinary person without supernatural powers and had a sister. And Kailu required a maid, which allowed them entry into the Mu Rou base. The narrative also emphasized the deep bond between the sisters, portraying them as kind and innocent individuals. Gu Wanyin speculated that Ning Jia had been coerced by Kailu, using her sister as leverage. Yet, this was not her concern. She did not wish for the Mu Rou base's people to linger here. While her hotel was invincible, she preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. However, she pondered that if she sent Ning Jia away, Kailu would undoubtedly send someone else. If an unfamiliar individual were dispatched, it would be bothersome. If another man like Gu Mingyu were to arrive, it would be even more vexing. At least, for now. She was aware that Ning Jia belonged to the Mu Rou base, keeping everything within her control. Moreover, Kailu was increasingly infuriating. Gu Wanyin could no longer endure this, and she was determined to find an opportunity to teach this so-called female protagonist a lesson. By then, Ning Jia could be of use to her. After all, she had successfully turned over Yi Gaofei's subordinate previously. A sinister smile crept across Gu Wanyin's face. "Boss, is there something unusual about this Ning Jia?" Su Shi inquired. "Yes. Please inform Fang Yang to keep a closer watch on her," Gu Wanyin instructed. "While it's fine within the hotel, ensure that other guests do not get too close to her, especially if anyone intends to leave the hotel with her. Provide a gentle reminder." Inside the hotel, no one faces danger, but if Ning Jia were to lead other guests outside for some purpose, the hotel cannot ensure their safety. Though Ning Jia herself may not engage in such actions, her sister remains under Kayla's control, and who knows what she might do for her sister's sake. Understood.
Su Shi deeply promptly.
At that moment, Kayle and Hanbao approached hand in hand. Gu Wanyin meticulously reminded them not to leave the hotel. Within the hotel, they were invincible, but once outside, they lacked the system's protective mechanism. After all, the system's safeguards were merely supplementary rewards. "Sister, I understand," Kayle declared confidently, patting her chest. "I will take good care of Hanbao. We absolutely 1T step outside the hotel. It's terrifying out there," Hanbao said, shuddering at the memory of the grotesque zombies outside. "Only a fool would leave the hotel." "That's good. Be obedient," Gu Wanyin said, smiling as she ruffled their hair. In truth, it was of little concern, as long as they remained in the hotel. Should anyone attempt to take Kayle and Hanbao out without Gu Wanyin's knowledge, the system would not permit it. Thus, for the time being, there was no need to worry about that Ning Jia. Once the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala concluded, she would undoubtedly deliver a lesson to Kailu. Otherwise, Kailu would persist indefinitely. Ning Jia had her meal in the dining hall and wandered around the hotel. It was undeniable that the atmosphere within the hotel was delightful. Nearly every guest appeared to be in high spirits, often gathering together to share laughter and conversation. Indeed, in the apocalyptic world, how could one not feel elated to reside in such a splendid hotel? Ning Jia truly envied them, reveling in their carefree existence here, while she bore the weight of a daunting mission, one she had no desire to undertake. At that moment, she noticed the waiter who had attended to her the previous night approaching her. Fang Yang had just awakened, consumed a light meal, and was feeling rather bored when Gu Wanyin assigned him a task. He approached Ning Jia with a bright smile and inquired, "Are you accustomed to the hotel?" "It's quite delightful," Ning Jia replied, nodding. This place was truly extraordinary, with abundant resources and an immaculate environment. There's an even more mysterious place. Fong Yang said with an air of intrigue, "Jurassic Park. You haven't explored it yet, have you?" "Not yet," Ning Jia responded. "Jurassic Park? Are there dinosaurs?" She had heard from Nkailuo that the hotel had reported sightings of dinosaurs. However, Nkailuo suggested they might merely be mutated creatures resembling dinosaurs, or perhaps mere hallucinations. Of course. Otherwise, how could it be called Jurassic Park? "Would you like to take a look?" Fong Yang offered. "It costs 5 points for a 2-hour visit. And rest assured, the dinosaurs cannot harm guests." Ning Jia hesitated for a moment before nodding. She needed to uncover the secrets of the hotel and report back to Nkailuo. Fong Yang led Ning Jia to the entrance of Jurassic Park, saying, "Just swipe your card, and you can enter." After swiping her card, she stepped inside. Before long, she emerged with a pale complexion. To her astonishment, the dinosaurs were indeed real. It was nothing like what Nkailuo had imagined. Although the dinosaurs could not attack her in her current state, what would happen if her identity were exposed? Moreover, she now fully comprehended that Nkailuo could never oppose the hotel's owner. After all, they had dinosaurs. If she continued to assist Nkailuo, even if her identity remained concealed for now, her fate would surely be dire in the future. Chapter 44. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. "What's wrong?" Fong Yang asked with a smile, observing her sudden exit. "Did something discomfort you?" "I'm fine, really," Ning Jia feigned calmness. "I just suddenly felt a bit unwell and need to return to my room to rest." "Not feeling well? Do you need me to get you some medicine?" "I can take you to the pharmacy." "No, I'll head back," Ning Jia replied hastily, fleeing the scene. Fong Yang watched her retreating figure, chuckling softly. It seemed she had indeed been frightened. He wondered if she would dare to act as a mole for the Muro base again. Speaking of the Muro base, their people were quite irritating. The hotel and the base were not close. Wouldn't it be better if they simply coexisted peacefully without interference? Yet those individuals were insatiable, setting their sights on the hotel. If they angered the manager, they would surely regret it. After returning to her room, Ning Jia took some time to calm herself before recalling that Nkailuo had instructed her to stroll outside the hotel daily, as there would be people from Nkailuo's side waiting to relay any messages back to the Muro base. Thus, despite her rising panic, she steeled herself and left the hotel. After wandering nearby for a while, she indeed spotted a high-level ability user from the Muro base waving at her. She glanced around, seeing no one else, and hurried over to share everything she had encountered in the hotel, emphasizing the reality of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. "Make sure to inform us and that the dinosaurs here are real. I've confirmed it with my own eyes," Ning Jia exclaimed in terror. She must abandon this notion immediately. This place is beyond her reach. If she continues to be so obstinate, her fate will surely be grim. "Understood," the ability user replied, shuddering at her words. He glanced back towards the hotel, licking his lips, and asked, "Could you possibly bring me some food from there? I've heard the hotel's cuisine is exquisite." "That seems impossible," Ning Jia said nervously. "The hotel rules state that no items may be taken outside for resale. While I'm unsure if giving you something directly is permissible, it's best not to take any risks." She had no desire to end up like Gu Mingyu. Upon hearing this, the ability user didn't press further, turning to depart and report back to Nkailuo at the Muro base. Ning Jia returned to the hotel, just in time to find Kailei and Hanbao chatting with Su Shi and Fong Yang in the lobby. She could not discern what joke Fong Yang had told, but it had sent Kailei and Hanbao into fits of laughter. Watching them, a gentle warmth filled Ning Jia's heart. She had always adored children. Prior to the apocalypse, she had even enrolled in early childhood education, aspiring to be a kindergarten teacher. However, just as she had been accepted into a kindergarten, the apocalypse began. Adults struggled to survive in this world, and it was even more challenging for children. There were hardly any in the Muro base. Seeing these two adorable little ones naturally brought her joy. Yet at that moment, a realization struck her. Nkailuo had mentioned that the hotel's owner had a younger brother and sister and urged her to find a way to leverage them against the owner, potentially bringing them to the Muro base to restrain him. But how could she possibly harm such delightful children? They had managed to survive in this harsh world and were living so well in the hotel. Why should she take them away? What if they encountered danger outside the hotel? And Kailuo, how could she conceive such a notion? Ning Jia felt a deep anguish in her heart, and just then, Kayley looked her way. She couldn't bear to meet Kayley's gaze, and hurriedly retreated to her room. That lady is quite strange, Kayley remarked to Fang Yang and Su Shi. Fang Yang glanced at Ning Jia's departing figure, a knowing smile playing on his lips, before addressing Kayley and Han Bao. Don't mind her. I believe she will come to understand certain things on her own. Han Bao nodded, still a bit confused. Soon, the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. The gala was held in the lobby, and those who had endured the apocalypse cared little for formalities, simply sitting on the floor. Despite it being the festival, the weather in the apocalypse was entirely unpredictable. Today was exceptionally hot, with the evening temperature nearing 50 degrees. The air conditioning in the lobby was on, blowing a refreshing breeze that was immensely comfortable. As a holiday benefit, the system provided a selection of mooncakes. The variety was extensive, including red bean paste, mixed nuts, lotus seed paste, various fruit jams, meat fillings, and even snow skin mooncakes. Each person received one, to be consumed today, as any leftovers would vanish by the next day. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala commenced, with Su Shi and Fang Yang serving as the hosts. After delivering a brief opening speech, they introduced the first act. The opening performance featured Kayley and Han Bao singing a nursery rhyme. Dressed in new clothes that Wanyin had taken from the wardrobe, they stood confidently at the forefront. The nursery rhyme was cheerful, and coupled with their charming dance moves, it instantly elevated the atmosphere. As their performance concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with Wanyin seated among them, clapping with immense pride. That's my child. Meanwhile, Ningjia's emotions were far more complex. Such an adorable child. It would be utterly impossible for her to take advantage of them or deceive them. When she encounters the high-level abilities sent by Nkaru again, she will certainly clarify everything with them. Following this, numerous guests showcased their talents, with performances ranging from piano playing to violin and pipa recitals. Naturally, all the props were provided by the system, and after the performances concluded, they would vanish. Wanyin was astonished to discover just how talented the guests at the hotel truly were. The grand finale featured a play rehearsed by Shu Wen and Zhuang Xiaxia. With the script revised by Teacher Wu, their plot was imbued with greater conflict and intrigue, making it quite captivating. Despite only having rehearsed for a few days, they garnered considerable praise, with several audience members even moved to tears. After their performance, Wanyin stepped forward to deliver a few closing remarks. However, once the excitement subsided, the guests' spirits noticeably dipped, likely due to the Mid-Autumn Festival. This festival is traditionally a time for family reunions, yet in the wake of the apocalypse, each individual had lost many loved ones and friends. Even the Dongyu family, who had reunited as a trio, found their hearts heavy with thoughts of absent relatives. It was precisely because they understood how challenging survival was in this new world that they cherished their happy lives in the hotel even more. If anyone dared to jeopardize the hotel, they would not stand for it. Chapter 45. The Buffet Restaurant Opens.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. The task has been completed. Rewards. Unlock rooms 506 and 5010. Upgrade rooms 406 and 4010 once. Unlock the buffet restaurant. Unlock all items at the unlimited buffet. Unlock 5 new products in the supermarket. And unlock a fruit shop. Having completed yet another task, Wanyin felt a surge of delight. The supermarket, located on the first floor, was quite spacious, filled with numerous shelves. However, many shelves remained empty, indicating that further tasks needed to be accomplished to unlock new products. As for the 5 items rewarded from this task, they included various flavors of potato chips, spicy strips, chocolate, cookies, and lao gan ma. Upon seeing that lao gan ma was available, Wanyin immediately informed Dongyu. She recalled that before the apocalypse, Dongyu had expressed her fondness for lao gan ma, using it to mix with noodles or rice. To her surprise, the supermarket had it in stock. Dongyu was overjoyed upon spotting lao gan ma in the supermarket. It was reasonably priced, costing 4 points for a jar. Although the jar was small, it would last for several days. She could buy a bowl of rice from the cafeteria and mix it with lao gan ma for a meal. This way, she could save some points. She also intended to buy her parents new clothes. Before she could finish reveling in her joy, Wanyin informed her of the newly opened buffet restaurant. The buffet was located directly across from the hot pot restaurant, showcasing a spacious venue. At the entrance, there was a card swipe area, granting access upon entry. In the center, a long table was laden with a variety of foods. There were an assortment of snacks, numerous flavors of noodle dishes, fried rice, fried noodles, and various braised dishes. Cold dishes, smoked meats, hand-grabbed pancakes, buns, steamed bread, sandwiches, bone soup, and seafood soup, among others. The selection was extensive, and each person could enjoy 2 hours of unlimited dining for 8 points. There were no restrictions on the number of visits per day, meaning as long as they had enough points, they could spend all 24 hours in the buffet without any oversight. Some dishes at the buffet were also available in other restaurants, such as fried rice, which was also served in the cafeteria. Wanyin sampled the fried rice at the buffet, finding it slightly inferior to that of the cafeteria, but still quite delectable. However, the buffet did not offer hot pot or barbecue options. Yet, the most crucial aspect was the 2-hour unlimited dining experience. There were also plenty of meat options available. For those with hearty appetites, it was akin to paradise. With the buffet newly opened, business thrived, with many patrons visiting daily, some even dining there 3 times a day. Some guests, having larger appetites and having endured the apocalypse, had a significant demand for food. In other restaurants, they had to be frugal with their points, hesitant to order too much, but in the buffet, those concerns vanished. Although the offerings might lack some variety, the freedom to indulge in unlimited food for 2 hours was a tremendous satisfaction for many.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Recruit new tenants for rooms 501 and 505. Unlimited time. No identity restrictions for guests. Task rewards. Unlock rooms 601 and 605. Upgrade rooms 501 and 505 once. Unlock 5 unlimited dishes. Unlock 5 unlimited fruits. Unlock a milk tea shop. And unlock all milk teas at the unlimited milk tea shop. Note: all rooms on the 6th floor are large double rooms, accommodating a maximum of 2 people with a room rate of 15 points per night. Wanyin received another new task from the system. The 5th floor rooms were all family rooms, currently occupied only by rooms 501 and 502, with 501 housing a couple and their 10-year-old daughter, while 502 accommodated 3 generations of a family. To complete this task, she needed to recruit guests for the remaining 3 rooms. However, Wanyin was not overly concerned about such tasks. The hotel's reputation had already been established, and she frequently drove to other locations for promotion. Moreover, the guests in the hotel actively helped promote it when they went out. Thus, the rooms would soon be filled. What occupied her thoughts now was how to deal with Guqingyu and Karu from the Muro base. Above all, she wished to avoid any disturbances from the individuals sent by Karu. Furthermore, if she were to inadvertently fall into any traps, it could lead to complications. Hence, she needed to devise a plan to dissuade Karu from pursuing this idea. Ningjie had been feeling increasingly uneasy. Recalling Karu's admonitions, she understood she needed to approach Ko Luo and Han Bao, yet the sight of those 2 innocent children made her heart ache. Thus, she exited the hotel once more. And upon encountering the high-level abilities sent by Karu, she anxiously inquired about Karu's stance. She hoped that after realizing how formidable the hotel truly was, Karu would abandon her intentions. However, the words of the high-level abilities weighed heavily on her heart. Missen insisted that this hotel must be hers. The abilities stated that although the hotel was impressive and the owner was formidable, there were many methods to achieve her goal, such as those 2 children. But they were so young. How could she bring herself to harm them? Ningjie exclaimed, if they are taken out of the hotel, what will happen if they encounter danger? Can Missen take responsibility for their safety? The high-level abilities fell silent for a moment before responding. Given Miss Anne's character, she only desires to possess this hotel. Those 2 children are merely tools for her gain. Ningjie scoffed. They are 2 children, 2 living lives. They are not her tools. I certainly do not endorse her methods, the abilities replied. But consider, your sister is still in her hands. If you do not comply with her wishes, what will happen to your sister? Ningjie's expression froze. After all, we have served her for quite some time. She uttered bitterly, could she truly resort to violence against my sister? What do you think? The ability user retorted, having been by her side for so long. You should understand her nature better than I do. After saying this, he glanced around and added, I must take my leave. It would be undesirable to be seen by others. Remember, Miss An instructed you to swiftly gain the trust of those two children and lead them out of the hotel. Otherwise, no one can guarantee your sister's safety. With that, the ability user departed. Ning Jie slowly crouched down, overcome with helplessness, and began to weep. She had no desire to harm anyone, especially not two innocent children, yet what was to become of her sister? At that moment, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind her. Chapter 46, An Agreement Reached. Turning around, she discovered that the person approaching was Wanyin, the hotel owner. Ning Jie was so startled that she lost her composure and fell onto the ground, gazing at Wanyin in terror. "Do not be afraid," Wanyin said, squatting down in front of her with a warm smile. "I harbor no intention of causing you harm." "Gigi Gu, the owner," Ning Jie stammered, swallowing hard. "You mustn't misunderstand. I can explain. That person was just a friend checking on me." While it was easy to explain her meeting with others, she was uncertain if Wanyin had overheard their conversation. "Is that so?" Wanyin's smile gradually faded. "Your friend possesses quite a commendable level of abilities." Ning Jie's lips quivered, and she was at a loss for words. "In any case, let us return to the hotel," Wanyin continued. "What do you think?" With that, she rose and began walking towards the hotel. Ning Jie had no choice but to follow suit, steeling herself. Upon returning to the hotel lobby, they sat facing each other on the sofa in the lounge area. Su Shi and Fang Yang stood behind Wanyin, one on each side, resembling bodyguards. Ning Jie was paralyzed with fear, her hands anxiously clutching at her clothes. "I shall be straightforward," Wanyin said coolly. "Working for Anziru will yield you no benefits. If you collaborate with me, I can grant you what you desire most." "See collaborate?" Ning Jie was utterly taken aback by Wanyin's proposition. "How would I collaborate with you, Ms. Gu?" Wanyin smiled. "Anziru still trusts you to some extent. Simply follow my instructions. Of course, if you refuse, I shall have no qualms about ensuring that the personnel from the Muro base are no longer welcome in my hotel." She understood that Ning Jie was compelled by her sister's plight. However, if Ning Jie was unwilling to cooperate, there was no reason to keep her around. Wanyin had no intention of wasting her thoughts on others. Ning Jie turned pale. "But rest assured," Wanyin continued, "if you agree to heed my words and assist me, I will reciprocate. At that time, both you and your sister can reside in my hotel without worry." "Really?" Ning Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. "You know about my sister? Can you rescue her from the Muro base?" "I speak only the truth." Ning Jie found herself believing Wanyin's words without hesitation. After all, Wanyin was immensely capable, not only aware of her identity, but also of her sister's predicament at Anziru's hands. Coupled with the mystique of the hotel, what could Wanyin not accomplish? Without much contemplation, Ning Jie nodded earnestly. "All right, I am willing to cooperate with you. As long as my sister's safety is assured, I shall assist you in any way possible. I never intended to aid Anziru in harming anyone." Anziru was different from Wanyin. While Anziru sought trouble, Wanyin was merely retaliating. Ning Jie preferred to align herself with Wanyin, for she was obligated to serve Anziru at the Muro base and found that existence far less favorable compared to her time in the hotel. "Excellent. I knew I was right about you," Wanyin remarked. "Now, divulge all that you know regarding Anziru's intentions and the tasks she has assigned to you." Ning Jie nodded and recounted every detail to Wanyin. When she reached the part about Anziru wanting her to target the children at the Cola Hamburger, Wanyin's expression darkened. Not only Ning Jie, but even Su Shi and Fang Yang felt a chill run down their spines. To think she would set her sights on children, Anziru, you truly are something, Wanyin sneered. Originally, she had only intended to teach Anziru a lesson, but now her resolve had shifted. If the hotel lacked protective measures, if the Cola Hamburger were to be disobedient children, and if Ning Jie indeed harbored malicious intentions, it would mean all of Anziru's plans would come to fruition. Wanyin did not believe Anziru would show her or the children any mercy. In that case, it was time for Anziru to taste the bitter fruits of her own actions. "But I truly had no intention of harming those children," Ning Jie insisted. "I care for them greatly, yet I cannot ignore my sister's plight, making it a constant source of turmoil for me." Wanyin remained silent for a moment before producing a key and handing it to Ning Jie. "What is this?" Ning Jie asked, puzzled. When the personnel from Nziru's side next arrive, give them this key and instruct them to pass it on to Nziru, saying. Upon returning to her room, Guwanin's expression remained grim. However, upon reflection, she realized it was unnecessary to be angry on Nziru's behalf. After all this time, she would show no mercy. While she was not permitted to alter the original course of events, Nziru had repeatedly provoked her and sought to undermine the hotel. Thus she was justified in retaliating. Moreover, when required, the system would provide her with support. It must be said, the system was exceedingly generous with her. When Bai Shuwen returned that evening, he brought a family of 3 with him, a couple and their 6-year-old daughter. The man, Kong Xingda, had been a prominent director before the apocalypse and had some acquaintance with Bai Shuwen. They had heard about the Peace Hotel and had ventured from afar, braving the risks. After all, their current base was filthy and chaotic, frequently besieged by zombies, and offered little better living conditions than the Sunshine Base. With a notably high quota of crystal cores to submit, Kong Xingda possessed a second-level ability, while his wife had attained a first-level ability. And thus they resolved to bring their daughter here, hoping for a stroke of luck. If they could secure accommodation in the hotel, they need not fear the threat of zombies any longer. However, upon arriving in City A, they lost their way, but fortunately encountered Bai Shuwen, who led them back. Consequently, this family settled into room 503. Kong Xingda's daughter, Xiao Jia, was quite adorable and quickly made friends with a cola hamburger. Once rooms 504 and 505 were occupied, this mission would be complete. With an increasing number of guests, the accrued points would also multiply. The system confidently informed Wanyin that it was certain to secure first place in the next ranking. At that time, Wanyin would also reap significant rewards. 2 days later, Ningjia left the hotel and unexpectedly encountered a high-level ability user from the Muro base. To her astonishment, Gu Mingyu was among them. Young Master Mingyu, your injury is healed? Ningjia inquired in surprise. Yes, he replied. Gu Mingyu cast a sullen glance towards the hotel. Despite his grievous injuries, being a high-ranking ability user meant his physique had undergone significant transformation, enabling him to heal rapidly. Yet, the painful memories of his dismal failure within the hotel stirred feelings of agitation and displeasure within him. Chapter 47. Sister Ruru is so kind. The hotel owner had completely disregarded his charm and even conspired with the guests to deceive him, although he was indifferent to the crystal cores. Being the unwitting victim tormented him greatly. Just wait. Once Sister Ruru takes over this hotel, he would ensure that Wanyin and all the guests would suffer. None would escape unscathed. Recollecting his thoughts, Gu Mingyu inquired of Ningjia. Have you made any gains? Indeed. Ningjia replied eagerly, producing a key and handing it to Gu Mingyu. What is this? Gu Mingyu asked, perplexed as he toyed with the seemingly ordinary key. This key is of utmost importance. Ningjia explained. It can unlock the gateway to an alternate dimension. The supplies for this hotel are sourced from that realm.
Is that so?
Gu Mingyu tightened his grip on the key. I suspected there must be an endless supply of resources. So, such a place exists? Had it been before, he would have found this hard to believe. However, in this apocalyptic world, having witnessed the hotel's marvels, the existence of Gu Wanyin's alternate dimension no longer seemed far-fetched. How did you manage to obtain such a crucial key? Another ability user queried, casting a skeptical glance at her. At this, Gu Mingyu too regarded her with suspicion. In truth, Ningjia felt quite flustered, yet remembering her sister still at the Muru base, she forced herself to remain composed. Saying as Gu Wanyin had instructed, it was all thanks to Miss N's suggestion to leverage the trust of Gu Boss's siblings. Those 2 children have taken quite a liking to me and trust me immensely. This key was given to me by their stealth. Young Master Mingyu, you must know we cannot access Gu Boss's room. If not for them, I would never have acquired this key. Now I see. The ability user chuckled. Well done. I didn't expect you to be so capable. While holding the key, Gu Mingyu felt a twinge of discomfort. He had achieved nothing during his time at the hotel. Yet this inconspicuous maid had secured such a vital object. Sister Ruru would undoubtedly deem him ineffectual. No, he must do something to make amends. Where is this alternate dimension? Gu Mingyu asked urgently. I must go there now. I don't know, Ningjia replied helplessly. The 2 children are also unaware. It seems only Gu Boss knows how to access it. Then what use is this key? Gu Mingyu said impatiently. Having it is better than not, Ning Jie frowned. You should take the key back to Miss In. She will surely be pleased. Gu Mingyu considered this and agreed. He turned to leave, but Ning Jie promptly asked, "What about my sister? How is she? Are you still worried while she's with Sister Ru?" Gu Mingyu replied irritably, "As long as you assist her, what harm could come to your sister? Sister Ruru is so kind, she would never hurt anyone." Ning Jie. Was Gu Mingyu jesting?
Kind?
Would never harm anyone? Was he referring to Kai Ruru? By the way, Sister Ruru also said you should promptly bring those 2 children back to the Maru base. Since they trust you now, you should act quickly, Gu Mingyu added. Ning Jie. Do you not hear yourself? You just claimed Kai Ruru was kind and harmless, and then you say this? Ning Jie found herself bewildered by their reasoning. Fortunately, she had allied with Gu Wanyin. If successful, she could reside in the hotel. If she remained by Kai Ruru's side, she and her sister would surely be misled. Did you not hear what I said? Gu Mingyu noticed Ning Jie lost in thought and asked displeased.
Ah?
Yes, I heard. I will act swiftly, Ning Jie replied hastily. Please, young Master Mingyu, convey to Miss and that she must not harm my sister. Understood. No more chatter, Gu Mingyu said decisively before departing. The other ability users cast sympathetic glances at Ning Jie before leaving as well. Ning Jie took a moment to compose herself before returning to the hotel. Just as she entered, she spotted Gu Wanyin and quickly exclaimed, Boss Gu, I have relayed your instructions to Gu Mingyu, and handed him the key. Gu Mingyu? Gu Wanyin raised an eyebrow. He's not dead yet? Yes, but it seems he narrowly escaped death and returned to the Maru base, Ning Jie reported. Gu Wanyin nodded. After all, he is a high-ranking ability user. Even being transported to a volcano, he managed to survive. I should have sent him straight to outer space. However, it matters little. Given Gu Mingyu's obsession with Kai Ruru, he will undoubtedly accompany her to her demise. What shall we do next, boss? Ning Jie inquired.
No ruse.
Gu Wanyin replied with a faint smile. We shall await any movements from Kai Ruru. I suspect I shall meet her soon. Upon returning to the Maru base, Gu Mingyu hurriedly sought out Kai Ruru. At that moment, she was dining with Gu Qingyu in the restaurant. Upon entering, Gu Mingyu observed Kai Ruru feeding a piece of meat to Gu Qingyu, his face alight with happiness, savoring the flavor. Gu Mingyu's expression darkened. If it weren't for his brother, he would be the one sharing such intimate moments with Kai Ruru. Mingyu, you're back. Kai Ruru noticed him first and beckoned, come, join us. Though Gu Qingyu's gaze was cold, Gu Mingyu approached and took a seat. Kai Ruru served him soup while asking, you went to the hotel with them, didn't you? Did you see Ning Jie? What did she say? She obtained a key, Gu Mingyu revealed, presenting the key to Kai Ruru. It is said to lead to the alternate dimension, from which Gu Boss acquires all her resources. Really? I knew it! Kai Ruru exclaimed, excitement lighting her face. How could she have amassed such exquisite supplies in this apocalypse? So there is such a marvelous place. I thought spatial dimensions only existed in novels. Before the apocalypse. I too believe such things were purely fictional, Gu Mingyu replied with a wry smile. It seems I was right to trust Ning Jie, Kai Ruru laughed. She truly secured something so significant. However, we still do not know where this alternate dimension is. Having the key is of little use. True, Gu Qingyu conceded. Kai Ruru smiled. Brother Qingyu, think about it. The key is now in our possession. Gu Boss cannot access the alternate dimension, and she must be anxious. We can leverage this to our advantage. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu's eyes brightened. Indeed, you make a valid point. Chapter 48. Unlocking the milk tea shop. We can have a thorough discussion with her. As long as she is willing to reveal how to access the alternate dimension, we can arrange a position for her at the base. If she prefers to remain at her hotel, that is acceptable too. We can negotiate for her to keep 1/10 of the supplies while we retain the remaining 90%, Kai Ruru smiled. The Gu brothers exchanged glances, both feeling that the situation had escalated beyond reasonable bounds. If the hotel owner were to concede only a mere 10%, it would be an egregious loss for her. Could she truly acquiesce to such an arrangement? As if sensing their thoughts, Karu interjected, the key is currently in our possession. Should she refuse, she would forfeit even that modest share of resources. Indeed, Sister Ro's reasoning holds merit. Gu Mingyu was the first to concede. "I shall heed your counsel." Gu Qiyu shot him a disapproving look and quickly added, "I too will follow your lead, Ro. It seems time for me to pay a visit to that esteemed boss Gu," and Kara declared, her eyes glimmering with confidence. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Su Shi had received several groups of families checking into the family rooms.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host, task completed. Rewards unlocked. Rooms 601 and 605, upgrades for rooms 501 and 505. 5 unlimited dishes, 5 unlimited fruits. The milk tea shop unlocked, and all milk tea variations in the shop are now available without limit." The unlocking of the milk tea shop brought immense joy to Gu Wanyin. Before her journey through time, she had harbored a fondness for milk tea, particularly jasmine white peach and Four Seasons milk green. However, mindful of the adverse effects of excessive consumption and the associated costs, she refrained from indulging too frequently. Now, however, the milk tea within the hotel posed no harm to her health, and as the proprietor, she could indulge freely. Gu Wanyin, along with Zhuang Xiaoxia, Dong Yu, Bai Shuwen, and others, ventured into the milk tea shop. Compared to other dining establishments, the shop was relatively modest in size, likely because most patrons opted for takeout. Yet, the variety of milk tea on offer was impressively extensive. Naturally, the jasmine white peach and Four Seasons milk green she adored were present, alongside an array of flavors including pearl milk tea, coconut milk tea, red bean milk tea, ice cream red tea, mango pomelo sago, soy milk rice mochi, and herbal jelly, among others. The milk tea shop operated on a point system: 3 points for a regular cup, 4 points for a large cup, and 5 points for an extra large cup. Additionally, the system thoughtfully provided a super small cup, perfect for a couple of sips, available for just 1 point. After all, many milk teas could become overwhelmingly sweet if consumed in excess. This also allowed customers to sample a greater variety of flavors. Of course, to fully enjoy a particular flavor, one would need to spend more points on the larger sizes. Within the shop, there were 3 serving counters, each with a menu and a card reader nearby. After selecting their desired milk tea and swiping their card, patrons would receive their drinks within moments. Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu eagerly purchased their favorite milk teas in regular sizes, while Bai Shuwen opted for an extra-large cup, purchasing 3 drinks at once: ice cream red tea, soy milk rice mochi, and fresh orange milk tea. "You have no idea. I was once a celebrity and had to maintain my figure. I never dared to touch milk tea," Bai Shuwen exclaimed after taking a sip of the ice cream red tea, her face lighting up with delight. "This is simply divine."
Indeed.
The milk tea here was sweet and delectable, enticing one to take sip after sip. It surpassed any milk tea Gu Wanyin had ever tasted. After drinking this milk tea, "I'll surely feel invigorated for my future zombie hunting excursions," Zhuang Xiaoxia remarked. "I must buy 2 more cups to bring back for my parents," Dong Yu chimed in excitedly. "Though they'll probably scold me for wasting points, it's the grand opening of the milk tea shop after all. Indulging once is permissible." Gu Wanyin also planned to take 2 cups back for Keilei and Hanbao. The number of children in the hotel was gradually increasing, with Keilei and Hanbao becoming the ringleaders, frolicking with the kids throughout the day. The joyous laughter of the children uplifted the spirits of all the hotel guests. Just as she pondered what flavors Keilei and Hanbao might enjoy, Su Shi rushed in, breathless. "Su Shi, you've arrived. Come have some milk tea. It's absolutely delightful," Dong Yu urged. "I don't have time for milk tea right now," Su Shi replied hastily. "Boss, there are numerous vehicles parked outside the hotel." Gu Wanyin raised an eyebrow, commenting, "No wonder it's from the Muru base. This spectacle surpasses even that of the Haikong base." Su Shi, visibly anxious, inquired, "So, are they genuinely from the Muru base?" "Of course. In this apocalyptic world, who else could amass such a fleet of vehicles and a vast supply of crystal cores to power them?" Gu Wanyin chuckled. "Do not fear, I have everything under control. They are merely walking into a trap." Upon hearing this, Su Shi felt a wave of relief. If the boss was confident, then there must be no cause for concern. "Little sister, I've heard of the folks from the Muru base. They're not to be trifled with. Should we assist?" Zhuang Xiaoxia asked. "No need," Gu Wanyin replied. "You all should remain in the hotel. It's safer here. Once you step beyond the hotel's protective radius of 200 meters, the safety mechanisms will no longer apply." "I'll accompany you," Bai Shuwen insisted. "That woman in Karu has wronged me before, and I've long sought an opportunity for revenge. What did she do to you? Dong Yu asked with curiosity. Bai Shuwen recounted briefly, revealing that nearly 2 months into the apocalypse, she had just awakened her powers, though they were at a mere level 1. Alongside Wei Fenghua, she had ventured into a shopping mall in search of supplies. The zombie presence was already significant, and many humans had fallen victim to their attacks amidst the constant threat of natural disasters. Yet they had no choice. Failure to procure resources would result in starvation. In the mall, they encountered others seeking supplies, including Nkeru and Gu Mingyu. At that time, Gu Mingyu was the only companion of Nkeru. As Gu Qingyu was not present, Nkeru feigned weakness and innocence, easily disarming other suspicions. Bai Shuwen and Wei Fenghua believed her without question. Fortuitously, they discovered a snack shop filled with provisions. Suddenly, Nkeru suggested they search another store that purportedly held even more food, urging them to transport supplies from there while she and Gu Mingyu would handle the snack shop, promising a fair division of all food gathered. Bai Shuwen and Wei Fenghua, trusting her, proceeded to the store she indicated, only to encounter multiple zombies inside. Chapter 49. The plan begins. They narrowly escaped, fighting valiantly and ultimately defeating the zombies to secure 2 crystal cores. Upon returning, they found no trace of Nkeru and Gu Mingyu in the snack shop, and most of the food had been taken. Only a small amount remained, likely left behind because they could not carry more. I can't believe Nkeru did something so despicable, Dong Yu fumed. In truth, it was only natural for individuals to act selfishly in such dire times. It was understandable that Nkeru sought to hoard all the food. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one could not guarantee a tomorrow. However, rather than simply diverting Bai Shuwen and her companion, she had deliberately led them into a den of zombies. Such treachery was unforgivable. I have harbored this grudge ever since. Bai Shuwen remarked with a cold smile. I had thought myself vigilant, yet somehow I fell victim to Nkeru's deception. Little did she know, Wanyin was well aware. Such was the power of the protagonist's halo. After all, Nkailu is the heroine of the story. However, the aura of the protagonist seems to be of little significance when faced with her, a book traveler bound to assist him. You need not venture out. Gu Wanyin reassured Bai Shuwen with a smile. What I am about to do is quite similar to what she once did to you. Therefore, I suppose it can be deemed as vengeance on your behalf. Is that so? Bai Shuwen's eyes sparkled. Then you must exercise caution. Indeed, I am aware. Gu Wanyin finished her milk tea and proceeded towards the exit. At the entrance of the hotel, Nkailu, Gu Qingyu, and Gu Mingyu sat inside a vehicle. Nkailu, vigilant by nature, refrained from immediately disembarking upon their arrival at the hotel, choosing instead to await Gu Wanyin's emergence. Why is she still not out? Gu Qingyu expressed impatience. Surely, she isn't too frightened to come out? It's possible she hasn't even realized her key is missing, Gu Mingyu scoffed after all. I noticed she seemed quite comfortable inside the hotel. Not a chance, and Nkailu retorted. She possesses ample resources and manages such a vast hotel. She is not an ordinary individual. In my opinion, she is merely attempting to intimidate us, showing us that she is not easily trifled with. Alas. She smiled faintly. The most crucial key is in our hands. No matter how she struggles, it is futile. By the way, it was fortunate that you were clever enough to send Ning Jia over. Gu Qingyu affectionately ruffled her hair. Speaking of which, if we confront her now, will she discover Ning Jia's true identity? If so, she surely won't let Ning Jia off the hook, Gu Mingyu mused. Nonetheless, even if that were the case, Ning Jia's sacrifice would still be worthwhile, and Nkailu remarked matter-of-factly, she can procure resources for us and also ensure a better life for her sister. Can't she? Gu Qingyu and Gu Mingyu had no words to counter her logic, thus they nodded in agreement. At that moment, they witnessed the hotel door swing open, and a young girl emerged. There she is! Gu Mingyu exclaimed, the hotel owner. At that instant, Gu Wanyin appeared, clad in a pristine, pale yellow dress, looking quite lovely even without makeup. Having spent considerable time in the hotel, her health had improved, and she no longer appeared as emaciated as before. Gu Qingyu, upon seeing her, was momentarily taken aback. I didn't expect the hotel owner here to be rather attractive. Brother Qingyu. And Nkailu chastised him. Gu Qingyu snapped back to reality and quickly reassured her. I merely meant to say that in my heart, You will forever be the most beautiful. And Kailu huffed, her expression still less than pleasant. If given the choice, she wished to be the sole one thriving in cleanliness and comfort amidst the apocalypse. As for others, they certainly shouldn't fare better than her. Hence, witnessing Gu Wanyin's composed demeanor ignited a fire of resentment within her. That dress Gu Wanyin wore was truly exquisite. She yearned for it. And the hotel? It must boast a splendid environment, right? No. She not only desired resources, she was determined to seize this hotel as well. Vuru, shouldn't we get out of the car now? Gu Mingyu inquired. Aisham and Kailu nodded, and the three of them exited the vehicle. Other high-level abilities users also began to step out. Gu Wanyin's gaze swept over them as she smiled. Oh, so many guests. Are you here to check in at my hotel? And Kailu sneered inwardly. Your hotel? Soon it will not be yours. Boss Gu Mingyu spoke first. His expression grim. Do you remember me? Gu Wanyin feigned surprise. Oh, isn't this Mr. Gu? I was wondering why I hadn't seen you return to the hotel for several days. What happened? Stop pretending. Gu Mingyu shouted angrily. I know it was you who orchestrated my removal from the hotel. His outburst only prompted Gu Wanyin to smile more broadly. Oh, it seems you're not as foolish as I thought. I owe you my gratitude for contributing so many points.
You.
Gu Mingyu attempted to retort, but Kailu intervened. Stepping forward, she smiled at Gu Wanyin. Boss Gu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Kailu, one of the administrators of the Mura base. When she introduced herself in other places, she was usually met with admiration or envy. However, Gu Wanyin's expression remained indifferent, her demeanor unruffled. Oh, then what brings someone from the Mura base here? Naturally, we are here to discuss something of great importance with Boss Gu, and Kailu replied confidently, smiling. I'm afraid I'm not interested, Gu Wanyin stated flatly. Boss Gu, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes. We are already aware of your secret. Since they had disembarked, his gaze had remained fixed on Gu Wanyin, unyielding. He thought to himself that once he discovered the location of that otherworldly space, he would definitely bring Gu Wanyin to the Mura base. Previously, he had seen several other base administrators accompanied by multiple beautiful women. Yet, he had only ever had Kailu at his side. But now, seeing Gu Wanyin, his mind began to wander. After all, as the leader of the Mura base, it wouldn't be unreasonable to have one more woman by his side, would it? Of course. His true affection lay within Kailu, who was always understanding and compassionate. Surely, she would comprehend him. Upon hearing Gu Qingyu's words, Gu Wanyin feigned panic. You know what?
Impossible.
Boss Gu Mingyu mocked. Have you not realized that you are missing something quite significant? Immediately, Gu Wanyin turned and re-entered the hotel, leaving Kailu and the others waiting leisurely outside. After a while, Gu Wanyin re-emerged, her face flushed with indignation as she demanded, What have you done? How did that item end up in your possession? And Kailu smiled. It seems the key is indeed genuine. Ningjia has done quite well. If that is the case, I shall be straightforward, and Kailu declared, raising her chin with an air of arrogance. That key is now in our possession. If you desire it, you must reveal to us the location of the otherworldly space containing resources. Gu Wanyin took 2 steps back, her face reflecting terror. You even know of my otherworldly space. And Kailu felt a surge of exhilaration. What miraculous hotel! What formidable owner! Nothing more than this. She had always known that whatever she desired, she would not be denied. Fear not. Once we secure the resources, you shall not be treated unfairly, Gu Qingyu said with a significant glance. And Kailu shot him a sidelong look, slightly furrowing her brow, but she said nothing, her gaze toward Gu Wanyin growing increasingly hostile. She believed that once she acquired the resources, this boss Gu could not be allowed to remain. Enough! Gu Wanyin exclaimed furiously, despite my precautions. I never anticipated that you would uncover my secret. I assure you, I will not allow you to succeed. Even if you obtain the key, you will not discover the location of my space. Those resources will remain out of your reach. Boss Gu, why must you be so obstinate? And Zyru smirked coldly. Now that the key is in our possession, if you refuse to cooperate, you shall remain empty-handed, and I wonder how this hotel will continue to operate. Gu Wanyin furrowed her brows, seemingly lost in thought. Rest assured, we are not the sort to go back on our word, Gu Qingyu added. What are your terms? Feel free to state them. With a resigned sigh, Wanyin acquiesced. Very well, I shall no longer oppose you. Here is the deal. I will escort you to the spatial area, you return the key to me, and we shall divide the supplies equally. How does that sound? Unacceptable. And Zyru immediately retorted. We demand 90%.
What?
Wanyin stared at her in shock. You must be dreaming. You lack the standing to negotiate with us. And Zyru's impatience grew. Without those supplies, we merely return to our previous way of life. It will be business as usual for us. But you, on the other hand, will find things much more difficult. Stop wasting time, Ms. Gu Mingyu chimed in, relishing her predicament. Wanyin pondered for a long moment before reluctantly conceding. All right, I will comply. So, where's the key? It is with one of my subordinates, and Zyru replied triumphantly. You will take us to that alternate dimension, and you shall go alone. No one else from the hotel can accompany you. And Zyru understood the hotel had its peculiarities. Hence she dared not bring the key directly to its entrance, fearing Wanyin might snatch it back. Instead, she entrusted the key to a loyal subordinate, instructing him to wait for them en route. Little did she know, the precious key she cherished was merely an inconsequential trinket Wanyin had casually retrieved from a drawer. Here is the deal. I can provide you with the bulk of the supplies, but you must offer me something in return. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. Wanyin proposed, and Zyru and Gu Qingyu exchanged glances. Shortly after, Gu Qingyu remarked, Very well, we will arrange a position for you at the Muro base. How does that sound? Deal, Wanyin affirmed, turning to head towards her vehicle. First, we retrieve the key, your cars will lead the way, and I will follow. Once we have the key, I shall guide you to the entrance of the spatial area. And Zyru signaled to her subordinates. They promptly understood, and the cars began to move forward, within Zyru's vehicle and two others leading, while Wanyin drove in the middle, flanked by several more vehicles of high-level abilities behind her. Wanyin was acutely aware of their watchful eyes, wary of any deceit on her part. However, she remained unconcerned, humming a tune as she drove. Didn't Zyru truly believe she could thwart her plans? And Zyru likely had no inkling of the hell that awaited her ahead. Seated in the car, and Zyru appeared to be in high spirits, engaging in lively conversation with the driving Gu Mingyu. Gu Qingyu sat alone in the back, his brow furrowed. He attempted to speak to Zyru, but she hardly acknowledged him, which only fueled Gu Mingyu's smugness as he cast a taunting glance at him through the rearview mirror. Gu Qingyu felt a surge of frustration, beginning to harbor resentment towards Zyru. Did she not realize he had always been in quiet competition with Gu Mingyu? Was she truly only concerned with him? And Zyru naturally noticed Gu Qingyu's discontent, but chose to ignore it. She vividly recalled the look he had cast towards the hotel owner just moments ago. Soon, they arrived at the subordinate holding the key. After Zyru obtained the key, she ordered Wanyin's vehicle to take the lead. Wanyin continued to drive at a leisurely pace, while Zyru grew increasingly anxious. How much longer until they arrived? Her brow knitted in concern. Surely, she did not intend to abandon them here? Gu Mingyu said uneasily, recalling the misfortune he had endured at the hotel. That will not happen, and Zyru considered. The key is still in our possession. Does she not desire the supplies? Moreover, we are already quite far from the hotel. If she dares to play tricks, we will eliminate her on the spot. Eliminate her? And forfeit the supplies? Gu Qingyu immediately inquired. And Zyru shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, Brother Qingyu, are you after the supplies or that beautiful hotel owner? Ruru, how can you say such a thing? Gu Qingyu frowned. Enough, you two, Gu Mingyu interjected, though his tone was laced with schadenfreude. Securing the supplies is our top priority. Just then, they noticed Wanyin's vehicle coming to a halt. Gu Mingyu hastily followed suit, and as Wanyin exited her car, they all disembarked. Before them stood a building resembling a large warehouse, 4 stories tall. Ms. Gu, have we arrived? And Zyru inquired. Indeed, Wanyin replied with a smile. This is the entrance to the spatial area. Enter, and you shall access the supplies within. Of course, the door is locked. You must use the key in your possession to unlock it. Here? And Zyru was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the fabled alternate dimension, said to house vast supplies, would appear so unremarkable. But upon reflection it made sense. Had it looked extraordinary, it would have been discovered long ago. This dilapidated warehouse requires a key? Surely a mere ability could blast it open. Gu Mingyu scoffed. A smirk played on Gu Wanyin's lips as she coldly replied, "Feel free to give it a try." Suddenly, Gu Mingyu hesitated, glancing at Anziru before she remarked, "This warehouse's facade is likely a ruse, since a key is needed. It cannot be opened with abilities." She continued, "Once inside, there is an entrance on the second floor, an iron door that also requires this key to unlock, granting access to the alternate dimension." Gu Wanyin asserted earnestly, and Anziru exchanged a look with Gu Mingyu, who promptly approached the door with the key and unlocked it. However, he hesitated, turning to Gu Wanyin, "You should go in first." A grown man and yet so timid? Gu Wanyin mocked mercilessly. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Mingyu still dared not enter recklessly. He glared at Gu Wanyin and commanded, "Hurry up and step inside." Nonchalantly, Gu Wanyin entered. Observing this, Gu Mingyu released a breath of relief. Anziru and Gu Qingyu were filled with excitement. Soon, they would possess an abundance of supplies. All of them followed into the warehouse, and as Anziru watched Gu Wanyin's retreating figure, she thought, once they entered the alternate dimension and obtained the supplies, she would surely eliminate Gu Wanyin, and then the hotel would belong to her. Inside the warehouse were numerous stacked boxes and discarded tires. Gu Wanyin had already begun ascending to the second floor. "Hurry up," she called from the staircase. "The key remains with you. Without it, I cannot access the iron door." Upon hearing this, Anziru and the others hurried up the stairs. Just as they reached the second floor, the warehouse door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Anziru's brow furrowed, a wave of intense unease washing over her. At that moment, she suddenly heard Gu Qingyu whisper, "This is bad." Then, they were startled by a chilling sound. It was unmistakably the low growl of zombies. And Kai Ro, terrified, covered her mouth and hurriedly hid behind Gu Qingyu. At that moment, numerous zombies emerged from behind boxes and pillars, clawing and lunging towards them. Moreover, it appeared that these zombies were of a formidable caliber. "Ah!" And Kai Ro screamed, bewildered. How could there be zombies here? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she glared at Gu Wanyin with fury. "It's you. You deliberately led us to this place, didn't you?" Gu Wanyin wore a mocking smile at the corner of her lips, sarcastically retorting, "And Kai Ro, if you wish to cast blame, direct it towards your own greed that has blinded you." And Kai Ro's eyes reddened with anger. She had indeed desired abundant resources too fervently. That craving had clouded her judgment. Furthermore, Gu Wanyin's acting was simply too convincing. The current her was entirely different from the panicked person who had just discovered the key was missing. And that key had been given to her by Ning Jia. Wait a moment, if that is the case. Did Ning Jia betray me? And Kai Ro roared. Was she out of her mind? Had she forgotten that her sister was still in my grasp? The first thing I will do when I return is kill her sister. But that is only if you manage to return, Gu Wanyin calmly replied. Gu Qingyu, are you out of your mind? Gu Qingyu gritted his teeth as he hacked down a lunging zombie. Do you wish to perish here alongside us? Perish together? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Wanyin laughed. Only you will die. And Kai Ro had been hiding behind Gu Qingyu, and to her astonishment, she realized that although Gu Wanyin had been standing there all along, these zombies seemed completely oblivious to her presence, directly ignoring her. Not a single zombie made an attempt to attack her. And as more zombies appeared, it became evident that this was a concentration point for them. And Gu Wanyin had intentionally lured them into this perilous place. Gu Qingyu, Gu Mingyu, and the other high-level abilities users began to engage in battle with the zombies, while Kai Ro could only cower behind Gu Qingyu. After all, she possessed only a level 2 ability and dared not make a move against such numerous high-level zombies. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to being protected by the Gu brothers all this time, watching Gu Wanyin, who remained cool and entertained on the sidelines. And Kai Ro was seething with rage. Although she lacked the courage to confront the zombies, she was still capable of eliminating Gu Wanyin. She suddenly charged towards Gu Wanyin, intent on using her ability to strike her down. However, just as she was mere steps away, she found herself unable to move. It felt as though her feet were glued to the ground, and she couldn't even utilize her powers. Meanwhile, Gu Wanyin stood there unmoving, her gaze filled with mockery and disdain. And Kai Ro was on the verge of insanity. Why couldn't she do anything? In Gu Wanyin's eyes, she must have appeared as a mere jester. Watch your back, Gu Wanyin suddenly said with a smile. And Kai Ro was momentarily stunned, and before she could react, something fiercely seized her hair, yanking her to the ground and dragging her along.
Ah!
And Kai Ro screamed, Brother Qingyu, Mingyu, save me. Gu Mingyu and Gu Qingyu, who had been busy slaying zombies, quickly turned to look in her direction, their expressions shifting dramatically. The zombie that was dragging in Kai Ro was particularly large, towering over them, easily the size of 2 men. That was the Zombie King. Gu Mingyu exclaimed in terror. Even Gu Qingyu's face displayed a rare look of fear. Despite their high-level abilities, they stood little chance against the Zombie King.
Help me!
Save me! And Kai Ro cried out in despair. But the Gu brothers hesitated. At this moment, several high-level abilities users they had brought along had already perished, though they had also managed to eliminate a number of zombies. The warehouse was thick with a stench of blood. And Kai Ro was now in the clutches of the Zombie King, struggling and screaming in vain. Gu Wanyin felt a wave of nausea. Her disinterest peaked. She turned to a nearby window, opened it and leapt out. It was only the 2nd floor, and with the system's protective mechanism, she landed safely. As soon as she touched the ground, she heard and Kai Ro's agonized screams echoing from the warehouse. Chapter 52. Weeping in Despair. The cries were harrowing, suggesting that Kai Ro's fate was grim. Observing the Gu brothers' earlier demeanor, it was clear they were intimidated by the Zombie King, and with other zombies obstructing them, they certainly could not save Kai Ro. Perhaps they would even meet their own demise within. Gu Wanyin felt a sense of relief. At last, she would no longer be troubled by Kai Ro. There was no choice, if she hadn't acted first. Who knew what Kai Ro might have done in the future? Moreover, without the system's protection, she might have already perished at Kai Ro's hands. And the audacity of Kai Ro to target her siblings had thoroughly infuriated her. In truth, she could have called upon the system to provide weapons and directly assault the Mu Ro base. After all, Kai Ro had sought her hotel with malicious intent and had made a move against her. Thus her retaliation was a justified response according to the rules, allowing the system to assist her. However, she thought the Mu Ro base still housed other individuals. They merely resided there and had not colluded with Kai Ro and her ilk. To level the Mu Ro base would be an egregious act of indiscriminate slaughter. Most importantly, her current plan would sufficiently allow Kai Ro to experience the harrowing fall from grace. Kai Ro believed she was on the verge of acquiring resources. Yet what awaited her was the merciless Zombie King. She must be utterly devastated and in agony. This was far more gratifying than a direct assault on the base. Hence, she had followed the map imprinted in her mind by the system, locating the Zombie King's lair and luring Kai Ro and her companions there. The success of her plan was not solely due to her acting prowess, but also because Kai Ro's overwhelming greed had rendered her complacent. Gu Wanyin glanced back at the warehouse one last time before getting into her vehicle and driving away. Considering the time, Fong Yang, whom she had dispatched to the Mu Ro base, should have completed his task by now. Upon her return to the hotel, she was immediately surrounded by others, eager to inquire about the events that had transpired. She recounted the recent occurrences succinctly. Wonderful. Bai Shuwen clapped in delight. At last. Kai Ro can understand the suffering I endured back in the day. No, she must be in far greater torment than I was, for I narrowly escaped. While she has no such fortune. The Zombie King? You encountered the Zombie King? Dong Yu inquired, a hint of fear in her voice. Was it terrifying? Gu Wanyin contemplated the visage of the Zombie King and gravely nodded. Indeed, it was quite frightening. Even with the system's protective mechanism, she had felt a moment of trepidation upon seeing the enormous and grotesque Zombie King. Thankfully, residing in the hotel insulated her from all dangers. Zhuang Xiao Xia thumped her chest. Just then, Gu Wanyin noticed Ning Jia approaching. She clutched her clothing tightly, nervously gazing at her, seemingly wanting to inquire about something but hesitating to voice it. Are you curious about your sister? Gu Wanyin remarked, Do not worry, since I have promised you. I shall fulfill it. I have already dispatched someone to bring her here. Is that true? Ning Jia exclaimed with delight, nearly kneeling before Gu Wanyin. Thank you, Boss Gu. Thank you. There is no need for thanks, Gu Wanyin replied coolly. This is merely a reward for your assistance. Ning Jia was well aware of this fact. She exhaled a sigh of relief in her heart, grateful for her decision to collaborate with Gu Wanyin. She had just overheard their conversation, and Kai Ro had been slain by the zombie king? Serves her right. Who asked in Kai Ro to threaten her with her sister? Had she not allied with Wanyin, her fate would surely have been no better. Ning Jie resolved to be prudent and quietly reside in the hotel with her sister from now on. Indeed, by nightfall, Fang Yang returned. He drove back, accompanied by a timid girl who bore a resemblance to Ning Jie. She must be her sister. The moment she saw Ning Jie, she cried out in joy, launching herself into Ning Jie's embrace. Sister. The two sisters fell into each other's arms, weeping uncontrollably. How did you escape from the base? Ning Jie asked, holding her sister. Didn't Kai Ro not have anyone watching over you? Ning Jie's sister, Ning Shan, shyly glanced at Fang Yang before replying. Someone was watching over me. It was this brother Fang who brought me out. He is incredibly skilled. No one could touch him. It's not me who is skilled, Fang Yang said, bashfully scratching his head. Thanks to our boss, who hired me as a waiter, I was able to do this. He was now a waiter at the hotel, safeguarded by the system's protective measures. A few days prior, following Gu Wanyin's instructions, he had set off from the hotel and had been stationed near the Mu Ro base. After Kai Ro and her group departed, he infiltrated the Mu Ro base and rescued Ning Shan. Due to the protective measures, no one could lay a finger on him. He kept Ning Shan close by, making it impossible for anyone to hinder them. Upon exiting the Mu Ro base, he also conveniently found a vehicle, gathered enough crystal cores, started the car, and drove back. Well done, Gu Wanyin said, patting his shoulder. Fang Yang immediately straightened his posture, declaring, I will certainly not disappoint the trust of my boss. Su Shi watched from the side, feeling envious.
Why?
Why was such an important task entrusted to that brat Fang Yang instead of him? No, he vowed to work even harder in the future to outshine Fang Yang. Ning Jie and Ning Shan expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Gu Wanyin, although Gu Wanyin insisted that there was no need to thank her, as it was merely Ning Jie's due reward. In their hearts, they regarded Gu Wanyin as their benefactor. Ning Jie's original room was about to expire, and the large double room on the 6th floor had been unlocked, so she promptly switched rooms, and the sisters moved into room 601 together. The large double room could accommodate single or double occupancy, but unlike a double room, it contained only one bed, albeit a spacious one. The furnishings, kitchen, and bathroom were singular, but the space exceeded that of a single room, thus costing 15 points per day, positioned between single and double occupancy, similar to a double room. If two individuals shared the room, each would hold a room card, with the fees evenly deducted from both cards. Although Ning Jie and Ning Shan lacked abilities, they were eager to learn how to venture out to slay zombies or find valuable items to exchange for points. It was certainly preferable to being subservient to Kai Ro. With the threat of Kai Ro resolved, Gu Wanyin indulged in a delightful bath that night and slept soundly. Upon rising in the morning, she heard the system announce a new task. Chapter 53. Zhao Ye appears.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Sell 100 cups of milk tea at the milk tea shop, with no size limit and no time constraint. Task rewards. Unlock rooms 606 and 6010. Upgrade rooms 506 and 5010 once. Unlock all products at the unlimited fruit shop. Unlock 5 types of unlimited medicines. Unlock the hot spring pool and related facilities. Unlock a shoe store with unlimited shoes. And unlock televisions in the canteen, rice noodle shop, and hot pot restaurant. This task was relatively easy, considering there were no stipulations on the size of the milk tea cups. Although milk tea was not a necessity, the system had introduced a super small cup. The super small cup of milk tea, which could be consumed in just 2 sips, only required 1 point, making it appealing to many customers eager to try it. People like Bai Shuwen, who couldn't part with milk tea, would buy both large and small cups daily. Thus, it was likely that the task would be completed in just a few days. Kailei and Hanbao had just awakened, sitting on the edge of the bed,
Still a bit dazed.
unable to resist. Gu Wanyin pinched their little faces, relishing the delightful sensation. Last night, Fang Yang had been on duty and had received numerous guests. The hotel's reputation had already spread, drawing many people nearby to inquire about available rooms. Once a room became vacant, it quickly filled up. Currently, rooms 601 and 605 were fully booked, leaving only one family room on the 5th floor. After finishing breakfast in the canteen, Kailei and Hanbao went off to play with other children. Gu Wanyin, having nothing pressing to attend to, decided to head to the milk tea shop to grab a cup. As she passed through the lobby, she exchanged greetings with Su Shi when suddenly the sound of the door opening caught her attention. Turning her head, she saw a muscular man entering. He looked like someone with abilities, as he was remarkably robust and rosy-cheeked. Only those with abilities could thrive like this in the apocalypse. Furthermore, he was accompanied by 5 women, all stunningly beautiful. 2 of the women clung to one of his arms, pressed closely against him, while 2 others followed behind, displaying expressions of jealousy. The last woman, walking at the rear, had a serene demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the others. However, Gu Wanyin discerned that she was affiliated with the others, as they all donned identical attire. Was this a muscular man with his harem? Gu Wanyin furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, she was not particularly fond of such arrangements. However, during the apocalypse, many things could not be judged by pre-apocalyptic standards. If he had the ability to attract so many beautiful women willingly, that was his prowess. For those women, survival was paramount, and having a capable individual to protect them was their greatest desire. She recalled that there was a woman residing in a family room with several handsome young men, and she too appeared to be a formidable ability user. Thus, these matters were irrelevant to her. She simply needed to disregard them and not concern herself with the affairs of others. Therefore, she did not dwell on it and prepared to leave. Just then, the man's gaze fell upon her, and he remarked with keen interest, "Oh, I didn't expect this hotel to have such a stunning beauty." Su Shi immediately interjected, "This is our hotel's owner, Boss Gu." Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted, and he promptly apologized to Gu Wanyin. "I apologize, Boss Gu. I did not mean to offend. Please do not take it to heart." Though he was lecherous, he was not a fool. He had heard many people speak of the remarkable nature of this hotel. Is it possible for an ordinary person to operate such a hotel? He certainly did not wish to offend the proprietor. Upon hearing the man's particularly forthright apology, Gu Wanyin chose to remain silent, merely nodding before heading to the milk tea shop to fetch some drinks. Su Shi proceeded to facilitate the check-in for the group. With the family room 5010 still available, it was only natural for them to occupy it. The man readily exchanged crystals for points, after which Su Shi took the opportunity to brief them on the hotel's amenities and the condition of their accommodations. Upon learning that their room was a 3-bedroom suite, one of the women exclaimed, "I want to share a room with Long Ge." "Why should you share a room with Long Ge?" "I wanted to. Both of you, step aside."
I want to.
Except for the woman with a serene expression, the remaining 4 nearly resorted to pulling each other's hair. Su Shi couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had witnessed a similar scene just days prior when that female ability user brought a few handsome men for check-in. Those young men had nearly come to blows over who would share a room with the female ability user, only to be pacified and threatened by her in the end. All right, quiet down." The man referred to as Long Ge, whose name was Long, appeared quite pained at this moment. "What does it matter who I share a room with? If you keep arguing, I might just decide not to bring her to this hotel at all." At this, the women immediately fell silent. Long turned to the woman with a calm demeanor and smiled, saying, "Xiaoyu, how about you share a room with me tonight?" The woman named Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, her fingers instinctively tightening, but ultimately she nodded in silence. "Humph, it's her again," one of the women muttered under her breath. "She always pretends to be so aloof. What does Long Ge even see in her? She once fought another man over her. Don't you know? She was Long Ge's first love in high school."
Ah.
Do all men have a first love complex? Although their voices were hushed, Su Shi, possessing keen hearing, caught their conversation. He felt as if he had stumbled upon quite the revelation. Gu Wanyin emerged from the milk tea shop, just in time to witness Long and his 5 female companions waiting for the elevator. Long and the women offered her charming smiles, to which she politely nodded. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Fu Sishu stepped out. Initially, Fu Sishu paid little mind to the unfamiliar faces, but upon spotting the woman named Xiaoyu, he froze in astonishment and exclaimed, Xiaoyu? You! So Xiaoyu was not dead after all? But why had Fu Siheng never mentioned Xiaoyu? Whenever he spoke of Xiaoyu, he wore an expression that suggested he did not recognize her at all. Fu Sishu had once believed that Xiaoyu had perished in an accident, leading to Fu Siheng's distress and reluctance to discuss her. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case. However, if Xiaoyu was indeed alive, Why had she separated from Fu Siheng? Their relationship had always seemed quite harmonious. Moreover, how had Zhao Yut ended up with this man and his entourage? Big brother? Zhao Yut looked at him in surprise, asking, "How come you are here too?" At this point, she suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression changing. Is Siheng staying at this hotel as well? He is. Fu Sishu responded immediately. But he left this morning. Zhao Yut seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then promptly turned to Nielong, saying, "Longa, perhaps we should find another place to stay." Before she could finish her sentence, she caught a glimpse of Nielong's sly smile, causing her heart to race. And she found herself at a loss for words. "Who would have thought you'd encounter your old flame here?" Nielong remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Yut's face turned pale, her fingers tightening involuntarily. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes, though it was not overt. "I get it. It was that man who fought with Longa before. Why should we leave? Everyone says this place is the most comfortable and, importantly, safe. Where else can you find such a good spot? I heard they even sell clothes here. I've long wanted to wear something new." "Zhao Yut, Longa likes you. But you shouldn't be so arrogant." Zhao Yut turned her head away, falling silent. Even Fu Sishu, no matter how dense, began to grasp the situation. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at Zhao Yut. No wonder Fu Siheng had never mentioned her. It turned out she had betrayed him and left with another man. According to the other women, Fu Siheng had previously clashed with this man named Longa. What could have caused the altercation? And it seemed Fu Siheng had lost?
So,
Zhao Yut chose Longa instead? In that case, let's refrain from disturbing each other moving forward, Fu Sishu said coldly. Although you were once married to Siheng, in this apocalyptic world, well, the hotel does not permit entry to others' rooms. If we happen to cross paths in the dining area, we shall act as if we are strangers. Big brother. Zhao Yut wished to say more, but Fu Sishu had already turned his back and departed. Nielong scoffed, casually draping an arm around one of the women's shoulders, saying, "Come on, let us go check out the room." "Sure, Longa." The woman giggled. With that, Nielong and the women stepped into the elevator, and Zhao Yut, keeping her head down, followed suit. Meanwhile, Wanyin stood by, sipping her milk tea as she observed the entire scene unfold. So the woman named Zhao Yut was Fu Siheng's ex-wife? What a remarkable coincidence. She recalled when Fu Siheng first arrived, covered in blood and appearing utterly tormented. It seemed that blood must have been his own, indicating he had been injured. Albeit not severely, and as an ability user, he likely healed quickly. He exchanged a memory for points. Could it be that memory was related to Zhao Yut? Had he chosen to forget everything connected to his beloved wife due to her betrayal? However, at that moment, Fu Sishu approached her, offering an awkward smile. "Apologies, Gu boss, for any embarrassment caused." Gu Wanyin shook her head, replying, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about, just." She sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as Zhao Yut's betrayal of Fu Siheng. After all, something seemed off about Zhao Yut. "What?" Fu Sishu asked, puzzled. "Some matters are better clarified," Gu Wanyin succinctly stated before continuing to sip her milk tea as she walked away. After all, she was merely an outsider, not one to meddle too much. Fu Sishu watched her retreating figure, then glanced at the elevator doors that had closed, deep in thought. Gu Wanyin then headed to the supermarket to grab a bag of chips and inwardly queried the system, with Zhao Yut now at the hotel. If Fu Siheng sees her, will he remember her? No, the system replied succinctly. That memory has been exchanged for points. Regardless of how significant Zhao Yut once was to him, he will not recall that memory. Gu Wanyin nodded. It made sense, after all. The memory was taken by the system, so there could be no oversight. She wondered how Zhao Yut and Fu Siheng would react upon meeting. That evening, Gu Wanyin indulged in hot pot with a side of cola and burgers. Halfway through the meal, Nielong and his group of women walked in. However, Zhao Yaya was not present. When Nielong and the others spotted Gu Wanyin, they greeted her with a nod and a bow before finding a table to sit down. It was truly unexpected that I could still indulge in hot pot during my lifetime. A woman perused the menu, her mouth watering incessantly. "Longa, can we order freely?" Another woman inquired eagerly. Nielong hesitated for a moment before responding. "Today, let us treat you all to a proper feast. But starting tomorrow, we must be frugal." Despite his considerable abilities, he had to support 5 women aside from himself. It would be wise not to be overly extravagant. Upon hearing his words, the women's spirits lifted, and Wanyin watched as their fingers eagerly prodded the menu, barely suppressing her laughter. It seemed that a generous bounty of points would soon be within reach. How delightful! Although she was not fond of such arrangements of multiple partners, the prospect of earning points was sufficient incentive. Wanyin scooped up a shrimp ball to savor. The shrimp was plentiful, and the spicy flavor was intoxicating. What a delight! Just then, more patrons entered the hot pot restaurant. To her surprise, it was Fu Si-hung and Bai Shuwen. What a curious pairing for a meal. They had been staying at the hotel for some time, and the waiter, Hamburger, was quite familiar with them, so he greeted them warmly. Uncle Fu, Aunt Bai. Bai Shuwen approached, affectionately ruffling Hamburger's fur. You're also dining here, Hamburger? You ought to eat more vegetables instead of just meat.
Hehe.
Fu Si-hung nodded in acknowledgement to Wanyin and, with a casual glance sideways, his gaze met Nialong's. Oh, Fu Si-hung, Nialong smirked. It seems our paths cross again. Fu Si-hung, however, looked at him in confusion. Do we know each other? In his memory, this man was a complete stranger. Ha ha ha. Nialong laughed heartily. Are you embarrassed about losing to me before, so you refuse to acknowledge it? There's nothing shameful about it. After all, I possess a level 5 ability, while you are merely level 4. If you wish to blame someone, blame your unfortunate fate. You have mistaken me for someone else.
Fu Si-hung replied politely.
I have never encountered you before, let alone lost to you. What are you pretending for? If you had never seen me, how would I know your name is Fu Si-hung? In truth, Fu Si-hung was also puzzled by this. Bai Shuwen shot Nialong a glance and then turned back to Fu Si-hung, saying, if you cannot recall, then forget it. I suddenly have no desire for hot pot. Let us dine elsewhere. Fu Si-hung nodded and prepared to leave with Bai Shuwen. Yet Nialong interjected. What a pity that Xiao Yu isn't here with us. Otherwise, you two could have met. Xiao Yu? Fu Si-hung furrowed his brow. He had heard that name more than once from his brother, yet he had no recollection of who this Xiao Yu was or what connection she had to him. Chapter 55. Do you even have a wife? Have you said enough? Bai Shuwen seemed somewhat displeased as she coldly questioned. At that moment, a woman beside Nialong exclaimed, Is that Bai Shuwen? Yes, yes. I remember now. She was a superstar before the apocalypse. Nialong also took note of Bai Shuwen. His attention had earlier been solely on Fu Si-hung. But now he realized that the woman beside Fu Si-hung was indeed a striking beauty and a former celebrity. Haha, Fu Si-hung, you're impressive. Did you find a new partner so quickly after losing your wife? Nialong mocked Miss Bai. Forgive my candor, but you'd be better off with me. This waste was once my subordinate, and even his wife deserted him for my embrace. Ha ha ha. Bai Shuwen paused, then turned to Fu Si-hung. You have a wife? I do not. Fu Si-hung frowned, saying, I have no idea what this man is talking about. Play dumb all you want. Miss Bai, do be cautious. Do not be deceived by this man. My affairs with him are not for you to discuss. Bai Shuwen appeared to harbor a strong dislike for Nialong. After saying this, she turned to Fu Si-hung. Let us step outside and talk.
Fu Si-hung nodded, all right.
In truth, he felt uncertain. He had just recalled that when he first arrived at this hotel, he had exchanged a memory for points. But he had no recollection of what that memory contained. He was entirely unaware of ever having a wife or any memory of Xiao Yu. Watching the two of them depart, Nialong's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. What charm did Fu Si-hung possess that allowed him to be with a superstar, especially when Xiao Yu had once? His voice had not been lowered, so Wanyin naturally overheard. Connecting it with their previous conversation, she began to piece together the situation. If her assumptions were accurate, then this entire affair was tragically ironic. Sister, I think the adults have a very complicated situation, Kayleigh whispered to her. I can't quite understand. Wanyin sighed. You'll understand when you grow up. Is Aunt Bai angry? Hamburger asked. She seems rather unhappy. Wanyin was also uncertain. From Fu Si-hung and Bai Shuwen's demeanor, their relationship was evidently far from ordinary. However, with Xiao Yu's impending arrival, Fu Si-hung appeared to have forgotten her, while that man, Nialong, harbored palpable hostility towards Fu Si-hung. It was all so intricate. Nonetheless, they certainly could not engage in any altercations within the hotel, as fighting was strictly prohibited. As for what might transpire outside, that was beyond her concern. If she were to entertain selfish thoughts, Wanyin would hope for a harmonious outcome between Fu Si-hung and Bai Shuwen. After all, Fu Si-hung was the second guest to arrive at the hotel, and she had a decent rapport with Bai Shuwen. Yet once they left the hotel, she could not interfere in others' affairs, leaving her quite helpless. In the corridor, Bai Shuwen paced restlessly for a moment before questioning Fu Si-hung. "Do you really have a wife?" "I don't remember." Fu Si-hung replied with a wry smile. "I'm sorry. I've lost a part of my memory." "What does losing a memory even mean?" Bai Shuwen asked, bewildered. Fu Si-hung recounted the events that transpired upon his arrival at the hotel. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have gotten closer to you without knowing what was in that lost memory. Fortunately, it's not too late now," Fu Si-hung said contritely. "I apologize for wasting your time these past few days." Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, when they had performed together, Fu Si-hung and Bai Shuwen had been in an ambiguous stage of their relationship. They both held mutual affection and were willing to explore further. Yet they had not officially transitioned into a romantic relationship. Now that Fu Si-hung had realized he was once a married man, he felt he could no longer pursue Bai Shuwen. Although he had no recollection of it, that did not mean Bai Shuwen would not mind. Nor was it fair to her. "So, you just give up on me because of this?" Bai Shuwen exclaimed. "What do I mean to you?"
No.
Fu Si-hung hurriedly explained. "I just think it's unfair to you. I don't want you to suffer." In a fit of anger, Bai Shuwen kicked Fu Si-hung and then stormed back to her room. Fu Si-hung rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of discomfort himself. Just as he was about to retreat to his own quarters, the elevator door suddenly opened, revealing Fu Si-shu stepping out. "Big brother," Fu Si-shu began, hesitating momentarily. "Are you here to discuss that girl, Xiaoya?" Fu Si-hung inquired. Fu Si-shu looked at him with surprise. "You've seen her?"
No.
"I don't even recall what she looks like," Fu Si-hung replied. "However, I did encounter a man at the hot pot restaurant who seemed to recognize me and mention Xiaoya." He then recounted the incident that had transpired earlier. Fu Si-shu pressed his lips together and remarked, "Xiaoya was indeed your former wife. You two shared a strong bond, and when she suddenly vanished from your life, it left me astonished for quite some time. It appears she has abandoned you for another man of greater stature." "In that case, she is not worth my memories," Fu Si-hung replied coolly. Fu Si-shu hesitated before saying, "But don't you wish to uncover the truth of what transpired back then? Perhaps a meeting with Xiaoya could provide clarity." "No," Fu Si-hung shook his head. "Since I chose to forsake those memories, they must be tied to unpleasant experiences. It is better for me not to know." "What about Miss Bai?" Fu Si-shu inquired, fully aware of his brother's relationship with Bai Shuwen. Fu Si-hung fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is of no consequence. I do not deserve her." Bai Shuwen, feeling quite disheartened, dragged Wanyin, Zhuang Xiaoxia, and Dongyu to a barbecue restaurant for a drinking session, proclaiming that she would treat them. Wanyin allowed her to indulge, but had no intention of letting her pay. Instead, she sat and listened to Bai Shuwen vent her frustrations. "Why is my life so miserable? My first boyfriend was a scoundrel, and my second romantic interest is a man who is already married," Bai Shuwen lamented, taking a hefty swig of beer. "Truth be told, I think Mr. Fu is a notch above that scoundrel way," Zhuang Xiaoxia commented. This only deepened Bai Shuwen's sorrow. Chapter 56. The Shoe Store. "What do you need a man for?" Wanyin said. "You are so beautiful and capable. Wouldn't it be delightful to revel in life at the hotel? Besides, you might continue making films in the future. With your unique talents and passion for your career, what could be better than being hurt by a man? Of course, if a sincere man who you truly like comes along, you could consider it, but there's no need to force it otherwise." "Really?" Bai Shuwen's eyes brightened. "Can I still make movies in the future?" Wanyin rubbed her nose and replied, "I can't guarantee it, but the possibility is quite high. After all, a variety of establishments are opening, and soon there will be schools as well. What is the difficulty in filming a movie? Besides, there is a renowned director staying at the hotel." Hearing this, Bai Shuwen's mood indeed lifted a little. "You're right. Come on, sisters, let us not mention men tonight. Let us drink until we're blissfully inebriated." Though they claimed they wouldn't leave until they were drunk, they all had decent alcohol tolerance, except for the underage Dongyu, who merely sipped cola. When they grew tired, they each returned to their respective rooms to sleep. Upon returning, Wanyin found that Kailei and Hanbao were still awake, sitting back-to-back on the bed, both looking quite miffed. What is going on with you two? Wanyin chuckled. Did you have a quarrel? Kaylee is lying. Hanbao accused. He clearly told me we were going to Jurassic Park tomorrow. But now he says we're going out to play hopscotch instead. What can I do? Kaylee replied. I wanted to go to Jurassic Park too. But Xido Teo's family needs to save points, so she can't go, and I can only play hopscotch at the hotel entrance with her. You promised me. I can't help it. Wanyin rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache from their bickering. She patiently mediated until both calmed down a bit, and then spoke seriously to Kaylee. Kaylee, you're growing up. You must keep your word. Since you promised your sister, you must accompany her to Jurassic Park tomorrow, and then go play hopscotch with Xido Teo. Kaylee blinked and asked, Am I a little man now? Of course. Aren't you? Wanyin teased. I certainly am. Kaylee proclaimed proudly. Then I'll take Hanbao to Jurassic Park first tomorrow.
And what do you need to do now?
Kaylee pondered for a moment, lowering his head. Apologize to my sister. Excellent. Wanyin patted his head.
Go on.
Thus, Kaylee earnestly apologized to Hanbao. Being still children, they required guidance and education from adults. Hanbao bore no grudges, and upon receiving Kaylee's apology, she broke into a smile, leading the two to happily wash their faces, brush their teeth, and prepare for bed.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards. Unlock rooms 606 and 6010. Upgrade rooms 506 and 5010 once. Unlock all products in the unlimited fruit store. Unlock 5 types of unlimited medicine. Unlock the hot spring pool and related facilities. Unlock the shoe store with unlimited shoes, cafeteria, rice noodle shop, and hot pot restaurant to include televisions. As Wanyin anticipated, this task was completed swiftly, taking just over 2 days. After all, there were quite a number of guests in the hotel, and many were purchasing the tiny cups of milk tea. With just 1 point, one could enjoy a couple of sips, and it was not uncommon for someone to buy 7 or 8 cups in a day. At that moment, she was preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arriving, she noticed a sizable ultra-thin television mounted on one wall, playing a drama. The rice noodle shop and hot pot restaurant likely had televisions as well. As for what was being broadcast, it was random. Neither she nor the guests could choose. However, with televisions and computers already in her own room, she was indifferent. The guests, whose rooms lacked such amenities, had long ceased to hope for the luxury of watching dramas during these trying times. Thus, the addition of televisions in the cafeteria and the other 2 stores brought them immense joy. Moreover, the system was self-improving. Each time a new store opened, it would announce via the hotel intercom, informing everyone of the new establishment and its location. Upon hearing about the shoe store's opening, Bai Shuwen promptly rushed off with Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu. Wanyin also decided to take a look. The shoe store, adjacent to the clothing store, was quite spacious, featuring a wide array of shoes for men, women, children, and the elderly. The prices were comparable to those of the clothing store, with significant variation. Some pairs were just a few points, albeit of poor quality, likely to wear out quickly, while others cost over 1,000 points, boasting superior quality and style. Bai Shuwen immediately selected a pair of sky-high heels priced at over 500 points, perfectly complementing the dress she had just purchased at the clothing store. Exuding the aura of a superstar as she walked with grace, Zhuang Xiaoxia and Dong Yu transformed into enthusiastic fans, applauding her fervently. Just then, Fu Siheng arrived on the scene. Upon spotting Bai Shuwen, he froze in place. Bai Shuwen let out a cold snort, casting him a sidelong glance before striding away in her high heels, exuding an undeniable aura.
Fu Siheng managed a bitter smile.
Desperately restraining himself from stealing a glance at Bai Shuwen's retreating figure. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yuanyue stood not far behind, her eyes slightly red-rimmed, gazing at him with an expression filled with reluctance and affection. Yet, she was acutely aware that she and he could never return to their former selves, and thus she lacked the courage to approach him and utter even a single word. Wanyin had witnessed the entire scene from within the shoe store. She suddenly pondered why she always found herself at the forefront of such dramatic moments. After finishing her shopping, Wanyin headed to the hot spring pool, bringing along a burger and cola. The hot spring area required ample space, thus the system had created a separate dimension akin to Jurassic Park. Entering through a door on the 9th floor, one would traverse a short corridor to find 3 doors, one leading to the male area, another to the female area, and a third to a private small pool area, replete with numerous small hot spring pools suitable for families. Regardless of the size of the pools, the water remained pristine. Even if someone had soaked in it prior, the water would remain untainted. Moreover, the hot spring pools were entirely safe, ensuring that neither adults nor children could drown, with no other hazardous situations arising. Chapter 57. The Hot Spring Pool. Wanyin conferred with the two children, both expressing their preference for the larger hot spring pool, finding the smaller ones unsatisfactory. Thus, Kale opted to venture alone into the male area, confident in his cleverness and the absence of danger. Consequently, Wanyin brought her burger to the female section. Numerous changing rooms were available, and the two of them entered an unoccupied one, changing into their swimsuits before setting off to the hot spring pool. As they approached, the view widened, revealing a vast pool capable of accommodating hundreds of guests. Surrounding it were lush greenery and a variety of beautiful flowers. Immersed in the warm waters, inhaling the fresh floral fragrance was an exquisite indulgence. Wanyin entered the hot spring pool with her burger, initially settling in the shallow area along the edge. The water temperature was perfect, and as she soaked, all her displeasures and fatigue seemed to dissipate. Leaning against the edge, she closed her eyes for a brief respite. After a while, she heard footsteps, opened her eyes, and turned to see Bai Shuwen approaching. She, too, was clad in a swimsuit purchased from the hotel's clothing store, seemingly one of the quality sets that cost over 100 points, perfectly accentuating her figure. Guests wishing to enter the hot spring pool were required to spend points, akin to the system in Jurassic Park, where 5 points granted access for 2 hours. Bai Shuwen greeted her before entering the water, letting out a satisfied sigh. Boss Gu, your hotel truly has it all, even a hot spring pool. Bai Shuwen exclaimed with admiration. I once thought that finding clean food and clothing in my lifetime was already a great achievement. Yet here I feel as if I am regaining the sensations of a world before the apocalypse. More stores will continue to emerge in the future. Wanyin replied with a smile. You can look forward to it a little. I've thought it over. You're right. If life is this good, why should I concern myself with men? Bai Shuwen had not finished her words when another woman in a swimsuit entered the pool area. Wanyin turned to see that it was Zhao Yuanyue. Guests residing in family rooms could have one main card holder, with the rest receiving subcards. Points on the subcards were allocated by the main card holder during top-ups, with room charges deducted from the main card. Subcard holders could recharge their points independently, but 1/5 of the points would automatically revert to the main card, as the room fees were deducted from it. However, guests in family rooms were typically family or close friends, and point allocations were generally informal, with everyone pooling their points. Zhao Yuanyue had come alone. The moment Wanyin spotted her, she realized she was once again at the center of unfolding drama. Bai Shuwen did not recognize Zhao Yuanyue, but Zhao Yuanyue was well aware of Bai Shuwen, having heard of her recent closeness to Fu Siheng. Thus, upon seeing Bai Shuwen, her expression grew somewhat complex. Initially intending to leave, she reconsidered and entered the hot spring pool, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from Bai Shuwen. Given that only a few individuals occupied the pool, Bai Shuwen smiled amicably at her and introduced herself.
Hello, I am Bai Shuwen.
I know, Zhao Yuanyue replied hesitantly. You were once a major star. I've watched many of your films. At that moment, she could never have imagined that her husband would have ties with this prominent actress. However, it was not entirely surprising. After all, she had long since parted ways with Fu Siheng. Pausing, she added, I'm Zhao Yuanyue, Fu Siheng's. She carefully considered her words before continuing. Ex-wife. Bai Shuwen's smile faltered slightly. What a twist. To encounter Fu Siheng's ex-wife under such circumstances. Yet, her identification as an ex-wife implied she had accepted their separation, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where formal divorce procedures were unattainable. Separation was tantamount to divorce. Bai Shuwen instinctively turned her gaze toward Wanyin, seeking help. Completely at a loss for words, Wanyin silently conveyed, Don't look at me. I'm just a novice in relationships. I have no idea how to navigate this situation. Zhao Yuanyue spoke softly. I know your relationship with Fu Siheng is not ordinary. It's nothing special. I have no ties with him now, Bai Shuwen replied coolly. Zhao Yuanyue managed a wry smile. No, You two clearly have feelings for each other. I apologize if I overstepped. I merely wish to say that if you genuinely harbor feelings for one another, there is no need to concern yourselves with me. I no longer have any possibility with Fu Sihing. He will not reconcile with me. After all, I was the one who betrayed him. Bai Shuwen frowned, questioning, what exactly transpired? Why did you betray him? Zhao Yuanyue averted her gaze, stating, it's quite simple. I encountered my first love, whose abilities surpassed Fu Sihing's. He defeated Fu Sihing, and I believed he was superior, so I chose to leave with him. You? Bai Shuwen appeared somewhat angered. Aren't you two supposed to be a couple? Shouldn't you support one another in this apocalypse? I merely sought a better life. What wrong did I commit? Zhao Yuanyue replied calmly. I only possess level 1 abilities, so I need someone stronger to protect and care for me, which Fu Sihing could not provide. Bai Shuwen pressed her lips together and remarked, I don't claim that you are at fault. I only say that you are unworthy of Fu Sihing's affection.
Indeed.
That's why we are now completely unconnected. Zhao Yiya managed to force a smile, stating, if you truly harbor affections for one another, I would not wish for you to miss out on each other because of me. Very well, Bai Shuwen retorted with a cold laugh. If that is the case, I shall now seek out Fu Sihing. With that declaration, she indeed stood up and departed from the hot spring pool. However, Wanyin was aware that Bai Shuwen's words were spoken in anger, and she would not immediately seek out Fu Sihing. Both of them could discern that Zhao Yiya's statement was not entirely truthful. After Bai Shuwen left, Wanyin did not say anything further to Zhao Yiya and continued to rest with her eyes closed. At that moment, she suddenly heard Hamburger softly say, Sister, that auntie is crying. Chapter 58. Earning quick money in a horror world. Wanyin glanced over and indeed saw Zhao Yiya silently shedding tears. Yet, she chose to remain silent. Firstly, she was not particularly close to Zhao Yiya, and secondly, perhaps this was a moment when Zhao Yiya did not require the comfort of others. After soaking for a sufficient amount of time, Wanyin took Hamburger and left. In recent days, Wanyin had been unable to contact the system, which had not assigned her any new tasks. It had been nearly a month since the last Interstellar System ranking day, and she surmised that it had likely participated in the ranking again. Wanyin felt no concern. After all, the last time the system had secured first place, it was likely to achieve even more points this time. She was preparing to head to the supermarket for some snacks when, unexpectedly, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Host, I am back. Hearing a hint of excitement in the system's typically emotionless tone, Wanyin sensed that her assumption was correct. You participated in the ranking day again, didn't you?
Indeed.
And once again, I secured first place. Wanyin began to feel excitement herself. Does this mean we can expect rewards? What are they? Initially, she anticipated that the system would excitedly divulge all the rewards, but at that moment, it fell oddly silent. System? Wanyin called out in confusion. Host. There are indeed numerous rewards this time. However, let us set the others aside for now. There is one particularly important matter I wish to discuss with you. Wanyin was puzzled. What reward could possibly require discussion? You see, since we ranked first, the interstellar authorities have granted us special permission to venture into another world to conduct business and earn points for a duration of 7 days. Is that so? That sounds splendid. We can earn even more points. Wanyin replied. After all, even if she were to be absent from the hotel for 7 days, Su Shi and Fang Yang would be present, ensuring the hotel continued to operate smoothly, allowing points to accumulate. She could treat this as an opportunity to travel and earn additional points for the system. However, the system hesitated at this point. We're quite familiar with each other now. Just speak plainly. Wanyin said with a wry smile. Is there some additional condition? Not at all. This is a reward. How could there possibly be conditions? It's just that my luck was poor. I had to draw lots to determine which world we would go to, and unfortunately, I drew the horror world. Wanyin, could you repeat that? I didn't expect it either, the system lamented. I suspect the system of the horror world deliberately interfered, given that it had previously shown interest in binding with you, but I managed to claim you first. Taking a deep breath, Wanyin asked, is it possible not to go? Of course. This is a reward, not mandatory. You can choose whether or not to participate. Wanyin sensed a hint of forlornness in the system's voice. After all, if she chose not to go, the system would earn fewer points. In truth, The system could have deceived her, claiming it was mandatory, but it had not. The system had never lied to her, nor had it ever led her astray. It had always treated her exceptionally well. Since gaining her second chance at life, her ability to enjoy such a favorable existence was largely due to the system. Thus, it was only fitting that she contribute by earning more points for it. What was so daunting about spending 7 days in a horror world to conduct business? Once I arrive in the horror world, will you ensure my safety? Absolutely, the system assured her. You will encounter no danger. It will be just like being here. With a resigned sigh, Wanyin conceded. Very well, I shall go. It's merely 7 days after all. I will return afterward, correct? Indeed, the system responded, clearly elated. After all, the post-apocalyptic world is our stronghold. Going there is merely an opportunity for quick earnings. All right, when do we depart? Tomorrow morning. Understood. Having made the decision to earn quick money in the horror world, Wanyin informed Su Shur and Fang Yang that she would be leaving the hotel for 7 days, requesting them to take good care of things in her absence and to look after Cola and Hamburger. After all, venturing into the horror world with the 2 children would be far too cruel. Boss, rest assured. Fang Yang promised, thumping his chest. With me around, the hotel will face no issues. Su Shur immediately pushed him aside, declaring, Boss, I will work diligently while you are away. I swear it. He then shot a glare at Fang Yang, who returned the look in kind. Enough of your rivalry, Wanyin said, rubbing her temples. In truth, there was little to worry about. Even if she ventured into the horror world, things would still be under the system's control. Managing both worlds posed no problem for the system. All right, boss. Fang Yang promptly replied, we too are quite united and friendly. As he spoke, the 2 of them threw their arms around each other, resembling close brothers. Wanyin also spoke to Cola and Hamburger, informing them of her 7-day absence and instructing them to behave, eat well, and not stay up too late watching television. Sister, don't worry. I will take good care of my little sister. Cola immediately stepped up to assume the role of the protective older brother. We will definitely be asleep by 10. Excellent, Wanyin said, ruffling his hair. Before going to bed that night, the system informed Wanyin that when she awoke the following morning, she would already be in the horror world. Quietly closing her eyes, Wanyin hoped that, while she was certain there would be no danger, it would not be too terrifying. In the morning, Wanyin opened her eyes to find herself lying in an unfamiliar place. Beneath her was a small bed, and the surroundings resembled a quaint wooden cabin. Aside from the bed, there was a set of tables and chairs and an oil lamp. Good morning, host. The system's voice chimed in. We have now arrived in the horror world. Is this where I will be staying for the next 7 days? Wanyin inquired.
Indeed, host.
Since this is not our main domain, the conditions are not as comfortable as in the hotel. Wanyin was indifferent to this. After all, it was only for 7 days. Moreover, while the little cabin was somewhat rudimentary, it was clean and comfortable enough for her stay. Stretching, Wanyin asked, What should I do now?
Host, first step outside this cabin. All right.
Though the little cabin was small, it did have a bathroom. After freshening up, Wanyin glanced out the window. The sky outside was overcast, and thick fog loomed in the distance. True to its name, the horror world certainly set an appropriately eerie atmosphere. As she opened the door of the cabin, she was greeted by the sight of a supermarket. The supermarket bore some resemblance to those in the hotel, being quite spacious with a wide array of products. It seemed her means of earning points in the horror world was to operate the supermarket, using the cabin as her resting place after business hours. Chapter 59. After all, she is a girl who loves beauty. The supermarket boasts 2 entrance doors, both accessible for entry and exit. At the heart of it, a cash register awaits, where Wanyin is stationed. Upon entering, customers independently select their desired products before proceeding to the cash register to settle their bills. Wanyin takes her place at the counter, facing a machine akin to those found in hotels, designed for converting points. Adjacent to the machine is a card-swiping area. To stave off her potential boredom, several books are arranged on the counter for her leisurely perusal. She casually picks one up, its title reading The Cold-Hearted Prince's Overbearing Pursuit of His Wife. Wanyin muses, having something is certainly better than having nothing. On the adjacent wall hangs a sign detailing the store's regulations. The supermarket operates daily from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. Within this terrifying realm, There exists an item known as the Spirit Orb, resembling a glass bead. Both NPCs and players traversing this horror world can exchange Spirit Orbs for points to purchase items. Each Spirit Orb equates to 100 points. Beneath each product in the supermarket, prices are clearly labeled for customers to browse at their leisure. The regulations also stipulate that the store operates for only 7 days. Any points exchanged for Spirit Orbs must be utilized before closing time, lest they become void. At the bottom, a countdown indicates the remaining days until the store's closure. Additional rules emphasize that fighting is strictly prohibited. Any actions that may harm or intimidate the proprietor are forbidden, credit purchases are not allowed, and all sales are final. Just as Wanyin prepares to delve into her novel, one of the doors swings open, and a customer steps inside. Curiosity piqued, she glances over, only to be struck by a sudden chill. This individual has no face. Lacking features and hair, they possess merely a smooth, bald head. System, did you see that? Wanyin silently screams. I did. A faceless ghost host. Remain composed, the system reassures her. Despite its lack of features, the faceless ghost maneuvers through the supermarket as if perusing products, ultimately selecting 2 bags of chips and a bottle of iced tea. Approaching the cash register, the ghost glances at the store regulations before producing a Spirit Orb and requesting, please, ring me up. Its voice is surprisingly normal, a typical male's tone. Wanyin instructs. Simply place the Spirit Orb on the machine. The impact of seeing the faceless ghost up close is quite profound. However, Wanyin knows she is in no danger, especially as the ghost appears quite polite, alleviating her fears. After placing the Spirit Orb on the machine, a supermarket shopping card promptly materializes, displaying a balance of 100 points. Now, just swipe the card here, she adds, 2 bags of chips and a bottle of iced tea total 30 points. Indeed, pricing within this horror realm diverges from that of hotels, as acquiring Spirit Orbs is less troublesome for NPCs and seasoned players. As for novice players, Wanyin chooses not to dwell on their plight. Her aim is to earn quick profits, not engage in charitable endeavors. Moreover, the pricing is predetermined by the system, leaving her with no power to alter it. Besides, she and her supermarket have inexplicably materialized in this horror world. Without her system's first-place status, she wouldn't have been able to establish a supermarket here. Regardless, players would still have to navigate their quests. Ultimately, the pricing remains fixed. It is up to customers to decide whether to purchase. After the faceless ghost swipes the card, Wanyin kindly reminds him, do remember to spend your points within 7 days. Understood. Thank you. He responds politely before departing with his chips and iced tea. Wanyin exhales a sigh of relief, remarking to the system, it seems the horror world isn't so terrifying after all. It's merely a matter of running a supermarket. I was worried I'd have to face quests too. If the host wishes, I can arrange that, the system offers. No, I do not desire that.
Moments later.
A thunderclap reverberates outside, startling Wanyin. Is it going to rain? Can it rain here? She wonders. It appears to be merely an atmospheric enhancement, the system replies. Very well. At that moment, another customer enters, a girl who, in stark contrast to the faceless ghost, appears quite ordinary. Dressed in a white dress and possessing a certain beauty, she browses the aisles, selecting a bag of sunflower seeds, a packet of spicy strips, a box of cookies, and a carton of yogurt. After making her selections, she approaches the cash register, stating, I'd like to check out. Her voice is melodious, albeit tinged with an unusual quality, as if she were speaking while biting her tongue. Wanyin assists her in exchanging Spirit Orbs for a shopping card, totaling 50 points for her purchases. The girl seems unfazed by the expenditure, and once she is left, Wanyin remarks to the system, she must be a high-level player, despite her seemingly delicate appearance. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The system concurs, indeed. Appearances can be deceiving. She is, in fact, a hanging ghost. Wanyin gasps, no wonder her speech was so peculiar. But shouldn't a hanging ghost have a long, protruding tongue? She is a girl, after all. She values her beauty, the system replies, leaving Wanyin at a loss for words, as it seems quite reasonable. On the first day, the supermarket welcomes a modest number of patrons, yet Wanyin manages to amass over 700 points. The items in the supermarket are available for her consumption as well. During quiet moments, she indulges in snacks while reading novels. Surprisingly, although the titles may seem mundane. The content proves rather engaging. System. May I take these novels back with me when I return to the hotel? She inquires. Certainly, the system affirms. As evening approaches, the supermarket automatically closes its doors. Wanyin yawns, returns to her small cabin for a bath, reads for a while, and soon drifts into slumber. The next morning, the supermarket opens promptly, and Wanyin is already seated at the cash register, enjoying a breakfast of bread and milk. Before she can finish, a figure clad in black enters. No, it may not necessarily be human, she muses. However, after yesterday's encounters, Wanyin remains unfazed, continuing to nibble on her bread. Suddenly, the black-clad customer speaks. Since when did a supermarket open here? I only just noticed. Wanyin swallows her mouthful and replies, it opened just yesterday. Here are the store regulations for your review. Feel free to choose your items at your leisure. While typical customers would usually comply, this black-clad individual sneers. Store regulations. Young lady, you must be unaware of my notorious reputation as the Black Ghost. Within high-level dungeons, I have devoured no fewer than 800 players. How impressive. Wanyin responds nonchalantly, feigning interest. The Black Ghost narrows his eyes. Is this girl dismissing me? She must be. How infuriating. This insufferable girl, clearly human. Yet ordinary humans are terrified of me, while even seasoned players steer clear. How dare she act so brazenly before me? His voice transforms into a chilling, terrifying tone, prompting Wanyin to roll her eyes in exasperation. It is indeed frightening, yet she is aware that she is in no danger. So it is no different from watching a horror movie. The specter in black, noticing Wanyin's indifference, grew increasingly irate. He wished to reveal his true ghostly visage, but just as he prepared to summon his powers, he discovered he was utterly incapable of doing so. What could possibly be the reason for this? Refusing to give up, the specter reached out to grasp Wanyin, but as he lifted his hand, his entire form became immobilized. How utterly bizarre. So strange that even a ghost like him found it unnerving. Customer, spare yourself the effort. Are you going to make a purchase or not? Wanyin inquired. The specter gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Buy your sister. With that, he turned and fled. The moment he burst out of the supermarket, he exhaled in relief. He had thought he was rendered immobile. Thankfully, he could still escape. Glancing back at the supermarket, the specter felt a rush of indignation, his face flushed with humiliation. He had never experienced such a disgrace before. Just wait, he would summon others, summon ghosts, to exact his revenge. Inside the supermarket, Wanyin rolled her eyes dramatically. If he wasn't going to buy anything, why the need for insults? How bothersome. Instead of a ghost in black, he might as well be called a nuisance. After a while, two young women entered. It was evident they were human, for they appeared entirely normal and entered cautiously, peering around before approaching Wanyin to ask, hello. Is this, a normal supermarket? It can be considered so. You can check the store regulations on the wall, Wanyin replied, gesturing toward the posted rules. After scrutinizing them, the two girls scurried to the shelves to examine the prices of various goods. Wanyin overheard their murmurs as they browsed. A bit pricey, isn't it? 1 spirit ball costs 100 points, and a loaf of bread requires 10 points. I only have 1 spirit ball on me. But look at this bread. It seems delicious. At least it's definitely normal bread. Much better than what we had at the transit station. True enough. How about we exchange 100 points for some food to try? I can't bear the thought of eating that transit station fare again.
All right.
They exchanged 1 spirit ball for a shopping card worth 100 points, then purchased 2 loaves of bread, 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 compressed biscuits, and 2 cans, spending all their points. As they swiped their card, before they could exit the supermarket, they tore open the bread's packaging and took a bite. Delicious. Better than the bread I had before entering this horror world. It's like the difference between heaven and earth compared to what they serve at the transit station. Is the transit station where you rest after completing a quest? Wanyin asked curiously. Yes, one girl nodded. They have accommodations and food for sale. And while the food isn't expensive, like 1 spirit ball can buy over 20 loaves of bread, it's utterly inedible. The other agreed. Exactly. If it weren't for the fear of starving, no one would touch that food. Sister, the food here is a bit pricier than at the transit station. But it's so much tastier. We were just out for a walk and stumbled upon this supermarket. What luck. If you can, feel free to buy more. Wanyin smiled. Because my supermarket will be closing in a few days. The two girls whispered amongst themselves for a moment. One still had 2 spirit balls left. They planned to convert them all into points to buy more food. They could ration their meals to last a few more days, which would surely be preferable to the transit station's offerings. Just as the two were calculating their purchases for sustenance, a large throng of customers surged in.
Ah!
One girl instinctively gasped, while the other quickly covered her mouth. Fear was etched on their faces, for this crowd was not human, but rather the ghosts from the horror world. Although there were regulations forbidding ghosts from harming players outside of quests, some would disregard such rules in moments of madness. However, these ghosts appeared to pay no heed to the girls, heading straight for the cash register. The influx of so many ghosts created an oppressive atmosphere, causing Wanyin to shiver involuntarily. Leading the pack was none other than the black-clad specter who had fled earlier. "Ah, we meet again," Wanyin greeted him. "Did you bring me so many customers?" "Cut the idle chatter," the specter bellowed. "I am here to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Wanyin glanced at the dozen or so ghosts behind him, all baring their fangs, seemingly attempting to intimidate her. Wanyin blinked, a smile gracing her lips.
"Well, you may certainly try."
The ghosts were incensed by her provocation, but just as they prepared to act, they found themselves frozen in place. Each specter was rendered immobile, staring blankly at one another. "Not again. What have you done?" The black specter seethed. The two girls, having witnessed the scene, were left agape. The owner of this supermarket was astonishingly formidable. She showed no fear in the face of a dozen ghosts and seemed to have rendered them all powerless. If they could learn such a skill, they would never fear quests again. The regulations are posted right here. You've read them and yet choose to ignore them. What can I do? Wanyin sighed. There are so many products in this supermarket. Why not take your time to select something you wish to purchase? Shut up. You. The black specter was cut off as a wooden bucket, suspended by a rope, suddenly appeared above their heads. The bucket was filled with a black liquid and began to tilt ominously, as if it were about to spill its contents upon them. What is in that bucket? One of the ghosts trembled. It can't be. Black dog blood? Wanyin casually flipped through a novel, feigning indifference.
What?
Black dog blood. Help. We're being hunted. The black specter exclaimed. You never mentioned there was black dog blood here. In the horror world, black dog blood is the most effective tool against specters. Lower-level ghosts would be instantly obliterated upon contact. And even a high-tier ghost like the black specter could be gravely injured. Thus, players in the horror world yearned for black dog blood, though such a powerful item was exceedingly rare. However, Wanyin's system had an abundance of it. The black specter had never anticipated that Wanyin could produce black dog blood, and now it loomed above them while they remained unable to move. At this point, even ghosts could not afford to lose face. Sister, please, I was wrong. Spare us. The black specter pleaded. We will never dare again. Really? Wanyin inquired with a smile. Absolutely. The black specter hastily assured, with the others echoing his sentiment. Wanyin sighed, feigning distress. But your ruckus might scare away other customers, and wouldn't that significantly reduce my income? We'll buy. The black specter quickly replied. We'll buy more. Yes. I still have plenty of spirit balls. I'll use them all to buy your goods. I'll buy 2. Wanyin had achieved her objective and felt quite pleased. Very well then. With a snap of her fingers, she vanished, leaving behind a bucket filled with black dog blood. If it were merely an ordinary ghost shopping, she would never resort to such underhanded tactics. However, given that this specter had brought a multitude of ghosts seeking trouble, she could not be held accountable for her actions. As the bucket disappeared, the ghosts regained their ability to move. Yet, they no longer dared to act brazenly. 2 of them even clung to one another, trembling with fear. What are you waiting for? With a flick of her eyelids, Wanyin urged. Why aren't you hurrying to shop? Yes, let's shop. The ghosts embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. Items like spirit balls were easily obtainable for them. Each ghost pushed a shopping cart, desperately cramming it with their favorite delicacies. They soon discovered that the food and various necessities sold in this supermarket were far superior to those found elsewhere. Even without Wanyin's intimidation, they were more than willing to purchase here. Ultimately, each ghost lined up obediently at the checkout, leaving the 2 human girls utterly astounded. Having just completed 2 side quests, They were still relatively new, so most of the players they encountered in the instances were also novices. When most players faced ghosts in quests, they were often petrified. And even the few brave souls could not maintain their composure. Yet, the owner of this supermarket managed to hold a throng of ghosts in check. Moreover, every ghost flashed her a sycophantic smile as they checked out. The last to pay was the ghost in black, who, while handing over a spirit ball, ingratiatingly declared, "I'll come here every day from now on. I'll recognize you as my big brother. No, big sister. How about it? Could you help promote my supermarket?" Wanyin inquired.
Certainly.
The black-clad ghost nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. "I'll spread the word. All the ghosts I know will come shop here." "Very well, I appreciate it. All right, big sister. From now on, I'm your little brother." Each ghost left merrily, laden with bags. Having completely forgotten the purpose of their visit, the two human girls exhaled in relief as the ghosts departed. After selecting their items, they approached the counter, gazing at Wanyin with admiration. "Boss, you're incredible. You're not even afraid of ghosts." Wanyin replied, keeping a low profile. In truth, if it weren't for the system, she would have been terrified to the point of rolling on the ground. "Will you really leave here in a few days?" Another girl asked, "Can you stay?" Although they had no personal connection with the owner, they felt a sense of security with her presence.
No.
Wanyin shook her head. "My home is elsewhere. My younger siblings and friends are still at the hotel. Furthermore, the oppressive atmosphere of this horror world is too stifling. A few days are manageable, but longer than that would be unbearable." At this point, she felt grateful that her system was quick enough not to bind her to the horror world's system. "Well," the two girls replied with a hint of regret, "can we come here every day? We still have a few days before we enter the next instance." Of course, Wanyin smiled. As customers, how could I refuse? After completing their purchases, the two girls left joyfully. Wanyin roughly estimated that the dozen or so ghosts had spent nearly 10,000 points. Surely, this would delight the system. Moreover, she had inadvertently gained a little brother. The black-clad ghost promised to promote her supermarket, and even if he didn't, the other ghosts would undoubtedly share the news. For the remaining days, she would simply await the influx of points. Wanyin spent several more days in the horror world. After tomorrow, she would be able to return to the hotel. Business at the supermarket had been exceptionally good these past few days, attracting both ghosts and players alike. The black-clad ghost visited daily, lingering to chat with her. Having someone, or rather, a ghost to converse with was rather pleasant. Otherwise, reading novels all day would become tiresome. "Big sister, are you really leaving the day after tomorrow?" The black-clad ghost lamented, clutching a self-heating hot pot. "What will I do? What if I miss you? Why don't you take me with you?" "That might not be possible," Wanyin replied. "Aren't you an NPC here? You can't just leave at will."
Sigh.
"That's true," the black-clad ghost said, looking dejected. "In a couple of days, I'll have another batch of players coming, and I'll have to enter the instance to eat people again." He muttered, "Actually, I don't enjoy eating people at all. Humans are not nearly as tasty as self-heating hot pots, but rules are rules, and I have no choice." "Are you also bound by rules?" Wanyin inquired with curiosity. "Of course, not less than the players. There are so many regulations, like when to start eating people, when not to, when to let players off, and when not to. If I misremember even a little, I'd be punished, and in serious cases, I'd be erased completely." Wanyin looked at him sympathetically but quickly added, "However, I believe players have it worse." Noticing the pitiful expression on the black-clad ghost's face, she consoled him. "You have it tough too."
Sigh.
Just then, another customer entered. It was a slender man who flinched upon seeing the black-clad ghost, likely a human player, initially intending to flee. He recalled hearing that one could shop in this supermarket without fear of ghosts, so he mustered the courage to step inside. He first glanced at the store rules. One needed to exchange spirit balls for points to buy items here, but he had no spirit balls on him. Chapter 62. The best is what cannot be obtained. Players with good fortune might find spirit balls in instances, or they could receive spirit ball rewards for performing well. This man had just completed a quest, having barely lifted a finger, and thus had neither spirit balls nor rewards. Naturally, he had other means to exchange for food at the transfer station, as the horror world would not allow players to starve. However, the food he could exchange was limited, and the offerings at the transfer station were notoriously unpalatable. He had heard that the food at the supermarket was delicious, so he wanted to take a look. Eyeing the dazzling array of products on the shelves, he licked his lips and glanced toward the checkout counter. The girl seated there appeared to be human and seemed quite approachable. He approached her and asked, "Hello, may I have something to eat?" Wanyin glanced at him and politely replied, "Hello, you can exchange spirit balls for points, and with points, you can purchase items in this store." "But I don't have any spirit balls," the man said with a pitiful expression. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Wanyin stated, "Our store only accepts points exchanged for spirit balls." After all, this isn't her domain. There were still limitations. She had no choice but to adhere to the regulations. "Can it be anything else? Or could I perhaps have credit?" The man pleaded, "I'm really hungry. The last instance I just completed was terrifying." "We do not extend credit," Wanyin said. "The store rules are clearly stated." Hearing this, the man's face fell, and he could not help but exclaim, "How can you be like this? Aren't we all human? Shouldn't we help each other? You're not kind at all." Wanyin scoffed, "Another moral abuser. It's of no consequence. She lacks morals." "You are absolutely right. I am not kind in the slightest." Wanyin nodded. "So, do you wish to purchase anything or not? If not, kindly take your leave." "You," the man, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, exclaimed, "you possess such a vast supermarket. Even if you were to offer me some food, what difference would it make?" "I care not. If you refuse, I shall simply take it myself." Wanyin, growing increasingly impatient, was about to instruct the system to expel him when suddenly, the ominous figure in black interjected, "Young man, do you intend to cause a ruckus here?" The man, taken aback by the unexpected intervention, stammered, "I didn't mean to. I merely wanted some food." "Did you not hear my sister state that she would exchange a spirit ball for points? Are your ears deaf? Without a spirit ball, you have nothing to say." The figure's tone grew colder still. Terrified, the man trembled, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him. "Good lad, you must ensure we never cross paths in the instances again." The figure in black smirked, "Or else, be prepared for the consequences." With a yelp, the man instinctively scrambled out of the supermarket. "Sister, did I perform admirably?" The figure in black turned to Wanyin, a hopeful expression on his face. "Very well," Wanyin nodded in approval, "but should you encounter him in the instances, do not act against the rules simply to teach him a lesson. That would be counterproductive." "Rest assured, sister. I am well aware," he replied confidently. After finishing his self-heating hot pot, the figure in black departed. A fresh wave of customers entered, and the store became relatively quiet, with only a few patrons still perusing the aisles. Wanyin resumed her reading. At that moment, a girl entered. She sported a high ponytail and donned a sleek athletic outfit, exuding a palpable confidence. However, she did not appear to be a ghost. Rather, she seemed to be a seasoned player who had traversed many instances. For reasons unknown, the moment she stepped inside, the system began to buzz incessantly in her head, causing her a headache. "System, what is wrong? Is something amiss?" Wanyin inquired, massaging her temples. The system remained silent, continuing its buzzing. Wanyin, perplexed, only found clarity once the girl finished her shopping and exited the store, at which point the system finally quieted down. "My apologies, host. I disturbed you just now." "It's quite all right. But what were you doing?" "I was arguing with the system from the horror world. That girl who just entered is its bound host." Wanyin began to understand. "Oh, so it's the same system that attempted to bind with me before, only to be thwarted by you?" "Indeed. It still harbors thoughts of you. As soon as she stepped in, it began to quarrel with me, claiming I stole its intended host." "What nonsense! When we bind with our hosts, it is merely a matter of speed. Its slowness is not my fault." Wanyin chuckled, bemused. "How can it still be fixated on this after all this time? Besides, that girl seemed quite capable. She appears to be thriving in the horror world. Frankly, if I were in her position, I might struggle to navigate the instances." "You would undoubtedly excel," the system asserted. "However, the crux of the matter is not who is more suited for the horror world." "Then, what is the crux?" "The unattainable is always the most desirable." "How profound." Wanyin mused. Finally, the 7 days had passed, and Wanyin could return to the hotel the following morning. Night had fallen, and after bathing, she extinguished the oil lamp and settled into bed, preparing for sleep. Suddenly, she heard the system buzzing once more. System, are you bickering again? Is that system back? Guanyin queried. It has arrived. It and its host are waiting at the supermarket entrance, refusing to let the system rest. What do they want? Guanyin rubbed her temples, utterly puzzled. The system hesitated before responding. It claims it wishes to see you. Guanyin frowned. In that case, I will step outside to clarify matters and spare you from its incessant disturbances. However, the system sounded somewhat forlorn, as if it feared she might run off with another. No. With another system. Fear not. Guanyin reassured it, soothing its worries before rising and exiting the small wooden cabin, making her way to the supermarket entrance.
Indeed.
The girl who had visited earlier was standing there. Upon seeing Guanyin emerge, the girl hurried over, offering an apologetic smile. I am sorry to disturb you at this late hour. My system insisted on speaking with you. It's no bother. I am still awake, Guanyin replied. But what does it wish to convey? The girl began. The truth is, my time in the horror world's instances is nearing its end, and I will soon return to my original world. At that point, my system will unbind from me and seek a new host to guide through the horror world. Chapter 63. Return to the hotel. Upon hearing this, Guanyin immediately grasped the situation. The system still buzzed in her mind, likely embroiled in another argument with the other system. Guanyin smiled at the girl. My words should be audible to your system, correct? The girl nodded, indeed. Then I shall speak candidly. I sincerely appreciate your system's affection towards me. However, I currently enjoy a harmonious relationship with my own system, which is a crucial companion to me. Furthermore, I am quite content at the hotel, so I will not bind with another system. Besides, the horror world may not even be suitable for me, so please select someone else as your new host. Guanyin maintained a courteous tone, as the girl was, after all, a colleague of her system. Meanwhile, her system was becoming increasingly emotional. The girl pondered in silence for a moment, as if listening to her system's input. After a while, she responded, Are you certain? My system assures me that it can guarantee your safety in the horror world and that you will receive extraordinarily generous rewards upon completing all instances.
No.
I am not interested, Guanyin shook her head. She felt she was already thriving at the hotel. Moreover, regardless of the rewards, she would never betray her current system. She held her principles dearly. After another brief pause, the girl nodded, smiling. Very well, we understand. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Goodbye, Guanyin replied politely. Once the girl departed, Guanyin returned to her room to sleep. She had long been weary and was eager to recharge her energy for her return to the hotel the next day. Unbeknownst to her, after leaving the supermarket and walking a short distance, the girl inwardly addressed her system. Did you hear everything she just said? I advise you to relinquish this pursuit. It seems she and her system share more than mere cooperation. Perhaps you should consider my cousin? She is quite formidable as well. It was unclear what her system responded, but the girl shook her head helplessly, murmuring to herself, Your stubbornness worries me. I fear you may find yourself at a loss one day. The following morning, as Guanyin awoke, she felt somewhat groggy. Rubbing her head, she surveyed her surroundings and confirmed she had indeed returned to the hotel. Cola and Hamburger were still asleep beside her, yet to awaken. System, why is my head so foggy? Guanyin inquired mentally. Host, transitioning between two worlds can induce such reactions. It will subside in a few moments, the system responded. Upon hearing those words, Guanyin felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She had no desire to disturb the two little ones, so she quietly slipped out of bed and made her way to the bathroom for her morning routine. Indeed, after refreshing herself, she emerged with a clear mind and revitalized spirit. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she noticed that Kaylee and Hanbao had awakened. Initially, the two little ones appeared dazed, but upon seeing her, they immediately rushed toward her. Sister, you're back. Sister, you've finally returned. I missed you so much. Guanyin affectionately patted their heads and smiled as she inquired, You two haven't caused any mischief while I was away, have you? Of course not. Kaylee exclaimed, thumping his chest. Do we seem like the kind of children who would cause trouble? Certainly not. She laughed heartily. All right, I believe you. After you left, a lot of guests arrived. All the rooms on the 7th floor have been unlocked, and there's a new shop now with many more dishes in the cafeteria. The system's rewards for achieving first place this month included not only the chance to earn quick money in the horror world, but also several other benefits. Although Wanyin had been absent from the hotel for a few days, the rewards had already been unlocked. The rewards included all rooms on the 7th floor unlocked, each room on the 6th floor upgraded, all dishes in the cafeteria unlocked, a bookstore unlocked with unlimited books, a tea house unlocked with unlimited dishes, a gym unlocked, and an elevator unlocked. It was quite a bountiful array of rewards. Just the complete unlocking of all cafeteria dishes was enough to delight the guests. Yes, I'm aware. Perfect timing. A bookstore has opened. I'll go choose a few books to bring back and teach you both to read. Kaylai and Hanbao had not had the opportunity to learn to read in the orphanage before the apocalypse struck. Now, although there were no schools yet, a bookstore had opened, allowing her to teach them some basic literacy skills. Sounds great. Wanyin enjoyed a warm breakfast in the cafeteria. In the horror world, she could only subsist on snacks or instant meals, which had been quite frustrating. After finishing her meal, she observed that the weather outside was pleasant and felt inclined to take a stroll. The horror world was perpetually shrouded in a gloomy haze and thick fog, which was quite stifling. As Wanyin exited the hotel, Su Shi and a few guests noticed her return and greeted her warmly. The guests had felt a bit uneasy during her absence, but now that she was back, they felt a sense of security restored. Wanyin smiled and exchanged greetings before stepping out of the hotel and leisurely walking ahead. In truth, she felt no fear outside, and wandering a bit further was of no concern. The sunlight today was pleasantly warm and, remarkably, not scorching, a rare blessing in the apocalypse. As she walked, she suddenly spotted a figure lying on the ground ahead, legs propped up as if basking in the sun. This person lay there in such a leisurely manner, seemingly unbothered by the potential threat of a lurking zombie. Could they be a powerful supernatural being? Wanyin felt a flicker of curiosity and approached a few steps closer. However, as she neared, she realized it was not a person at all, but rather a zombie. The creature lay peacefully, eyes shut, its feet twitching slightly, and a grotesque expression of enjoyment on its face. Wanyin understood then. This zombie was simply lounging about. It appeared even zombies had their moments of leisure. She had no intention of disturbing its sunbathing and continued on her way. After walking a short distance, she spotted a few familiar figures ahead. This time, they were not zombies but humans as she recognized them. Fu Siheng by Xu Wen, and lying on the ground was Nielong. Moreover, it appeared Fu Siheng was cradling someone in his arms. What had transpired? Wanyin approached, knowing she couldn't meddle in their affairs outside the hotel. But it was harmless to inquire a few questions. Upon getting closer, she discovered that the person Fu Siheng held was Zhao Yuanyue, who was now covered in blood and barely holding on. Fu Siheng bore injuries as well, his face etched with sorrow. Bai Shuan's expression was equally grim. As for Nielong, he lay on the ground in a pool of blood, his face pale and his eyes closed. Wanyin surmised he was likely dead. Bai Shuan was the first to notice her, his face alight with surprise. "You're back?" "Yes," Wanyin nodded. "What happened? How did you all end up like this?" Chapter 64. The Death of Zhao Yuanyue. Sadness washed over Bai Shuan's face. After glancing at Nielong's lifeless body, she spoke with anger. This is all his fault. It turned out that earlier that morning, Bai Shuan had been passing time chatting with Dongyu and others in the lobby. After a while, she noticed Fu Siheng leaving the hotel. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it, assuming he had gone out to kill zombies for crystal cores. However, not long after, she spotted Nielong heading out as well. At that moment, a sense of foreboding crept over her. Shortly after, Zhao Yuanyue hurried out of the hotel. This time, Bai Shuan truly felt unsettled and followed her outside. She trailed Zhao Yuanyue until she noticed Fu Siheng up ahead, and Nielong was there too. To her shock, the two were engaged in a fierce fight. This was not in the hotel. In a brawl, no one would intervene. Even if someone died, it would merely be seen as a consequence of their own actions. Fu Siheng appeared reluctant to engage, but Nielong was relentless, attacking with lethal intent. Fu Siheng had no choice but to take the fight seriously, yet ultimately, his powers were not a match for Nielong's, and he gradually fell behind. Just as it seemed Nielong was about to deal a fatal blow to Fu Siheng, Zhao Yuanyue suddenly rushed forward, taking the lethal hit meant for him. Fu Siheng was momentarily stunned, Then, consumed by a surge of fury, he charged back into battle with Nielong by Shu Wen, of course, did not just stand by. With her assistance, Fu Siheng ultimately succeeded in killing Nielong. However, Zhao Yuanyue was critically injured. It turned out that Zhao Yuanyue had long been aware of Nielong's lingering resentment over her past relationship with Fu Siheng, which had fueled his desire for revenge. This morning, she had noticed Nielong stealthily following Fu Siheng out of the hotel, prompting her to follow suit. She understood Fu Siheng was no match for Nielong and feared for his life. When she witnessed Nielong about to kill him, she acted without hesitation and rushed to his aid. At that moment, Fu Siheng held Zhao Yuanyue in his arms, grief-stricken. "Why did you do this?" he asked hoarsely. "You. Weren't you the one who?" Zhao Yuanyue had once betrayed him for Nielong, so why had she now taken that fatal blow for him? Had she not intervened, it was likely he would now be the one lying dead. In that moment, Fu Siheng was still unable to grasp the entirety of the situation. His memories did not include Zhao Yuanyue. He could not recall how they had met, how they had fallen in love, nor the circumstances of their separation. Yet, his heart ached profoundly, as if it were being torn open, blood gushing forth. "Because I want you to be safe." Zhao Yuanyue raised her hand to gently caress his face, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Siheng, you are the love of my life, now and forever. No matter the circumstances, I want you to live well." In the past, she and Fu Siheng had encountered Nielong by chance. Nielong was her first love, yet the two had parted ways many years ago without any contact. She never anticipated that Nielong would harbor ill intentions towards her, even going so far as to engage in a confrontation with Fu Siheng. Naturally, Fu Siheng was no match for him. In the end, Nielong threatened to take Fu Siheng's life. To save Fu Siheng, she pleaded desperately and agreed to leave with Nielong, vowing never to return to Fu Siheng. Only then did Nielong relent. However, at that moment, Fu Siheng was not fully conscious, unaware that Zhao Yiye had left with Nielong for his sake. Later, after Fu Siheng regained his senses, he discovered Zhao Yiye's absence and mistakenly believed she had betrayed him, leading him to immense grief and the decision to forsake all memories associated with her. Wanyin had long suspected this outcome. Yet, at this moment, she could only feel a deep sense of sorrow. This entire series of tragedies had been orchestrated by Nielong. Although Nielong was now deceased, Zhao Yiye lay on the brink of death, and Fu Siheng's memories could never be restored. "You mustn't die. I will find a way to save you," Fu Siheng exclaimed in panic, turning to Wanyin with newfound hope. "Boss Gu, do you have a solution? Can you save her?" Wanyin shook her head gently. Not only was she incapable of intervening in others' affairs, but even if she could, she had no means to save her. Fu Siheng's gaze dimmed, and he stammered. "Then I'll take her back to the hotel. Surely, there are medicines there. My brother recovered. She can too." "Siheng, please don't do this." Zhao Yiye replied weakly with a faint smile. "I can't go on. I know it in my heart. Don't waste your effort. I heard them say you've already forgotten me. Haven to you? Perhaps this is for the best. At least when you think of me in the future." It won't be too painful. Her voice grew fainter until her hand fell limply to her side.
"No."
Fu Siheng shouted in despair. "You can't die. Wake up." He shook Zhao Yiye's body desperately, but it was in vain. Ultimately, he could only hold her, sitting there in a daze. He felt he should be crying. Yet for some inexplicable reason, tears would not come. He was left with a heart-wrenching pain, his mind a blank slate. Bai Shuwen reached out, intending to comfort him with a pat on the shoulder, but withdrew her hand. At that moment, any words of comfort felt utterly powerless. However, she realized the truth. She had never truly cared for Fu Siheng. At the very least, she could never sacrifice her life for him as Zhao Yiye had. Moreover, even in death, Zhao Yiye would forever remain in Fu Siheng's heart, regardless of his lost memories. After a while, Fu Siheng finally rose. He carried Zhao Yiye to find a suitable place to lay her to rest. As for Nielong's corpse, it was left unattended. Returning to the hotel, Wanyin received a notification of a new task from the system.
Ding.
New task unlocked. Sell a total of 100 books in the bookstore, with no restrictions on types or time limits. Task reward. Unlock all rooms on the 8th floor. Upgrade all rooms on the 7th floor once. Unlock all products in the supermarket. Unlock a beauty and skincare shop. Unlock all products in the unlimited beauty and skincare shop. Unlock a school and one teaching building. Unlock the school playground. Note, the 8th floor, like the 5th, consists of family rooms. Hotel guests may apply for teaching positions. Once hired, they will receive a guaranteed monthly reward of 500 points, with additional points awarded for good student performance. Upon hearing this, Wanyin's eyes lit up. Finally, there would be a school. Chapter 65. Unlocking the school. Moreover, the system would indeed pay salaries to the teachers at the school. Although the base pay was only 500, the system hinted that there would be bonuses for good student performance. Wanyin understood that even if teachers were paid in points, it would not affect the system's ranking. After all, there is always a trade-off. Once the school was established, it would attract more guests with children in the apocalyptic world who would dare to hope their children could still attend school.
But now,
the hotel could offer them that opportunity. Furthermore, one teacher could educate many students, and schooling would entail additional expenses, even without mentioning tuition, books, stationery, and so forth would generate income for the system. Thus, it was a surefire investment. How will guests apply for teaching positions? Wanyin inquired. Once the school is unlocked, I will set up a dedicated room as an application office. Interested candidates will enter one by one, showcasing their abilities as required. Understood. As for the task of selling 100 books in the bookstore, Wanyin was unconcerned. The bookstore stocked textbooks, and she could easily inform guests with children that the school would soon be unlocked, ensuring they would purchase books. Wanyin recalled that there were already over a dozen children in the hotel, coupled with the presence of Cola Hamburger, of course, as her family. Their education would be free. Speaking of which, she urgently needed to find a proper name for Cola Hamburger. Wanyin immediately stood up and exited her room. Being inept at naming, she sought to brainstorm with her close friends, Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia. The surname was easy. It would simply be Gu. As she reached the lobby, she unexpectedly encountered Fu Siheng. He appeared to have composed himself, wearing a neutral expression, yet smiled upon seeing her. Just in time. Boss Gu, I was about to bid you farewell. You are leaving?
Wanyin asked. Yes, Fu Xiang nodded.
I think it's time for me to go elsewhere. Remaining in the hotel, his emotions were too complex. He constantly recalled Zhao Yi's sacrifice for him and felt guilty towards Bai Shuwen. Yet, he did not want to exchange his memories again. Losing that part of his memory had filled him with regret and sorrow. He finally understood that memories are not something to be easily discarded. No wonder he had to exchange so many points for just one memory. Even the system recognized their significance. Yet only today did he come to this realization. Wanyin would not interfere with others' choices, merely reminding him, your room card's points are not redeemable and cannot be transferred to others. Are you certain you wish to leave? Yes, Fu Siheng replied, nodding. Perhaps I will return someday. Well, I wish you safety, Wanyin smiled. Fu Siheng returned the smile, saying, thank you. Also, please convey my farewell to Bai Shuwen. He recognized his own cowardice, unable to bid farewell to Bai Shuwen in person. But that was how it would be. With that, Fu Siheng turned and departed. Wanyin watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Fu Siheng was the second guest of the hotel. She had not expected him to leave. However, outside, there were no places as absolutely safe as the hotel. Fu Siheng must have contemplated this carefully. Wanyin headed to room 201 to find Dong Yu. But when she knocked, no one answered, and Zhuang Xiaoxia was also absent from the room. She returned to the lobby, where Su Shi informed her that Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia had gone to the gym, along with Bai Shuwen. Consequently, she made her way to the gym. The gym was spacious, filled with numerous treadmills and a variety of fitness equipment. Wanyin spotted Bai Shuwen running on a treadmill, while Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia sat nearby, engaged in conversation. Wanyin understood their camaraderie. She recalled a classmate who had acquired a gym membership but, out of laziness, would barely run a few steps before opting to sit down instead. Upon seeing her, Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxia waved in greeting. Just then, Bai Shuwen completed her run, walking for a moment on the treadmill before stepping down, slightly breathless. Boss Gu, are you here to work out too? She inquired. Not quite. I have matters I wish to discuss with you, Wanyin replied. However, before addressing my own concerns, I must convey a message to Miss Bai. Fu Sihing has left and asked me to bid you farewell. He has gone? Bai Shuwen was taken aback. Where is he heading? I do not know, Gu Wanyin responded. After a brief pause, Bai Shuwen chuckled. Let him go. After all, it was never much of a relationship between us. Zhuang Xiaoxia, sensing a hint of discomfort in her demeanor, swiftly redirected the conversation. Boss Gu, what do you wish to discuss with us? Well, the school is about to open, and I certainly need to send cola and hamburger there, but they require proper names. We can't keep referring to them as cola and hamburger, Gu Wanyin explained. However, I struggle with naming things, so I sought your counsel. Thus began a lively discussion about what to name cola and hamburger. Ultimately, they reached out to their former Chinese teacher, Mr. Wu, for guidance, and even consulted cola and hamburger for their opinions. They finally decided on the names Gu Zhixian for cola and Gu Zhishu for hamburger. Inspired by an ancient poem, Zhao Nan Feng Shi Ji Duo Shao, Yi Qin Xian Geng Su Ting. As anticipated by Gu Wanyin, news of the school opening prompted parents with children to flock to bookstores, purchasing various educational materials for their offspring. Additionally, some guests, finding themselves with idle time, visited the bookstore to acquire novels. After all, their rooms lacked entertainment facilities, and it was impractical to spend all their time in the cafeteria or hot pot restaurant watching television. The novels in the bookstore were reasonably priced, with some thin volumes costing merely 5 points, while others could reach over 100 points. Soon enough, the goal of selling 100 books in the bookstore was accomplished.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards. All rooms on the 8th floor unlocked. All rooms on the 7th floor upgraded. All items in the supermarket unlocked. A beauty and skincare store unlocked. All products in the unlimited beauty and skincare store unlocked. A school and a teaching building unlocked, and the school playground unlocked. Every room on the 8th floor was now accessible, and they were family rooms. Previously unlocked rooms on the 7th floor were all standard double rooms, and were now fully occupied. Not far from the hotel building, a school building had quietly emerged, also consisting of 10 floors, featuring classrooms, offices, laboratories, and more. In front of the school building, there was a spacious playground. Naturally, the pathways within the school and between the hotel and school were designed to completely avoid zombies, natural disasters, and other dangers. Chapter 66. The start of elementary school. The school was well equipped with blackboards, desks, chairs, projectors, and various laboratory apparatus. However, Gu Wanyin had a concern. The school building was so large, with so many classrooms. Yet there were only a little over a dozen children in the hotel needing to attend school. These children were of elementary school age. Even accounting for those who would attend middle and high school, the numbers were still insufficient. The hotel would undoubtedly see an increase in guests. The system assured her that there were many more hotel buildings yet to be unlocked, not to mention that there were several couples and families in the hotel who would eventually have children. Understanding this, Gu Wanyin realized that there were indeed many more hotel buildings. Moreover, the system was quite knowledgeable. Once all products in the supermarket were unlocked, the range expanded significantly. It now offered a variety of snacks, sanitary products, tissues, towels, pens, notebooks, and more, making it quite comprehensive. The beauty and skincare store was conveniently located next to the shoe store, filled with an array of cosmetics and skincare products, leaving Bai Shuwen dazzled by the choices. As for the prices, they varied by quality, ranging from a few points for cheaper items to several hundred points for more expensive ones. Zhuang Xiaoxia accompanied Bai Shuwen in browsing the store, exclaiming, "Every time I saw you on television before, I would marvel at how beautiful your makeup looked. I wanted to emulate your style, but alas, my hands are clumsy, and I always end up looking like a ghost. Hey, my makeup has always been quite splendid, hasn't it? I must tell you, although I have a dedicated makeup artist, I design every look myself. Would you like me to teach you how to apply makeup?" Absolutely. With the school now unlocked, it was time to recruit teachers. Gu Wanyin conducted a tally. There were over a dozen children needing elementary school courses, 3 requiring middle school education and 5 for high school. There were no university students yet. This meant that teachers for elementary, middle, and high school were required, and multiple instructors were necessary for different subjects. The system established a room within the school building for interviews, featuring a large screen where registered guests would enter one by one, introduce themselves, answer questions displayed on the screen, and finally simulate a lesson. The system would then determine whether the individual was suitable to teach at the school and for which grade and subject. Upon learning that teaching positions were available, along with the promise of a salary, many guests eagerly expressed interest. After all, in addition to a base salary of 500 points, there would be bonuses as well, motivating them to be diligent and not merely go through the motions in their teaching. The first to apply was Fu Shirshu. In truth, he had tried to persuade Fu Siheng to stay when he left, but to no avail. Fu Siheng was resolute in his decision to depart, and Fu Shirshu knew he could not hold him back. Although his health had improved significantly, lacking any special abilities meant he could not protect himself if he left with Fu Siheng. He would only become a burden. Thus, he chose to remain alone. While he had made several friends in the hotel, the absence of family sometimes left him feeling lonely. When he learned that a school was opening, he was naturally inclined to apply for a teaching position, as he had been passionate about education before the apocalypse. Moreover, once he became a teacher, his focus would be entirely on the students, distracting him from his worries. Fu Shirshu's interview was successful. The system determined he was suitable to teach high school mathematics.
Subsequently,
Several other guests applied, with some passing successfully while others were rejected. After interviewing all the applicants, a few subjects for middle and high school remained without instructors. So those subjects would have to be postponed until capable guests arrived. Tomorrow marked the first day of elementary school. Naturally, cola and hamburger would also be attending. Initially, they should have enrolled in preschool, but the system currently lacked concepts for kindergarten and preschool classes, so they would have to start from elementary school. However, since the elementary school teachers had passed the system's interview, they would surely know how to teach effectively. They have now been bestowed with proper names. Yet Wanyin still prefers to call them by their nicknames. Nevertheless, she has taught them to write their formal names in advance and has advised them that when introducing themselves to others, they should not merely say they are called Cola and Hamburger. They must first state their formal names. Both Cola and Hamburger have acknowledged their understanding. Wanyin has also selected a new outfit for each of them. Currently, there are no school uniforms at the school. A few teachers have discussed the matter and plan to choose a suitably priced and styled set of uniforms from a clothing store once the number of students increases. That evening, Wanyin allowed them to watch a cartoon for a while before tucking them in early, for they must be well rested for school the next day. In the morning, after breakfast, Wanyin escorted Cola and Hamburger to the teaching building. Having never attended school before, they were filled with excitement. They first arrived at a classroom for first graders located on the first floor, as indicated by the sign at the door. At present, this is the only class in the elementary school. Dome, serving as both the English teacher and class supervisor, had already arrived early. The head teacher was selected after the system evaluated each of the teachers. Upon seeing Wanyin, Dome greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Boss Gu." "Good morning." Wanyin replied with a smile. "I'm bringing Gu Zhixian and Gu Zhishu to school." Dome, having lived in the hotel for quite some time, naturally recognized that Cola and Hamburger were Wanyin's younger siblings.
all right, Dumei nodded.
"I'll register them here. They shouldn't need to visit the administrative office to swipe their cards first, right?" "Not necessary," Wanyin assured her. The school within the hotel differs somewhat from those before the apocalypse. There is no longer compulsory education, and even elementary school requires tuition fees. However, the fees are quite reasonable. 200 points per semester for elementary, 350 for middle school, and 500 for high school. The system has established these rates, calculating each semester as lasting 4.5 months, with 2 semesters each year, leaving the rest of the time for winter and summer breaks. Thus, students enrolling in school must first swipe their cards at the administrative office to pay their fees. The system keeps a record of student information, and there is an archive room at the school. However, as the class supervisor, Dome must also register each student. Once Dome completed the registration, Wanyin reminded Cola and Hamburger to behave in class and listen to their teacher, to which both nodded obediently. Wanyin, knowing their intelligence and maturity, felt reassured and, after exchanging pleasantries with Dome, departed. Chapter 67. A Found Kitten. With the little ones off to school, Wanyin leisurely occupied herself with her computer in her room, pondering how the two were faring in their classes. She planned to ask them about it when they returned for lunch. "System, do we have a new task today?" Wanyin inquired. The system did not respond. Has it gone back to the interstellar realm again? She wondered. However, calculating the time, it seemed too soon for the monthly ranking day in the interstellar system. Perhaps something was amiss. A tinge of worry crept into Wanyin's heart, though she consoled herself, thinking that since the system had consistently ranked first, it would surely receive commendation from the interstellar authorities. She hoped nothing was wrong. When the system was absent, the hotel's protective measures and other functions continued to operate normally, so Wanyin felt relatively secure. At noon, cola and hamburger returned for lunch. Given the proximity of the teaching building to the hotel, there was no necessity for a cafeteria at school. The students could simply return to the hotel for their meals. "How was your class this morning?"
Wanyin asked.
"It was wonderful. The teacher praised me," Hamburger said proudly. "She said I was attentive in class and learned exceptionally quickly." "Well done, Hamburger," Wanyin said, patting her head. "And what about you, Cola?" "I was very attentive too," Cola exclaimed quickly, "though I didn't learn as fast as my sister." "That's all right," Wanyin smiled. "Take your time." After lunch, the two little ones went for their afternoon nap. As they had more classes to attend later, Wanyin also felt a bit sleepy but couldn't fall asleep, her mind preoccupied with the system. Morning had already passed, and it had yet to return. It wasn't until the children woke from their nap and prepared to go back to school that Wanyin finally heard the system's weak voice. "Host, I'm back. You've finally returned." Wanyin sighed in relief. "Did you go back to the interstellar realm again? Was there an issue?" "It was just System 066 along with its doctor, making a fuss, claiming that I am not suitable for you. According to their data analysis, 066 is far more compatible with you." I debated with them for quite a while at the Interstellar System Management Office. This revelation was quite overwhelming for Wanyin, who gathered her thoughts and asked, "System 066. Is that the system from the horror world?" "Indeed, it is 066, while I am 088. Wanyin remarked, Both of your numbers seem rather auspicious. What's the story with its doctor?" "A detestable old man." 066 was created by him, so naturally, he would defend it. "If only my doctor were here, otherwise..." They wouldn't dare speak so boldly. "Where has your doctor gone?" Wanyin inquired. "There was some chaos in another interstellar realm, and he went to restore order." The system replied proudly. "My doctor is truly remarkable. With him around, no one would dare bully me. Alas, I wonder when he will return." Wanyin was more concerned about the system than an unfamiliar doctor. Furrowing her brows, she asked, "You aren't really going to make me separate from you, are you? Bind me to another system? I would not wish for that. If possible, could I visit the Interstellar Management Office to express my stance?" "Host, you are truly kind. However, it is unnecessary at this moment. I narrowly won the debate, and we don't have to separate." Wanyin's furrowed brows finally relaxed. "That's good to hear. But why must it always be you putting in the effort? I feel a bit uneasy that I can't assist at all." "Do not worry, host. As long as we can earn plenty of points and consistently come in first, I doubt they will have much to say. By the way, if you manage to rank first consecutively for 20 times, you will get to spend a day exploring the interstellar realm. Is that really a possibility?" Wanyin was intrigued, eager to see what the technologically advanced interstellar world was like, and to meet the brilliant doctors who could create various systems. "Of course.
For now,
Our priority is to accumulate more points so that you won't be forced to bind with another system."
Ding.
A new task has been triggered. Serve 50 customers in the cafeteria, ensuring that no customer is repeated. Task reward. Unlock all rooms on the 9th floor. Upgrade all rooms on the 8th floor once. Unlock the KTV along with its related facilities, and unlock the hot pot restaurant with unlimited ingredients. Note: all rooms on the 9th floor are presidential suites, with a room rate of 100 points per day. The system issued the task as it always had, but Wanyin found something peculiar about it. This task seemed rather simple, given that all the dishes in the cafeteria were already unlocked. When she went to choose, the variety of homestyle and specialty dishes was quite overwhelming, and they were very popular among guests. Moreover, although the customers could not be repeated, the hotel currently had far more than 50 guests. Nearly everyone would dine in the cafeteria. This is far simpler than selling 100 cups of milk tea or 100 books. The system stated, "Before my return, I applied to the system management for a reduction in the difficulty of the latest task assigned to the host. I have achieved first place consecutively twice, and thus entitled to this privilege." "I see, you truly are kind to me." The system remained silent. It would never reveal to Wanyin that it feared losing her, apprehensive that she might bond with another system. In the evening, Wanyin estimated that Kaylee and Hanbao would soon finish school and decided to step out to greet them. Although the school was merely a stone's throw away and devoid of any dangers, it was their first day of school after all. Just as she exited the hotel lobby, she was startled to see a scrawny little cat sauntering through the hotel entrance. Its round, glistening eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of food. Though its fur was grimy, it appeared quite clever. Where did this little feline come from? Wanyin pondered, surprised that a cat could survive in this apocalyptic world. Was this truly an ordinary cat? Although zombies do not bite cats, resources are scarce even for humans, making it even more challenging for cats to find sustenance. Moreover, in a world rife with natural disasters and mutated beasts, it is a remarkable feat for ordinary animals to endure. The system conducted a scan and confirmed it is indeed an ordinary cat. The regulations state that the host is permitted to keep pets and food, clothing, and other necessities related to pets can be taken at will, with a maximum of 2 pets allowed. Wanyin had always had a fondness for cats, and she felt that this cat, having survived in the apocalypse and fortuitously wandered into the hotel, was a sign of fate, so she resolved to keep it. Sure. Take care of this cat. I will go pick up Kaylee and Hanbao from school and return shortly. Of course, boss, Sure promptly replied. The little cat, with its round eyes, gazed at her for a moment before letting out a soft meow. Chapter 68. KTV unlocked. Wanyin yearned to give it a bath immediately, but first, she deemed it more pressing to fetch the children. Upon arriving at the base of the teaching building, she observed several parents already waiting. Indeed, even though the teaching building was located directly behind the hotel, parents were eager to greet their children on their first day of school. Upon seeing her, several parents greeted her, to which Wanyin responded with a warm smile and a nod. Soon, the students streamed out of the building, each carrying their little backpacks. The backpacks, purchased by parents at the supermarket, came in various styles and were quite affordable, with a decent one costing just 30 points. Sister, Kaylee, and Hanbao rushed toward her. Wanyin led them back to the hotel, and as expected, the little cat had not left. It was lazily sprawled on the hotel lobby floor, its tail flicking back and forth, as if it had already realized this was a safe haven. Sister, where did this little cat come from? It walked in by itself, and I intend to keep it.
Great.
But it's too dirty. We must wash it first. Wanyin took the little cat to the master bathroom and thoroughly cleaned it. Once the grime and dirt were washed away, the cat revealed its true form, a purebred orange tabby. Wanyin knew that orange tabbies were hardy, but she was astonished that this one had managed to survive in the apocalypse. After drying its fur, the orange tabby lay lethargically on the floor, as if it lacked the energy even to meow. Sister, it must be hungry, Kaylee remarked. Indeed, I shall see what I can find for it to eat. Currently, there were no pet supply stores in the hotel, nor was there cat food available in the supermarket. Therefore, Wanyin decided to check the cafeteria to see if there was anything suitable for the cat. She recalled that generally it was best not to feed cats human food, especially those rich in oil and salt. However, given that this cat had survived for nearly 2 years in the apocalypse, it indicated a robust constitution. The most pressing matter now was to fill its belly. In the cafeteria, she chose a dish called boiled chicken breast, deeming it appropriate as it contained little oil and salt. She took a portion back to feed the cat. As soon as the cat spotted the food, its eyes sparkled, and it rushed over, devouring the meal voraciously. Little cat, eat plenty. You are far too thin, Hanbao said, stroking the cat's back. By the way, shouldn't we give it a name? You are Hanbao, I am Kaylee, so let us name it French fries. Agreed. After finishing a portion of chicken breast, the little cat, now named French fries, seemed still unsatisfied, mewing softly at Wanyin and nudging her hand with its head. Still not full? Wanyin stroked it gently. Kaylee, Hanbao, could you check the supermarket for some dried fish or something similar? Bring some back for it.
Sure.
Kaylee and Hanbao quickly fetched several packets of dried fish. French fries devoured them eagerly, finally content, and nestled into a makeshift cat bed made from a blanket, slowly drifting off to sleep.
Ding.
Task completed. Reward granted. All rooms on the 9th floor unlocked. All rooms on the 8th floor upgraded. KTV and its related facilities unlocked. along with a hot pot restaurant and unlimited ingredients for the hot pot restaurant. This task was indeed completed swiftly. Wanyin was curious about what the presidential suite on the 9th floor was like, so she decided to take a look. Since it was currently unoccupied, she could enter freely. First and foremost, the presidential suite was the largest in terms of area. The bed was grand and plush, and there were several rooms, including 3 bedrooms, a living room, a study, and various furnishings that appeared quite luxurious, including sofas, floor-to-ceiling windows, and chandeliers. Moreover, upgrades would continue in the future. Wanyin mused that it was indeed a presidential suite priced at 100 points per night. The 9th floor presidential suite has a maximum occupancy of 3 people per room. Even when averaged out, each person would need to contribute over 30 points per day. Coincidentally, this weekend marked Bai Shuan's birthday. Before arriving at the hotel, she had long forgotten the date, let alone contemplated celebrating a birthday. However, with a calendar now available in the hotel, it coincided perfectly with her birthday, prompting her to prepare for a celebration. Bai Shuan had just exchanged crystal cores for points and invited a few friends with whom she was close to dine at the newly opened hot pot restaurant, followed by a karaoke session at KTV. Naturally, she also invited Wanyin, but since Wanyin could take whatever she needed, she would not allow Bai Shuan to spend points treating everyone. The hot pot restaurant offered a variety of broths similar to those found in traditional hot pot establishments, with numerous skewered options as well. However, given that each skewer contained only a small piece of meat, the prices were quite reasonable, costing 2 points for 2 skewers. Other plated dishes and broths were priced comparably to those in hot pot restaurants. After their meal, Bai Shuan, Zhuang Xiaoxia, Dong Yu, and Wanyin all headed to KTV to enjoy themselves. At KTV, rooms were available in various sizes, large, medium, and small, with prices of 10 points, 8 points, and 5 points per hour, respectively. The song selection was extensive, featuring not only songs from this world, but also those from Wanyin's previous world. Bai Shuan opted for a medium room, and KTV also offered beer and fruit platters, priced similarly to those in other establishments. Dong Yu remarked to Bai Shuan, "I heard you sing before. It was beautiful. I can still hum it now." Bai Shuan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Those are all tuned and polished. Do not be deceived. Otherwise, why do you think I have never participated in live performances at parties?" Dong Yu interjected, "Sister, you are far too candid." Inside the bag, there were 3 microphones, all of superb quality. To everyone's astonishment, Zhuang Xiaoxia's singing was surprisingly pleasant. Though she was not a professional, her innate talent was unmistakable. With a little training, you could certainly make your mark in the music industry. Bai Shuan exclaimed, "What a pity I did not meet you sooner. Had I known you before the apocalypse, I would have ensured my company signed you and catapulted you to stardom." "Oh, I could never manage that." Zhuang Xiaoxia quickly waved her hands. "With my fragile heart, if I were to see negative reviews, it would surely devastate me." "Don't worry, you'll get accustomed to it. I remember when I first debuted, I was mercilessly criticized." Bai Shuan recounted several amusing anecdotes from her early career, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Meanwhile, outside, the weather took a turn for the worse. Temperatures plummeted to a chilling -30 or 40 degrees. In such dire conditions, a solitary figure appeared near the hotel, clad in a thick winter coat, yet shivering uncontrollably. Despite the bitter cold, he remained rooted in place, casting a hateful glare at the hotel while muttering, "Wanyin, you have caused the death of my dearest, and I shall not let you go unpunished." Chapter 69. Opening a supermarket outside the hotel. After a night of revelry, Wanyin awoke to find the sun high in the sky. Cola and hamburger had already risen, enjoyed breakfast, and left for school. Stretching lazily, Wanyin inquired, "System, are you there?" "I am here," host, came the prompt response. "System, just before I fell asleep last night, I had an idea for earning points," Wanyin continued. The system perked up with interest. "What is this idea?" "The resources in the hotel are endless, but they are only available to the guests at present," Wanyin explained. "We previously agreed that guests cannot take resources outside for sale. So, could I sell them? Or perhaps we could open a supermarket outside, just like in the horror world. This way, people could purchase supplies. After all, there aren't many rooms available in the hotel, and many wish to stay but cannot. This would not only ensure the outside world is fed, but also allow us to earn more points." Wanyin had intended to share this with the system last night, but sleep overtook her as soon as her head touched the pillow. She was eager to find ways to earn more points without parting from the system. The system beeped twice before responding. That is an excellent suggestion, but I must first consult with the interstellar authorities.
It was clear the system was excited.
All right, go ahead. Wanyin replied. With the system silent, she got out of bed to wash up. Noticing the time, she decided to skip breakfast and wait for cola and hamburger to return for lunch. Upon their return from class, they ate lunch and then went for a nap. Wanyin cradled French fries in her arms, gently petting her. Although French fries had just arrived in a new environment, she showed no signs of discomfort and seemed quite attached to Wanyin. Perhaps it was because she had endured hardships outside. Here, she had food, drink, and safety. Even a cat could sense that this place was good. Wanyin wished to quickly fatten French fries up. Her current scrawny figure was pitiful. While she was petting her, the system returned, its voice brimming with excitement. Host, I have wonderful news. The interstellar authorities have approved the idea. Furthermore, opening a supermarket has been added to your task list, allowing you to unlock new features in the hotel. Really? Wanyin was thrilled yet slightly surprised. She hadn't anticipated such a swift agreement from the interstellar side. Of course. Although the old doctor from 066 opposed it, one person's dissent holds no weight. Wanyin sensed an unusual leniency and fondness from the interstellar authorities towards her system. But why was that? Was it because it had excelled twice?
Ding.
New task unlocked. Open a supermarket at any location outside the hotel. Task rewards. Unlock unlimited products from the supermarket outside the hotel. Unlock all rooms on the 10th floor of the hotel. Upgrade all rooms on the 9th floor once. Unlock a snack bar for fried skewers. Unlock unlimited ingredients for the fried skewer snack bar, and unlock a van. Note: the 10th floor consists entirely of luxurious presidential suites, accommodating a maximum of 3 guests, with a nightly rate of 150 points. Without delay, Wanyin immediately checked the map to choose a location for the supermarket. Ultimately, she decided to establish it near a large company in City A. The rationale behind this choice was that this area was situated between Haikong Base and another base. Following the death of the previous leader, Yi Gaofei, Haikong Base had appointed a new leader who was rather compliant and had not caused any trouble at the hotel. Many residents still lived in Haikong Base, and there were also some survivors in the other base. By opening the supermarket here, it would be convenient for individuals from both bases to visit, thereby enhancing the supermarket's visibility. After selecting a location, Wanyin drove over. She now owned a car, and once the supermarket was operational, she would acquire a van as well. Soon, she arrived at the site, where a large supermarket had miraculously materialized. It resembled the one in the horror world, yet it had its distinctions. Being an additional establishment outside the hotel, it did not stock household items, but only food. Yet, in a post-apocalyptic world, food was of utmost importance. The store's rules bore similarities to those of the hotel, including that purchases could only be made with points. Food could not be taken outside for resale. No violent disturbances were allowed. No credit was extended. Respect for the store owner was mandatory. And food could only be consumed after payment. Customers were not permitted to linger in the supermarket for more than 40 minutes. After all, the supermarket was designed to evade natural disasters and zombies. Without such regulations, it would be overcrowded. In fact, the hotel had similar policies. Guests were not allowed to linger in the lobby without checking in. Additionally, the prices here were higher than those in the hotel, as patrons were not hotel guests. Instant noodles and bread cost 6 points, while a self-heating hot pot with meat cost 20 points. Snacks like chips were around 10 points, mineral water 5 points. Drinks 10 points, and ice pops also 10 points. Other products were similarly priced higher than in the hotel. There were machines for exchanging points and card payment stations. Wanyin strolled through the supermarket, feeling quite satisfied. I will now promote the supermarket at the nearby 2 bases. By the way, do we need to hire an employee for the supermarket? No need, the system replied. Without payment of points, items cannot be taken from the supermarket. Should such behavior occur a second time, the offender will be placed on the supermarket blacklist. Understood. Wanyin drove to Haikong Base to promote her supermarket. She decided to name it Peace Supermarket, as the hotel had gained some notoriety, and this name could leverage the hotel's reputation to boost the supermarket's business.
Indeed.
Upon hearing the name Peace Supermarket, many individuals from the base inquired whether it was affiliated with the Peace Hotel. Once they learned of the connection, they were eager to rush into the supermarket to purchase food. Although Wanyin had already stated that the food sold in the supermarket was pricier than that in the hotel, they could no longer afford to be concerned about such matters. As long as there was clean, decent food to consume, a higher price was a triviality. Once new rooms were unlocked in the hotel, they could opt for cheaper accommodations. After promoting in the Haikong base, Wanyin ventured to another base, where the residents had also heard of the Ping and hotel and were fervently eager for the supplies within. Observing their eagerness, Wanyin realized that the supermarket's business was secure, and she joyfully drove back to the hotel. Chapter 70. The Fried Skewer Snack Bar.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your mission has been completed. Rewards. Unlock unlimited access to all items in the supermarket outside the hotel. Unlock all rooms on the 10th floor of the hotel. Upgrade all rooms on the 9th floor once. Unlock the Fried Skewer Snack Bar. Unlock all ingredients for the Fried Skewer Snack Bar. Unlock a van. In fact, the items in the supermarket outside the hotel had just been unlocked. The system merely announced the completion of the task now. The other rewards had also been unlocked. Wanyin first checked the 10th floor. The luxurious presidential suite was indeed larger than the ordinary presidential suite on the 9th floor, and each suite came with a balcony featuring a private swimming pool. Notably, the rooms in the hotel were quite remarkable. When guests on the 10th floor enjoyed swimming and sunbathing on their balconies, they would not be visible from the outside, which would merely reveal a standard building. Her main room also had a balcony and swimming pool, but both she and Kailei Hanbao had little interest in swimming, so it had seen little use. Since a new establishment had opened, that evening, Wanyin took Kailei Hanbao to the Fried Skewer Snack Bar to sample the offerings.
Inside,
there was a delightful array of fried skewers and snacks, fried meat patties, fried starch sausages and meat sausages, fried golden chicken skewers, fried enoki mushrooms, fried fish tofu, fried meat on the bone, stinky tofu, takoyaki, brown sugar cakes, and cold noodles, among other delights. Most importantly, the food was clean and posed no harm to the human body. After their meal, Wanyin took a glance at the van. The van, similar to the previous sedan, was parked at the hotel entrance, white in color, and could accommodate about 10 people.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Accumulate 100 customers spending at the supermarket outside the hotel. Task rewards. Unlock Building 2 of the hotel. Unlock all rooms on the 2nd floor of Building 2. Upgrade all rooms on the 10th floor of Building 1 once. Unlock the internet cafe and all facilities within it. Unlock the bar and all related facilities and ingredients. Unlock the public swimming pool and related facilities. Unlock the zombie simulation training camp. Note: the room structure and rates in Building 2 are the same as those in Building 1. Minors are prohibited from entering the internet cafe and bar. A zombie simulation training camp? Wanyin inquired, implying that one could simulate killing zombies inside, akin to playing a game? Indeed. But there is a distinction. The simulation training camp poses no real danger. However, if one were attacked by a zombie during the simulation, they would experience a very realistic sensation of pain. Just hearing this sent a chill down Wanyin's spine. Nevertheless, this offered significant benefits for ordinary individuals without special abilities. With no real danger, they could freely train on how to combat zombies, allowing them to devise strategies in the event of a real encounter. Perhaps even obtaining crystal cores to extend their stay at the hotel. It all depended on whether they could endure the pain from a zombie's attack. Moreover, host, Building 2 is now ready to be unlocked, and the promotional period is nearing its end. The system remarked that prices for overly low-priced items could be adjusted upwards. And after this task is completed, we can discuss pricing anew. Alright, Wanyin nodded.
Indeed.
The pricing for instant noodles and bread was too low and could be slightly increased. With the zombie training camp, the likelihood of ordinary people obtaining crystal cores would also rise. However, prices would certainly remain within a reasonable range. It wouldn't do to make items unaffordable, as that would defeat the purpose. As the Pingan supermarket had just opened, the following morning, after Kailei Hanbao left for school, Wanyin prepared to visit the supermarket. Before departing, she made sure to prepare food and water for French fries. Unfortunately, there were still no pet supply stores in the hotel, so she had no cat litter. Wanyin used soil in a basin as a temporary substitute for a litter box. Although the system had an automatic cleaning mechanism, ensuring the floor remained spotless even if French fries made a mess. Wanyin still felt uncomfortable with the idea of allowing French fries to do as she pleased on the floor. After settling French fries comfortably and giving its little head a gentle pat, Wanyin left the hotel and set off in her car. Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, she parked and noticed that a considerable number of customers were already inside. The store regulations were clearly posted at the entrance, and many had heard about the Ping'an Hotel, so most customers knew how to exchange points for purchases. The supermarket provided shopping carts and baskets. Some were pushing carts or carrying baskets while shopping, while others hastily grabbed a loaf of bread, swiped their cards, and devoured it ravenously, clearly famished. Upon seeing Wanyin enter, some familiar faces greeted her. After all, many had witnessed her promotional efforts at the two bases yesterday, so they recognized her as the owner of the hotel and supermarket. Others who were seeing her for the first time gazed at her with curiosity and intrigue, pondering how a seemingly delicate girl could manage to establish a hotel and supermarket in the apocalypse. A few entertained less than noble thoughts, but the crowd deterred them from acting. After all, someone who could run a hotel for such an extended period and open a supermarket outside was certainly not an ordinary person. Perhaps her apparent fragility was merely a facade. Wanyin settled at the cash register and began reading a novel. Occasionally, she would assist customers with their queries. The morning passed without incident, and she took the opportunity to promote the newly opened luxurious presidential suite, mentioning that the second building would soon be unlocked, urging any interested guests to act quickly. Currently, customers in the supermarket were utilizing shopping cards, but if they checked into the hotel, the points on their shopping cards could be transferred to their room cards. Upon hearing this, everyone was eager to participate. Although there would be accommodation fees, staying at the hotel was safe. And the food was cheaper than that in the supermarket. Who wouldn't want to go? By the afternoon, the supermarket was even more crowded, with long lines forming at the cash register. The system observed the points accumulating steadily and was immensely pleased. Just then, a man burst into the store. He appeared to be starving, and upon seeing the abundance of food in the supermarket, his eyes glistened with hunger. He swiftly grabbed a loaf of bread and attempted to tear open the packaging. "You can't eat until you've checked out," someone nearby cautioned him. However, he paid no heed to their warning, snorting dismissively as he forcefully began to rip the packaging. Yet, he found that the packaging simply would not yield. Even though he lacked the strength due to hunger, it was inconceivable that he could not even tear open a bread wrapper. He tugged at it vigorously for a while, even contemplating biting it, but just as he was about to bring the bread to his lips, he jolted as if electrocuted, causing the bread to tumble from his grasp and fall to the ground. "What are you doing?" Someone nearby frowned and remarked, "Just exchange some points for a bread." "It's simple. Without points, you certainly can't eat." "I refuse to believe in such nonsense," the man bellowed, his eyes reddening further as he bent down to retrieve the fallen bread and dashed out of the supermarket. Remarkably, he faced no obstacles as he burst through the doors. A surge of delight coursed through him as he thought, "This wretched supermarket is hardly impressive." He could not fathom why that crowd was queuing to check out. However, when he glanced down, he realized the bread was gone. His pupils dilated as he scanned left and right. Nowhere to be found. The patrons inside the supermarket erupted into laughter at the sight. "We warned you. Just exchange points and check out, but you wouldn't listen." One person sarcastically chimed in, "Did you really think you could get something for nothing? Dream on." The man's face flushed with anger. Gritting his teeth, he re-entered the supermarket. This time, he was not as impulsive. He first glanced at the store regulations and then at the cashier, Wanyin, seated at the register. Subsequently, he picked up another loaf of bread and positioned himself at the end of the queue, preparing to wait. The others were swift, each quickly exchanging points and completing their purchases. When it was the man's turn, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a pen. He placed the pen on the machine and soon received a shopping card displaying 8 points. "Not enough," Wanyin stated flatly. "A loaf of bread costs 10 points. You can exchange for something else to earn more points." "I have none left," the man retorted. Someone beside him suggested, "If all else fails, why not take off your jacket and exchange it for points?" "If I take off my jacket, what will I do when it gets cold?" the man shouted back. "Are you going to lend me your clothes?" The individual was taken aback by his outburst, stepping back and saying, "I was merely making a suggestion." If you don't want exchange, then don't shout. What a good deed turned into a curse. The man glared at Wanyin, grinding his teeth. I'm just 2 points short. Can't you make an exception? No, Wanyin replied. It's the store's policy. To hell with your policies. Are you really going to watch me starve to death? With so much food available, you're quibbling over a couple of points. What a cruel woman. I refuse to be at your mercy. I will buy this bread for 8 points today. With that, the man flung the shopping cart toward Wanyin and charged out with the bread. The moment he burst outside, he vanished from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, the untouched loaf reappeared neatly on the shelf. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, with one asking, "Where did he go? He must have been punished for breaking the rules."
Someone exclaimed.
How foolish. Doesn't he know about the Peace Hotel? I don't recognize him. He must have just arrived here. If he thinks he can casually take food from the supermarket, how could order be maintained? What a fool. I wonder how he has survived in the apocalypse for so long. After a brief exchange of opinions, the crowd dispersed, some selecting food while others proceeded to check out. Look, they have snow cakes and crispy snacks. Oh my god, I can't believe I've craved these for so long. I thought I'd never taste them again. They have everything, even self-heating hot pots. I'm about to cry. I want to eat hot pots so badly. Just having a self-heating hot pot would be a blessing. Did you know? I heard there's a hot pot restaurant in the Peace Hotel. It's just like before the apocalypse, and the taste is superb. Not just hot pot, they have barbecue, rice noodles and snail rice too. Really? I thought it could repel zombies. I didn't know there were so many shops. There's even more. I'm sure there are plenty we haven't heard of. The owner, Gu, said they're about to open a second hotel building. And I plan to buy food in the next few days and wait near the Peace Hotel. I can't miss out on a vacant room. I'll go too. The supermarket operates 24 hours a day. However, Wanyin surely wouldn't be there the entire time. Around 8 in the evening, she drove back to the hotel. Cola and burgers had already finished dinner and were busy with their homework. Susher informed her that the newly unlocked luxury presidential suites were fully booked. Although they were pricier than the other room types, their spaciousness and luxury, combined with safety and cleanliness, made them highly sought after, regardless of the cost. Upon her return, Wanyin noticed a fair number of people near the hotel, with some even setting up tents, clearly waiting for a room to become available. However, those within a 200-meter radius of the hotel needed to be prepared to face zombies and natural disasters at any moment, which could be described as high risk, high reward. Once inside her room, French Fry immediately dashed over, meowing and nuzzling against her. Her heart melted as she hugged French Fry and showered him with affection. Before bedtime, Wanyin heard the system's voice.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, your task has been completed. Rewards. Unlocking the second hotel building. Unlocking all rooms on the second floor of the second hotel building. Currently, the hotel building is the first one. All rooms on the 10th floor of the first building have been upgraded. Unlocking the internet cafe and all its facilities. Unlocking the bar and all related facilities and ingredients. Unlocking the public swimming pool and related facilities. Unlocking the zombie killing simulation training camp. This was only the first day. And already 100 people had made purchases at the supermarket. This was to be expected. Though the number of survivors could not compare to the human population before the apocalypse, she had promoted the supermarket at 2 bases. And most individuals from those locations would surely come, with passers-by also stopping in to take a look. Once inside the supermarket, could anyone with points resist the temptation to buy something? Upon waking in the morning, Wanyin discussed with the system about slightly increasing the prices of certain items in the hotel. Products priced below 5 points, including those at 5 points, would have their prices doubled. Thus, bread and instant noodles that originally cost 1 point would now cost 2 points, with others similarly adjusted. Items priced between 6 and 30 points would see a price increase of 1.5 times, while more expensive items would remain unchanged. The system then announced the price adjustments for certain goods within the hotel. Simultaneously, the newly opened stores were also announced. Given that many people were currently residing in the hotel, news of the price hikes would likely lead to some dissatisfaction. However, the majority felt it was reasonable. The original prices were so low that even after the increase, they were nowhere near expensive. The hotel offered clean and safe rooms. And the food was also clean and delicious. Even if prices rose, it was still infinitely better than the various spaces outside. Thus, the faint murmurs of discontent were quickly quelled. Moreover, no one had any thoughts of checking out. Everyone was brainstorming ways to earn more points. Consequently, the zombie-killing simulation training camp became immensely popular. Within the training camp, there were 30 small rooms. 20 were designated for individual training, while 10 served as multipurpose training rooms. Upon entering the room, guests can select from a variety of scenarios, as well as the levels and quantities of zombies. Once they initiate the simulation, the scene before them transforms, and the zombies make their appearance. If they are scratched or bitten by a zombie, the sensation of pain and the near-death experience, coupled with the feeling of mutation, are remarkably vivid. However, they soon return to their normal state, with no harm inflicted upon their bodies. Although most individuals harbor a deep-seated fear of pain, they are acutely aware of the importance of self-improvement. The hotel, while splendid, is not without cost. To remain there indefinitely, one must continuously earn points. The age-old adage holds true. There is no such thing as a free lunch, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, everyone is eager to enhance their abilities. Even if they cannot vanquish the zombies, they can certainly practice evasion and escape techniques. This way, when they venture out in search of valuable items, their chances of survival are significantly improved. Consequently, there is a line forming daily at the training camp's entrance. Once the second floor of Hotel Number 2 is unlocked, it quickly filled to capacity. The room layout in each hotel building is identical, yet the establishments within differ. Hotel Number 2 lacks hot pot and barbecue restaurants. Guests wishing to dine at such venues must visit Hotel Number 1, which is conveniently nearby, just a short stroll away. In the future, as more hotel buildings emerge and the number of guests increases, it is certain that additional branches of hot pot and barbecue restaurants will open in the other hotels. The bar, located on the first floor of Building Number 2, is divided into a disco bar and a lounge bar. The lounge bar offers soothing music, a space for patrons to sip drinks and engage in conversation, while the disco bar pulsates with thunderous music, inviting guests to revel in the dance floor. Notably, the soundproofing is exceptional, ensuring that even the loudest revelry remains contained within, much like a karaoke venue. A diverse array of beverages is available, and should guests take an interest, they can even concoct their own drinks. Naturally, the prices at the bar exceed those of the supermarket, with the cheapest option costing at least 10 points per drink or bottle. However, for those who have endured the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, a night of dancing at the bar offers a welcome respite. Adjacent to the bar is an internet cafe housing 50 computers, providing opportunities for gaming or watching films and shows, akin to the internet cafes of the pre-apocalypse era, at a cost of 5 points for 2 hours. Yet, to engage in gaming, patrons can only match with others currently online in the cafe or play against AI. As the outside world remains a hellish wasteland where few can access computers or the internet for gaming. Nevertheless, guests express their satisfaction, for no one anticipated being able to use a computer in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Near the hotel, 2 young women have set up a makeshift tent. They are sisters, both level 2 supernatural beings, who previously struggled to survive in another city. After hearing of a miraculous hotel in City A, they traveled a great distance to reach it. Though their journey was fraught with peril, nearly culminating in frostbite, they finally arrived at the hotel's doorstep. Regrettably, they were unable to secure a room in advance. With all accommodations now occupied, they were left to wait outside. Fortunately, they managed to purchase some food with their points at the Peace supermarket, but on their way back, they encountered a high-level zombie, which startled them into near squeals of terror. However, the zombie merely glanced at them before lying down to bask in the sun. It was merely a slothful zombie. Even though it was a formidable creature, the sisters were prudent enough to avoid confrontation and quickly fled. Sighing, the elder sister, Song Roro, bit into her bread, lamenting their inability to secure a room. Next time, let us be more spirited, suggested the younger sister, Song Pingpong. Tonight we can take turns sleeping, as sometimes vacancies appear in the hotel at night, and we can check periodically. All right, Song Roro nodded in agreement. Just then, a man approached them. He was strikingly handsome, albeit somewhat haggard in appearance. As he reached the sisters, before he could speak, Song Pingpong, ever vigilant, inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" While speaking, she discreetly hid the bread behind her back. After all, in the apocalypse, it was not uncommon for people to kill for a morsel of food. "Please, don't be alarmed," the man offered a friendly smile. "I harbor no ill intentions." Regardless of your intentions, we don't know you. Please leave us. Song Pungpung replied firmly. Pungpung, don't be so harsh, Song Ruoro interjected. I don't think he seems malevolent. The man quickly assured them, I truly mean no harm. I only wish to inquire if you are seeking accommodation at the hotel. Everyone waiting here surely desires to stay at the hotel, don't they? Song Pungpung furrowed her brow. What exactly are you getting at? Could you possibly assist me in gaining entry to the hotel? The man's expression turned pitiful. Life outside is unbearably harsh. I've heard the hotel is akin to paradise, and I wish to reside there. The mere sight of his forlorn demeanor softened Song Ruoro's heart. However, Song Pungpung was not so easily deceived. In this post-apocalyptic world, can good looks fill one's stomach? Just as Song Ruoro was about to speak, Song Pungpung quickly retorted, if you wish to stay, you can wait for vacancy, like everyone else. Why seek us out? Are you hoping we'll give you something in exchange for points? If so, forget it. They certainly intended to reserve their points for themselves. Why should they share with a stranger? No, that's not what I meant. The man hastily clarified. I can offer you crystal cores in exchange for points. Really? Song Ruoro exclaimed in delight. Absolutely, the man replied, producing 2 level 1 crystal cores. These cores are for you. As Song Ruoro reached for them, Song Pungpung intercepted her. The more she scrutinized the man, the more suspicious she became. What exactly do you mean? The man sighed. To be candid, I was once in a relationship with the owner of this hotel. Chapter 73. Is he really that handsome?
Ah.
Song Ruoro appeared somewhat disheartened. Then why aren't you in the hotel? How did you end up in this predicament? To be frank, we had a minor disagreement, and she expelled me, the man explained with a bitter smile. Moreover, she instructed her subordinates to prevent my entry. Yet, I truly love her and wish to re-enter the hotel to speak with her. If you assist me, perhaps I could sneak in.
What?
Just because of a minor disagreement, she cast you out? That's rather excessive. Song Ruoro exclaimed. Doesn't she fear for your safety in such a perilous world? Sister, please hold your tongue. Song Pungpung massaged her temples. I'm sorry, but we cannot help you with this. You should seek assistance elsewhere. Hearing this, the man sighed in resignation, casting one last glance at Song Ruoro before turning away. Pungpung, why are you so lacking in compassion? Song Ruoro expressed her dissatisfaction. Song Pungpung was at a loss for words. Since the apocalypse, while both sisters had awakened their level 2 abilities, their lives had not been easy. Yet, her elder sister often displayed an excess of empathy. If not for her frequent interventions and advice, who knows what their situation would be? Alas, what can one do when they're sisters? If it were anyone else, she would have long since moved on. Sister, do you believe everything he says? Have you forgotten how you were deceived last time? How can you still be so naive? But he is really quite handsome, Song Ruoro mumbled. What's the use of being handsome? Song Pungpung exclaimed, her temper escalating. Our utmost priority now is to secure a vacant room in the hotel. No matter who approaches, do not engage with them, understood? All right, Song Ruoro replied, her voice tinged with grievance.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Eliminate 80 zombies in the simulation training camp. Task rewards include unlocking all rooms on the 3rd floor of building number 2, upgrading all rooms on the 2nd floor of building number 2 once, unlocking an unlimited supply of all medicinal items, unlocking an electronic store with unlimited products, unlocking a dessert shop with unlimited items, and unlocking 1 elevator in building number 2. The task issued by the system was not overly challenging. The zombie elimination simulation camp had become quite popular among the hotel guests. Wanyin even encouraged patrons to partake in the training. She herself had experienced it once, battling a level 1 zombie in her room for what felt like 300 rounds before finally dispatching it, albeit exhausting herself in the process. Reflecting on it, she mused that without the system, her survival in this apocalyptic world would likely have been short-lived. Thus, she was determined to diligently earn points for the system. Currently, her routine involved occasional visits to the Pinyin supermarket followed by driving around various bases to promote their services. One day, as Wanyin was returning in her vehicle and was nearing the hotel, a person suddenly dashed out and positioned themselves directly in front of her car. She swiftly applied the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Irritated, she opted not to exit the vehicle but instead rolled down her window and remarked, "It's quite dangerous. Please step aside." The individual blocking her path was a disheveled woman. Are you the owner of the hotel? The owner of Pinyin Hotel? The woman inquired urgently. Yes, I am. What can I do for you? Wanyin responded. Wonderful. I knew I would eventually see you. Please, I beg you, let me stay in the hotel. I can't endure this any longer. Just give me any place. Even the smallest corner will suffice. Wanyin replied politely. Once I unlock new rooms, you will be able to check in. What do you mean unlock? Isn't this hotel yours? The woman interrupted, her voice rising. Even if there are no rooms available, can't you just find a place for me to stay? I can't wait any longer. Realizing further discussion was futile, Wanyin pressed down on the accelerator and drove away. The woman exclaimed in frustration. In truth, Wanyin empathized with the woman's plight, but regulations were in place, and she was powerless to assist. Moreover, there was no point in continuing the conversation. Revealing the system's secrets was not an option. Thus, she decided to save her time and energy. Upon returning to the hotel entrance, Wanyin noticed an increased number of individuals loitering nearby, most clutching food purchased from the Pinyin supermarket. These are points, she thought. Just as she was about to step into the hotel, she felt an unsettling sensation, prompting her to turn around abruptly, only to find nothing amiss. Some people smiled at her, others munched on snacks, while a few rested. Had she merely imagined it? She had felt two piercing gazes following her closely. Perhaps it was just a figment of her imagination. Entering the hotel, she was suddenly approached by a man emerging from behind a tent, his disdainful gaze fixated on her. Hello, he greeted. Just then, he heard a timid voice. Turning, he saw the elder sister of the pair he had sought earlier, Song Ruoruo. Quickly adjusting his demeanor, he smiled and asked, Is there something you need? You seem to have little to eat. Would you like this bread? Song Ruoruo offered, extending a loaf towards him.
No.
Thank you, I'm not particularly hungry. You should keep it for yourself, he replied kindly. But truly, you are quite kind and beautiful. This compliment caused Song Ruoruo's cheeks to flush instantly. I understand your sister may not trust me, but with your kind nature, you would surely be willing to assist me. Wouldn't you? Of course I would. Song Ruoruo exclaimed, but my sister might not agree. How about this? When new rooms are unlocked, forget about your sister for a moment and come in with me, he proposed. If my memory serves me right, the upcoming third floor will have double rooms. Just perfect for us to share. Your sister can fend for herself. Song Ruoruo hesitated. But what if all the hotel rooms are taken and my sister can't get in? Your sister seems clever and possesses abilities. Waiting a few more days shouldn't be a problem for her, he assured, his tone laced with temptation. To be honest, the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. My heart has been wounded by the hotel owner, and seeking her is merely a farewell. You, however,
Can soothe my heartache.
Song Ruoruo's face reddened further, and she nodded vigorously. All right, if the opportunity arises, I will lead you inside. Chapter 74. As if she had no sister.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards. Unlocking all rooms on the third floor of building number 2. Upgrading all rooms on the first floor of building number 2 once. Unlocking unlimited medicinal items. Unlocking the electronics store with unlimited products. Unlocking the dessert shop with unlimited items. And unlocking one elevator in building number 2. Upon hearing the system announce the task's completion, Wanyin promptly instructed Su Shi to announce outside that there were now 10 double rooms available. Su Shi shouted the news outside, and immediately, a throng of people surged toward them. The check-in process still took place in the lobby of building number 1, where guests rushed in eagerly. However, they were aware that any acts of violence were strictly prohibited within the confines of the Pinyin Hotel, so once inside the lobby, they behaved respectfully, queuing in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Song Pingpong returned from the supermarket with food in hand. Spotting the crowd rushing toward the hotel, she realized there must be available rooms and hurriedly searched for Song Ruoruo. To her astonishment, she clearly saw her sister holding hands with that man as they entered the hotel. Good grief. Song Pingpong couldn't help but curse. What on earth? They are sisters. How could Song Ruoruo bring another man into the hotel?
What about me?
She was filled with a desire to pry open her sister's head and see what thoughts lay within. Suppressing her anger, she too dashed into the hotel. A line had already formed in the lobby. Song Ruoruo was fortunate to find herself and the man positioned at the 10th spot in line. Knowing that they were in for a double room, It was evident that the last available double room would be theirs. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Song Roro turned to inquire. The man's gaze flickered, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Let's not discuss that now. I'll tell you once we finish checking in." "All right." Song Roro nodded in agreement. Soon, the guests ahead completed their check-ins, and it was Song Roro's turn. She produced a crystal core and handed it to Su Shi, who accepted it but frowned upon noticing the man beside her. The man deliberately lowered his head, concealing his face with the collar of his coat. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen someone like this before. "So, you two are indeed checking into a double room?"
Su Shi inquired.
"Shall I first exchange a primary crystal core for points? The points will be divided between both of your room cards." "Yes," Song Roro nodded. Just then, a furious roar pierced through the air. "What do you mean? Yes? Sister, you truly are my dear sister." Song Roro stiffened, turning to see Song Pungpung storming towards her. Brimming with rage, those behind them, initially disheartened by their inability to secure a room, suddenly perked up at the unfolding drama. A spectacle was about to unfold. "Pungpung," Song Roro stammered, "I'm sorry, I had no choice. Yes, just too pitiful. Have you lost your mind? I am your biological sister. You would forsake me for a man you just met?" Song Pungpung retorted, her voice sharp with indignation. "I'm sorry, Regardless, you possess extraordinary abilities and are quite clever. Waiting a couple more days outside won't hurt. The hotel will eventually unlock new rooms," Song Roro whispered. Song Pungpung laughed in anger. Well. Had I known that during your overly compassionate moments, I should have left you to your own devices. When others stole your food, I shouldn't have risked my life to retrieve it for you. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want him or do you want me?" After a moment of hesitation, Song Roro, upon seeing the man's pitiful gaze, gritted her teeth and declared, I want him. Pungpung. Just wait a few more days, it will be fine." Song Pungpung's expression turned impassive. She abruptly felt that her anger was unwarranted. She would act as if she had no sister. From now on, Song Roro's fate, be it life or death, would no longer concern her. "Very well. You've made your choice. From this day forth, our sisterly bond is severed. I will never again concern myself with you. When you find yourself deceived by this man and filled with regret, do not blame me for watching the farce unfold." With that, Song Pungpung turned and strode away. Song Roro's face paled, but she did not call after her sister. Instead, she turned to Su Shi and said, "Please assist us with the check-in." Su Shi cast a disdainful glance her way and placed the crystal core on the machine. A glimmer of hope flickered across the man's face. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice rang out in the lobby. "Warning. A dangerous individual has been detected and is being removed from the premises." Everyone froze for a moment. Then they witnessed the man beside Song Roro vanish from the lobby in an instant. Song Roro. Su Shi. The crystal core disappeared, and the machine displayed 2 room cards. One bore Song Roro's name, while the other remained blank. Su Shi handed her the card and asked, "What dangerous individual did you bring in?"
I
don't know," Song Roro exclaimed, her face ashen. He claimed he had previously been involved with a hotel owner but was expelled due to some conflict, and he wished to speak with the owner again. Su Shi retorted, "What nonsense is he spewing? Our owner has always been single. How dare he spread such rumors? He is truly despicable. Who does he think he is?" "Gu Mingyu." A calm voice interjected. Su Shi turned to see Gu Wanyin standing not far away. She had witnessed the entire scene and immediately recognized that the man was indeed Gu Mingyu. One could not deny his extraordinary luck, twice escaping death. It seemed that the Zombie King's attention had been diverted by Nkaru, granting Gu Mingyu the opportunity to flee. In truth, since Gu Mingyu had already been blacklisted, he should have been teleported away the moment he entered the hotel. However, the system had developed a wicked sense of humor. It first allowed Gu Mingyu to queue, only to teleport him away just as he was about to successfully check in. It was a cruel game of hope and despair. So it was him. I suspected someone lacked shame. Su Shi scoffed. He then addressed the crowd in the lobby, saying, "There are no more available rooms. Please disperse. I will inform you when there are vacancies." The others, with no other choice, reluctantly departed. Only the pallid-faced Song Roro remained standing. "Your room is in building 2. You may proceed now, Susher stated. Noticing that Song Ruorua was still in a daze, he added mockingly. To abandon your own sister for a man you've just met. How impressive. Chapter 75, The Electronics Store and the Dessert Shop. Song Ruorua felt her face drain of color from his words and cautiously asked, Can I still have my sister stay with me in this room?
Sure.
Since it is a double room, it does not violate any regulations. However, I suspect your sister will not wish to stay with you nor concern herself with you anymore. Susha replied with a cold smirk. Moreover, that man is no ordinary character. I cannot predict how he will treat you now that you have failed to assist him. A sense of panic washed over Song Ruorua as she instinctively sought Gu Wanin's help. Yet, Gu Wanin ignored her and turned to leave. System. Where did you just teleport Gu Mingyu? Gu Wanin inquired. Nearby the hotel, the system responded. Gu Wanin pondered for a moment, wondering why he hadn't been sent to a horde of zombies or a space devoid of oxygen. But soon, she realized that for Gu Mingyu, death was not the most terrifying outcome. He must be seething with a desire for vengeance against her. Yet he stood at the hotel entrance, eyes fixed on the building, unable to enter and unable to harm Gu Wanin. The agony of such a predicament would surely be far worse than death. She relished the thought of tormenting him for a few days before dealing with him. A villainous smile crept across Gu Wanin's face. The hotel had unlocked a new electronics store and dessert shop. Inside the electronics store, one could find smartphones, tablets, laptops, and more. All electronic products were automatically connected to the internet, allowing guests to use them freely, even after leaving the hotel. However, they required charging, and each purchase came with a charger, as well as one complimentary opportunity to obtain a new charger. Naturally, in a post-apocalyptic world, electronically connected products came at a steep price. The cheapest smartphone cost over 5,000 points, with others priced even higher. Some premium items cost tens of thousands of points, but boasted exceptional performance. In the outside bases, merely gaining entry required several crystal cores. Inside the hotel, points converted from crystal cores could buy a cheap phone, and even tablets and laptops were available. For the people in this post-apocalyptic world, it was truly a momentous opportunity. However, for ordinary individuals, it required a longer accumulation of points. Consequently, more and more people often frequented the zombie simulation training camp to practice. In the dessert shop, a delightful array of treats awaited, including birthday cakes and freshly baked bread. The flavors were exquisite, with aromas wafting through the air, sweet yet not cloying, making them immensely popular. Prices were reasonable. A small dessert cost 10 points, while birthday cakes varied based on size, ranging from dozens to hundreds of points. Gu Mingyu was on the brink of madness. Days passed, and he remained like a fool, merely wandering near the hotel. He knew he could not enter the hotel, so he had hoped to find someone to lead him in. Perhaps it might work. Ultimately, he was still expelled. The hotel lay right before him, his nemesis within its walls, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The horrific image of Cairo being torn to shreds by the zombie king was indelibly etched in his mind, as was the memory of his elder brother, Gu Chengyu, who had also fallen victim to the zombie king's wrath, meeting a grim and final fate. Only he had managed to survive, albeit barely. He had intended to return to the Muro base, but had long since changed hands. Without his brother, even though his power level was considerable, he could not contend alone against other formidable abilities. No one would heed his words or show him any respect anymore. With no other recourse, he departed from the Muro base and perilously made his way to the hotel. But what was he to do now? What options remained? A suffocating rage brewed within him, threatening to combust his very insides. At that moment, he spotted Song Ruorua dashing out from the second building of the hotel. Upon seeing him, Song Ruorua appeared somewhat frightened. She cast a fleeting glance his way before anxiously scanning her surroundings, presumably in search of her sister, Song Pengpeng. Yet, she found no trace of her. Gu Mingyu was consumed with fury at the sight of her. This ineffectual woman had failed to grant him entry into the hotel. Truly a fool. Come here. Gu Mingyu beckoned to Song Ruorua. What do you want? Song Ruorua recoiled slightly. I had no choice. I wanted to take you in, but you've been blacklisted from the hotel. I bear you no ill will. She added hastily. Gu Mingyu sighed. Aren't you searching for your sister? I know where she is. I can lead you to her. Really? Song Ruorua's curiosity piqued as she stepped forward, Where did Prung Prung go? She went that way. Allow me to guide you. Song Ruo Rua indeed followed Gu Mingyu. However, after traversing a considerable distance, she still had not caught sight of Song Pung Pung. Is Pung Pung truly over here? She began to question. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Mingyu abruptly turned around, seizing her throat with a vice-like grip. Terror widened her eyes as she beheld the fierce countenance of Gu Mingyu, his face twisted with murderous intent. You foolish, useless thing, perish. Let go of me. Song Ruo Rua instinctively attempted to deploy her abilities, but at that moment, a tempest roared to life, lacerating her skin and rendering her nearly blind. This was Gu Mingyu's power. She was thoroughly subdued. This madman truly intended to kill her.
Why?
Had she not been kind to him? Did she not genuinely wish to assist him? Why then was he intent on her demise? She considered herself benevolent. Why was she not rewarded for her kindness? Just as her consciousness began to wane, she caught a glimpse of Song Pung Pung nearby. Pung Pung, save me, she pleaded desperately. However, Song Pung Pung merely regarded her with indifference before turning to flee. In that moment, realization dawned upon Song Ruo Rua, her eyes widening in disbelief as she succumbed to her fate at Gu Mingyu's hands. After dispatching her, Gu Mingyu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. In truth, he bore no true grudge against Song Ruo Rua, but he felt an urgent need to unleash his pent-up frustration. He could not dare to attack anyone else, as those surrounding the hotel were either powerful abilities or a mix of lesser abilities and ordinary people. He stood little chance alone. Thus, it had to be this foolish woman who bore the brunt of his wrath. Meanwhile, Gu Wanyin was preparing to drive to the supermarket when she spotted Song Pung Pung, breathless, accompanied by another girl, rushing inside. Boss, is there a vacant room?
Can we check in?
Having just witnessed Song Ruo Rua meeting her end at Gu Mingyu's hands, Song Pung Pung surmised that Gu Mingyu would likely be unable to secure a room at the hotel, which meant a vacancy had arisen. Seizing the opportunity before others could notice, she hastily grabbed a lone girl, hoping to team up for a double room. The girl readily agreed, and they hurried inside. Vacant room? Gu Wanyin inquired, puzzled, when the system's voice chimed in, detecting no life signs for guest Song Ruo Rua in room 3010 of Building 2. The room is now available. Song Ruo Rua is dead? Indeed, there was an empty room now. You may proceed with check-in, Gu Wanyin replied. Song Pung Pung promptly led the other girl to complete their check-in with great enthusiasm. There was no other choice. It was Song Ruo Rua who had initially abandoned her sister, so she should not bear any blame. Song Ruo Rua was killed by Gu Mingyu? Gu Wanyin shook her head with a sigh. This underscores the peril of placing trust in others during the apocalypse. And to think she disregarded her own sister for a stranger, it is truly incomprehensible. The system emitted a series of beeps in agreement. Gu Mingyu has tormented him for days. This menace must be eliminated, Gu Wanyin stated. Aren't you heading to the Peace supermarket? The system interjected. Gu Mingyu will undoubtedly attempt to harm you upon seeing you exit the hotel. At that moment, I will be justified in eliminating him without contravening any rules. Gu Wanyin nodded. Oh system, how devious you are. I adore you. She exited the hotel, driving towards the Peace supermarket. However, after driving a short distance, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. From his silhouette, it was unmistakably Gu Mingyu. Gu Wanyin raised an eyebrow, pressing the brake to halt her vehicle. Chapter 76. Killing him is no different from slaying a zombie.
Gu Wanyin.
Gu Mingyu seethed, each word laced with venom. What do you want? Gu Wanyin inquired, her tone indifferent. You are responsible for the deaths of Sister Ro Ro and my brother. I will kill you. With that declaration, Gu Mingyu bellowed and lunged at her, brandishing a knife with a ferocious expression, his visage resembling that of a zombie rather than a living man. Yet, just as he was about to reach her, his feet became inexplicably glued to the ground, rendering him immobile. He glared at Gu Wanyin, straining against his invisible restraints, but to no avail. What have you done? Gu Mingyu howled in despair. He could not comprehend how Gu Wanyin, an ordinary girl devoid of any abilities, had transformed the hotel into such an extraordinary place, rendering everyone incapable of harming her. Gu Wanyin approached him, effortlessly taking the knife from his grasp. Gu Mingyu, from the outset, I had no desire to compete with you. Your Mu Ro base is in another city, well stocked with resources. We could have coexisted peacefully. It is your unquenchable greed that has driven you to this dead end, not me. Before Gu Mingyu could respond, Gu Wanyin plunged the knife into his abdomen. He cried out in agony, his vision clouded with crimson. You! How dare you? Why would I not? Gu Wanyin withdrew the knife, seemingly unfazed by his suffering, only to plunge it into another location once more.
Ah!
You cannot kill me. Gu Mingyu panicked, despite having mentally prepared himself for a mutual demise. Yet, as death approached, an inescapable dread enveloped him. Why not? Gu Wanyin regarded him coldly. What? Is it permissible for you to repeatedly attempt to take my life while I am forbidden from retaliating? What logic is this? She had never taken a life before.
Not even that of a mere chicken.
However, recently she has also practiced several times in the zombie-killing training camp. Gu Mingyu, devoid of humanity, is not much different from a zombie. Thus, she finds it rather effortless to kill. Rest assured, this time you will not escape by mere chance. Gu Wanyin sneered. Did you not long for your dear sister Ro Ro and your elder brother? I shall promptly send you to reunite with them.
With that,
she plunged a knife directly into his heart. Gu Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as his towering figure collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. His body convulsed violently, blood gushing forth as he struggled in vain, unwilling to accept his fate, yet helplessly witnessing the life ebb away from him until he ultimately breathed his last. Gu Wanyin merely regarded him with cold indifference, retrieving a tissue from her pocket to wipe her hands. To speak truthfully, it would be a lie to claim that she felt no stirrings of emotion upon taking a life for the first time.
Yet,
she had always possessed the ability to swiftly regain her composure. After all, she had adapted to the sudden shift of crossing over with relative ease. This act of eliminating a scoundrel warranted a slight adjustment of her mood, and thus, it was nothing to her. Gu Mingyu was undeniably dead this time. He would never again be a nuisance to her. Gu Wanyin smiled coldly, casting one last glance at Gu Mingyu's lifeless body before getting into her car and driving away. The heat was oppressive once more. Despite it being midnight, temperatures still approached 50 degrees. Additionally, a significant earthquake had just transpired. The area surrounding the hotel had been stripped of other buildings, so the guests waiting for vacant rooms were not significantly affected by the quake. In fact, they had witnessed that amidst such a violent tremor, the two hotel towers remained as steadfast as mountains, showing no signs of disturbance. Remarkably, the guests inside the hotel were entirely oblivious to the earthquake outside. They were genuinely envious, eager to secure a room within the hotel. However, with no vacancies available, they could do nothing but endure the sweltering heat outside. Some wore insulated suits, finding some relief, while those without them fanned themselves desperately, yet in such oppressive heat. It seemed futile. At that moment, a man and a woman approached the vicinity of the hotel, their clothing tattered and their faces grimy. We've finally arrived, the woman exclaimed, gazing at the hotel in delight. Peace Hotel, this is the place. Look, it's still brightly lit. The man murmured, since the apocalypse began, I haven't seen so many lights. Yet, the woman frowned, observing the throng of people around the hotel. I heard that rooms are scarce. Could it be that there are no vacancies and everyone is waiting? When will we ever get a room then? The man whispered. Neither of us has any special abilities. We certainly won't compete against them. What if we fail to secure a room and end up getting killed? In these times, human life held little value. Death went unnoticed. I know, but I really want to stay at the hotel, the woman said longingly. The man pondered for a moment and suggested, why don't we go in and ask? It wouldn't hurt to inquire. Perhaps someone will check out just in time. That makes sense. Let us go take a look. With that, the two entered the hotel. The others watching them enter showed little reaction. It was commonplace for hopeful individuals to inquire about room availability, only to return empty-handed. Such a fine hotel, after all, would not easily relinquish a room once occupied. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the brightness of the lobby and the comfortable temperature. Left speechless for a moment, they had heard tales of the hotel's wonders, but witnessing it firsthand exceeded their wildest expectations. Inside the hotel, it felt like a different world altogether compared to the outside. They approached a staff member at the front desk. Are there any vacant rooms? The woman asked eagerly. We have gold rings to exchange for points. I'm sorry, but we currently have no vacancies, replied Fong Yang, the staff member on duty, offering a polite smile. We will inform you once a room becomes available. Isn't there a single room available? Not even one? The man pressed, unwilling to give up. No, I'm afraid not. Fong Yang replied amiably. Understanding the desperation of those outside, he felt no harm in answering a few more questions. Disappointment and frustration washed over the faces of the man and woman. Let's just wait outside a bit longer, the man suggested. The woman nodded in resignation. Just then, Wanyin yawned as she walked in. She had just spent the night gaming with 4 other guests at an internet cafe, engaged in a series of 5 matches against AI opponents. However, their skill levels were not particularly high, and they became so engrossed in the games that they lost track of time. Feeling exceedingly fatigued, she had returned to rest. The man and woman froze upon seeing her, then uncertainly called out, Wanyin? Just as Wanyin finished yawning, her eyes still glistening with sleep, she rubbed them and politely inquired, May I ask who you are? What are you pretending for? The woman scoffed coldly. I refuse to believe you've forgotten us. Haha, I can't believe you're still alive. You're quite lucky. The man remarked. I thought you'd been bitten by a zombie long ago. Wanyin furrowed her brow, regarding the pair with scrutiny. Could they be people from the original host's past? She began sifting through the memories of the original host. Since her arrival in this new world, she had scarcely revisited the original host's memories. After all, aside from cola and hamburgers, everyone she once knew was absent, and in this apocalypse, she had no idea if they would ever reunite, so there seemed little point in searching. Soon, she located the couple within the original host's recollections. After viewing the memories, her eyes turned icy. The man's name was Yu Bao, and the woman's was Fong Jintao. They were both classmates of the original host. The pair were in a romantic relationship, but Yu Bao had developed feelings for the original host and had pursued her in secret. Naturally, the original host had rejected him, having no interest in Yu Bao and solely wishing to focus on her studies and gain admission to university. However, somehow, Fong Jintao learned of Yu Bao's pursuit and concluded that the original host must have seduced him. Consequently, she rallied several friends to bully the original host, while Yu Bao, humiliated by the rejection, joined in the torment. They engaged in acts of humiliation, such as throwing water, placing nails in her shoes, writing insults on her desk, tearing her textbooks, dirtying her uniform, and even putting insects in her food, all manner of cruelty. Sometimes they cornered her, physically assaulting her. Coming from an orphanage, the original host had no one to stand up for her, and she could only endure in silence until graduation, finally escaping their clutches. Hey, Wanyin, you stay at this hotel? Haha, perfect. Quickly give us your room. Fong Jintao grinned menacingly. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. The original host had suffered severe bullying at their hands, so upon seeing them, she reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat.
Now.
Fong Jintao instinctively felt superior in Wanyin's presence. Meanwhile, Fong Yang, observing from the side, felt his heart race with fear. Do these two individuals truly comprehend the gravity of their actions? What are they attempting to do to Boss Gu? Wanyin's lips curled into a faint smile. Sister. In this apocalyptic world, what do you think you are? Even if I hadn't traversed here, the original host would still stand in my place. Who, in this end times, would still concern themselves with someone like Fong Jintao? Did she believe she could still engage in school bullying as she did before the apocalypse? The recollection of the original host's past encounters ignited Wanyin's ire. Those who perpetrate school violence deserve nothing but disdain. Although the original host managed to graduate, she endured much torment before reaching that milestone, leaving her with profound psychological scars. Had the apocalypse not occurred, and had the original host followed her intended path, attending university, securing employment, those scars would likely haunt her for a lifetime. What did you say? Have you grown bolder after more than a year apart? Fong Jintao retorted angrily. It seems today, I must teach you a proper lesson. With that, Yu Bao raised his hand. Just then, Fong Yang shouted, Stop. That is our hotel's owner. What are you doing? Upon hearing this, both Fong Jintao and Yu Bao froze, and as the realization of Fong Yang's words sank in, a shiver coursed through them, leaving their faces pale with fear. You are the hotel owner? Fong Jintao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be possible? Yu Bao stammered in panic. The very person they had bullied and humiliated Wanyin, had transformed into the owner of the Peace Hotel after the apocalypse. They had indeed heard that the hotel owner's surname was Gu, but they had never connected it to Wanyin. Had they not encountered her today, they might have forgotten her entirely. Indeed, even though they had inflicted deep harm upon someone, causing immense psychological trauma, it had seemed to them a trivial matter, hardly worthy of their concern. Wanyin remained silent. Her lack of response only heightened Yu Bao and Fong Jintao's anxiety. If they were merely former classmates, perhaps they could plead with Wanyin to show mercy and grant them a room, even if it meant staying in the lobby. However, considering how they had treated her in the past, was it too late to beg for forgiveness? We were wrong. Yu Bao faltered, collapsing to his knees. We were young and foolish back then. Gu, please don't hold it against us. Yes. We have regretted it since graduating. Fong Jintao added nervously. Regret? I truly did not notice it before, Wanyin replied coldly, and it is too late to acknowledge your mistakes now. No sooner had she finished speaking than a mechanical voice resonated through the lobby, warning, dangerous actions towards the owner detected within the hotel, initiating removal and punishment. Before Yu Bao and Fong Jintao could even register their fear, they vanished from the hotel in an instant. Wanyin felt a surge of satisfaction. The system certainly would not transport them to a pleasant locale. This could be considered a form of retribution for the original host. Yu Bao and Fong Jintao experienced a wave of dizziness. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a terrifying forest, surrounded by towering trees that blocked out the moonlight, leaving them enveloped in darkness. What do we do? I'm scared. Fong Jintao clung tightly to Yu Bao's arm. I'm scared too. What kind of place is this? Yu Bao thought of pushing Fong Jintao away. He had stayed with her for companionship during the apocalypse, as he had no special abilities and felt vulnerable alone. Fong Jintao's bold demeanor and her knack for petty theft and bullying the weak had occasionally provided him with food. However, should danger arise, he would not concern himself with her fate. At that moment, they heard something drawing nearer. Chapter 78, The Special Building and the Interdimensional Passage. Fong Jintao was so frightened she dared not breathe, while Yu Bao's hair stood on end. They were oblivious to their surroundings and the potential creatures that lurked within. After all, in the apocalypse, many mutated beasts had emerged. Soon, they sensed the presence of something approaching them, Fong Jintao even feeling its breath upon her. Unable to contain herself, she screamed and pushed Yu Bao aside, running forward. Yet, after only a few paces, she felt something above her and in an instant, her head was bitten off.
Jintao, what happened to you?
Yu Bao shouted, but received no answer. All he could hear was the sound of chewing. Overcome with shock, Yu Bao stood frozen, his pants soaked, as he helplessly sensed the creature drawing closer. It was once again the time for the monthly interstellar system ranking day. Upon rising, Wanyin greeted the system, but received no response, indicating that it had likely returned to the interstellar realm. With the influx of guests and a rise in prices, securing the top rank should be well within the system's capabilities. After completing her morning routine and sharing breakfast with her 2 children, who subsequently left for school, Wanyin entered the lobby, only to discover it was snowing outside. Ordinarily, it was still too early for snow, but in this apocalyptic world, the weather defied logic. The snowfall was substantial. The number of people waiting to check in had significantly decreased, as many sought shelter from the snow, leaving only a few tents remaining. Though the temperature inside the hotel was quite comfortable, the sight of the heavy snowfall made Wanyin feel a chill. She hurried to the milk tea shop to grab a cup of hot red bean milk tea. Many customers seemed to share her sentiments, as most were purchasing warm beverages. Boss Gu, the milk tea at the hotel is truly miraculous, Bai Shuwen remarked, holding a cup of hot jasmine milk green tea. I drink it almost every day. Yet I haven't gained a single pound. Wanyin smiled. The milk tea here has no adverse effects on your body, hence it won't lead to weight gain. That's wonderful. I no longer have to avoid sugar in my coffee like before. Bai Shuwen expressed her relief. I've noticed your skin has improved significantly lately, Wanyin commented. I bought a set of skincare products. They were a bit pricey, but they feel fantastic. Bai Shuwen replied. Hey, Boss Gu, you too. You seem to be growing more radiant. Her words were sincere, not intended as flattery. Bai Shuwen felt that Wanyin appeared more beautiful than when she had first arrived at the hotel. Wanyin chuckled. After all, She had been using the exclusive skincare products provided by the system. The quality was undeniably superb. Not only did they nourish her skin, but they also enhanced her appearance. This was her unique advantage. The higher-end skincare products available in shops undoubtedly offered remarkable results, effectively whitening skin, combating aging, and providing top-notch hydration and acne treatment. However, none could specifically enhance one's beauty as the system's products did. While improving skin tone and eliminating blemishes could indeed make a person appear more attractive, it merely addressed physical imperfections rather than enhancing overall beauty. After all, the system favored her alone. Wanyin, possessing an inherently exquisite appearance, found her features further enhanced by the skincare products provided by the system, making her truly radiant. Upon exiting the milk tea shop, she heard the familiar voice of the system. "Host, I am back." "Back so soon?" Wanyin inquired. "Didn't you attend the ranking day?" "Indeed. But after hearing my own ranking, along with those of number 066 and number 073, I returned. I know number 066 is the system from the horror world. Who is number 073? That would be another Wanyin system, the system replied. The legendary Mary Sue system. For some reason, the name Mary Sue system brought a smile to Wanyin's face. I see, did they still end up second? Not quite. The system's voice bore a hint of disappointment. Number 066 has found a new host and surprisingly secured second place this month, pushing number 073 to third. Wanyin felt a twinge of regret. After all, she shared a certain affinity with the other Wanyin, and her heart naturally leaned towards her counterpart. Nevertheless, achieving second place showcased the capabilities of number 066 and the new host, which was commendable. So, we still secured first place this time, right? Absolutely. The system proclaimed proudly. What rewards do we have? Wanyin asked, her excitement palpable. Let me see. Unlocking all rooms on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of building number 2. Upgrading all rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors of building number 2 once. Unlocking a special building. Unlocking all rooms on the 2nd floor of the special building. Unlocking the elixir shop. Unlocking all products in the unlimited elixir shop. Unlocking one elevator in building number 2. Unlocking one elevator in the special building. Unlocking a passage to another realm, and unlocking an amusement park along with its related facilities. That's it. Wanyin was only able to comprehend about half of this impressive list of rewards. What exactly is the special building? And what kind of elixirs are sold in the elixir shop? Also, what is this passage to another realm? The special building is designated for exceptional guests, the system explained. Wanyin remarked, to hear you speak is akin to receiving a wealth of knowledge. Guests eligible for the special building are not human. What else could they be? Wanyin questioned, somewhat perplexed. Could they possibly be zombies? Of course not. Zombies are humanity's greatest adversary. To accumulate more points, humans must rely on hunting zombies for crystals. How could they possibly be allowed to stay in a hotel? The system clarified. Let me tell you about the passage to another realm. This time, we unlocked the demon realm, meaning certain creatures from there can traverse the passage to our location. The special building is where they will reside, and the elixir shop sells elixirs meant for these creatures. I see. Wanyin nodded. Although the notion of the demon realm and its inhabitants seemed fantastical, having already traversed apocalyptic landscapes and horror worlds, she felt it was nothing beyond her capacity to accept. However, if we allow demons to take residence here, wouldn't human guests be frightened? Wanyin expressed her concern. Actually, even demon guests must adhere to the hotel's regulations. They cannot harm anyone within the premises. Moreover, I must stress that the demons from the realm selected by the interstellar system are benign and pose no threat. The special building was specifically unlocked to accommodate them, primarily to alleviate fears from our human clientele. Chapter 79. Amusement Park, Haunted House. Reassured by the system's explanation, Wanyin felt at ease. As long as points could be earned, she would welcome any type of guest. However, ensuring the safety of other guests was paramount. Otherwise, it would tarnish the hotel's reputation. What can the guests from the demon realm offer in exchange for points? Wanyin inquired. Naturally, their treasures. The system replied. For instance, the renowned immortal-seeking flower from the demon realm can be exchanged for 100 points per blossom. However, the quantity of these flowers is limited. They can also trade demon shells or jewelry from their realm. The second floor of the special building consists of single rooms, priced at 200 points per day. Is it significantly more expensive than human guest rooms? Wanyin expressed her surprise, considering that demons are adept at procuring their treasures. Even if the immortal-seeking flowers are scarce, other items should be easily obtained. Additionally, they face no dangers from the apocalypse, so their visits would be more akin to leisure, seeking elixirs. If the prices were too low, it would indeed be unfair to them. With this in mind, the potential for earning points seemed quite substantial. An advertisement has already been set up in the demon realm. Now we simply await our guests, the system announced. Excellent. We've unlocked an entire 3 floors of rooms. The guests outside will surely be thrilled. With the snow having ceased, although the air remained chilly, many people were already waiting outside, bundled in thick coats, shivering. Su Shi called out, "We have available rooms." Instantly, a rush of guests hurried into the hotel to check in. The system also made an announcement within the hotel about the newly opened amusement park. The amusement park was vast, akin to Jurassic Park, and the system had created a separate space for it. Upon entering through a door, one would find themselves in the amusement park, complete with various attractions such as roller coasters, pirate ships, drop towers, log flumes, carousels, bumper cars, and even a haunted house. For 50 points, guests could enjoy unlimited access for 8 hours, with no additional charges for individual attractions, though queues might form during peak times. After dinner, Wanyin decided to take Kaylee and Hanbao to the amusement park for a while, as they would need to spend points and could come and go freely. With the weekend approaching, the 2 children were in no hurry to complete their homework that evening. They had always been diligent in their studies, so she thought it best to let them relax a little. The time within the amusement park synchronized with the outside world, so it had already grown dark inside. Yet the bright lights created an inviting atmosphere without hindering enjoyment. Shortly after finishing their meal, Wanyin hesitated to take them on the roller coaster. Despite the system ensuring safety in the amusement park, the thought of them getting nauseous was not appealing. Thus, she first led them to a few milder attractions and then to the carousel. As they passed the haunted house, Kaylee and Hanbao eagerly expressed their desire to enter. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Wanyin asked with a smile. It might be quite frightening. After all, this was a haunted house produced by the system, and it would surely be thrilling. Hanbao clung tightly to her side, nodding resolutely with a face that suggested he was prepared for anything. "We want to go." Wanyin couldn't help but chuckle. Some individuals, despite being timid, still have an insatiable curiosity for horror films. Although Hanbao might be scared, he was undeniably intrigued by the haunted house. With her by their side and no real danger present, Wanyin decided to accompany the 2 into the attraction. Having already faced numerous horrors in the terror world, she felt somewhat immune to the concept of a haunted house. After all, she had encountered all manner of spirits in those realms. However, she had underestimated the system's haunted house. If it were merely an NPC dressed as a ghost standing before her, it would pose no threat. Yet within the haunted house, various specters would suddenly leap out, combined with narratives such as climbing from under the bed to grasp her leg, or tapping her shoulder from behind and grabbing her hair. Overall, it was quite the thrilling experience. Upon finally exiting the haunted house, both Wanyin and the children let out deep breaths of relief. "That was so thrilling," Hanbao exclaimed. "Sister, can we come back again next time? There are still so many storylines left for us to experience." The Kola seemed eager to join in the fun. Wanyin felt a tearless lament. She had finally realized that the audacity of these 2 little ones was indeed remarkable. "Sister, let's go ride the roller coaster." Wanyin nodded, leading the 2 children towards the direction of the ride, while internally inquiring of the system. "System, where do you find the NPCs in the haunted house? Are they staff from the interstellar realm?" "Not at all," the system replied. "I applied to the interstellar authorities to transfer employees from the world of horror." Wanyin pondered. "So, does that mean they are actually ghosts from the horror world? They truly are phantoms?" "Of course," the system responded with a hint of curiosity. What haunted house could be called such without ghosts? Upon exiting the amusement park, both Cola and Hamburger were elated, still filled with lingering excitement. After all, they were merely children. Such places held immense allure for them. However, their exuberance had worn them out, and they rubbed their eyes as they returned to their room to sleep. It was now Fong Yang's shift, and Wanyin greeted him. inquiring about the occupancy of the vacant rooms. Fully booked. Fong Yang grinned. Before I swapped shifts with Su Shi, there were only a few rooms left. And I just checked in several guests, so now it's all filled up. Gu Wanyin nodded and asked, what about the special building? Has anyone checked in there yet? She had already briefed Su Shi and Fong Yang about the demon realm and the special building. Not yet. Fong Yang shook his head. Boss, do you really think there will be monsters? Although this hotel is quite extraordinary, as if anything could happen, I still feel like monsters belong only on television. Yet, he once thought zombies were purely fictional as well, and now that seemed less strange. Just as Gu Wanyin was about to respond, the hotel door swung open from the outside. Both Gu Wanyin and Fong Yang turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing the guest who entered, their pupils constricted. A voluptuous woman stepped in, and what drew the most attention was the astonishing sight of 9 long fox tails trailing behind her. Is this a 9-tailed fox demon? Gu Wanyin gazed intently at the fox demon as she approached. She was aware that such scrutiny was impolite, yet her eyes were unable to tear away from the enchanting creature. The allure was not merely due to her beauty, but rather the captivating aura she exuded, utterly irresistible. Truly, she was a fox demon. As the fox demon reached the front desk, she cast a seductive smile at Gu Wanyin. I heard there's a new hotel here, so I thought I'd come and have some fun. Chapter 80. The 9-tailed fox demon. Fong Yang, being a young man, was utterly spellbound by the charm of the fox demon, rendered speechless as he simply stared at her in a daze. It was Gu Wanyin who regained her composure first. Smiling as she welcomed, "Welcome. Please take a look at our hotel regulations. Guests from the demon realm must check into the special building and to exchange points. You'll need items from the demon realm. Do you have any Xiao flowers? 1 flower is worth 100 points, and to stay a night, you'll need 200 points. I have some, the 9-tailed fox demon replied. The sign said that Xiao flowers can be used to exchange for points, and I brought quite a few with me. Her words were laced with charm, yet they felt utterly natural. This must be the innate allure of a fox demon. Gu Wanyin wiped her mouth discreetly, ensuring she wasn't drooling. As the proprietor, she had to maintain her composure. The 9-tailed fox demon raised her hand, and several luminous orbs appeared in her palm, each containing a small, lovely purple flower. Fong Yang finally snapped back to reality, blushing as he said, "Please place the Xiao flowers on this machine." The 9-tailed fox demon giggled, placing the flowers upon the counter. She had brought 8 flowers in total. Exchanging them for 800 points and checking into room 201 of the special building. However, she had only paid for 1 night, as it seemed she intended to purchase more items with the remaining 600 points. After receiving her room card, the 9-tailed fox demon tossed her hair playfully and remarked, "It's my first time here, and I'm not very familiar with your establishment. Could you provide me with a detailed introduction?" "Of course," Fong Yang replied. "Our establishment is not just a bar. Hotel." Gu Wanyin recognized that Fong Yang was floundering. Yet one couldn't blame him. As an ordinary young man, he was unable to resist the enchanting presence of the 9-tailed fox demon. Furthermore, she did not resemble the traditional portrayals seen on television, dressed in ancient garb. Instead, she wore a strikingly tight red outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. The demon realm was indeed a marvelous place. "I'll take over," Gu Wanyin volunteered. "I am the owner of this hotel. How about I show you around?" "Sure," the 9-tailed fox demon responded, affectionately linking her arm with Gu Wanyin's. "You can just call me 9-tails." This was Gu Wanyin's first encounter with a living fox demon, and she found her quite different from her imagination. She was not aloof at all, and aside from her mesmerizing charm, she resembled a friendly older sister with a delightful fragrance surrounding her. Gu Wanyin guided her through the hotel, and most importantly, brought her to the elixir shop located on the first floor of the special building. The shop was adorned in an antique style, with a subtle scent of incense that was calming and soothing. In the center stood a sizable alchemical furnace, creating an immersive atmosphere. Upon seeing the various elixirs displayed on the counter, the 9-tailed fox demon's eyes sparkled. Gu Wanyin joined her as they approached. Noticing that each elixir was accompanied by a card detailing its effects. There were elixirs for enhancing cultivation, strengthening the body, beautifying the skin, increasing charm, and even some that promised the possibility of acquiring new skills. There were even elixirs that could assist non-human demons in quickly transforming into their human forms. However, these were among the most expensive, with a single elixir capable of enhancing one's cultivation for a year costing an astonishing 5,000 points. This was not the same 5,000 points as in other shops. After all, items from the demon realm could only be exchanged for limited points. Considering a Chiu Xian flower was worth merely 100 points. Moreover, demons could not trade crystals for points. However, one could argue that consuming such an elixir could save a year of training, which was worthwhile for demons, wasn't it? Incredible! The nine-tailed fox exclaimed. Are these elixirs truly that miraculous? Absolutely, Wanyin affirmed. The products from our hotel are of the highest quality. Yet, the nine-tailed fox demon now had only 600 points left on her room card. After perusing the selections, she found she could only afford the cheapest invigorating pill. The nine-tailed fox demon expressed some regret. It seems I brought too few Chiu Xian flowers. After some thought, she decided not to waste her points and would bring more items to exchange for points when she returned to the demon realm tomorrow. She expressed her fondness for Wanyin, promising to bring more guests the following day to help increase her business. Wanyin felt elated. The nine-tailed fox was truly a delightful creature, possessing both beauty and kindness. As Wanyin returned to her room, she noticed Yang still lost in thought at the lobby. She approached him and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Wake up. You're not bewitched by the nine-tailed fox, are you? Yang swallowed hard, struggling to suppress the scream that threatened to erupt from his throat.
Boss.
There really are monsters, he exclaimed excitedly, and she is so enchanting. Yang said, it's strange. It's not that she's exceptionally beautiful, but there's just something about her that captivates people after all. She is a demon. Wanyin remarked, still a fox demon. Your allure is innate. However, you must maintain your composure. An increasing number of supernatural beings will be arriving, and it appears that most of them prefer to come at night. How can you manage if you're not steady? Yang jolted, finally becoming fully alert. Indeed, he was a hotel attendant and had previously promised his boss to work diligently. He could not afford any slip-ups. Yes, boss. Yang pounded his chest in assurance. I will certainly keep my composure. Wanyin nodded. She had known Su Shi and Yang as reliable service personnel for quite some time, so she harbored considerable trust in both of them. It was entirely normal to be excited upon encountering demons for the first time. Things would surely improve thereafter. Although Wanyin had already discussed the demon realm passage and the special floors with other guests at the hotel the following morning, when everyone spotted the leisurely breakfasting nine-tailed fox in the dining hall, they were still taken aback. Those nine tails appeared soft and seemed quite petable. Yet, none dared to approach and touch them, opting instead to gaze from a distance. Unperturbed by the many eyes upon her, the nine-tailed fox finished her breakfast. Glancing at the card from which 50 points had already been deducted, feeling somewhat troubled, the demon realm did not possess human food, and she could not resist the temptation to taste it. To her surprise, she became addicted, spending 50 points on just one breakfast. Compared to the price of elixirs, this amount of points was trivial, yet the demon's most pressing need was indeed elixirs. She would return to the demon realm shortly to gather more xianhua and jewelry to exchange for points. Wanyin and the cola hamburger also came for breakfast. And since the nine-tailed fox held a fondness for Wanyin, she likewise took a liking to the cola hamburger, even offering her tails for them to pet. The hamburger embraced one of the tails, unable to part with it. The nine-tailed fox then said to Wanyin, I will return to the demon realm today and bring a few friends with me. However, one of my sisters is a cat demon, and her temperament is rather aloof. Chapter 81. The Coy Little Demon. That's perfectly fine, Wanyin replied cheerfully. As long as she can earn points, it matters not if the guests are high-strung. The nine-tailed fox chuckled, poking her cheek playfully. Wait for my return. After the nine-tailed fox departed for the demon realm, the two little ones worked on their homework while Wanyin settled on the sofa, indulging in some cat petting with a side of fries.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Entertain 5 demon guests. Task rewards. Unlock all rooms on the 7th floor of Building 2. Upgrade the 4th and 5th floors of Building 2 once. Unlock all rooms on the 3rd floor of the special building. Unlock the cinema and related facilities. And unlock the toy store, along with unlimited access to all merchandise. As Gu Wanyin continued to pet the cat, she inquired inwardly, by the way, system. I've always wanted to know, what happens if a human consumes the elixirs from the elixir shop? It is of no use, the system responded, like eating jelly beans. No, that's not quite right. Elixirs aren't sweet, so it's akin to consuming tasteless beans. That explains it. Gu Wanyin noticed a sign at the entrance of the elixir shop stating that human guests were prohibited. However, it was likely that ordinary individuals would not dare to venture into the special building anyway.
Oh.
There's something I've been meaning to address. Gu Wanyin's spirits lifted as she recalled, you previously mentioned that the NPCs in the haunted house were drawn from the horror realm. Could you apply once more with the interstellar agency to transfer the man in black here? The man in black had previously confided in her that he disliked being an NPC and didn't he relish consuming humans. He had even surreptitiously expressed a desire to accompany her. Since she had already taken him under her wing, she certainly could not forget him now. That can be arranged. There is no need for a formal request. The Interstellar Agency granted me 10 slots, and I have only brought over 9, leaving 1 remaining. I shall retrieve him immediately.
Yay.
Although the man in black would still serve as an NPC in the haunted house, his role would solely involve scaring guests without the need to consume them. Even if he wished to, the ghosts in the haunted house posed no harm to the guests. Moreover, as an NPC in the haunted house, any mistakes he made would incur lighter penalties. The man in black would no longer have to worry about vanishing into thin air. While he had previously consumed humans, that had occurred in the horror realm, where it was either humans slaughtering demons or demons feasting on humans. Both were coerced by circumstance, and it was impossible to delineate right from wrong. As long as he obeyed upon his arrival here, all would be well. Disobedience would simply result in his return. The system worked swiftly, and before long, the man in black was brought over. Gu Wanyin awaited him at the haunted house entrance. A dark passage appeared, and then the man in black emerged. Sister. Boo-hoo, sister, how wonderful. I knew you wouldn't forget me. All right, no need to cry. Gu Wanyin consoled him by patting his shoulder. Come here and work diligently, otherwise, you might find yourself sent back to the horror realm. I will do my best. I never want to return. The man in black vowed. Good. Then you understand the rules here, correct? Absolutely, sister. Have no worries. Generally, NPCs in the haunted house were not permitted to leave, let alone enter the guests' living quarters. However, there was a special space within the haunted house designated for NPCs to reside, eat, and enjoy leisure activities. They were also compensated with wages to purchase food and necessities. Yet, these matters were managed by the Interstellar Agency, relieving Gu Wanyin of any concerns. Go on and now. Rest well today, and you'll start your duties tomorrow. Okay. The man in black entered, and Gu Wanyin took the opportunity to enjoy a ride on the roller coaster. The thrill of the ride was exhilarating. Once she finished and exited the amusement park, it was time for lunch. She intended to call the Cola hamburger out for a meal, but upon returning to the lobby, she saw a new guest entering. This guest, like the nine-tailed fox, wore red attire, yet her style was entirely different, a cute, puffed dress, with her hair styled into 2 little buns atop her head. At first glance, she resembled an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She carried a delicate little suitcase in her hand. Gu Wanyin mused that she must have come from the demon realm. A child of 11 or 12 years from a post-apocalyptic human world would hardly appear so pristine and leisurely. Hello, big sister. I'm from the demon realm. I heard there's a hotel here that sells marvelous elixirs and serves human food. The girl's voice was melodious. Indeed. You've come to the right place. Gu Wanyin smiled. Would you like to check in?
Yes.
But first, may I inquire if there's a pool or something similar? There is a hot spring. Gu Wanyin replied. Yay, that works. The little girl set her suitcase down at the front desk and opened it. Gu Wanyin and Su Shi, who was on duty at the front desk, were taken aback. The suitcase was filled to the brim with xianhua. Didn't the system claim that xianhua were scarce in the demon realm? The nine-tailed fox had only brought 8 when she arrived. How could this adorable little demon bring so many at once? Was it possible that she appeared small but possessed immense strength, making her invincible in the demon realm? Just place the xianhua on the machine, Su Shi instructed.
All right.
The little girl poured the xianhua onto the machine. Soon a room card materialized. Gu Wanyin leaned in to catch a glimpse and discovered that the little girl was named Huanli. Moreover, The room card possesses a staggering 7,000 points. Each magical flower is worth 100 points, and she has 70 of them in her suitcase. As Sushar handed the room card to her, he inquired curiously, "Dear guest, where did you acquire so many magical flowers?" "I picked them up," Wanli chuckled, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I saw the billboard advertising this place, so I decided to visit. Then I noticed that magical flowers could be exchanged for points, and I thought I must gather a few. Lo and behold, I found one after just a few steps, and then another. I picked them all up." Sushar exclaimed, "Your luck is simply extraordinary." Guanyin recalled that Huanli had just asked her if there was a pond nearby. With such fortuitous luck, could it be? Unable to restrain her curiosity, Guanyin asked, "Are you a koi?" "Indeed." Huanli nodded enthusiastically. "I am a little koi spirit. You are truly remarkable, beautiful sister, to have seen through my identity." Guanyin thought to herself, "No wonder. Being a koi surely brings immense luck. Can I purchase items in the hotel now?" Huanli inquired eagerly. "Of course. Would you like to see your room first, or perhaps buy some elixirs?" Guanyin offered. Huanli licked her lips in anticipation and declared, "No, I want to buy food first. I've been craving human cuisine for ages. I've heard about a dish called hot pot, which is said to be exceptionally delicious." Chapter 82. Guanyin mused that this little koi was indeed a foodie. Most demons likely came here for elixirs, merely sampling human delicacies on the side. Yet this little koi was evidently here solely for the food. How fortuitous. "I plan to enjoy hot pot for lunch as well. After I return, I'll invite my siblings and then take you along," Guanyin suggested. "Sounds great." Guanyin hurried back to summon Kele and Hanbao, while Sushar curiously asked Huanli, "Are you really not interested in buying any elixirs? I heard there are many wondrous elixirs that can enhance cultivation and strengthen magical powers. Don't you want any?" "No need." Huanli waved her hand dismissively. "Our koi clan has never cared for magical prowess or cultivation. We simply live life as we please. Yet, each of us leads a joyful and healthy life." Sushar nodded in agreement. After all, she was a koi, graced with a great halo of fortune. What significance did cultivation and magical power hold for her? Before long, Guanyin emerged with Kele and Hanbao. "Wow, sister, your dress is beautiful," Hanbao exclaimed upon seeing her. Huanli blushed with delight at the compliment and cheerfully took her hand, saying, "Your dress is lovely too. Everyone looks wonderful." Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Huanli eagerly began to order. After all, she had exchanged over 70 magical flowers for 7,000 points, and with a 10-day stay costing 2,000 points, she still had 5,000 remaining. Since she was not purchasing elixirs, she could certainly indulge in food without hesitation, though the table was spacious. If she ordered everything on the menu, there would surely be insufficient space. Therefore, Huanli ordered while eating, and her speed was astonishing. Guanyin watched in amazement as she devoured over a dozen plates of meat and vegetables, still appearing unsatisfied. It was understandable. For although Huanli seemed to be merely a child of 10 years, she could very well be a demon several hundred or even thousands of years old. For a demon, consuming human food was hardly a concern. Moreover, the more Huanli ate, the happier she became. Accumulating points, after all, eat more. Guanyin observed her with a maternal smile. However, she noticed that Huanli refrained from ordering any fish-related dishes. Though she was a demon, it was still inappropriate to consume her own kind. In the afternoon, Jiawei indeed returned with not only a large box full of items, but also 3 friends in tow. Among them was a male and a female. The female demon wore a cropped top, her legs long and graceful, rivaling Jiawei in stature. However, she bore an expression devoid of emotion, not even casting a glance at Guanyin upon entering. Upon noticing the cat tail behind her, Guanyin understood. This must be the aloof cat demon friend Jiawei had mentioned. Reflecting on the notoriously high-strung nature of some feline beings, Guanyin found it unsurprising that a cat demon would also exhibit such aloofness. Another female demon donned a soft green gown, exuding a gentle and intellectual aura. Upon entering, she grasped Guanyin's hand, praising her for being capable of opening the passage from the demon realm to the human realm and allowing them to stay in the hotel. Guanyin felt a surge of excitement as this beautiful sister held her hand. She noticed that the leaves depicted on the gown suggested a connection to flora. The last was a male demon, impeccably dressed in a suit, resembling a domineering human CEO and quite handsome. He seemed rather ordinary, merely smiling at Wanyin, leaving her to ponder his true nature as a demon. Wanyin, I believe I have brought enough items to exchange for points this time, Wei declared joyfully. Opening the box, inside lay an abundance of magical flowers and an assortment of gold, silver, and jewels that nearly dazzled Wanyin's eyes. The other 3 demons also carried a box each, containing similar treasures. Magical flowers are truly hard to find. We searched for quite some time to gather these. Wei recounted, adding that they felt it was still insufficient, prompting them to bring along more jewels. Hurry, Sure, exchange their items for points and check them in. Wanyin urged excitedly. Points. These are all points. The opening of the Demon Realm passage was indeed splendid. Henceforth, which system could rival hers? Sure promptly loaded points onto Wei's room card and processed the check-in for the other 3 demons as well. In an instant, Wei's room card boasted over 10,000 points, with the others not far behind. Wanyin noted their names on the room cards. Mao Er, Xu Ling, and Yu Ying. So the male demon was indeed an eagle. In the future, she would have the opportunity to encounter a variety of demons, broadening her horizons. Once the points were added, Wei inquired, Is there a place here to drink? We plan to gather this evening. Indeed. There's a bar, Wanyin replied. Earlier that day, Wanyin had created a hotel map and posted it in the lobby, indicating the locations of various establishments. I see it. Is this the bar?
Yu Ying pointed at the map.
Yes, there's a disco bar and a lounge bar. If you merely wish to drink and chat, the lounge bar will suffice. All right. Will you join us? Xu Ling asked with a warm smile, suggesting they could invite a few human friends as well, treating them if they were unafraid. Though their primary expenditure was on elixirs, they believed they could afford some drinks, and if necessary, they could always return for more jewels to exchange for points. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyin agreed. Gathering with demons would be quite a novel experience, especially as she found both Wei and Xu Ling quite likable. Yet, throughout the entire exchange, Mao Er remained silent, truly aloof. That evening, Wanyin brought Zhuang Xiaoxia and Bai Shu into the bar. Although Dong Yu wished to join, being a minor, she was unable to do so, perhaps due to the demon's appearance being indistinguishable from humans. And with Wei and Xu Ling's strong affinity, Zhuang Xiaoxia and Bai Shuwen were only initially a bit shy, gradually becoming at ease. As they sipped drinks and chatted, Wanyin mentioned that they could mix their own cocktails, which piqued Wei's interest. What if the drink you concoct turns out to be utterly unpalatable? Moon Eagle joked. Then you'll just have to drink it. Nine Tails shrugged. After all, you are the only male among us. At this, everyone burst into laughter. And with enthusiasm, Nine Tails set about mixing the drinks, followed closely by the curious tree spirit. As the two departed, the atmosphere grew suddenly subdued. Cat Air, who rarely spoke, left Wanyin and the others at a loss for words, as Moon Eagle was not well acquainted with them. Just as Wanyin was attempting to initiate a conversation, Moon Eagle unexpectedly inquired, Boss Gu, do you have a demon partner?
No.
How about considering me? Wanyin declined politely. Don't. Moon Eagle chuckled. Being with me will be quite delightful. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Wanyin's lips twitched, and just as she was about to respond, Nine Tails and Tree Spirit returned. Nine Tails interjected, standing in front of Wanyin. Moon Eagle. You've fallen into your old habits again, Haven to you? I should have known better than to bring you along. Tree Spirit smiled. Yet her words bore a commanding presence. You may flirt with whomever you wish, but our boss Gu is off limits. Moon Eagle, exasperated, rubbed his temples and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Ladies, I concede. I shall never dare again. Is that satisfactory? Humph. You're wise to recognize your place. Now, drink this concoction I just prepared. Moon Eagle gazed at the bizarrely colorful drink before him, expressing his reluctance. Must I really drink it? Absolutely. Nine Tails and Tree Spirit chimed in unison. Reluctantly, Moon Eagle took a sip of the drink. And Wanyin clearly noticed his face contort in distaste, almost eliciting a laugh from her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Cat Air seemingly smiling, but when she turned to look, the smile had vanished. Had she imagined it? Wanyin, pay him no mind. He is always like this, flirting with female demons in the demon realm, Ninetails remarked, pulling her aside. If I hadn't grown up with him, I wouldn't associate with him at all. Tree's spirit added, fortunately, you haven't fallen for his charms. Wanyin found herself amused. It was her first encounter with Moon Eagle. If she were to be so easily swayed, what on earth would that imply? Moreover, her current focus was on accumulating points. Romantic entanglements were not on her agenda. Should she find a boyfriend, they would become someone close, and how could she explain the system to him? How to elucidate the wonders of the hotel? If she kept such secrets, he might even grow resentful. No, she resolved, with no men in her heart. She would wield her sword like a deity. Sister Ninetails, what is the demon realm like? Bai Shuwen inquired with curiosity. It bears some resemblance to your human world. Ninetails replied. Our demon realm is divided into several regions, such as the jungle, freshwater, saltwater, and urban districts. The architecture in the cities resembles that of your early 20th century. In truth, most demons prefer the jungle regions. The next time we have the opportunity, I shall take you on a tour. That sounds wonderful. Bai Shuwen and Zhuang Xiaxia exclaimed with delight. Are you not concerned about bringing humans to the demon realm? Cat Air, who had remained silent until now, spoke up coldly. Ninetails paused before responding. That's a valid point. Though the demon realm is generally peaceful, one can never be too cautious. Wanyin shared this sentiment. While the system assured her that the demons chosen for the interstellar realm were benevolent, Bai Shuwen and Zhuang Xiaxia would not be protected once they left the hotel, so prudence was wise. Within the confines of the hotel, demons were certainly harmless. Upon reflection, Cat Air's earlier warning might have been a reminder. Perhaps her demeanor was not as aloof as it appeared. By the way, how do you know what the human world was like a century ago? Wanyin asked curiously. Have you visited before? Indeed, about 100 years ago, a passage opened between the demon realm and the human realm, but it closed quickly. We only caught a fleeting glimpse and didn't have time to purchase anything before returning to the demon realm, Tree's spirit explained. I've heard that it opened several times even earlier, but at that time we were either too young or had not yet cultivated into demons. So, we were not aware. I see, Wanyin nodded. Who opened the passage during those earlier occasions? Was it from the interstellar side? She silently inquired of the system, which replied that it had only been created 6 years prior and was unaware of past events. The following morning, Wanyin went to the cafeteria for breakfast and spotted Huanli also seated there, her table overflowing with dishes as she devoured them with gusto, astonishing the nearby patrons. Boss Gu, Huanli exclaimed, finally swallowing her mouthful. The food of your human world is simply exquisite. May I bring a few friends along next time? Before I came, they insisted that human food must be dreadful. Of course. Wanyin felt a surge of joy. The more friends Huanli brought, the happier she would be. You are so kind, Boss Gu. Wanyin mused that she should not be the one praised for taking care of her business. Huanli was simply adorably naive. Before she could say more, the system's voice chimed to her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, mission completed. Rewards. Unlock all rooms on the 7th floor of Building 2. Upgrade the 4th and 5th floors of Building 2 once. Unlock all rooms on the 3rd floor of the special building. Unlock the cinema and related facilities. Unlock the toy store and all toys in the unlimited toy store. The latest task was to entertain 5 demon guests, and since Ninetails had arrived, she did not count. With Ninetails bringing 3 demons and Huanli making 4, did that mean yet another demon was on the way? Intrigued, Wanyin stepped outside to take a look. The newcomer was a burly bear demon, towering at least twice her height, with muscles rippling across his form. Leaving Su Shi in awe, he was carrying 2 large boxes filled with immortal-seeking flowers and an abundance of gold and silver jewels. Although the flowers were few, the sheer quantity of jewels amounted to nearly 20,000 points. He hurried off towards the elixir shop, evidently with a clear goal in mind, to procure elixirs. This was indeed an ambitious demon. After breakfast, Wanyin decided to check out the cinema. The cinema featured a total of 10 screening rooms, each showcasing 10 films daily across various time slots. The selection included films from both this world and the one Wanyin came from, allowing guests to choose whichever they preferred. Different films had varying ticket prices, with the cheapest at 10 points per screening and the more expensive ones reaching into the hundreds. As the cinema had just opened, most guests sought relaxation through film, So Guanyin noticed several vacant rooms in the zombie-slaying simulation training camp and entered one to practice. Although she had the system's protective mechanisms, rendering her invincible and could not venture out to slay zombies, she wished to hone her skills. Relying solely on the system would render her ineffective. Regardless, exercising was always beneficial. The 066 system, who knew what kind of mischief it might conjure next. After a morning of practice, Guanyin, drenched in sweat, returned to her room for a shower, only to hear the system announce a new task.
Ding.
New task unlocked. Sell 30 elixirs in the elixir shop. Task rewards. Unlock all rooms on the 8th floor of Building 2. Upgrade the 6th and 7th floors of Building 2 once. Unlock all rooms on the 4th floor of the special building. Unlock the weapon shop. Unlock all items in the unlimited weapon shop. Unlock the spicy hot pot restaurant. And unlock all dishes in the unlimited spicy hot pot restaurant. Note: all weapons in the weapon shop are only effective against zombies. Upon hearing this, Guanyin stroked her chin in contemplation. Currently, there are only 6 monster guests in the hotel. Unfortunately, the price of elixirs is exorbitantly high. Relying solely on their consumption will undoubtedly render the task unachievable in a short span of time. She was eager to provide her guests with weapons capable of combating zombies. A few days prior, she had heard that in another city, the number of zombies had surged dramatically, with many humans who had struggled for nearly 2 years in the apocalypse ultimately succumbing to infection. After all, aside from zombies, there are various natural disasters that are exceedingly difficult to guard against. Wanyin mentioned that she would bring back a few more companions. Her Koi clan would surely find it easy to exchange for celestial flowers to earn points. She recalled that the Nine Tails had also mentioned they would return to the demon realm today. Without further ado, Guanyin hurried to the special building and fortuitously encountered the Nine Tails and their companions as they emerged. "Are you heading back to the demon realm? I have a favor to ask of you." The tree's spirit chuckled. "You needn't say more. You wish for us to promote the hotel, right?" "Indeed," Guanyin replied, "however. I shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. Regardless of whether you bring guests or not, each of you, or rather, every demon, shall have 3 complimentary visits to the amusement park. What do you think?" This was an arrangement she had just negotiated with the system. After all, she had already profited sufficiently from the demons. Allowing them a few free visits to the amusement park was a small concession. For the demons, saving some points was indeed advantageous. The demon realm lacked such recreational facilities, so indulging in a bit of fun was certainly welcome. Although advertisements were placed in the demon realm, it could not be guaranteed that every demon would notice them. Having demons assist in promotion would undoubtedly yield better results. "Sounds great," Yu Ying exclaimed eagerly. "I genuinely want to visit tomorrow. It would indeed be wonderful to play for free, but even if you offer us no benefits, we would still promote you," the tree spirit said with a smile. "After all, we are all quite fond of you." The Nine Tails tossed her flowing locks and remarked, "How about a competition to see who brings back more guests? Do you know how many female demons I am acquainted with?" Yu Ying raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain you wish to compete with me?" The Nine Tails smirked, her gaze brimming with allure. "What? Do you believe there are few male demons pursuing me? Very well. Let the competition commence." Guanyin was taken aback by their sudden competitive spirit. However, this was a boon for her. The more guests they brought back, the more points she would accumulate, and the faster the task would be completed. Throughout the exchange, only Mao Er remained silent. Observing her aloof demeanor, Guanyin hesitated to engage her, instead conversing further with the Nine Tails and the tree spirit before taking her leave. True to her word, Wanyin returned with 5 companions, all small koi demons of similar appearance to her. Each koi demon bore a box brimming with celestial flowers. Guanyin mused. Could they have harvested the entire demon realm's celestial flowers? Reminded of her task, she diligently promoted the elixir shop to them. Although you may not care for cultivation and magical power, there are other elixirs available. Those that enhance beauty and health. Just think, if every member of your koi clan becomes as beautiful as celestial beings, wouldn't that be splendid? Wanli shook her head. We have no desire to resemble celestial beings. The rules of the heavenly realm are quite numerous. I once encountered a minor celestial who discreetly complained to me. That's not what I meant. Sisters, let's go for hot pot. Hooray. Guanyin watched the koi demons joyfully dash towards the hot pot restaurant. Feeling a pang of despair, It seemed unlikely that she could persuade them to spend at the elixir shop. No matter. New demon guests would surely arrive. After unlocking the toy store, parents with children flocked to browse its offerings. Although children were currently attending school, it was essential to balance work and play. Moreover, after enduring the apocalypse for so long, it was only right to buy some toys to comfort the little ones. Not only children, but even some adults found themselves intrigued by the toys on display. The toy store boasted an array of racing cars, toy airplanes, toy tanks, dolls, puzzles, Rubik's cubes, and more, featuring a comprehensive selection. In no time, various toy airplanes soared above the hotel entrance, while racing cars and tanks zoomed about. Those with leisure even organized a racing competition, with the losers treating the winners to a meal. Of course, they were all cautious, playing within safe limits. Cola and Hamburger even participated in a children's racing event. The children's competition was merely for fun, with no meals exchanged. In the end, Cola secured third place. Feeling somewhat disappointed for not claiming first, the Ninetails and other demons gradually returned. The Ninetails brought back 5 demons, the Tree Spirit 3, and Yuing also 5. Ultimately, no clear victor emerged between the Ninetails and Yuing. To Guanyin's astonishment, the one who brought back the most demons was, in fact, Mao Er. Though she wore her usual impassive expression, she was followed by over a dozen demons. There were both males and females, each dressed differently. Guanyin discerned 3 cat demons and 2 leopard demons among them, while the rest were unrecognizable to her. Mao Er was quite impressive, bringing back so many at once. Noticing Guanyin's fervent gaze, Mao Er coolly remarked, "Do not misunderstand. I merely mentioned it casually, and they all came on their own accord, not for you." Guanyin nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. As long as guests arrived, it mattered little whether it was for her or not. Moreover, it was evident to her that Mao Er, for all her icy demeanor, was rather tsundere. Guanyin instructed Su Shi to assist the newly arrived demons with check-in, then diligently promoted the elixir shop to them. As expected, the demons who lacked Koi's good fortune showed considerable interest in the elixirs. After receiving their room cards, they eagerly made their way to the elixir shop. "Shall we head to the amusement park?" the Ninetails asked, linking her arm with Guanyin, her excitement palpable. "I still have no idea what a human amusement park is like." Chapter 85. Why are you twisting my head? Let us go. With so many guests arriving, Guanyin felt elated. She took the Ninetails, Tree Spirit, Mao Er, and Yuing to the amusement park. Naturally, the first attraction they saw was the thrilling roller coaster. However, the 4 demons seemed unperturbed by the roller coaster. As they rode, they merely listened to Guanyin's screams. Guanyin realized the disparity. After all, Yu Ying's true form was an eagle, soaring freely in the skies. Even the other demons, though not as adept at flying, were still demons capable of jumping several feet high. While riding a roller coaster was different from soaring through the air, they were evidently not afraid at all. Guanyin pondered for a moment before leading them to the bumper car attraction. As expected, their interest in the bumper cars was palpable, and they indulged in the activity for quite some time. Then, a whimsical idea struck Guanyin. What if she took them to the haunted house? After all, the haunted house was filled with real ghosts, and these few were indeed genuine monsters. One could only wonder how they might react.
"Hey,
"Shall we venture into the haunted house?" Guanyin inquired, noting the thrill it could bring. "Absolutely." The Nine-Tailed Fox, Tree Spirit, and Moonhawk all readily agreed. Although Mao Er had remained silent, her usual reticence led Guanyin to assume her consent, prompting them to make their way toward the haunted house. Upon entering, the dim, yellowish lights immediately set a foreboding atmosphere. Guanyin failed to notice the sudden tension in Mao Er's body. The other monsters seemed unfazed, with the Nine-Tailed Fox wandering about curiously, asking, "What are we supposed to do now?" Just as Guanyin was about to suggest finding an exit, a ghostly figure leapt out abruptly, landing directly in front of Mao Er. The apparition was all too familiar to Guanyin. It was the ghost in black. In that instant, Mao Er let out a piercing scream, instinctively raising her hand and with a sharp twist, decapitated the ghost, tossing its head to the ground. Guanyin was taken aback, while the Nine-Tailed Fox was momentarily speechless. "What on earth are you doing?" the black-clad ghost exclaimed, its head bouncing indignantly on the floor. "Why did you twist my head off?" How tragic. Wanyin and the other monsters struggled to stifle their laughter. Although fighting was prohibited in the hotel, a ghost was a different matter. Twisting off its head could hardly be considered harm. Watching the ghost's head angrily bob on the ground, Wanyin felt a pang of sympathy. Mao Er's cheeks flushed a rare shade of crimson as she coughed and stammered, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Quickly reattach my head. Saying sorry is of no use." The black ghost was increasingly irate. Blushing, Mao Er picked up the ghost's head and attempted to affix it back on, but did so incorrectly. "Are you a fool?" it scolded. "My apologies," Mao Er replied hastily, correcting her mistake and securing the head with utmost seriousness. The ghost wiggled its head, then turned to Wanyin to lament, "Sister, I've been in the realm of terror for quite some time, and this is the first occasion my head has been twisted off." "Stay calm," Wanyin reassured, patting its shoulder. "As an NPC in a haunted house, such incidents may occur frequently. You must grow accustomed to it. Even if monsters don't visit, humans often engage in zombie slaying, and perhaps in the future, twisting off ghostly heads will become second nature to them." With a grimace, the black ghost departed. "Well, it's not painful. I can always reattach it. It's better than the risk of being obliterated at any moment." After the black ghost left, Mao Er's face remained flushed. How embarrassing. A dignified cat demon reduced to such a state by a mere ghost. "Do not fret," Wanyin consoled her. It was indeed quite startling when the ghost suddenly appeared. "But that doesn't justify twisting off someone's head. Haha, you've truly cracked me up," the moon hawk mercilessly teased. "You should quiet down," the nine-tailed fox admonished, lifting a leg to kick him, but the moon hawk nimbly dodged. Upon finally exiting the haunted house, Mao Er exhaled a profound sigh of relief. She then turned to Wanyin, hesitating as if to speak. "What do you wish to say?" Wanyin prompted. Mao Er's lips moved as she declared, "I wasn't afraid. It was just so sudden that my reflexes took over." She emphasized once more, "I truly wasn't scared." "Yes, I understand." Wanyin nodded seriously. "You are not scared at all." Mao Er fell silent, realizing her aloof demeanor had been shattered. Any further struggle was futile. With numerous monsters now frequenting the hotel, coupled with the promotional banners from the demon realm, the hotel's reputation among demons steadily ascended. The influx of monsters increased, and the sales of elixirs surged. After consuming the elixirs that enhanced their cultivation, the demons were ecstatic to find their powers had indeed increased by a year, hastily seeking items to exchange for points to purchase more elixirs. Though the elixirs were costly and required substantial points to acquire, they were still far more advantageous than a year spent in seclusion. Moreover, many demons began to spontaneously promote the hotel. One day, Wanyin noticed a new influx of rabbit demons, all female, some donning pristine white dresses, others clad in gray or black. Each of them sported long rabbit ears atop their heads. Wanyin felt an irresistible urge to pinch their cheeks. "Are there truly many elixirs here? Are there any delicious carrots? What about cabbage? I couldn't find any immortal flowers. Can I exchange something else for points?" The rabbit demons chattered excitedly, posing numerous questions, to which Su Shi patiently responded, "You're such a kind young man. Here, take this treasured carrot of mine," one rabbit demon offered. "No, thank you, but the service staff, do not accept tips," Su Shi replied firmly, observing the carrot. After the rabbit demons completed their check-in, they rushed off to purchase elixirs.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards. Unlock all rooms on the 8th floor of Building 2, upgrade the 6th and 7th floors of Building 2 once. Unlock all rooms on the 4th floor of the special building. Unlock the weapon shop. Unlock all products in the unlimited weapon shop. Unlock the spicy hot pot shop. Unlock all dishes in the unlimited spicy hot pot shop." Upon hearing the announcement of the new weapon shop, the crowd erupted in excitement, hastening to select their desired items. Though those who had survived until now possessed some weaponry, many found their blades ineffective and dull, making it difficult to combat zombies. For those with abilities, acquiring a reliable weapon was an added boon. Wanyin also ventured into the weapon shop, where a plethora of long swords, daggers, and short blades awaited, alongside various types of firearms. However, only personal-sized weapons were available. Larger armaments, akin to tanks and cannons, were absent. The pricing of the weapons was somewhat steep, as they were exceptionally effective against zombies and required minimal maintenance. Swords and blades ranged from 1,000 to 10,000 points, while firearms began at over 10,000 points, though bullets were relatively inexpensive at 10 points each. While firearms were indeed costly, a well-aimed shot could take down a level 1 zombie with a single bullet. For an ordinary person without abilities, possessing such a firearm would undoubtedly provide a significant sense of security. Moreover, they pose no danger to humans, alleviating concerns about accidental discharges. However, aside from high-level practitioners, no one could amass 10,000 points at once. Thus, people diligently honed their skills in zombie slaying, exercised, or sought valuable items to trade. Consequently, the revenue from the human patrons indulging in food and entertainment saw a temporary decline. Yet, Wanyin remained unperturbed. If humans were not spending, the demons would. Furthermore, people were saving to purchase weapons. Once their points accumulated sufficiently, the weapon shop would experience a significant influx of points. By then, with reliable weapons in hand, slaying zombies would become even more effortless, and with an abundance of points, concerns over revenue would dissipate. Bai Shuwen possessed extraordinary abilities. Thus, she was not in haste to procure weapons. Instead, she intended to accumulate more resources to purchase a quality wooden firearm. Meanwhile, Dong Yu was meticulously selecting items in the armory, and along with her parents, they managed to gather nearly 2,000 points to acquire a commendable short dagger. She had previously relied on a short knife to dispatch zombies, but her former weapon had dulled considerably and was no longer effective. When the three of them ventured out to exterminate zombies or scavenge for valuables, this new dagger would serve as their means of self-defense. Zhuang Xiaoxiao had also purchased an identical one. Her earth-based primary ability was seldom of significant utility, so possessing a reliable weapon was indeed advantageous. After acquiring their weapons, the pair celebrated modestly by dining at a newly opened spicy hot pot establishment. The eatery boasted an extensive array of ingredients, including various meats, vegetables, dumplings, and noodles, with options for diverse flavors such as spicy, tomato, and pickled vegetables. Patrons could select their desired ingredients, but rather than being charged by weight, prices were set at 1 point per portion for vegetables and noodles and 2 points for meat, ensuring that guests could sample multiple items without financial burden. After selecting their ingredients, customers simply swiped their cards at the service counter, and a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot would promptly materialize. Having just spent a considerable amount on weapons, Dong Yu and Zhuang Xiaoxiao were cautious not to indulge excessively, each spending merely a handful of points to savor a taste. Following their meal, they set off to the zombie simulation training camp to hone their skills with their newly acquired weapons. Wanyin was currently enjoying a soak in the hot springs alongside Jiawei and the tree spirit. Yuang was in the men's area, while Mao Er had returned to the demon realm, presumably engaged in some undisclosed activity. Also present were the little demons from the Koi clan, frolicking joyfully in the hot spring, occasionally transforming into their true forms, swaying their heads and tails. The Koi clan truly embodies a life of joy. The tree spirit remarked with envy. Indeed, Jiawei sighed, as demons, we all undergo relentless training, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to take form. Yet the Koi, within mere years of birth, can naturally transform without any effort, and even those lacking cultivation live blissfully. Truth be told, many demons harbored a degree of envy and resentment towards the Koi clan. However, Jiawei and her companions merely voiced their thoughts without dwelling on them. They were formidable demons in their own right, and to be born a Koi was merely a matter of fate. Constant envy was futile. It was far more prudent to focus on self-improvement and the enhancement of their powers. Just as Wanyin was about to speak, she was interrupted by a chorus of laughter and chatter. Turning to investigate, she discovered that the rabbit demons had also arrived clad in their newly purchased swimsuits for a soak in the springs. As they entered the hot spring, playful banter ensued. But a particularly exuberant little Koi splashed water onto several rabbit demons. "What are you doing?" the rabbit demons exclaimed, clearly displeased. "Must you be so unruly? This is not your Koi clan's pool. What with the hostility? I didn't mean to, and I never said I wouldn't apologize." The Koi demon protested, looking quite aggrieved. "Your Koi clan has always looked down on other demons. Do you even know the meaning of an apology? You're talking nonsense. When have we acted like that?" Thus, a spirited argument erupted between the rabbit and Koi demons, their voices mingling into a cacophony that made Wanyin's head spin. The little demons were quite the rowdy bunch. Jue, finding the noise unbearable, splashed her long tails down into the pool, sending water flying in all directions. What is all this commotion about? She frowned. Is this really worth such a ruckus? Sister Jue. The rabbit and koi demons immediately quieted, lowering their heads in submission. Observing this, Wanyin noted that Jue held a significant status among the demons. At least these little ones showed her great respect. The tree's spirit chuckled. Jue only wishes the best for you. Didn't you read the rules upon arrival? A bit of bickering is harmless. But it seems you were on the verge of a scuffle. Should a fight break out, you would be expelled from the hotel and blacklisted. Surely none of you wish for that? Of course not, replied Huanli. We won't fight. Her koi companions echoed in agreement, and the rabbit demons readily admitted their fault. Then let us shake hands and make amends, the tree spirit suggested, and promise not to quarrel again. The koi and rabbit demons exchanged glances, then one by one, they shook hands, quickly reconciling their differences. They were all innocent little creatures at heart, and soon they were playing joyfully together, even discussing plans for a barbecue that evening. After finishing her soak, Wanyin changed and exited the hot spring. Jue and the tree spirit had returned to their rooms to rest, while Wanyin made her way to the lobby. Upon seeing her, Su Shi exclaimed, "Boss, look." Suddenly, there are throngs of people outside. It seems they are all waiting for vacant rooms. Wanyin turned, and indeed, the area surrounding the hotel was teeming with individuals. A significant number had been lingering near the hotel, and now, with this sudden influx, Wanyin suspected they might be crowded far beyond the vicinity. After speaking with them, she discovered that most of the newcomers hailed from the Muro base. Originally the largest base, it boasted many advanced abilities, and its residents lived relatively well. However, it could hardly compare to the comforts of the hotel. Following the deaths of the Gu brothers and in Keru, a new leader had emerged, but dissent brewed among the populace, putting the Moroa base in a precarious position, compounded by the increasing zombie threat. The new leader, seeing the writing on the wall, decided to lead the majority of the base's inhabitants to the hotel. Living here meant enjoying delicious meals, watching television, and indulging in luxuries reminiscent of life before the apocalypse, far preferable to being a base leader. Chapter 87. The Small Restaurant. Thus, it was no surprise that so many survivors were now gathered outside the hotel. Observing the plight of those waiting for rooms, Wanyin felt a pang of sympathy and inquired of the system, "Are there any new tasks available? If I complete them quickly, I could unlock more rooms and earn additional points." After a brief wait, she found that her task list had yet to refresh. "No new tasks for now," the system replied. Given this, Wanyin found herself at an impasse.
Wait.
Can we not open a supermarket outside? Since so many people are already at the hotel entrance, why not sell some supplies from the hotel?
Although they are not yet guests,
We could set prices slightly higher than those within the hotel and clearly communicate this to them, allowing them to decide whether to purchase. What do you think, system? That is feasible, but for now, we can only sell food. Other items are off limits to avoid complications with the interstellar authorities, the system clarified. Food it is. Wanyin replied with a smile. Those residing in the hotel had ample provisions, so other establishments like clothing and toy stores still attracted customers. However, for those still struggling outside, what was of utmost importance? Food, of course. Although there was a safe supermarket nearby, it offered only bread, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and other snacks. In contrast, the hotel had a diverse array of hot dishes, rice noodles, snail noodles, spicy hot pot, and more. People would undoubtedly find this appealing. Moreover, one could also earn additional points. After negotiating with the system, Wanyin stepped outside to announce this news to the individuals at the hotel entrance. Indeed, upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted with excitement. It had long been rumored that the food within the Penguin Hotel was exceptionally delectable, all freshly prepared. And I had thought I would have to wait until checking in to savor it. Never did I imagine I could indulge right now. Yes. I wonder if they serve hot pot? Barbecue. Spicy skewers would suffice. I yearn for meat. The last time I tasted canned meat was nearly a year ago. Not to mention meat, even a flavorful vegetable would be a blessing. I can hardly contain my saliva. After conferring with the system, Wanyin promptly established a small eatery near the hotel. The restaurant offered an array of dishes from the cafeteria, including rice noodles, spicy skewers, desserts, and milk tea. The prices here were thrice that of the hotel. However, Wanyin had clearly communicated this to them beforehand. Whether to purchase was entirely their choice. The establishment contained 10 tables, each accommodating a maximum of 4 patrons. This was the utmost capacity the system could currently manage. Of course, takeout was also an option. But apart from the 40 guests who could be seated, only 20 could wait in line for takeout inside, with the remainder queuing outside. As for those dining in, although it was not a buffet, considering the high demand from those outside, there was a stipulated dining duration of 1 hour to prevent anyone from lingering indefinitely. Those wishing to dine at the eatery were to approach the hotel lobby to obtain a meal card from Sushi or Fangyang, followed by recharging their points. Similar to the Ping supermarket, any remaining points on the meal card could be transferred to the room card after check-in. Upon entering the restaurant, patrons could place orders themselves. After swiping their cards, their dishes would promptly materialize. The restaurant's regulations mirrored those of the supermarket. Any form of fighting, refusal to pay, or similar misconduct was strictly prohibited. Furthermore, if a guest paid with points for food to take away, no one could seize it unless the purchaser willingly gifted it, and no one was permitted to threaten the buyer for such a gift through violence or intimidation. As soon as the restaurant opened its doors, numerous individuals rushed to obtain meal cards and enter to indulge. Although the prices were 3 times those of the hotel, they had not tasted proper meals in nearly 2 years. The temptation was simply irresistible. Naturally, some hesitated to spend their points, but the majority could not resist the allure. Observing the long queue forming outside the restaurant, Wanyin's face illuminated with a smile. Not only could she earn points, but she could also satisfy the appetites of those outside. What a splendid arrangement. However, upon further reflection, she felt as though something was amiss. At that moment, Dong Yu and her family returned from outside. Dong Yu clutched her stomach, hurriedly striding toward the hotel, barely taking notice of Wanyin as she passed by. Suddenly, it dawned on Wanyin: restrooms. Although the system automatically maintained cleanliness within a 200-meter radius of the hotel, it would still be awkward if someone were to lose control nearby. Moreover, now that individuals could not only shop at Ping supermarket but also dine at the eatery, the demand for restrooms would undoubtedly increase. When Wanyin broached the subject with the system, it seemed somewhat hesitant. Points could be charged, Wanyin suggested. All right. The system acquiesced. However, it still needed to apply to the interstellar authorities. As expected, the interstellar authorities consented. Wanyin began to suspect whether the system had some backdoor connections. How could it be that whatever the system requested was granted? After all, this was not unreasonable. The system explained that human necessities were valid, but if she intended to open a cosmetic store outside, the interstellar authorities would certainly object. Fine, she conceded. Under Wanyin's planning, restrooms were established, segregated by gender, each with 10 stalls, all in private cubicles. However, the restroom fees were modest, charging 1 point for 5 minutes. If patrons exceeded this time, it would still be calculated at 1 point for every 5 minutes. And even if less than 5 minutes were used, 1 point would still be charged. There were also rules in place, such as the necessity of queuing and remembering to flush after use, with prominent signs in each stall reminding patrons to do so. The opening of the restrooms garnered unanimous praise from the public. The fees were reasonable, and those in need were more than willing to pay. Despite the apocalyptic setting, most individuals still retained a sense of modesty in this regard. In the past, it was one thing, but now they were all soon to be guests of the hotel. If one did not exercise proper decorum, they would surely be criticized by other guests. Moreover, they were genuinely astonished. They had been in the vicinity of the hotel all along, yet they were unaware of when the eatery had appeared, nor could they tell when the restrooms had materialized. Although both required points, to them, it felt akin to paradise. Inside the eatery, as they savored steaming hot meals, some were on the verge of tears. Merely being able to enjoy such dishes was exhilarating. One could only wonder how many more delightful offerings awaited them within the hotel. The possibilities were endless. What they could currently purchase was merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 88. The Wisdom of Humanity. In a bustling little eatery, 2 men stood in line waiting for takeout. One of them swallowed hard and said, "I've longed to eat meat. The last time I managed to trade for a piece with a crystal core, it was spoiled. Don't even get me started. The last time I had meat, it was devoid of any seasoning. They called it meat, but it lacked flavor. True enough, the prices here are higher than those at the hotel. But that's only to be expected. We previously could only eat here if we were guests, and now we have the chance to eat, albeit at a premium.
Besides,
How many crystal cores would one need to trade for meat elsewhere? Here, one crystal core can buy a substantial meal. What else could we want? I've heard that the hotel has many other wonderful items, which aren't cheap. We should be frugal. What you say does have merit. Let me share an idea with you, the man said mysteriously. There are still many people outside willing to pay handsomely for meat. I've heard that the food here remains fresh indefinitely after purchase. If we buy some and sell it elsewhere, a portion of fresh spicy skewers could fetch a dozen high-grade crystal cores outside. Do you believe it? Can that really work? Isn't it a bit risky? Oh, please. What are you being so virtuous about at a time like this? The hotel's items, while cheaper than outside, aren't free. You need to accumulate enough points. Even if you have enough for food, don't you want to buy new clothes? A new phone or computer? Don't you want to return to your former life? Think it over. All right, I'll follow your lead. We'll buy more and take it elsewhere. Just as the man finished speaking, he suddenly heard a light chuckle. Turning around, he saw a young couple behind him, likely a pair of lovers, both wearing smirks as they observed them.
what are you laughing at?
One of the men demanded. The girl among the couple waved her hand dismissively and said, "Apologies, we didn't mean to overhear. Our hearing is just too good. And we accidentally caught your conversation."
What is so amusing about that?
Another man retorted angrily. "I know our method might be unscrupulous. But is it wrong to strive for a better life in this post-apocalyptic world?" "No, we are not saying you are wrong," the young man among the couple remarked. "However, have you not perused the store regulations?" The two men exchanged bewildered glances.
Indeed.
They had cast a cursory glance at the rules upon entering but had not scrutinized them closely. They merely noted the prohibitions against fighting and causing a ruckus. They promptly turned their attention to the regulations displayed on the left wall. The last stipulation read, "The resale of any items purchased within this establishment is strictly forbidden. Violators will be placed on the blacklists of this restaurant, Ping An Supermarket, and Ping An Hotel." The two men gasped, realizing their oversight. "How careless of us." The young woman chimed in with a cheerful smile. "This rule applies not only to the hotel but also to the supermarket and this newly opened restaurant. You may purchase items and voluntarily gift them to others, but attempting to resell them at a premium is simply out of the question." The two men wore expressions of dismay. Rather than pondering such dubious schemes, it would be wiser to enhance your own skills and earn more crystal cores to exchange for points. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to afford food or lodging in the future. Understood.
Ding.
A new task has been unlocked. Host a sports event at the school. Task rewards include unlocking all rooms on the 9th and 10th floors of Building 2, upgrading all rooms on the 8th floor of Building 2, unlocking Building 3 of the hotel, unlocking all rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors of Building 3, unlocking all rooms on the 5th floor of the special building, unlocking various research laboratories and all necessary equipment, unlocking the arcade and all its facilities. Attention! The sports event will be held on the school playground, and aside from the students, other guests of the hotel may also participate. The top 3 in each event will receive point rewards. This task is straightforward, with generous rewards, which left Wanyin quite satisfied. She had also unlocked Building 3 of the hotel. The 9th and 10th floors of Building 2 feature presidential suites, suitable for high-level ability users with an abundance of crystal cores. In contrast, the 1st and 2nd floors of Building 3 are more affordable, catering to ordinary individuals. Furthermore, unlocking various research laboratories could potentially lead to the development of useful inventions. Wanyin maintained her faith in human ingenuity. Previously, a guest at the hotel had mentioned during their conversation that he had not conducted experiments for a long time. In the chaotic world, survival had taken precedence over scientific pursuits, but now, with ample food and drink, he found himself nostalgic for the days spent in the laboratory before the apocalypse. System. Do you believe humanity can develop a cure for the zombie virus? If that were possible, perhaps one day we could bring an end to the apocalypse. Although there are various natural disasters, resolving the zombie issue would significantly alleviate the situation. That ultimately depends on you humans, the system responded. Once the laboratory is unlocked, there will be readily available research materials. If you truly exert yourselves, eliminating the zombies and rescuing some individuals is not beyond the realm of possibility. Research materials?
What do you mean by that?
According to regulations, I cannot divulge too much. Wanyin stroked her chin thoughtfully. Could it refer to zombies? But those would require considerable effort to eliminate. They hardly qualify as readily available research materials. Regardless, her priority was to complete the task and unlock the research laboratory. Wanyin promptly announced the upcoming sports event on the school playground, scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, the students at the school were the most thrilled. Other guests also eagerly expressed their desire to register, especially since there were point rewards for the top 3 placements. Although modest, 300 points for first place, 200 for second, and 100 for third, it still amounted to a decent amount of food. Wanyin determined the events, which included long-distance and short-distance races, relays, as well as shot put, high jump, and long jump, and tasked Su Shi and Fong Yang with tallying the number of participants. Occasionally gathering everyone for some lighthearted fun was quite delightful. They had enjoyed themselves immensely during the previous Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. Meanwhile, Bai Shuwen and Zhuang Xiaoxia were outside searching for zombies. They aimed to take down a few first-level zombies in hopes of acquiring some crystal cores. At that moment, a figure staggered toward them, swaying unsteadily. Bai Shuwen quickly pulled Zhuang Xiaoxia behind a corner. Given its erratic gait, it was highly likely to be a zombie. Peeking around the corner, Bai Shuwen confirmed that it was indeed a solitary zombie, tall and covered in blood. Yet, despite its gruesome appearance, Bai Shuwen couldn't shake the feeling that it looked oddly familiar. Chapter 89. This time, he is truly finished. Xiao Zhuang, take a look. Bai Shuwen tugged at Zhuang Xiaoxia's sleeve and whispered, could this zombie be him? Who? Zhuang Xiaoxia inquired, peering out as well. Then she gasped in shock. Oh my heavens, is that really that scoundrel? This zombie turned out to be Zhuang Xiaoxia's first love and Bai Shuwen's ex-boyfriend, Wei Fenghua. Previously, this cat had sought to indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle, openly admitting to using Bai Shuwen, which led to both women breaking his limbs and abandoning him outside. Little did they expect to encounter him today in his new form as a zombie. Perfect, Zhuang Xiaoxia exclaimed, gleefully brandishing her newly acquired knife, ready to teach him a lesson once again. Although they had harbored intense hatred towards him, the prospect of personally killing someone had weighed heavily on their consciences, even in the apocalypse. However, now that he had become a zombie, they felt no such burden. If they could retrieve a crystal core from him, that would be even better. Judging by Wei Fenghua's current state, he was merely a first-level zombie, and the two of them were confident they could handle him together. Thus, they stepped out boldly. As a zombie, Wei Fenghua possessed no human memories. Upon seeing the two women, he instinctively lunged at them, baring his teeth and attempting to bite. Bai Shuwen and Zhuang Xiaoxia effortlessly dispatched him, and to their delight, he dropped a first-level crystal core. Previously, when they had slain a zombie together, Zhuang Xiaoxia had claimed the crystal core, but this time it was Bai Shuwen's turn. She held the core in her hand, weighing it with a smile. This time, he is truly finished. Indeed, Zhuang Xiaoxia nodded calmly, wiping the blood from her knife. Let us head back.
All right.
Early the next morning, as Wanyin emerged from her slumber and arrived at the cafeteria entrance, she noticed Wei and Mao Er, among others, loitering outside, reluctant to enter. Why aren't you going in to eat? Wanyin inquired. Wei wore an expression of exasperation. We want to, but we're afraid of disturbing others.
Huh?
Wanyin was puzzled. How could you disturb anyone? Wei and Mao Er exchanged glances, and then Mao Er, with a blank expression, swayed her tail behind her. Wanyin watched in astonishment as a large tuft of fur fell from her tail. What on earth? Is it shedding season? Do Yukai also have shedding periods? Look. I am too, Wei said, shaking her own fox tail, which also shed a considerable amount of fur. Wanyin's mouth twitched, caught between laughter and tears. It was one thing for cats to shed, but why was a fox spirit shedding as well? All Yukai in the demon realm experienced this. Several days, each month, they shed fur. No matter how high their cultivation or how powerful their magic, they cannot escape it. It has perplexed the Yukai realm for centuries. Yuing chuckled. And what about tree spirits? Wanyin queried. You're a tree Yukai. You shouldn't shed, right? Not exactly, but... As the tree spirit raised a hand, a leaf fluttered down. Wanyin exclaimed, Ah, how extraordinary. Truly, the realm of monsters is filled with wonders. She intended to reassure them that the refuse within the hotel would be automatically cleared away. However, before she could utter a word, she noticed that the fur shed by the nine-tailed foxes and the leaves falling from the tree's spirit had yet to be removed, lingering conspicuously. What could this mean? The system could not possibly be at fault, and the efficiency of the automatic cleaning was certainly not so lackluster. Then, Wanyin suddenly recalled the research materials that the system had mentioned the previous day. The hairs and leaves that had fallen today had not been cleaned up. It was difficult for her not to draw a connection between the two. Moreover, reflecting upon it, the first reward from the interstellar realm, the opening of a portal to the monster world, might indeed harbor some hidden benefits. Regardless, it would be prudent to collect these hairs and leaves. Wanyin instructed Su Shi to fetch a bag, and together they gathered the fur and leaves. In her main room, there was a small storage area, where she placed these items. Wanyin, what do you intend to do with those? The nine-tailed fox inquired in confusion. They are of no use. We simply discard them.
Indeed.
The tree's spirit concurred. The fallen hairs do not carry any cultivation attributes. No matter. Let's keep them for now. They might prove useful in the future. Wanyin replied with a smile. Hand me your cards, and I will procure some food for you from inside. Would you be so kind as to collect the fallen hairs for me? There's no need to be overly diligent. Just save some for me when you remember. Although she remained uncertain whether her suspicions were correct, collecting them would not impede her in any way. If it turned out to be of no use later, she could simply discard them. Though the nine-tailed foxes were perplexed, they acquiesced. Wanyin took their room cards and went inside to buy food for them. Ying, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, You all just indulge her. What purpose do the fallen hairs and leaves serve? What business is it of yours? The nine-tailed fox shot back, If Wanyin wants them, then let her have them. After all, it was merely a trivial task. The tree's spirit chuckled. Were it not for this hotel, would you have access to pills that enhance your cultivation? Rejoice in your fortune. Before Ying could retort, he heard Mao Er coolly comment, You aren't harboring resentment because you failed to charm Boss Gu, are you? Nonsense. Ying retorted angrily, Give her everything. Is that satisfactory? Under Wanyin's organization, the sports event held on the school playground commenced with great enthusiasm. Although the preparation time was insufficient, it was merely an opportunity for the hotel guests to exercise and unwind, thus not requiring excessive formalities. The children were the most exuberant, frolicking along the edges of the playground. Given the current circumstances, many ability users possessed significantly greater stamina than ordinary individuals. Therefore, in addition to categorizing by gender and age, they also separated ability users from regular folk to maintain fairness. Wanyin, along with several guests who had not registered for events, took on the role of judges. Naturally, the judgments had to be impartial. Any deliberate bias would incur penalties from the system. By the end of the day, the sports event concluded. The hotel guests had enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and even those who did not win prizes felt little regret, knowing that in the hotel, they ultimately relied on their own efforts. The absence of a few hundred points in rewards was inconsequential.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards received. Unlock all rooms on the 9th and 10th floors of Building 2. Upgrade all rooms on the 8th floor of Building 2. Unlock all rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors of Building 3. Unlock all rooms on the 5th floor of the special building. Unlock various research laboratories along with all necessary equipment and tools. And unlock the arcade and all facilities within. Chapter 90. My wife is pregnant. A considerable number of rooms had been unlocked. Guests waiting outside promptly began to check into the hotel. After all, the hotel offered complete immunity against zombies and natural disasters, a highly coveted refuge. Furthermore, it provided a comprehensive array of food, drink, and entertainment, with prices more reasonable than those found in supermarkets and restaurants. The presence of a zombie-killing simulation training camp and a weapon shop was immensely beneficial for those striving to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Additionally, many guests from the monster realm arrived, as Mao Er had brought back several patrons during her return. Though she maintained a consistently aloof demeanor and displayed indifference towards Wanyin recognized her as a quintessential tsundere cat. When she learned that the research laboratory had been opened, Zhuang Xiaoxia became ecstatic and hurried to inquire if she could utilize it. You wish to use it? Wanyin was taken aback. The research laboratory was free of charge, and the equipment could be used freely, provided that it was for serious research beneficial to humanity. Even if the endeavor failed, it would be acceptable. However, if the laboratory were merely treated as a play area, the system would impose penalties. Zhuang Xiaoxia nodded. Her cheeks flushed. I have always wanted to develop a cure for the zombie virus, but what conditions exist in the apocalypse? Now I finally have the opportunity. After chatting a bit more with Zhuang Xiaoxia, Wanyin learned that she had been a doctoral student in pharmacology before the apocalypse. Her youth was indicative of her remarkable talent. Wanyin was genuinely astonished. Zhuang Xiaoxia had never mentioned this. Not only her, but even Bai Shuwen and Dong Yu had always believed that Zhuang Xiaoxia was merely an ordinary employee before the apocalypse. Why have you never mentioned this before? Wanyin asked. Zhuang Xiaoxia bashfully scratched her head. Well, in the apocalypse, discussing the past seems pointless, and I never expected to find a place to conduct research. Then you should certainly go. Wanyin encouraged. By the way, wait a moment. I have something to give you. With that, Wanyin turned back towards the main house. Shortly after, she emerged with a bag containing the fur shed by the nine-tailed foxes and the leaves fallen from the tree spirit. This might serve as research material. Wanyin handed the bag to her. You can try using these, and if they are insufficient, just ask me for more.
All right.
Zhuang Xiaoxia nodded enthusiastically, then took the bag and hurried off towards the research laboratory. After discussing with the system, Wanyin decided that guests conducting experiments in the research laboratory would receive 500 points each month if they exceeded 30 hours of experimental work. As they were contributing to humanity's advancement, during lunch in the cafeteria, Wanyin noticed a couple approaching her. They appeared to be in their 20s and had been staying at the hotel for some time, residing in a double room. The man, Wang Jianqing, possessed a secondary ability, while the woman, Li Xiaoxi, was an ordinary person. They had arrived in a rather disheveled state, but now their complexions looked much improved. Is there something you need from me? Wanyin asked with a smile. Boss Gu, we have a question, Li Xiaoxi began, her face flushing as she nudged her husband with her elbow. Wang Jianqing immediately understood and, grinning, announced, Boss Gu, my wife is pregnant. Is that so? Wanyin also felt delighted for them, exclaiming, Congratulations. In this post-apocalyptic world, the arrival of a newborn and the opportunity to attend school instills a sense of hope in humanity's ability to endure and flourish. This couple had only recently obtained their marriage certificate before the calamity struck, and as the zombie outbreak unfolded, they found themselves in a desperate fight for survival. Had the apocalypse not occurred, perhaps they would have already welcomed a child into their lives. Thus, we wish to inquire, what shall become of our room once the child is born? Li Xiaoxi asked anxiously. We are currently residing in a double room, which accommodates only 2 occupants. When the baby arrives, we will become a family of 3. Rest assured, Wanyin replied with a smile. Once the child is born, they may reside with you until they reach the age of 13. This notion had long been contemplated by Wanyin, and she had previously proposed it to the system. It would be unthinkable to leave a newborn abandoned in the corridor or confined to a separate room. Although the system was typically rigid, it possessed a compassionate side, especially given that the interstellar environment was inherently accommodating towards children. The survival of cola and hamburger alongside Wanyin served as a testament to this. Thus, children under the age of 13 made well with their accompanying adults, regardless of whether the accommodation is a single room, double room, or a large bedroom. The increase in occupancy due to an additional child would not pose an issue. However, family rooms were an exception, as they were specifically designed for a certain number of occupants. In truth, the number of children who survive in the apocalypse is quite limited. Those who arrive at the hotel typically share family rooms with adults. Yet, the number of newborns in the hotel remains uncertain. Therefore, this regulation primarily aims to accommodate the newborns within the hotel. By the time this couple's child is born and reaches the age of 10, a decade will have passed, and they may witness the unlocking of numerous hotel buildings. Perhaps even entire communities and towns will emerge, alleviating any concerns regarding suitable accommodations for their family of 3. Upon hearing her words, the couple felt a surge of joy. Wang Jianqing, while tending to his wife, mentioned his intention to venture out in the afternoon to slay a few zombies or procure valuable items in exchange for points. After all, they would soon need to provide for their child. However, Wanyin and Li Xiaoxi were taken aback when Wang Jianqing returned that evening, battered and bruised. At that moment, Li Xiaoxi was waiting for his return in the lobby, where Gu Wanyin was engaged in conversation with Dong Yu and several other guests. Wang Jianqing staggered in, collapsing onto the floor. Upon seeing him drenched in blood, Li Xiaoxi's face blanched with terror as she cried out, "Husband!" She rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Are you all right? What happened to you?" Someone speculated, could he have been bitten by a zombie? Oh no! Will he mutate?
The thought was horrifying.
And Li Xiaoxi's complexion grew even paler as she clutched Wang Jianqing tightly, weeping. It cannot be true. Indeed, it could not be. Gu Wanyin interjected. If he had truly been infected by a zombie and was on the verge of mutation, he would not have been permitted entry into the hotel. As she spoke, the others began to comprehend the situation. Then what has happened to him? How did he sustain such injuries?